Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. It is 4 o'clock in the morning, December 31st, 2024, and we are going to spend all day long going through 25 different deal types. I might even have a few special guests today. And what was interesting is I sent this request out to everybody in Subto, and I said, hey, everybody in Subto, if you guys want to be highlighted on this really long deal flow I'm doing, this 25 deals for 2025, please send me an email and I'll highlight your deal. Well, I had 1,700 emails come across. I'm like, I can't pick right now. I'm going to have to put you guys into the book later. So basically what you guys can expect today is that I'll be going through 25 different deal types. One of them, number 26, is a regular cash wholesale. So a lot of people that have learned wholesale from me know that wholesale is an amazing business. I've done 1,000+ cash wholesale deals, but I kind of graduated from that. I got bored with it, and I'll tell you where that came from, and I'll tell you the history of that. We're going to break down really, really good real estate basics today so that people that are like, I don't know anything about real estate can walk out of today saying, okay, I understand quite a bit. I understand how they're doing all these deals with zero money down or 0% interest. And oh my gosh, I totally get it now. I understand why the seller would do that. If you walk away with nothing more than that today, then you won. You've won. Like hands down, you won, because it took me a long time to really figure that out. So hopefully you can get that today. Some bonus things that you should walk away with today. You should walk away with some new friendships. I've got a lot of people in the Subto community, which are the industry leader acquisition people for every individual asset type. What's great about creative finance is that we as a community, we dominate RV parks, we dominate mobile home parks, we dominate multifamily, we dominate land, we dominate everything across the board. So if there's ever an asset type, Section 8, which is not an asset type, but it's an exit strategy, whatever it is you want to get into, there is a magnificent leader inside of Subto that is dominating the industry in that individual topic. So what's great about creative finance is you can do anything. It just pours gasoline on the fire of real estate. And we're going to be talking about all sorts of different types of deals. But as I was writing down 25 deals for 2025, I had a hard time actually keeping it to 25. Okay, so there's your expectation today. You're going to make some new friends. You're going to have people in Gator are going to be in here. People in Subto are going to be in the side chat. So if you are over on YouTube, come over to the Zoom. I'm only going live on YouTube because I changed the link. Otherwise, this would have just stayed inside of Zoom. So guys, come over to the Zoom. You'll actually get to chat with and hang out with people. I'll give you guys the link in the Zoom chat here in just a second. Then that way you can come over here and hang out and get to know people. Okay. There you go. It's in the side chat. I'm going to pin it. Now, here is kind of the fun thing that we're going to do with these videos. For those of you guys that want to learn how to do marketing a little bit better, this is good education. This is something I'm teaching Owners Club members at a high level over the next couple of years. I'm going to be building an ebook out of this. What is an ebook? Well, an ebook is a book that you don't have to pay for, and it's a guide, essentially. It's a framework, a guide, etc. And the way this ebook is going to be built is each one of these deals is going to be a different chapter. So each one of these 25 deals I'm going to talk about today are a different chapter in the book. And the book is essentially a golf theme. I love golf. I'm not a great golfer, but I love golf and I love the sport of golf. It's very similar to real estate in a lot of ways because there's so many different tools, right? So many different clubs that you can play. Every hole is completely different. In fact, depending on how you are that day, the hole could be completely different the next day. Even though it's the same hole and the same pin location, the same everything else, you're going to play that hole entirely differently. And that is exactly how real estate is. There is no script for real estate. Even though when you're brand new, you want a script so bad. You want a script. Just tell me exactly what to do and how to do it and hold my hand. I get that. And we definitely do that. But as you grow up in the game of real estate, you realize how free you are and how many cool things you can do, which is another purpose of this Zoom today. Now, when you play golf, what happens is you step up to the tee box and you go, okay, what's the structure of this hole? What's the problem I'm trying to overcome? Okay, this one is, 500+ yards. This is a freaking long boy. Okay, I'm hitting driver off the deck, probably 3-wood second shot. Maybe I'm not landing more, so I'm not going to hit the green on my second shot, even with a 3-wood. maybe I've got to hit a wedge into the green. Then I've got a 2-putt for par. That's like somebody at my level. That's what I'm hoping for, right? So you're structuring what you think is going to happen before you hit your first shot. You go, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Driver, 3-wood, 60, wedge, putter, par. Done. Okay, love it. That's very similar to real estate. You look at the outside perspective, you look at what you think is going on with the real estate transaction, and then you start applying what you think is going to work. And then as you get further down the hole, you go, oh, there's a sand trap here. Oh, there's a pond here or a river. I did not see that. What the heck? Real estate transactions are the exact same. You don't actually learn how to play the hole or play the seller or play the transaction or play the real estate agent. I don't mean that in a manipulative way, you understand. You don't really understand it until you're actually in the transaction. And then you kind of start deviating and go, okay, what club am I going to play? So each one of these deals we're going to talk about today, there is what I thought the problem was. And then there is what the problem actually was, which is why I feel like I'm one of the better people in real estate. I have such confidence walking into a transaction. A lot of the Subto members as well that are here in the side chat today, a lot of people in the side chat understand real estate at such a high level just from all these cool creative strategies we have that you have so much confidence walking into a transaction that not only you have the confidence to kind of guess what you think is going to happen, but you also understand how to pivot and change as new information comes available, right? And so today we're going to talk through my first deal. I know a lot of you guys have heard that story, but we're going to talk about my first deal and how I overcame that problem. How did I make that money? And what were the things I learned? That might take an hour, okay? Then I'm going to talk about how did I get into creative finance and what were the main things I really wish everybody knew. Okay, one of the most important things I wish people knew is what a deed was. And it sounds so basic to me now, but as a contractor from the past, like a blue collar guy that just swung a freaking hammer and that's how I made my living, you telling me I had to learn what a deed was is like telling me I had to learn quantum mechanics. Like what is a deed? Oh my gosh, my friends, when you understand what a deed is and title is, you start understanding how to play Monopoly. There's free money out there. You could be a millionaire. I'm not exaggerating. You could be a millionaire in 6 months in this game. And I'll show you exactly. I'll write that down. I'll make a promise to you guys. If I say a claim, I will show you how to do it. You guys want to see how to become a millionaire in 6 months? I'll show you. Okay. Now there's some caveats to it and we'll get to that. I don't know when that will be, but we'll get to that. That's one of my promises to you today. Now, one thing I really want you guys to follow today is that I will do everything in my power to not answer questions that don't have something to do with what we're talking about. Okay. Because what will happen, somebody will come in and they go, my cousin has a piece of land. What do you think I should do with it? And I will be tempted, so desperately tempted to answer that question for an hour. If you're in the Subto community, you know, I take 30, 45 minutes minimum to answer a question because I want somebody to understand the context and all of those types of things, because now I'm teaching through you to 1,000 other people, typically on like a Subto family night Zoom. I will do my best to answer as many questions as I possibly can. However, if it is nothing to do with what we're doing today, like if you ask me a question like, hey, Pace, I've got a deal and I'm failing because I borrowed too much money and I'm over leveraged, what should I do? Man, I probably still will answer that question. Gosh dang it. But I'll do my best to stay on topic today. Okay. Julian Broyles, are you going to underwrite a deal live with one of the types of strategies? Sure. I will also show you guys how the proper way to underwrite a deal is. Okay. And it does not involve a spreadsheet. It is what I find is that when people are trying to underwrite or value a piece of property, they spend so much time on the numbers and so much time on the down payment and this and that and whatever else that they don't actually truly talk to the seller or the agent in any significant way. And I'll tell you kind of this happened in we launched the Subto community in 2020, and from 2020, 21 and 22, I would spend usually 9 Zooms a week on an average of 3 to 5 hours each Zoom. I was in Subto 30, 45, sometimes 50 hours a week for the first 2-3 years of Subto. Why? Because I wanted to build leadership across the entire country, which we did. We have the coolest freaking people on the planet, leading all over the country and pairing up with each other. I mean, there's a couple of them right in here, like some of my very good friends I've bought deals from. Chris Geddes and Landon Moore are in here right now. And those guys paired up and met inside the Subto community and formed an amazing partnership. That's what we launched Subto for, is like build leadership. Leadership attracts new members. New members go, hey, leader, can I bring value to you? Can I bring leads to you? Then they end up becoming partners and they go build an empire, right? That's what we built in the Subto community, which is great. But in the very beginning, here's what would happen. Okay. What was happening in this was, let's see, we would do so many Zooms where a brand new community member would come to me and they'd say, hey, Pace, I have a deal. And they'd list out all the details of the deal and they'd show me their spreadsheet. And I go, okay, cool. Where are you stuck? And they go, well, the seller won't do blank. And I don't know what's going on. Now they're ghosting me. You know, they tell me a whole story about like where they're stuck. And then I would go, okay, well, why don't you just let me call the seller live? And I would call the seller live. I still do this a lot. So I'd call the seller live and I'd talk to the seller. And here's what would happen. Literally none of this made any sense. Nothing that the Subto community member told me made any sense after I talked to the seller. I'm like, you didn't ask the right questions. You didn't understand their problem. The problem of the seller is by far the most important way to underwrite a deal. I want you to write that down as the first lesson you learned today. If you don't know the actual problem that the seller has and how you can provide value to them, okay, then you are wasting your time on a stupid spreadsheet. I'm going to say this again because it is so critically important. If you are touching a spreadsheet, even touching one, even opening a spreadsheet, and you have not spoken to the seller or spoken to the real estate agent, depending on the situation you're in, you are wasting your time and you are wasting everybody's time. You are, what is a polite way of saying this? I have a not suitable for work way of saying this, but you are tricking yourself into believing that you are doing work. You're not. You don't know anything. It's the dumbest thing ever. And I'll give you a good analogy of what this is. It's like if a young man comes to me and says, hey, I have this crush on this girl in our church, right? So I was actually talking to, my son is here in Montana right now. His name's Asher. He's 17 today. And he went to church and there's some cute girls there. And Jerry, one of my very best friends, were talking about, you know, girls at church and boys at church and how do they interact and how silly they are and whatnot. And imagine you're a guy at church and you come up to me and you go, Dad, I really, really want to, you know, take this girl to dinner. What do you think she'll want me to take her to dinner for? Italian? You know, do you think she wants to go get pizza? Do you think she wants to go get Thai food? Do you think she wants to go get blah, blah, blah? And I reply back, I go, what is she like? Like, why are you asking me? Like, I'm a spreadsheet. Like, I have all the answers for you. Like, what's the input? What did she tell you? Oh, I don't know. Then why are you asking me? Why even put any information into a spreadsheet if you haven't asked the seller what they prefer for dinner? It's the silliest thing. And I watch newer people do this over and over and over. Guys, I've done hundreds of deals this year. Not one time did I look at a spreadsheet, and I'll show you guys how I underwrite a deal. Now, of course, once I commit to a deal, then we underwrite, we go deep dive, but like it's very basic to understand if something's a deal and something's not a deal. Okay. Yes. Chris Gross says, can anyone help me sell my house? I'm thinking about selling it Subto. Email me. If you have a deal, please email me. My email is pacejmorby@me.com. I can help you out. I can either buy it or I can introduce you to a Subto community member that will help you out in that area. Okay. Okay. By the way, I said this yesterday, or I said this at the beginning. Nazim, I love you. I appreciate everybody today, but rule number one, do not spam my side chat today. I don't want long things with blink cards and all that kind of stuff. That's rule number one. I will kick you out. I don't care who you are. If you're my own mom, if my mom comes in here today and starts blasting my chat, I don't have anybody helping me run the back end of the Zoom. I'm here all day long. blasting the side chat with like long explanations of what you do and how you can help. I love that. I appreciate it. Make it shorter and don't post it that often. Please, my friend. Please, 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 for the love of God, do not make me say it again. Okay, so as you're going through and underwriting and looking at deals, there's very simple ways to look at this. And I promise you, I will show you the basics of underwriting a deal. Okay. Now, today we're going to talk about the history of how I got into the business. It is important. People want to know, why do I know all of these things? Did I know them before? Sadly, people that don't follow your journey, they will assume that you were born the exact way that you are today. They cannot envision you as a different person. They just can't. And what ends up happening is that I get people that comment or make rude posts or DM me stupid, nasty things. It does happen. Welcome to building a brand. And they'll say stuff like, oh yeah, it's easy for you. You're a millionaire. It's like, okay. Yeah, you're right. I was born a millionaire, and the doctor handed me a basket of really amazing skills, like how to talk to people and how to tell stories and how to, carry on conversations with people. Like I was born with this. The doctor literally, as I came out of my mom, handed me a basket of all these amazing things. You're right. I never had to work hard for it. I never had to fail. I never had to get kicked in the teeth. I never had to lose partnerships. I never had to lose any money. I never had to get scammed. You're right. You're so right. Right. But the reality is I had to go through all those things. I had to get my butt kicked. I had to lose partnerships. I've had really bad relationships that turned sour. People that were at my wedding is like my best man, and I do not talk anymore. Those types of things have happened to me over business, like really, really bad things. I've had family members hang themselves. I've had people in my family go to prison. I've had all sorts of things happen to me over the last 20 years, just like you guys have. It's just that my journey has allowed me to pick up some nuggets along the way that I can give to you guys today. Okay. So let's talk about how I got into the business. I got into the business of real estate at the ripe old age of 30 years old. From age 23 to 27, I'm sorry, 23 to 30. So for 7 years, I told myself when I was a contractor, I was at 23 to age 30, that's all I did was construction. I started out as a handyman. I started out learning arbitrage. I learned this amazing thing called arbitrage, that I can take something that I don't own and make somebody else do the work. Oh my gosh, I learned so many cool things. I'll tell you guys a really fun story before we even get into like how I got my first real estate deal, but how I started learning some really powerful mechanisms. Okay. I started in construction. Why? Because that's what my father was in. And when I got home from my mission from Korea, it's all I knew how to do. Like, okay, I know how to go paint a wall. I know how to go on Craigslist and throw up an ad. Like right now I could go on Craigslist. I have no fear of ever making money ever again, because I can just go on Craigslist and start picking up jobs. I could just start picking up paint jobs, drywall jobs, this, that, and the other. And I could do all of those things. Now, do I want to do those things now? Kind of. I actually really love doing that business. It was so fun as a man doing things with your hands. It was so fun, but also wasn't providing the life for my wife and my future children that I hadn't had yet. And I wanted a big family. And so I really kept telling myself as 23 to 30, I'm going to get into real estate. 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 And I kept saying, I'm going to next year. Every New Year's resolution was, I'm going to get into real estate. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what wholesale was. I didn't know what assignments were. I knew what fixing and flipping was because there was TV shows, and I started picking up construction jobs from people who fix and flipped. So in 2014, I got this really amazing contract from a company called Open Door. If you guys don't know who Open Door is a massive company that just buys real estate. Okay. They buy real estate all over the country, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of houses every single month. But at the time, 10 plus years ago, they were small. They were just in Arizona, and I was their first contractor. I was the first contractor Open Door ever hired. How did they find me? Is I was posting on Instagram, my before and after. If you guys scroll all the way down, 4,000 posts in my Instagram, you will see back in the day, 2011, 2012, 2013, I was posting a lot about construction. And I landed this amazing job with Open Door, and I made my first $1 million take home was in 2013. And that was from Open Door. It was freaking amazing. 2012, I'm sorry. 2012, I got my first $1 million take home when I was 28 years old, 27 years old. Really, really cool. I'm so grateful for what construction gave me, but I'm also grateful that I got out of it. So here's some things I learned in construction. I learned how to talk to people. I learned how to do exactly what real estate is, which is weird, right? When I turned 30, it wasn't hard for me to jump into real estate, and I'll tell you why. Is because real estate is very similar to construction. When I'm as a contractor, what I'm doing is I would go out and here's me, and I'd have a customer. Typically it's a woman, okay? Why? Because even if it's a married couple, the woman is the one calling you saying, hey, I want work done on my house. I want, to add an addition. We want to add a garage, whatever the thing is that they're asking for. And I would go out and I would do an estimate on these houses. And what would happen is I have to build a relationship here. Number one, I have to understand what they actually want, this is the cheat code. When I actually understand what they want. Now in real estate, everybody in the Subto community understands this at a very high level. It's like, I'm going to focus on building a relationship with this seller to understand what's actually going on, not what they tell me is going on. Because very frequently a seller will lie to you to protect their ego. They won't tell you they're in foreclosure. Then you get the contract on their house. You find out they're $40,000 behind. Your job is to do the exact same thing when I was in construction. Understand the seller's situation. So I would have these females typically would call me and say, hey, I want to do an addition on my garage. Okay, great. You assume that they want to actually build a garage. But when you actually understand the reason behind it, like, okay, when this is all done, right? Here's a good question I would ask. When this is all done, how are you going to use the space? And I would even ask that on a garage. Why? Because I learned the hard way that as I was building a lady's garage one time, she's like, well, I need more outlets here and I need this here. And I'm like, what are you doing with this? Why do you need so many outlets? She's like, oh, this is going to be a game room. I'm like, what? It's going to be a game room. Why are you putting a garage door in the front? And I'm like, chastising her. Like, what are you doing? This is so stupid. This is not a garage. And I realized I just didn't stop and ask the right questions. I immediately I assumed what was going on in the situation into my mental spreadsheet of like, oh, she wants a garage, check the box, move on. Welcome to everything a newbie does in real estate, okay? And this lady says, no, it's going to be a game room, but when I sell the house, I want there to be a garage door on it so I can sell it as a garage. People can use it as both. I was like, oh my gosh, this lady's so smart. Here I am thinking I'm the one with all the brains because I'm the contractor. I know all the things. Meanwhile, this lady had a plan. Guys, I went through the estimate. I re-estimated. I was competing. I landed this job, and then I found out what the heck she actually wanted midway through the job, and it made me deviate like 20% over. And no wonder I got the job. I underestimated the job because I didn't understand what the heck she wanted. And I gave her a bid based on a garage, not on a game room / hybrid garage. Does that make sense? It's the same thing, my friends, in real estate. It just doesn't seem like it when you're brand new. Okay. So my job was to go to these houses and understand what the heck these people actually wanted. 2, I would extract based on what I thought I understood. And this cycle would go on and on and on until number 3, I actually understood. And I would not do an estimate. Estimate was number 4. I would not do an estimate until I actually understood the situation. So when I got into real estate and I understood that this was the equation, I didn't understand this was the equation until like my second or third deal. But when it clicked for me, I was like, oh my gosh, I've been doing this for 10 years. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? This game is fun. I love this business. It became so fun for me. Okay, so number 4 is now I understand everything that's going on. I then can go and hit the spreadsheets. Okay, This is usually before anybody even talks to the seller or talks to the real estate agents. This is where every newbie spends their stupid, wasted time. Wasted time. Wasted time. So if you're watching this in the future, you're going to go, oh, dang, that's me. I want to underwrite. I want to comp a property. I want to do all these things. It's a waste of your time. Waste of your time. And I'll tell you why it's a waste of your time when I get to my first deal, which will take me a little bit of time to get there. Okay. We're here all day. So we'll have a lot of fun today. Yeah. See, John's like, I was about to get into the spreadsheets today. Yeah, bro. Stay out of them. Delete all of your spreadsheets off your computer. You'll make more money. Delete your stupid spreadsheets. You'll make stupid money. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. I want to know the why first, is what James says. Thank you, James. I appreciate that. I want to know the why first. Okay. And when you're new, you don't quite understand that, but I'll tell you why through these 25 deals that we'll go through today. Each one of these sellers had a why they did it. And when you understand the why, you start seeing patterns. And now you go, oh my gosh, I can find these deals with a click of a button, and I can ask the right questions to get to the root problem. And then I can go find people in the Subto community that can help me solve those problems. And I can make money with no money. It's crazy. It honestly, still to this day, as I drove up to my ranch, I bought it with $1 down payment. I'll tell you that story today. 20 acres. I'm driving around in my pasture with my 6-seater side by side. And I've got kids behind me on the inner tube as I'm dragging them around the pasture. We got like 5 inches of snow yesterday. And I'm sitting there driving around just going, how did I get this for $1 down? Oh yeah, I remember, because I didn't look at a stupid spreadsheet. I actually asked the seller, what the hell's going on and how can I help you? That's it. That's the game. All right. So I had the cheat code. I did have a cheat code where people that accuse me of starting with a silver spoon in my mouth, they're correct. I started here at 23 years old, understanding and building these chops right here, understanding the seller, extracting information, actually understanding, then going and doing. In the construction world, you go do an estimate. Okay. Now, where this is so aligned and like the parallel is so similar is that I would also have to go and compete. Okay. I had to go and compete against other offers, other estimates in the construction world. So when I started in real estate, wholesaling and fixing and flip, I had a lot of competition. I would go to a house, I would talk to a seller, understand the situation, and I'll tell you the story of my first deal here in a little bit, but I want to tell you a really cool story. And I would go and understand, I'd see all my competitors' business cards and their mailers and their postcards and all that kind of stuff. Everybody's competing against me. How do I beat these people? I knew how to beat those people because I was in construction. I knew how to beat those people. So a lot of what you guys are learning in your jobs, if you guys are in sales in any capacity, you're already learning how to do this. You're learning how to beat the average person. Now, there's so many parallels. One of the ways I made so much money in construction, and when I got that Open Door contract, I asked Open Door a couple of years later, like, why did you guys pick me? And they're like, you were the one guy that picked up his phone. Welcome to real estate too. Guys, the world is getting lazier. The world is getting more entitled. And to that I say, good. There is no competition. Literally less than 1% of 1% of people actually stay consistent and do what they say they're going to do. Less than 1% of people on the planet. Now, my circle of influence, as you rise through higher levels of circles of influence, my circle of influence today, it's 99% of people do what they say they're going to do, but those people are the 0.01 percentile of the entire globe, right? So as you raise up higher, you'll get into, like, let's say Subto community. Really, really high amount of people do what they say they're going to do. People in my free Facebook group say they're going to do a lot of things, but don't do a lot of things because they still have the mindset of lying to themselves, like me. Okay. So there you go. Integrity is a dying virtue. That is correct. And it's just going to get worse, which makes it even easier for you to compete. Again, when I was a contractor, I would get big contracts just because I picked up my phone. So that leads me into one of my cool, fun stories that I love. But this is the game. Okay. Understand the situation, extract and make sure you understand. Once you actually understand, then you can create a spreadsheet and an offer. Then number 5, you got to compete. And the way you compete is you follow up and you build rapport. It is such a basic business. Basic. Okay. There's a lot of little micro steps along the way that you obviously have to take. Let's say you call a seller and they don't answer. Well, now you got to write down, okay, I got to call them back. Got to remember these things. Like there's hundreds of those little things that I can't cover today that you'll just learn when you're in the stream of deals. Okay. Now, speaking of picking up your phone, one of the things that helped me get to where I'm at today is back in 2010, I get a call from a gentleman named Peter. Peter calls me up, and it was a Craigslist ad. At that time in 2012, so 14 years ago, I'm 26, 27 at the time. I get a call. I would put stuff on Craigslist almost every morning. Like, hey, I'm a painter. Hey, I'm a this. Hey, I'm a handyman. Hey, I can do this. And I would have my guys go do that work. And I would make obviously an arbitrage off individual guys, right? I like Jorge was one of my number one guys. I would pay him $200 a day. And that's like $400 a day today. And in today's money, it's good money. So, I would pay him $200 a day, but I would bill him out at like $350 or $400 a day. So I'm making just as much money, but Jorge's the one out going and doing the work. Okay. And pretty simple. Like I could go do that right now. I was at my park by my house actually a couple of weeks ago. This is really kind of fun to show you guys. Watch this. So I live in Mesa, Arizona most of the year, and the house I bought is one of the deals that we'll cover today. But I want to show you guys something really, really cool. This story that I have to tell you is exciting. So this is where I live. And one day, about a month ago, my wife I just could tell she needed some time, to herself. So what I did is I took all 3 kids and I drove down McClellan, down this road. I wrapped around McClellan right here. And I went to this little Kensington Grove park. And right here at this little park, there's a stand. You can't really see it, but there's a little, I'll show you. There's a little swing set and there's some little cute things that you can hang out. And I pull up and there's a family using this swing set, and I've got 2 little ones. So I'm like, dang it, swing sets are being used. That sucks. So my kids are jumping around on the jungle gym. I'm kind of just waiting for this family to leave. They've got 1 kid, it's a husband and wife. And sure enough, they leave. They go down this road. And about 20 minutes later, I've got both my kids in the little swing, and then Corbin's running around. So I've got Phil and Monday in the little swings that are, contained. And I'm kind of pushing both of them. And Corbin's running around doing the thing. And the husband comes back 20 minutes later just by himself. And he goes, excuse me, are you Pace Morby? I go, yeah, I'm Pace. How can I help you, man? What's up? And he says, dude, I'm just a young guy trying to build a family, and I'm trying to figure out like how to make money. And I've seen some of your videos and I just want to understand, how do I make more money? I go, cool. What do you do? Right? What do you do? And he then tells me, this is why this map is so important. And it's so funny. The things around you, you don't even realize they're there. Okay. Check this out. So I meet him here at Kensington Grove Park. You go around the neighborhood, you come back over here, and you'll pass by this grounds, right? All these little grounds, this like softball field and whatnot. And this kid tells me, I live in the mobile home right here, right next to the softball park. And I'm the landscaper that cleans up all the landscaping. I was like, okay. And here's my question. What else do you do? And he said, what do you mean? I go, what else do you do, bro? That's like a side hustle. That ain't no full-time job. That's a side hustle. Like I would do that in 3 hours a day. What are you talking about? He's like, well, I don't know. I don't have time. I go, dude, that's such a lie. For the rest of your life, never say you don't have time. Say I'm inefficient. Say that. Everybody has time. Even me. I have time every single day. You are inefficient. He's like, okay. I go, can I tell you how I would go make money? He goes, yeah. And I go, this is so cool that you live right here, because there's this amazing story I want to tell you. I'll tell you exactly what I would be doing and how you can do something similar to this too. So I go, have you seen the new house being built right here? This monstrous house being built? He goes, yeah. I go, did you ever see the cars that are outside, out front of this house? And he goes, no, I go, go drive by. You're going to see the name of, oh, you can't see him right now. Dang it. That sucks. Google map view is a little bit different. But if you scroll out, you'll see that there's these little white vans and white trucks out here. And each one of these trucks says Luxor Paint on the outside. Why is a paint company at this house when it's not even close to being ready for paint? Oh, sorry, I should be sharing my screen. Why is this house right here? Why is this house have these little white cars out front? It's not ready for paint. He's like, oh, I don't know. I go, do you ever notice that? He goes, no. I go, what's one of everybody's biggest problems is curiosity. You just walk around life oblivious to so many things around you. Let me tell you a story that hopefully opens up your eyeballs to start being more curious. Okay. And he goes, okay. I go, all right. So here's what's cool about this house. I live right by it. Like here's an empty field right here. And then my house is this blue little thing right here. This is my home. And this house is being built right here. He goes, okay. And he's confused by why I'm telling him all of this, right? He thinks like, okay, he's going to tell me about how this guy got rich or something like that. So my house is here. This guy is building this monster house. It's probably 14,000 square feet. It's huge. They've been working on it for 2 years. And I said, and I go, you're right here. Like, check this out, guy, bro. Like, you're right here. You're managing this park thinking you're busy. And meanwhile, not even 200 yards away, this guy is building a 15,000 square foot house. What does he know that you don't know? You're literally 200 yards away, bro. Like, what the heck? You know, you never stop and think. Like, I have this girl that works on my team. Her name is Rachel Burdick. And Rachel is, she's awesome. And as I was driving around my neighborhood one day and coming back from lunch with her, she says, what do all these rich people do? I go, what a great question, Rachel. Gosh dang it. Ask those questions more often. Like, what does that person do? How did they get there? Ask the questions. Be curious. I go, dude, here you are. You're spending all your time thinking you're busy. That's your problem. You're not busy. Get your job done faster than you normally would, and then spend your other hours doing this thing that I'm about to tell you. So I tell him, one day I'm his age. Ironically, I'm literally his age at 26 years old. And I get a call off one of my Craigslist ads. I just put Craigslist ads out, you know, every single day. They were free at the time. I think that now you have to pay $25 per one of these ads, but they were free at the time. So I'd like do one in the morning, one in the middle of the day, and one at the end of the day. And I just do 3 a day all the time. And I was overwhelmed with work. Always, always, always. So I get a call one day from a guy named Peter. And he goes, hey, you're a painter, right? I go, yeah, I'm a painter. And he says, I need somebody to paint 15 houses a week for me. I work for a company called Invitation Homes. I had no idea what Invitation Homes was. I want you to understand this entire story here. I want you to understand the entire story. For the people that are brand new here, this is the biggest problem I see with most people, is this exact moment that happens on this phone. This is everybody's biggest problem. And I go, Peter says, can you paint 15 houses a week? I go, no. And he says, are you in the business of saying no? Are you in the business of saying yes? And I'm like, I'm in the business of saying yes. And he goes, I suggest you figure out how to say yes to this opportunity. I work for a company called Invitation Homes, and they need 15 houses painted per week. You told me on your ad, you're a painter. Are you a painter or are you not a painter? I go, I'm a painter. He goes, I suggest you figure out how to say yes to this. Be in the business of saying yes. I was like, oh, okay. So I go, all right, he like pressured me into this. Okay. And I said, all right, guys, I would write these things down. I might not be as eloquent as Tony Robbins, but I promise you my stories are real and these things are life-changing moments. You might as well learn from my things and just skip the line. Okay. This took me years. So what ends up happening is I get off that phone call with him and I go, oh crap. Now I have somebody I could let down. It's so funny. We will lie to ourselves all day long, but we won't lie to a perfect stranger. Crazy how that is. We'll lie to ourselves all day long, but not to a perfect stranger. So I get off the phone and I call a company called Dunn Edwards. Okay. You guys don't have Dunn Edwards all over the country. Dunn Edwards is like Sherwin-Williams or Benjamin Moore. It's a paint company. So like if I type in Dunn Edwards, you'll see Dunn Edwards. They used to have a location in Tempe and they shut that down. Oh, wow. They have Dunn Edwards all over. That's cool. So at the time, Dunn Edwards was like all over Mesa and Tempe. They've obviously shrunk, but there was a location right here in the middle of Tempe. Okay. And I went down to this location. It's actually on Broadway. These things are important to me. I'm a weirdo. I love knowing like what actually happened and how. Okay, right here. This is the old Dunn Edwards building right here. Lavender. Went right here, and this is where you picked up your paint. Was right here in this corner. These things are important because you know these when there's real stories, it hits different. Okay, so right here on this little corner, I walk in the backside and I walk in where you pick up your paint, and I go to the counter, and I go, who buys the most paint here? I started thinking creatively, right? Something that I started realizing I'm really good. I go, all right, well, I can't paint. So let me find out who the biggest painter is. So I go to Dunn Edwards, who's buying the most paint? He goes, oh, this guy named Tom of Luxor Paints. Dude, this guy's in here 15 times a day. It's like the owner's picking up 15 different jobs every day. He's picking up a job of paint buckets. He's delivering it. He's like, we can't keep up with this guy. He's so busy. I'm like, all right, can I get his number? He goes, yeah, here you go. Boom. Gives me his number. So I call Tom and I said, hey, Tom, and I tell him the story. I go, I got a company that wants me to paint 15 houses a week and I can't fulfill that much. I'm just a solo operation, just kind of getting started in my own business. And I said, would you be interested in this? If you are, I'll charge you. Pay attention to me. This is the difference between wholesale and what I like to do in my life. I was about to wholesale this opportunity to him. I was about to sell it to him for an assignment fee, right? It wasn't really an assignment fee, but I said, pay me $2,500 and I'll just introduce you. That's as limited as my stupid creative brain at that time could think. And so I thought, if you give me $2,500, I'll give you this relationship. And he goes, he pauses on the phone and he goes, bro, I got some things to teach you. He goes, I want to keep you involved in the deal. Introduce me. Let's go take down this contract and I'll pay you $400 every job that I do. Every job I do, I'll pay you $400. And I was like, wow, really? He goes, yeah, you'll make $2,500 a week. He was wrong. I made $6,000 a week off of this. Here's what ended up happening. They gave us 15 jobs every week for 4 years. Tom and Luxor Paint went and built this. I got paid $6,000 every week for 4 years because of this one time I said yes. And more importantly, I didn't just sell the opportunity to somebody else for $2,500. I was so lucky to be between two men that put pressure on me and were kind of father figures for me for a while. And Mr. Bigelow, who's the guy who called me for the opportunity, Pete Bigelow, dude, him saying, are you in the business of saying yes, or are you in the business of saying no, changed my life for forever. And I learned arbitrage. I learned, oh my gosh, I don't even have to be the person that has the work. And I don't have to be the person that does the work, and I can make money on the spread. What the freak? And that's not the end of the story. This even gets really, really a lot way better. So Tom, the owner of Luxor Paint, he and I had like such a great time. He's like, all you got to do, Pace, is every Saturday, drive by all the jobs, take photos, just do that for me and do the invoicing, and you collect the money up front and then you pay me what's left. I'm like, are you kidding me? So I'm receiving like $60,000, $70,000 a week in checks, sometimes more. I would take my $6,000 off the top and give everything over to Tom. After I built a relationship long enough, I just was like, Tom, why don't you take the money? I don't have the ability to do all the accounting like you do. You take all the money and you just write me a check for $6,000. And that went on for three years. Okay. A year I was collecting the money. Man, this was so important for me to learn this, is that wholesaling is a temporary business. That's why out of these 25 deals I'm going to break down today, wholesaling is not even one of the 25 deals. Think about that. I have 25 types of ways to make money in real estate, and wholesaling is a bonus 26th. Because my brain started thinking differently before I even got into wholesale. I can make way more money structuring things properly, and everybody wins with proper communication. And there was no entitlement. That was the cool thing, is Tom never got entitled. Pete Bigelow never got entitled. Nobody ever got entitled. This went on for 4 years until Invitation Homes stops buying houses. It's another big lesson I learned, is that somebody's going to move your cheese. One day I'm making $24,000 a month just off one little thing that I checked in on a couple of hours a week. And then all of a sudden, boom, that's gone. But if you're smart, like I am smart. I'm a smart boy. My mom always told me I was a smart boy. I go, this isn't going to last forever. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to expand. And I would hire more people and grow into things. I got the contract with Open Door before this thing fell apart. And it fell apart in the most positive way. Tom and I, we gave each other hugs at the end of the 4 years, and Mr. Bigelow and I gave each other hugs at the end of the 4 years, and it went positively, went really, really well. And you think that's the end of the relationship. No, guys, I made $300,000 a year, made $1.2 million off saying yes to a Craigslist phone call. And more importantly, I had somebody that watched out for me that taught me a lesson about long-term relationships. So as I'm telling this story to the kid in the park, he's got chills. He's like, are you kidding me? Wow, that's so impactful. I go, bro, I'm not, this story isn't done, dog. And I said, you remember that house, right? Right down the road from my house. And it's right by you, dude. It's right by you, dude. Here we are over here in Mesa where I live, right? I'm over here at this park right here with this kid, Kensington Grove Park, having this conversation underneath this canopy. He lives right here wondering, how do I live in this mobile home that the church owns, and I do all the landscape. How do I make more money? Meanwhile, this dude's 300 yards away from him building this massive house, and I'm over here in a 11,000 square foot house, that I bought with creative finance, no bank, no credit, 2.9% interest rate, all of that. And I'm just, look at this, guys. This is the difference. It's not like you don't have people around you killing it and making a ton of money. It's just that couple of things. One, your eyeballs are not open. One, you say you're busy. I'm overwhelmed. No, you're not. You're a liar and you're inefficient, just like I was. So I said, so he then, this kid, I don't remember his name. I did give him my cell phone. He texted me, and we're going to get together, and he'll come to like a Subto meetup at some point in the next couple of weeks and meet some Subto members. And he says, so why the house? Like, why do you keep bringing up the house? I said, here's why. Because as I drove by this house a year ago when they were first building it, I saw these little white cars that were outside of the front of this house. And I was like, that seems weird. Luxor paint is out front of this house and it's not even ready to be painted. What the heck is going on? So I stop, I park right here, and I walk into the house and I start talking. And I talk to the contractor, go, hey, dude, what's up, man? Like, I see Luxor paint out here. Like, I'm friends with that guy, man. I haven't talked to him in probably 9 years. Are you Luxor paint? Like, what's up? Where's Tom? He goes, oh, this is Tom's house. We're building this massive 15,000 square foot house for Tom. I go, dude, that's freaking awesome. That's so awesome. I'm like, I'm going to text him. I haven't talked to him in 9 years, man. This is cool. I'm standing in his house that he's building. And the contractor goes, no, he's here. He's in the backyard. Let me go get him. And I walk back and I look at Tom. Tom looks up at me and he about starts to cry. And I about start to cry. I go, dude, you know how important you were to my life? Because of that money you helped me make, you got me into the next level. I made this much money. I built this. I did this. And I'm like almost about to cry right now thinking about how amazing this man was that took care of me and opened my eyes to what was possible. My dad only taught me how to just go trade time for money, not leverage things. And he says, Pace, I want you to meet my wife. Introduces me to his wife. He wasn't married at the time. And he says, our whole company talks about how this is the house that Pace built. I'm like, what? And he goes, dude, you came into my life at a moment where I needed that contract. I needed that contract with Invitation Homes. I needed those 15,000 houses. Dude, I needed that. Without that, he goes, that built my entire company. Now we do like $3 million a month in revenue. Here I am paying this 15,000 square foot house off with cash. And I'm like, I take a photo of me and Tom, and I sent it over to Pete Bigelow. And I was like, Mr. Bigelow, I just want to say thank you for forcing me to say yes. Thank you so much for forcing me out of my comfort zone. I am not the same person. And it was because you asked me, are you in the business of saying no? Or are you in the business of saying yes? Guys, creative finance and the things I'm going to talk about today have so much to do with this exact story. People are not resourceful. They're not around the right people. One of your biggest problems will be that you are not around the right people. Look at this. Let's go to this research. I've been following this study for a long time. Check this out. 25-year study, Harvard. Dr. McCullen, check it out. Dr. McCullen from Harvard has been following families for the last 25 years, okay? And he's learned, I want the Google breakdown of it. Anyway, I don't know where the link is. I should pull it up or like to the actual study, but look at all the media things. Gosh dang it. Does it say Instagram? No, Dr. McCullen, 25-year Harvard study, friends. Okay, check it out right here. Harvard's 75-year study on happiness found that close relationships are key to living longer and happier lives. That's not it. It's actually it's the one with Dr. McCullen, okay? 25-year study, friendship, McCullen. Okay, 99% of your success and 99% of your failure will come from the people that you associate with. So what Bigelow did for me wasn't just giving me an opportunity. He allowed me to be in his circle. Because I said yes, I was able to get into his circle. And I was able to be around him in a long enough period that I was changed forever. My kids owe him something. My wife owes him something. Every team member that I have on my team owes him something because this man let me change who I was by just being in his presence. Okay? Now, what's funny is Mr. Bigelow replies back to me, okay? And he replies back and he says, dude, I needed you to say yes. I was about to lose my job at Invitation Homes. I couldn't find anybody to say yes. And so I just freaking said that line to you. It was in a move of desperation to get somebody to say yes. And I'm like, are you kidding me? He goes, yeah, I was going to get divorced. I was going to lose my job and I couldn't find a painter to handle all this volume. I needed you to say yes. And so I had to I go, bro, you changed my life. You changed my life. Okay. And one phone call, one thing can change your entire life. Now, how does this have anything to do with real estate? It has everything to do with mindset, real estate, opportunity, leveraging. Where's the opportunity? How to collaborate with people. Literally all of the success I have in my life is based on the people I hang out with, right? This is why we built the Subto community, was so I could hang out with people that were like-minded, that wanted to do similar deal types as me, so I could exchange deals and ideas instead of being ridiculed by the cash people, the people on, all the forums that only do cash transactions. They would be, oh, those creative finance deals are not possible. Meanwhile, when you start seeing how to say yes to things, the cash people are the people that would have done the $2,500, hey, pay me $2,500, I'll introduce you directly to Mr. Bigelow. That's the old thought process, and the people that ridiculed me for so many years. The creative finance people are the people like, I'm going to figure out how to wedge myself into this deal and make money for the rest of my life. I'm so grateful that we were able to build a community of people that all saw the same thing as me, and I found my people. Okay. So I still, at this point, I was just grinding, right? 26, 27, 28, 29. I get a new client at age 29. Her name's Bethany. A lot of people know this story. And Bethany Willis is her name. She calls me up. She goes, hey, you have a good reputation. I'm a house flipper. I flip houses for a living, and I need a contractor I can rely on. I was like, okay, cool. Sounds great. And I go and I do a project for her, meaning my construction company did the construction on her first flip. We hit the timeline, the budget, the communication was on point. Everything was great. Then she gives me a second one, same thing. Then she asked me on her third house, show up early. I want to talk to you. I was like, okay. So I show up 30 minutes early to the estimate, to look at her house. And I said, all right, well, I'll just answer text messages until she gets here. Cool. I'm sitting in my phone. I'm sitting there in my phone. This is like the iPhone 4 was out, by the way. I mean, life has changed a lot. And she comes up to my glass door and she's boom, 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 slams, she slams her fist on my glass on my driver's side door. She's like, get out of the truck. I'm like, oh my gosh, she's so pissed off. Did one of my guys do something? Did one of my guys break a window or something? And she's like, pulls me out of the truck, gets me to the back, opens up the tailgate, tells me to sit down. So I get up on the tailgate and I'm looking at her and she's like, why aren't you in real estate? I'm like, huh? I am in real estate. What are you talking about? I am in real estate. She's like, you are not in real estate. You are a slave to my business, which is in real estate. You are a service provider. Okay. Wow. I'm a service provider. What about real estate agents? She says, real estate agents are not in real estate either. That's going to hurt a lot of people's feelings that are listening to this. Like, I am in real estate. No, you're not. You are as important to a real estate transaction as a title company or an escrow company. They are not in real estate. They are a service provider to people who are in real estate. Okay. Just like a concrete guy pouring a foundation of a building is not in real estate. He's a service provider to people who build the real estate and own the real estate. And Bethany taught me at the time, if you don't own the real estate or control the real estate, I didn't know what that meant, control the real estate versus own it. I didn't know what that meant at the time. She says, if you don't control or own the real estate, you are not in real estate. You are a service provider. You're as significant to the transaction as a mobile notary. And I didn't even really know what a mobile notary was at the time. But I'm like, okay, dang, this lady's horrible and she's mean. I thought that this lady was nice. Little did I know I needed this lady to talk to me this way. I needed this lady to beat me up a little bit. And you guys that went to the SquadUp Summit in 2024, I brought Bethany up on stage and I had thousands of people clap for her because she was another person that changed my life. It was never information that changed my life. It was always being part of a group, always being part of a community of people who are doing the things that I want to do, right? Well, Bethany says, you're not in real estate. You are a simple Google search away from being replaced I'll never forget that. You are a simple Google search away from being replaced. You are that insignificant to this house. This is my house, not your house. I could Google Arizona contractors and I could replace you tomorrow. She goes, guess who can't replace me? Anybody, because this is mine. I own this. I'm like, okay. She goes, I'm going to ask you again, why aren't you in real estate? And my answer was, I don't know where the money comes from. I don't know where the money comes from. Where does the money come from? She's like, that's really it? That's so stupid. Now, the fact that I'm going to break down 25 deal structures to you that don't require any money out of my pocket or credit or bank loans or W-2s, like it blows my mind. This lady changed my life. She put me on a path that changed my life, and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people after me. I was able to pass a torch that this lady forced upon me. She didn't hand this to me. She shoved it in my freaking face. And right there, she told me to pull out my phone. At the time, the iPhone 3 or iPhone 4 was out. She told me to pull out my phone, open up Safari, and I want you to Google a company called Yellow Letters HQ. Now, I would never do this now. This is very expensive. Do not do this. But this is how I got my first deal. I'm just about to turn 30. I'm 29 years old. This is like November, and then I turned 30 in February, the coming year. So I'm almost 30. And this is end of November, first part of December. And she convinces me to spend $5,000 on sending out mail to homeowners. And I'm like, but I don't have the money. She's like, shut up. I don't know how to, oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. She then calls me an asshole. She's like, you're such an asshole. Like, just do what I tell you to do. Stop being such an asshole. You keep asking all these questions. They're not going to help you. All these stupid questions are not going to help you. Action. Everything you want to learn and everything you want to earn is on the other side of action, not before it. Every stupid question you ask before is only making that wall you have to jump higher. And she drew this cool little diagram for me. And I'll draw it for you guys today. It's very simple. It takes 10 seconds. She says, here's you. Here's the money you want to make. And here's this wall that's keeping you from getting there. And this wall, Pace, is called action. And every stupid question you ask puts another block in front of that wall. And before you know it, those questions have made that almost impossible to surmount. This is most newbies, okay? Like, for example, when we launched the No One Left Behind Challenge, we've helped now 3,000 people get their first deal. 3,000 people have gotten their first deal. They join Subto, they get on a team with other closers and other people, and 3,000 people have gotten their first deal just in the last 4 months from doing this. And then there's a whole group of people that are like, no, I think I'm going to keep asking questions. That was me. And so she's like, here you are asking more questions, and it's almost impossible. Even if you try to muster yourself over this, your questions will just create more questions, which create more questions. And Pace, I'm going to tell you the truth. They're all fake questions because you've never spoken to a seller. You've never spoken to a real estate agent. You've never seen one deal one time. So the questions you're asking are completely fake. It's like what I told you guys earlier. Hey, Dad, I want to ask this girl on a date. Do you think I should take her for pizza, Italian, Thai food, pho, a burger? What do you think I should do, Dad? I don't know. What'd she say? Is she lactose intolerant? She have a nut allergy? Like, tell me more about the girl. Oh, I don't know. I've never talked to her yet. That was me. That was literally me saying, I'm going to get started in real estate and ask questions. It's like, why are you just take the action. What are you doing? And I learned something recently. Okay. I learned something recently. Somebody says something, and maybe you guys have seen this on Instagram. This guy says, trying to learn everything about what you want to do before you do it is like a doctor, right? Somebody who wants to become a doctor reading all the medical books before they enroll in medical school. Would that make sense for them to read all the medical books and spend all this time and energy reading all the medical books before they actually enroll in the college? Does that make any sense? No. But that's what so many people do before they just jump into real estate and they get started is they ask these questions. There you go. David Rubio says, you become a professional student. I don't want to be a professional student. Okay. Stephanie Bartisa says, no, but that's what I do. Okay. Well, that's not helping you. You already know that's not helping you. Now, the next question you have to ask is this. Do you really want it? Next question. Do you really believe you deserve it? Because I can tell you so many people have therapy in their pipeline. They need to go to therapy because they don't believe it. They came from a family that's poor. They came from a poor background. They never saw anybody have success. They never saw somebody go spend $1 million on a home. They don't know anybody that has $1 million cash in their bank. And so they don't see what that world looks like. It's very similar to this kid that I'm sitting there talking to at this park. That this kid, you're so close to what success looks like, right? You're so close to what success looks like. You don't even realize how close you are because you're not asking the right questions or being with the right people. Look at this kid sitting here in this mobile home, wondering, how do I make more money? And then this guy over here is building a 15,000 square foot house. It's all around you. You just have loser friends. Your family is not helping you at all. This is me too. Okay. Me too. Your friends don't make money. You're never going to make money. Your friends aren't doing cool things. You're never going to do cool things. And why do you continue to choose to spend the time with them? Because maybe you have a worthiness issue. Maybe you believe you're not worthy of it. That's not a conversation we're going to have today, but like, really, do you want to spend your whole life feeling like you're unworthy? The only person that's going to change that is you. You have a worthiness issue. So what you do is you make up excuses to ask every question in the book so you can mentally trick yourself into believing you're doing something. You're not doing anything. Asking questions about how to paint a house doesn't paint me a house. Asking questions about every little thing. Guys, we only learn things as human beings by doing it. And then we own that information by doing it and then teaching somebody else. That is how human beings retain information. Okay. If you are not pairing up with people inside of Subto, you are never going to win. Never. Never, 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 never. This is not a solo sport. Real estate is a team sport. You need people around you. Okay. So again, I don't know if you guys know this, but today's the last day to join the No One Left Behind Challenge for January, where we pair up in teams and give everybody a closer for their team. And all you have to do as a new person is set appointments for them without even cold calling. You're just having agents talk to them and you're teeing up appointments. Unbelievable. Get on a team. Get on No One Left Behind Challenge right now as fast as possible. Okay. Does somebody have a link for the No One Left Behind Challenge in the side chat? Can we throw that in for people? Okay, cool. And by the way, if you guys are over on YouTube, we are on, let's see, we've got a couple hundred people over on YouTube. If you guys are on YouTube, get over here on Zoom. It's a lot better over here on Zoom. I can see all the chats over here. I'm putting that in the side right now and I'm pinning it. Come over to Zoom. It's a little bit easier to chat with people and get to know people, etc. Okay, cool. So here's what ends up happening with Bethany. Bethany tells me, go spend $5,000. Man, we teach people how to get leads now for free. Okay, what's cool about this business is you can spend almost no money and get access to way better leads than I had 12 years ago for spending $5,000. But what happened for me is this is what Bethany tells me. She goes, go get another phone, right? You've got your one phone, go get a second phone. And that second phone needs to be only dedicated to the mail that you sent out. So on that mail, that postcard and the direct mail you're sending to people, it needs to have its own dedicated phone number so people call only that number. So when that phone rings, you know it's not your construction phone. You know it's your real estate phone. I go, okay. She called her phone the bat phone. Okay. So I go, all right, cool, done, no problem. So I buy a new phone. I turn it into the bat phone. Today I still have that number. Molly holds it. Okay. And Molly has it in her office and sits there, and we still get phone calls from it years and years later from referrals and all sorts of things all the way back. 480-819-9295, I believe is the number. I still remember I haven't even touched it in 10 years. So same phone number. Still to this day, it was that important to me. And here's what happens. This is where I was in my life at the time. I've already gone through the Luxor paint stuff, the invitation homes. I've made all this money. Life is good. I've got big crews. But one thing I can tell you I had not solved at the time is I had not solved the ability to finish a gosh dang project with all the little details that every customer expected. I couldn't figure that out with my existing crew. Like my crew was really good, but that last 2-week stretch, I had to be there every day, like hitting on them for the blue tape items and the little nick on the drywall here. And hey, this baseboard has a dent in it. And hey, that toilet's a little crooked. And that light thing is, punch crew. I was my own punch crew. Okay. So I would be the one installing the toilets and I would be the ones doing the thing. I'm making $1 million a year and I'm doing this. It was the one thing I could not find to be reliable for me. I had one guy that was doing punches on other houses, but like I was doing them on houses as well. So here it is. I spend $5,000 at Yellow Letters HQ. Again, do not do this. I'm just being very specific about where my leads come from. I am not telling you to go use Yellow Letter HQ. I don't even know if they're still in business. I'm just telling you who I used at the time. And I spend $5,000. They knew exactly what the postcard should look like, what it should say, where it should be sent. Guys, that was a mind melt for me. Is that I felt like I had to go figure out all this information back in 2011 and 12. The reality is people had been doing this business for 50 years prior to me, and people had figured it out to a science that all I had to do was call a company, give them $5,000. They knew where to send the letters, how to send them, what colors they should be, what font, what size. They knew it all down to the freaking T. And I'm sitting here going, oh my gosh. I kept telling myself I was going to get started in real estate 7 years ago. Meanwhile, I just was missing that piece of information, yellow letters HQ, to start getting a phone to ring where people want to sell their house to me. That was it. Okay. Oh my gosh. That's so stupid, but it's always these little tweaks, these little minor tweaks that you need to change. Like, are you in the business of saying yes, or are you in the business of saying no? That little thing that Pete Bigelow said to me changed my life for forever. Right. So finding out yellow letters HQ, dropping $5,000, which I would not teach people to do that today. Here's what ends up happening. I'm on my hands and knees, middle of the afternoon. It's like a Friday. I'm in the middle of the afternoon installing a customer's toilet because my guys would always mess it up. They'd have the bolts sticking up too high. They wouldn't grind the bolts off. They wouldn't put the bolt covers on. They wouldn't put a big enough wax ring on. It's just stupid. They wouldn't caulk the bottom of the toilet. And I just was like, all right, people love their toilets, right? It's their throne. I'm going to make sure my customers' toilets are dialed in. So I'm literally on my hands and knees installing this toilet, and I feel the phone ring for the first time. Right. This is a couple of weeks later. My now leads are coming. I go, oh my gosh. Now, what did I immediately do? Everybody that's brand new, I want you to understand where I was 11, 12 years ago in this real estate business. Where was I? I was in a place that when a phone call came into me, even though I'd been landing $1 million jobs and doing this big stuff and arbitrage, and I was smart and I could talk to people and I learned how to sell a construction job and compete and follow up. I knew all these principles. The second when that phone rang and I knew it was a real estate lead, I subconsciously avoided it by saying, well, I'm busy right now. I'll call them back later. Doesn't seem like me, but that's who I was 11, 12 years ago. Okay. Now, not only did I get one phone call that day, I got a second phone call as I was driving. Same thing. Oh, I'm busy. I'm driving. I'll call them back. What was really going on, my friends? Give me an answer in the side chat. What was really going on? I was afraid. I was afraid. I did not know what to say. I did not know how to talk to them. Okay. I was so fearful that I had the opportunity staring at me right in the face. This is after I learned the principle of, are you in business of saying yes? Are you in the business of saying no? And I already knew the principle of when you say yes, magical things happen. So still, I'm human. I have new things that I run into, and I was avoiding that. Now it's like, you got a TV show on A&E. You got the top selling, the number one book that Bigger Pockets ever wrote, the number one seller at Bigger Pockets. How is it that the person that wrote that book was afraid to answer a phone call from somebody who wanted to sell their house? Forget about calling a foreclosure, somebody losing their house and didn't want to sell their house. I was afraid to answer a phone call from somebody calling me saying, please come give me an estimate on my house. That's how afraid I was. Okay. So what ended up happening is I get home, I'm talking to my wife. My wife says, how was your day? So on and so forth. Hey, Laura says, did you get any leads yet? Have you know that $5,000 you spent? Did you get any leads yet? And I go, yeah, I got 2 calls today. And I'm kind of bragging to her a little bit like, yeah, I got 2 calls today. So many people, so many men will act like they did something in their business to their significant other, their spouse. But the truth was, I should have told her, I did get calls, but I was too afraid to answer them. I just didn't want to say that to her. And I see so many men will lie, straight up lie. I didn't intend, like, lie to my wife. I said, yeah, I got these, but I was excited. Like I done something, you know? And she goes, what'd they say? I go, oh, I got to call him back. Like I was busy doing X, Y. She's like, Pace. And my wife is not somebody to call me out, right? I'm alpha in my house. My wife does not call me out on anything. My wife is full on, like, whatever you say, you're the leader. I'm here to support you. We're a very traditional relationship. And she says, sweetheart, like when we go to dinner and you pull up to the restaurant and you see a line, you will go to Taco Bell over waiting for a nice restaurant you've been craving for 3 weeks. You're not going to wait in line. Do you think these customers who are calling you to buy their house are going to wait for you to call them back tomorrow? And honestly, it's way worse to call them back. They called you, like, what the heck? And I go, dang it. Now I've got somebody putting pressure on me. Thank goodness for a good wife. You know what I'm saying? So I pick up the phone and I went to answer the call. Now, guys, if you aren't learning something right now, I don't know if you guys are paying attention. Is everybody picking up these micro lessons that I'm dropping right now? Are you guys understanding how powerful it is? Because I'm going to jump into some really creative structures today. And you're going to ask, but how did you get started? And how did you learn this? I'm telling you what my journey was so you understand I came from nothing. Okay? When I came home from my mission in Korea, I lived in Korea from 19 to 21 years old. I knocked doors speaking a third or a second language, and I knocked tens of thousands of doors trying to sell Jesus to people door to door. When I came home, my dad had emptied my bank account from all my savings. I had nothing. I had to start from scratch at 21. I went and got a job as a bill collector for Dillard's Bank. I went and bought a Dodge Dakota single cab stick shift. It's all I could afford. And it was my first creative finance deal I'd ever done. Oh man, I got to tell you guys this story. Gosh dang, this is my first creative finance deal I ever did when I was 21. I didn't know it was creative finance at the time, but like this is how I got started. I come home from my mission at 21. My parents had taken all my money. Why? Because my dad was in legal troubles, and he calls me up and I'm on my mission in Korea. It's Mother's Day. It's the only time you can talk on it. As a Mormon missionary, you can only talk to your parents twice a year, Mother's Day and Christmas. So I'm on the phone talking to my mom for Mother's Day. I'm in Korea. My mom obviously is in United States. And my dad goes, hey, I need to talk to Pace. So my dad says, hey, I need some money. I know you have all the savings for when you get home. I just need a little bit of it to like get me through. And I go, sure, Dad, no problem. Give him the access to the information, do the thing, get him everything he needs to get into my bank account. What does homeboy do? I didn't find out until I got home, but when I got home, I had nothing, zero, zilch. Everything was gone. I had no money saved up. Okay, cool, no problem. People have been in way worse situations than me, way worse situations than me. I came home, I went and got a job, and I went and worked at Dillard's Bank, and I saved up enough money from Dillard's Bank within like 30, 60 days to get my first cell phone. Like I didn't even have a cell phone when I got home. Couldn't afford a cell phone. I'm 21 years old. I have no car. I'm living at my sister's house in her extra spare bedroom. I'm walking to the bank. I'm working at the bank doing bill collecting. And I get my first check. I go get my first phone, Motorola Razr. My first cell phone ever was a Motorola Razr. And then I hear on the radio, or I don't hear on the radio, my sister hears on the radio. Harmony is my sister's name. And she goes, I'm home one night, I'm eating dinner in the kitchen. My sweet sister says, hey, I heard this this radio advertisement today saying they're doing a big tent sale at this place. Why don't you get over there and see if you can get a car? I was like, I just barely got some money. She says, well, they'll do like $500 down and they'll give you a loan and whatever else. I was like, okay, cool. That's okay. Sounds good. Guys, I have no credit, nothing, zero zilch, nothing. And I go and I take the bus an hour to this freaking thing. I had to transfer a bunch of times. I could take the bus and I go to this big tent sale, massive, like white tents at this big dealership. And I walk in, it's pandemonium. It's like craziest sale there I've ever seen in my life, still to this day. And I'm standing around, no salesperson's available. And I'm just like, all right, well, I don't know. I walk over to this car, and I then get this guy that comes up to me. He's a sales guy, obviously drunk, so drunk, like he's drunk. They're like giving champagne out to people. It's a thing. It's a party type of like sales event. Homeboy's drunk. And he comes up to me and goes, what do you need? And I tell him my situation. Dude, I'm fresh off the boat. Like I came from Korea like 2 months ago. I've just got my first cell phone. He's like, I can get you. I'll get you a car, guaranteed. I'm like, all right. So we walk over. He goes, all right, tell me your thing. What's your credit? I go, I don't have credit, dude. He goes, okay, so that means you don't have bad credit. He winks at me. He's like, at least you don't have bad credit. Winks at me. He goes, I can get you, what do you think you could afford? I go, I probably could afford like $300-400 a month, something like that. He's like, all right, let's go get. So he finds this white Dodge Dakota, single cab, stick shift. And he goes, I'll get you into this thing. I go, okay. I sign a couple of documents and he hands me the keys. And I drive away in this freaking thing, barely knowing how to drive stick shift. And I get to work. The next day at Dillard's Bank, where I did collections, I open up my cell phone to like text this girl that I was texting. And my supervisor comes over to me And my supervisor says to me, hey, you can't use your phone here. What are you doing? You can't use your phone here. And I go, are you kidding me? I got a car now, bro. You can't just be bossing me around. I'm my own boss. And I got up and I walked out of dealer's bank, and that was the last time I ever had a job. I was like, I'm out of here. You're going to tell me what to do? See ya. And I get in my car. I'm like, hell yeah. I'm like, oh crap. How am I going to make money? But thank goodness to my parents, I knew exactly how to go paint. So I go, I got a truck. I can go post on Craigslist. I can start getting paint jobs. Easy. And that's what I started doing. I started working jobs. Now, here's what happened. About 3 weeks later, I'm like, dude, what's going on? Like, who do I make my payments to? Okay, who do I make my payments to? I got payments I got to make on this truck, right? And what ends up happening is the dealership calls me up and they go, hey, we need you to return that truck. I'm like, I'm not returning this truck. Come find me. Your sales guy told me he could get me in this truck. I've been driving it for 3 weeks. And they're like, no, you're not approved. Like that guy was he was fired. Like he was a temporary salesperson. We pulled from another dealership. He didn't even really work for us. I was like, well, he was in your tent and he told me he could get me into this loan. And I go, I'm not giving this truck back. Guys, I'm destitute. Like I have no money. I just got my job. I just got my truck. I now am like doing paint jobs out of the back of the truck. I already got paint stains in the back of the truck bed and they want me to return the truck back. So this finance lady calls me back up. She goes, hey, the owner of the dealership says that he'll sell or finance the truck to you. I'm like, hey, what? What's that? Excuse me? She goes, if you can make $500 payments to him directly, he'll sell you the truck. I was like, done. Are you okay? So that's great. So no bank loan? She goes, well, he's going to give you a loan, but it's a personal loan. He's the seller of the truck. He owns the truck, right? He's the dealership owner. He owns the truck and he'll let you just make us payments and you can just make a $500 payment. I'm like, how? She's like, you could drop off a check. You could, deposit it here, blah, 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 blah. And we worked out the thing. I'm sitting here going, I just bought a truck, no bank, no credit. This is crazy. Oh my gosh. Didn't even equate that to I could do that with real estate. I could do that with businesses. I could do that with whatever. That was the first creative finance deal I ever did was 2003. Holy crap. And I get my first truck. Okay, cool. Guys, like it's that simple. It truly is that simple. Somebody has a thing. I want that thing. How can I make more money from it than it's going to cost me? That's how you underwrite a deal. I will break that down for you as we get into the details of these deals, but that is underwriting. The truck could make me $6,000 a month as a painter, and it cost me $500 plus gas. My truck cost me about $800. Did I just underwrite the deal? Is that truck a good investment of my money? I put in $800 insurance, gas, maintenance, payment, $800 a month, and I go make $6,000. Is that a good investment? There you go. I just underwrote the deal. It's the same thing with real estate. Same thing with business. Money in, money out. Energy in, energy out. That's it. You guys want to get into your stupid spreadsheets? It's as simple as that. Somebody has something I want. I can take that something and I can make more money with it than it's costing me. I can make something happen. Perfect. And when I started learning creative finance later, this all made more sense to me. I went back. I was like, oh my gosh, I was right in front of my face. I just didn't even know it. Creative finance is everywhere. Oh my gosh. Anyway, back to the story about, where I was fearful of talking to this person. Guys, I'd been on a mission, knocked doors in Korea. I'd been through things. I had a brother that took his own life. I went through depression. I wrote a suicide note. When I was 24, I was going to drive my car head on into a diesel truck and kill myself. I was going through a divorce. I've had things happen to me. But even after I've gotten through all of those things and I got better as a human being, at the age of 29, 30, I was afraid of answering a phone call from somebody who wanted to sell their house to me. It wasn't me cold calling. It wasn't me, like having to knock a door on a foreclosure. It was literally a seller calling me off of my advertisement, my mail. And I was afraid. Now, why? Why the heck am I telling you this story? Because as I get into these details later into the day, you're going to ask yourself the question of like, well, yeah, but Pace this and Pace that, and he knows all these things. Have I established where I was, guys? Does this help you understand that anybody can do this business? Give me a yes. Okay. It is helpful for the people who already know these stories. Hey, guys, everybody that showed up a little bit late, do me a favor, please. And like, don't promote your stuff in today's Zoom. Please just like let today be a networking thing. If you guys want to promote your stuff, connect with people off the Zoom chat. Let's keep the Zoom chat clean, please, my friend. Okay. No spamming today. So it's like, here's my 17 things and here's my blink card. Not today. Let's do that in Subto family night. Don't do that in here tonight. Okay. So here's the thing. You need to understand anybody can do this. And you need to understand that this business is actually very simple. And you also need to understand that fear is a part of it. It is not okay to be fearful. It is a requirement to be fearful. It is a requirement. All of these challenges are a requirement. Shut that part of your brain off of like, how do I overcome fear? You don't. It is a requirement. If you are fearful, that means that you care. We're talking about people's number one asset right here, their home, their business, their car, whatever it is that you're going to buy and acquire through creative finance. It's their number one asset. You better be fearful. It is a requirement. You better be fearful of their outcome and understand where they're going. Okay. So my wife and I are in the kitchen. She's reminding me how silly I am that I didn't answer those 2 phone calls. And I then go, okay, oh, you're right. I should call them back tonight. So I go to grab the phone and I go to pick up the phone and a third call starts coming in. It's like 8 o'clock at night, literally 8 o'clock at night. And another call starts coming in. I was like, oh my gosh. Hello? That's how I answer my phone. The phone that I spent $5,000 on leads for, people are now calling off of my postcards and my mail. And my answer was, hello? Guys, it does not matter. It's amazing to me how silly I was, and I overthought all of that. Okay. So what happened is this lady, her name is Janie Munson. That's the first seller I ever bought a house from, Janie Munson. Janie Munson says, well, is this Pace? Like, I got your postcard and says you buy houses. She's like confused at how stupid I am to answer the phone by saying hello. I go, yeah, this is Pace. How can I help you? Oh my gosh, like so bad. So bad. She says, well, your letter says that you buy houses cash and you close in 10 days. And I'm sitting there like, oh, it does? I didn't know what my letter really said. Yellow Letters HQ built it. I had no idea. I didn't sit down there and like craft my letter. Yellow Letters HQ is like, give us $5,000. We'll make a letter that works. That's how little I knew about this business. Okay. And I go, okay. She goes, so do you want to come see the house? And I was like, yeah, hold on a second. Let me ask my partner real fast. She's like, okay. I put this poor lady on hold at 8 o'clock at night to go call Bethany, the lady who convinced me to spend the $5,000. So I go over to the other line. I go, hey, Bethany, it's Pace. I got a seller on the other line. She says she wants to sell the house. What do I do? I don't know the value. She's like, oh my gosh, you asshole. Go on the appointment. Set the appointment. Go see her house. And I was like, but what do I offer? She's like, you're asking too many questions. Go take the action. Click. Hangs up on me. Thank goodness for somebody like Bethany Willis. So I go back to the other line. I go, hey, Janie, yeah, I'd love to go to the house. What's available to you? She goes, tomorrow? So tomorrow's Saturday. And I go, as I'm driving up to the house, I'm texting Bethany. I go, what do I offer her? Like if the number comes up, what do I offer her? And she says, give her no more than $150,000. I go, okay, done. That's all I need to know. Okay. But what about the paperwork? She goes, you're not at the paperwork yet. Stop asking questions about the paperwork. You know how many people ask questions about the paperwork? Like people will join Subto, the Subto community, just because they're like, I want access to the paperwork. Guys, the paperwork is not the important thing we teach. Yes, of course, we have the best paperwork. It's updated every 6 months. Of course, Subto has the best of the best of the best. It's the dumbest reason to join Subto. Even though it's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, that is the lesson I learned is like, don't even worry about the paperwork. Okay. So I'm like, what about the paperwork? You know? Okay. If you don't have a seller or an agent that you're communicating with, paperwork should be not even a question you have. Okay. So I'm on my drive up there. I go up to the house. I'm knocking the door. I'm like having to pee a little bit because I'm so nervous, right? Going up to this lady's house. But meanwhile, this lady asked me to come to her house. She called off my letter. She called me, not the other way around. I didn't have to convince her. She had to convince me to go to her house. That's how afraid I was. Okay. So I end up going in the house and we walk into the kitchen. I don't even know to look through the house other than I'm really curious about her. And I think that this is a big part going back to the construction thing. Why did I bring this up earlier? I brought this up earlier that I have a cheat code. All right. For people that tune in a little bit late, here was my cheat code. As a contractor, if you guys remember, I would go to people's houses just like I am here. I go to their house. I understand their situation. I extract more information than they're giving me so I can actually understand what's going on. Then I can do an estimate and then I can compete on that house. I already had the cheat code. I just didn't realize I did. Okay. So I had these natural inclinations to just walk into the kitchen. Why did I walk into the kitchens? Because as a contractor, that's the first place you go. Everybody wants you to remodel their kitchen. You walk right into the house, go right to the kitchen. It was just a habit for me. So I did have the cheat code, but now I'm giving the cheat code to you. So I walk into the house, we go into the kitchen, and we're kind of like on opposite ends of the island. This house is from the 1970s. You can tell that like nothing's been renovated. This is now 2011, 2012. So it's a 40-year-old house, right? Old carpet, same carpet from 40 years ago. Hot water heaters on its last leg. The windows are single pane windows. Roof is obviously like needs to be redone, everything. And I look down on our countertop. Okay. I look down on our countertop and I see postcards from other investors, business cards from real estate agents wanting to list the house. And I asked one of the greatest questions I've ever asked in my life, and I ask it almost every time, is I say, what's kept you from selling the house, Janie? What's kept you from selling the house? Like, why am I here? Oh, man, I cannot explain to you how powerful that question is because it's genuine curiosity. It's not some stupid script. It is genuine curiosity. Aren't you curious, my friends? Everybody on here today, aren't you curious why this lady who already has postcards and like business cards from real estate agents, are you not curious why why you called me? Why did you call me? All right, there you go. Robin is pointing out most people would ask dumb questions like, so it's a 3-bed, 2-bath house. Guys, you know how many, I've bought thousands of houses. I have 2,100 rentals in my portfolio. Not one time have I asked, not one time have I asked, how many beds and bath does the house have? Not one time have I ever asked that stupid question. How's the windows? Tell me about the roof. Tell me about not one time have I ever asked that question. If you do that and you learn from people on YouTube that are teaching you to do that, those people do not have a portfolio. They're just wholesalers. And it's fine to learn from a kindergarten teacher, first grade teacher, second grade teacher, third grade teacher, fourth grade teacher, fifth grade teacher, and sixth grade teacher, but it's not okay to keep going back to elementary. Are you guys Billy Madison? Do you want to keep going back to elementary because you never graduated? It is a childish thing to ask a seller about the details of their house. You are a child. The house is not what you are building the relationship with. It is the human being, the person that needs your help. So I asked Janie, what's kept you from selling the house? Like, I see all these people you're meeting with. She goes, well, I have an offer at $165,000. And I'm a retiring school teacher and I'm moving to Oregon. And we get into this 30-minute conversation about where she's going, what she's doing. And I asked her, genuine curiosity. This is another thing that nobody ever asks. All right, so you sell the house to me. Where are you going to live? Like, paint that picture for me. And I shut my stupid mouth. Let them tell you. Paint the picture. Don't you guys like going to the movies? I want to know who's this character? Where are they going? Why are they going there? What's happening? I want to know all the people that are around them and why are they making this decision? I want to know everything about that human being. This is why I win. I didn't know it until later, but this is why I win. And so she says, you know, I'm a school teacher, this, that, and the other. This is my last asset. I need more than 165 because I don't want to work anymore. I don't want to spend the rest of my life, you know, working. I want this house. I want to get as much as I can from this house so I can retire from it. Okay, cool. Now I know the why. I know why you're selling this. I know where you're going. I know why you're going there because you have family there. You're going to Oregon. Your sister lives there. You're going to move in with your sister. You're going to split the rent. Totally makes so much sense for me. Oh my gosh, I got it. Awesome. And now I'm curious. So when you're brand new, the number one thing you can be is curious and genuinely curious, not like reading off of a script. As people give you information, you ask different questions, right? You meet a new person at a meetup. You go on a date with a new girl. You're not going to ask every girl the same questions. Silly. Like, think about how dumb this is. I know that when you're brand new, give me a script. Bro, did somebody give you a script when you took your first girl on a date? And by the way, ladies in here, do you like it when a man sits down at a table with you and goes, okay, so I got this script. I downloaded it from ChatGPT. What is your favorite color? What are you talking about? Notice things about them. What are they See, Stephanie's like, oh Lord. That's the thing that so many real estate investors do is they want to follow a script. Are you not genuinely interested in the human being? Here's what I notice when I walk into a house. The photos on the wall, the china cabinet, the cool little thing over here, the picture of a dog or whatever else. I notice things, okay? I notice these things. And I ask questions. Who's that? Who's this? Oh, that's cool. Oh my gosh, boom, boom, boom. Are you not interested in the human being? If you need a script, you need to be more curious. Write that down. If you need a script, you need to be more curious. And you need to care about the human being more. That's it. Okay. So, and I've been on hundreds of appointments with other newbies where I'll sit there and I pay attention to them. And even nervously, with their nervous energy and their nervous sweats, when they just are curious and they really want to know, all the nervousness goes away because the seller and the conversation around the house and the windows and the bed bath count. Hey, I'm going to really? Guys, I don't know any one of my friends that's operating real estate at a high level that's ever gotten a deal by asking about the details of the house. Never once. Okay. So Janie says, well, the reason I haven't sold my house, the reason you're here is I'm trying to get a higher bid. I'm trying to get a number. Okay. I've been here before. I've done so many estimates. I've been in so many houses. I've talked to so many people about their house that I realized that every time I got a bid, it was all about just loving on the person every single time. Okay, cool. So she says 165. What's my problem? What's my problem? My problem is Bethany on the drive up there texted me, I only could give her 150. Janie's saying she has a bid at 165. Now at the time, I had no idea what Subto was, seller finance was. I could have probably gotten, knowing now just a month later what I learned a month later after this appointment, I could have offered her something completely different and gave her even more money. She could even still to this day be getting a check from me. And that's what's so cool about creative finance is like now when I do know the situation, I can actually really help the seller out with so many things. Now, why is this story with Janie so important? Why am I taking my time on it? Some people think, oh, Pace is taking his time. He's slow. No, guys, this is the method. Everything you want to learn is right here. Everything else, some negotiating strategy, some lowball, blah, blah, blah. It's a waste of your time. I will put me against
anybody on the planet to close a deal because I simply care more about the human being than anybody else. At least I'm confident that I do. I will beat you every time. I will beat you every time because I will get the seller what they need and what they want, and meanwhile structure in a way that I get way more. It's very similar to the Luxor paint story. Okay. I was willing to just let go of that thing for $2,500, and Tom stopped me and goes, no, let's all win. I now know that for real estate, right? So I go, okay, well, cool. Janie, this is awesome. I think personally, I think you should take that 165 offer because I can't help you. It's literally what I told her. I said, I'm probably not your buyer. I say that in almost every conversation. So if you want a script, if you have not said, I'm probably not your buyer, at least one time in a conversation when you first talk to a seller, you are in the wrong business. You need to say, I'm probably not your buyer, but let me give you some advice, right? I've taken myself back as somebody trying to close them. I'm probably not your buyer, but let me give you some advice. So I told her, I go, I'm probably not your buyer. My advice, like if you were my sister, my mom, my friend, I'd say take the 165. She's like, now Janie doesn't trust people, right? Because school teachers deal with a lot of crap. They deal with politics. They deal with principals manipulating them. They deal with parents that are constantly trying to play games with them. Man, you think being a teacher is hard for having kids around you? The parents are devils, right? So she deals with dishonest, manipulative people all day long. And so she did not believe me. And she said, this is a game, right? You're trying to anchor me. I didn't know what anchoring meant. What anchoring is telling somebody, I can't give you 165, go do your deal somewhere else. And then when you finally give them your offer, it's like 140. It's really, really low. So that when you come up to 150, they feel like they won. That's anchoring. Okay. Yeah. Chris says sellers are liars. Yeah. Actually, that's my most infamous quote is, I put it on a hoodie. Buyers are liars. Sellers are worse. All day long. Absolutely. Now your job is to get the truth out of them. Okay. As much as you can. How do you do that? You do that by asking about their bedroom, bathroom count and like what color the paint on the house is and what year the garage spring is and the hot water heater. Dumbasses. People that are on YouTube going, all right, tell me about that. I'm watching their calls. I'm like, bro, no wonder you do not have a portfolio of houses and you're still wholesaling. If you're still wholesaling after 5 years and you don't have a portfolio on top of wholesaling, you're Billy Madison. You're still in kindergarten and you have to keep going back and back and back because you have not graduated. Welcome to graduating. You got to start flipping houses. You got to start owning things. Okay. So Janie says to me, she says, so you're anchoring me. I go, I don't even know what anchoring means, Janie, but maybe, I don't know. She goes, you're trying to lowball me. I go, I'm not even going to give you my number. If I gave you my number, it would offend you. I'm definitely not going to offend you. She goes, no, give me your number. I'm like, I'm not going to give you my number. And she goes, okay, well, what should we do now? I go, I guess I leave. I remember that line more than any other line. I said, I guess I leave. She goes, okay. So we start walking to the front door. I was in the house for 45 minutes. We built rapport. We talked about Mrs. Greenwell. I had a crush on Mrs. Greenwell in 9th grade. I had a crush on Mrs. Rose and a crush on Mrs. Heredia. All my school, I didn't tell her I had crushes on these teachers because that's kind of creepy. But I told her how much I loved my teachers and how they were so important to me and the people who educated me and loved on me, right? And I built rapport that way. She's like, you're 30. You still remember your teacher? I'm like, are you kidding me? Remember everything about them. They're amazing. These women changed my life, right? So I did spend time building rapport with her. I spent time talking about things that were important to her, not about me. She didn't know anything about my wife or my kids. She didn't know anything about that kind of stuff. I just talked about how I really, really loved her. Okay. Now, or loved my teachers and like that profession. So as I'm leaving, I start walking out the door and I'm in the door jam. I remember the door jam against my back and my truck is to the right. At the time I had a blue F3 or F-150. And I looked to my truck and I was about to go out and I was like, hey, hold on. Is there anything I can do to help you? Like, I know I'm not going to buy the house, but like, is there anything I can do to help you? And she says, you want to help me, but you don't want to buy my house. Like, I don't get that. That's so weird to me. Like, what are you, a Boy Scout? And I was like, yeah, I am a Boy Scout, actually. And what's funny part about this story is sometimes when I tell this story on stage, I tell the story about how my mom and my dad would not let me get my driver's license until I had my Eagle Scout. And so I was forced to get my Eagle Scout. I'm so grateful I had it. But at the time I would ask my mom, why do I need to get my Eagle Scout? All my other friends are not getting it. All right. Again, people you hang out with are who you become. Yeah, I was justifying my inaction on achieving something because other people were not achieving it. That's crazy to think about. But my mom said, you watch, Pace. One day when you grow up, somebody's going to ask you if you're an Eagle Scout and you're going to be able to say yes. And it will be the biggest difference maker of that relationship. I was like, okay. Now at 30, finally somebody asked me, are you a Boy Scout? I was like, yeah, I am a Boy Scout. I'm an Eagle Scout. And I was so proud of it. She's like, okay, weird. She goes, okay, you're serious. I go, yeah, I'm serious. What can I do to help you? I go, I got construction crews. I've got guys that can help load your truck. We can move your refrigerator. Like, what do you need? I'm happy to help. Like, what do you need? She's like, you would help me and not even buy my house. I go, yeah, I would help you. She goes, okay, I have a really weird problem. Maybe you could help me solve this. And I go, done. What's the problem? She goes, come with me. And she takes me back through the house, back through the kitchen. She takes me to the back sliding glass door. And as she opens up the sliding glass door, again, this house is a 1970s build, has not been renovated. The rollers on the bottom of the glass door are completely like busted. And so when she's sliding open the glass door, it's like sliding, grinding, bumpy, chunky, all that kind of stuff. And what ends up happening is she opens up the sliding glass door. We walk onto the back patio. And she shows me this cage where she has these 3 human-sized bunnies. They're called Flemish bunnies. You guys can Google this, Flemish bunny. And I won't even make you Google. I'll Google it myself. Show you. It is the craziest thing. Okay, Flemish bunnies. And this lady has these bunnies. Look at this. Look at the size of these bunnies. They're the size of a 4th grader. They're massive, massive, massive things. And she has 3 of them. And I'm like, oh, what? Like, this is your problem? She goes, well, yeah, I'm retiring. I'm on a school teacher's pension. I don't have a lot of money. These rabbits cost me between $300 and $600 a month, depending on like whether they're going to the vet or this or that, or like they're getting dewormed. And she's going through all these things that costs a lot of money. And she's like, this is actually the biggest reason why I've prevented selling my house, is because I don't know where they're going to go. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, turn them into stew. Who gives a shiz? You know, that's what I'm thinking. Turn them into stew. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, give me one of them rabbit's foots. I'll hang it above my mirror in my freaking car. That's the biggest rabbit foot I ever done seen. That's what I'm thinking, right? That's the devil on my right shoulder. But the angel on my left shoulder was like, call your mom. So I go, Janie, I got you. No problem. Now, here's the thing, guys. I grew up in a church. A lot of you guys did too. Doesn't matter what your religion is. We all believe in the same God at the end of the day. We all believe in a higher power. Even if you are agnostic, you don't believe in God, you still believe in God. You believe in something bigger than yourself. It might not be Jesus, might not be Buddha, might not be whatever, but you believe in something bigger than yourself. And I think we all know how to be good people. And we also have helper's high, meaning when we help somebody, we get high. I get high when I help people. It's like heroin. I don't know what heroin feels like, but I imagine it feels like what I feel like when I help people. And that's why I love this business. That's why I love doing an all-day live with you guys on New Year's Eve, right? Gosh, I'm addicted to it. So what's so cool about the Subto community is I attracted the coolest people that are even bigger givers than me, and we've built an entire community of givers. It's freaking amazing. See, there's Pedro. Pedro, good to see you, brother. I love you. He says, 100%, I helped a guy yesterday going through some struggle and took him to the grocery store. Bro, like, this is what our Subto community is all about, is this exact moment. So I call my mom, and I put her on speakerphone. I go, hey, Mom, I'm in Janie's backyard. Lady, I'm trying to buy her house. My mom's like, buying house? My son, what's my son buying houses for? I'm like, I didn't say buying house. I said, I'm at her house. I was going to try and buy it. Turns out, da, 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 da. I tell her the story, 30 seconds. And my mom goes, okay, Text me the address and I'll be there in 30 minutes. And I'm like, okay. Now it took her 45 minutes because it was a long drive, but my mom got there in 45 minutes. She brought a red truck I've literally never seen before in my life, not hers, not my dad's. She went and borrowed somebody's truck from her church to come and help out her son. Do I have a cheat code? Yes. I have great parents. I'm very lucky. I was born on third base. Some people are born in the dugout and they're waiting for their turn at bat. Guys, I was born on third base. My parents are amazing. They taught me work ethic. They taught me how to love people. They taught me what it means to believe in something bigger than yourself. My mom taught me one of the most valuable lessons ever in my life. And the lesson she taught was when I was young, my mom would make us all wake up at least at 5 o'clock in the morning. Not wake up at 5. We had to be upstairs with our shoes on at 5 o'clock in the morning and read the Bible. And we go around the circle, right? I have 12 kids in my family, 12 kids. I'm number 3. I've changed more diapers than most moms that have 2 kids. Like I've changed a lot of diapers. And my mom would get us upstairs, do the thing. And one day I asked my mom, like, why do we have shoes on so early in the morning? And my mom says, this is the whole spirit and how I was raised. So it's not weird when you understand these things, but people that come from really crappy families that have bad situations, I'm not talking down on your family. I'm just trying to highlight, like, some families are in broken mindset, victim mentalityville all their whole lives, and they raise children who are victims, right? My parents didn't raise a victim. My parents raised a resourceful guy that learned how to go make money by putting work in. I'll never worry about money because I don't have to worry about work ethic. That's it, okay? But my mom replies to my question of why do I have my shoes on at 5 o'clock in the morning? She says, because, Pace, you'll never know who's going to call you and need your help. And she was right. In our church and our religion, people are moving in and out of the ward. We called it a ward. And they'd move out in and out of the ward, and people would call me like, hey, we're moving in. Like, we need help moving. And our family would go and help people move. I'd go help people on their scout projects. I'd go help people mow their lawn down the road. I'd help this person and that's everybody. Bishop Buswell, who lived next to us, had sheep. I'd go and help, shear the sheep. I'd help go do these things. My mom was like, you never know who's going to call and need your help. You got to be prepared to help somebody who needs it. That's how I was raised every day. When I leave the door in my house, my mom says, there's a placard right on my door, and we have it at my house now too. And on the placard on my door, it says, return with honor. Return with honor. Oh, I love my mom. I love my mom so much. And anyway, my mom shows up in this red truck. Never seen the red truck. Don't know where it came from. Must have come from somebody in her ward. And she gives Janie a hug. And you guys want to see a picture of my mom? Anybody want to see a picture of my mama? Let's see. My mom she's very pretty too. She won Miss Palmdale, and very beautiful, very, very beautiful. Check this out. Here's me with my siblings. My brother on the far right is the one that hung himself. His name's Corbin. It's who I named my daughter after. And my daughter Corbin, a lot of you guys have met her. Here's my mom right here. It's hard to see her, but I can't zoom in on this sadly, but like, there's my mom. There's me getting baptized when I was 8 years old. In our church, we get baptized when we're 8. My mom's right there on the slide holding me, wearing her little overalls. My mom is magic, 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 magic. So grateful for my mom. So do I have a cheat code? Yes, I have a cheat code. But it wasn't that I knew real estate, it's that I knew these are the superpowers. These are the secret to this business. This is the secret to this business. I'm better than everybody else at this business because of my mom and because I care about people. Not because I have a script, not because I have all the information, but because I truly care about these human beings. So my mom She shows up. She gives Janie a hug. She's like, Pace loved his teachers. Mrs. Heredia, Mrs. Rose. Man, I think he even had a crush on Mrs. Greenwell. And then Janie's like, yeah, I could tell by the way he was telling me about Mrs. Greenwell earlier. He had a crush on her. I was like, oh, damn, I got caught out. I got called out. Oh, damn. So my mom says, hey, I've got people in our church have a lot of acreage. I have 3 acres myself. Me and my husband have 3 acres, and we have chicken coop, and we have some things. We have no dogs. We have nothing that's going to take care, like hurt the rabbits. I'll take them for you until I find a family that will take care of them. And Janie's like, are you serious? And my mom says, yeah, I got you. And my mom loads the like cage and the bunnies, straps it down, and my mom takes off. And Janie's sitting there going, what in the heck? She's looking at me like we're standing in the backyard. My mom just pulled out of the backyard, right? There's like a little RV gate my mom pulls out of, and Janie goes, she looks at me. She's like, what the heck? Who are you? I was like, I'm just a guy just trying to help people. If you need anything else, let me know, but I got to get back home, and I got a long drive. I want to beat traffic, blah, blah, blah. So I go home. I don't hear anything from Janie. I don't call Janie. I'm just, back into my flow and my mode. Don't think anything of it, and just happy I helped some lady, And I was even starting to think like maybe real estate wasn't for me, because I was like, I don't quite understand it. And Bethany's not giving me enough. She's not calling me and holding my hand and blah, blah, blah. But this is what taught me the valuable lesson, because when you join, let's say you join the Subto community, we have a lot of hand holding. We have a lot of help. We have a lot of everything. But there's going to be the invisible, the moments where you're sitting at your desk, the moments you're in your garage, the moments in your car, and you got to make a call. You got to do a thing. You got to do something. Nobody's going to be there when you got to do the hard thing. You still have to do some hard things where nobody's going to see you. Nobody's going to notice that you did it or didn't do it. And you have to have a radical responsibility and accountability. Well, guess what I did? I didn't call her. I didn't follow up on her, because I just was like, that's a lost cause. So Saturday, 2 weeks later, I'm out doing yard work, and I get a call from Janie. Hey, Pace, it's Janie. Do you remember me? I was like, yeah, of course. I'll never forget the bunnies, And she's like, ha, ha, ha. Well, as you know, I'm a school teacher, and I give homework for a living, and I gave myself homework. And today on my calendar, it says my homework is due, and I'm supposed to decide who is going to buy my house. And I made the decision that I'm selling my house to you. And I'm like, excuse me? I'm like flabbergasted, like, what? She says, out of the 15 people that met me before you and the 15 people that met me after you, you were the only person that asked if you could help. Everybody else came with their clipboards. Everybody else asked me about my hot water heater that's leaking. Everybody else criticized my single pane windows and told me that I got to put money into the house. You're the only person that didn't ask me a single question about the house, and you just asked me about my situation. You asked me where I was moving, that I was going to be okay, and you genuinely cared. And then you took my bunnies and you gave them a home with your mom. I go, Janie, I haven't given you my number yet. And she says, I don't care what your number is. I trust you. Whatever your number is, that's the number. And I go, wow, okay, well, what do we do now? And I'm like blown away. She goes, you tell me. I guess you come up and we sign an agreement of some sort. And I was like, okay, so what do I do? I call Bethany. And this is what's so cool about being in the Subto community, is that when you run into a lead or a problem or this, you just get on the phone with somebody local in the Subto community and you go, I need your help. Will you go on an appointment with me? How many people in the Subto community right now are like, I will go on any appointment with anybody. Give me a yes in the side comments. There you go, guys. There's all the Bethanies right there. These are all the Bethanies in the side chat right here. So I call Bethany up and I go, I don't know how to fill out the paperwork. And oh my gosh, she goes, don't worry, pick me up, take me to the appointment. I'll walk you through it. Good job, Pace. I'm proud of you. I'm like, I'm a sucker for I'm proud of you. I'm a sucker for that. Right? Mama's boy. So I go up there. We're sitting in the appointment. Bethany's talking to Janie. She's walking through the paperwork, buying the house for 150,000, closing escrow in 30 days. All of the details. I'm watching this contract go through. I'm watching how fast Bethany went through. It felt like she went through. It was a 4-page contract at the time. It was a cash purchase for 150, and I watched how fast she went through this contract, and I was blown away by like, wow, that was fast, you know? And so what ends up happening is Bethany asked like, hey, do you mind after she got the contract signed, I noticed that too. That was a really big lesson for me, is like, don't ask any like personal questions till after you get the business done. So you get the business done, boom, 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 contract signed, da, 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 da. And then also Bethany takes photos of each page, like boom, 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 boom. She goes, I'll send these to you when I get home. I'll email it to you and I'll introduce you to the title company. And I'm like, okay, this is how this works. Okay, cool. Got it. Boom, boom, boom. All right. It's weird now that I own a title company. Like, it's so weird to me. It still blows me away. I was like, wait, what's the title company do? I didn't even know what the title company did. So, I didn't know how to fill out a contract. I didn't know how to comp a property. I never pulled up Zillow and valued the property. And I still, at this moment, when we're buying this house for 150, I had no idea what we're going to do with the house, how I was going to make money, and more importantly, where's the $150,000 coming from? I had no idea. Nothing. Zero, zilch. And so what everybody else wants to do before they take action, and before, let's say, they join Subto, they'll go on my YouTube channel for 2 years. People will literally join Subto and they'll go, I followed you on YouTube for 3 years. I'm like, you wasted 3 years. What were you doing? Like, why didn't you just come in and do deals with people during those 3 years? I don't know. Okay, cool. Got it. See, Jason's like guilty. So none of that stuff matters. What matters is being in the mix with somebody that knows what they're doing. That's what mattered to me. It was like the same thing with Tom from Luxor Paints and Pete Bigelow from Invitation Homes, like being in the mix with people that are doing the business. Like the difference between that kid that's doing the landscape of that church and the guy who's 300 yards away building 15,000 square foot house is the people they spend time with. And are you in the mix, right? So we leave the appointment, but right before we leave the appointment, Bethany asks Janie, why did you sell the house to Pace? Why did you make the decision to sell the house to Pace? And Bethany, in her infinite wisdom, wanted me to hear. She wanted me to hear. She knew what the answer was. She wanted me to hear. She says, because he found my bunnies. Everybody else spent all their time asking me all these questions about the house. They didn't even know I had bunnies that were like holding me back. Now, guys, these bunnies, if you understand the story, her granddaughter, who also lived with her, she was taking care of her granddaughter. See, these details matter. Now I'm telling you these details later to give you a little bit more information about what was going on. Her granddaughter, who lived with her, okay, she was raising her granddaughter, got these bunnies from a school competition, right? Somebody brought them, she won some competition and she got these bunnies. And at the time, they thought the bunnies were like just little regular bunnies. But as they grew, they became Flemish bunnies. But by that time, they were so attached, these bunnies were basically part of the family. So she's like, we've had these bunnies for 7 years. We can't just get rid of these bunnies and somebody's going to kill them and blah, blah, blah. Or somebody has a dog and now they're going to get killed. These are members of our family. We need to know they're going to go to a good family. Okay. And it's interesting to me that line, he found my bunnies, changed my life forever. So Bethany and I left. We go into my truck. We're in my F-150. I ended up selling that F-150 on seller finance. And Bethany turns to me. She's in the passenger seat. I'm driving. And she turns to me and she says, this is the most valuable lesson you'll ever learn in real estate. And I was like, what? She says, you cared about this person. Nobody else did. Everybody pretends like they care. They tuck in their little shirts. They wear their little polo shirts. They got their little business card. You can throw all of that stuff away. Their stupid website. She just laid it all out. She said, I've been in this business 15 years. She retired 2 years after this. And she says, a business card will never get you a deal. A website will never get you a deal. Your tucked in shirt will never get you a deal. What brand your car is, this, that, and the other will never get you a deal. How much you care about these human beings, you're going to dominate. She says, you are going to be a force in this business because of how much you care about people. She goes, the way you treated me as a contractor and how you took care of me and you communicated and you always were so respectful to me, you went above and beyond. She says, you will dominate this business. I'm excited to see where you go. This is in her car. Now, let me remind you where I was. This is where I was mentally. I still said, so I go to Bethany and go, how am I going to come up with $150,000? She goes, oh my gosh, right after I give you a compliment, you're going to ask me a stupid question? I'm like, well, where's the money coming from? Where's the 150 come from? I don't have 150 grand. Like I have 150 grand in my business, but I'd have to pull it out. It'd take me a couple months. And she goes, I'm buying the house from you. Your name is on the contract for 150. I'm going to buy it from you at 175. And I'm like, what? I'm going to make 25 grand? Why didn't we just give her the 165? Why didn't we just give her the 165? We would have gotten the contract way faster. No, you would have lost the contract. If you just gave her what she wanted and you focused on the number and not the person and solving what her greater problem was, you would have never got that house. Even paying her 15 grand more, you would have never bought the house. What a lesson, dude. And when I really look back at it and I go back and I create a little domino effect in my mind of like, oh yeah, Janie, I can do 165. Now I'm competing on price. I'm not competing on what's really going on in this lady's life. Oh my gosh, the fact that Bethany only let me offer 150 and that we not only completely destroyed everybody else, Janie had an offer at 15 grand higher than me. She still sold it to me. And Bethany was like, you would have never learned the lesson if I told you, yeah, I'll pay it 175. You can go as high as 174 if you want to make $1,000. Holy moly, what a lesson. Holy moly, what a lesson. She's like, throw away the spreadsheets, throw away all the stuff, your stupid business card, your website, all of that stuff means nothing. None of it means anything. Guess what, guys? I've never had a website for my real estate business in 12 years. Find one. I've never had one. Never once. I just learned the lesson. If that's not important, it gets all of those things get in the way. Now, can they be helpful? Yes, they're for sure they can be helpful, but it's definitely something you should get later. Get a deal. Get in front of a human being. Find the people. See, Neil Mia says, I thought I needed one. They can be helpful, okay? But you don't need them. Still to this day, I don't have one, okay? I have one for my personal brand. I have one for Subto. I have all of those things, but I don't have one for my own personal real estate investment company. I don't. Meanwhile, I'm going to show you all these deals. Every one of these big deals that I've done, not one of these people cared about my website because I was looking for the bunnies. I looked for the bunnies. I looked for the bunnies. I looked for the bunnies. Again, how did this person sell you this $4 million property for $1 down? Because I knew their bunnies. How did this person sell you an RV park with seller finance at 4% with no bank, no this? Because I know their bunnies. Now the bunnies get more complex, right? They get a little bit harder to find. These bunnies were right there in the backyard. The more advanced you get at finding bunnies, the more advanced you'll be at structuring deals. I want you to remember that, and I want you to write that down. The more advanced you are at finding the problems. What is a bunny? A bunny is an emotional reason people are selling, something they're caught up on, some motivation they have, some dark thing that's going on in their life. That's the bunnies. That's the emotional reason, the reason why they're selling. People going, yeah, I have a job relocation. That's not a bunny. It's part of a bunny, but it's like, okay, well, why don't you turn that into a rental? Well, because I'm fearful of this and that and the other and my blah, 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 blah. I'll get into all sorts of great bunny stories. We got really, really lucky here on my first deal. Now, why is the Subto community logo? People think it's Subto. right? They go, oh, Subto. That's why Subto logo is the Subto. No, it's not. It's to remind us to find the bunnies. It is bunny ears. This is for our community to remind ourselves that we care about the person more than we care about the asset. Look for the bunnies. Loretta says, can you define bunny again? Yeah, Loretta, I'll define 25 bunnies on each one of these, but a bunny is somebody's emotional reason why they're selling. What's their bunny? What's really going on? Why aren't they selling to you? It's not number. Very rarely, if ever, I don't remember one time somebody didn't sell a house to me because it was my number. In fact, most of the time I come in lower than other people, my deal, my structure, right? It is the emotional reason somebody is selling. Something bad, something they're caught up with, okay? All right, so we're still sitting in the truck. I'm talking to Bethany, and I said, well, where am I coming up with the 150? And then she taught me what wholesale was. This is what's funny. Pay attention to me. You don't learn what wholesale is and then do a wholesale deal. You do a wholesale deal and you learn what wholesale is. I know it's weird. Go take the action. If you read every book and watched every video on how to play a piano, are you going to be able to play a piano? Yes or no? No. So why are you spending all your time and energy just trying to take notes all day long? Guys, if you're taking notes and you're not doing deals, you're either A, not in a community of people helping you, or B, go back to A. That's it. Because you're just going to take notes all day long. And you've got mindset issues like, I'm not worthy of this. I'm just going to keep, you're tricking yourself. Notes are helpful, right? To remember things and all of that. But if you're not immediately putting it into work, it's going to do nothing. It's like reading a book about how to play a piano or watching a video. Nothing happens until you actually do the thing. So she teaches me what wholesale is. And it was really simple, but it took me a couple of minutes to get it. So here's what wholesale is for people that don't know. Wholesale is a seller has a house. So this is Janie, okay? Janie Munson. She has a house and I am the person that got the contract. So you have a contract between party A and party B, okay? A and B. And this contract that we're signing is called an A to B contract in the business, right? Party A and party B are signing a contract. And here's what the contract looks like. I can pull up the contract if you guys want. Happy to show it to you. Happy for the people that are not in the community. I will never give you creative finance documents or contracts without you being in Subto, but I'll give you cash wholesale contracts all day long that are written by my attorney. They're great contracts. I'll show you how simple they are. Okay. So it's like a 3-page contract. It just has purchase price, all that kind of stuff. Okay. Let's go into wholesale. Just pulling up my Dropbox, guys. Wholesale contract and assignment, okay? I will share this folder with you guys. Everybody that showed up that is not in my community, you're going to get some free cash contracts. Again, I will never give you there's over 60 different types of creative finance structures and 60 different contract styles. I will never give those away unless you are in Subto. They get updated every 6 months. If you're not in Subto, you can have my cash one. Here you go. So here's the cash non-creative finance deals. I specifically write not creative finance. These are just, oh, here's one that's actually filled out. That's cool. So here you go. Here's a filled out contract, exactly what it looks like. It's a 3-page, look how simple this is. It's page 1, 2, and 3. Really simple. Cash contract, okay? There you go. You guys got all the contracts. Download it. Don't obviously go in there and delete, but it's all yours. Okay. All right. So, by the way, these are old contracts, but they still work. Every 6 months, we update the cash contracts for Subto community members. Like if you're not in Subto, you're going to get a contract that's nearly 4 years old, but that's fine. They still work. They're fine. But we update them with new laws and new this and new protections and all sorts of stuff. But there you go. The link didn't work, Pace. It's because you have an Android, Larry. The link works fine. I just clicked on the link myself and it does pull up. It works fine. Larry doesn't have Android. I'm just joking. Okay, cool. So as I'm sitting there with Janie, we go and fill out that. That's the contract we got, right? It's like purchase price, EMD, earnest money. You know, how much money am I going to put up for the transaction? Close of escrow, COE. I didn't even know what COE or EMD meant. I didn't know what any of these things meant. But my purchase price was 150. Okay. Then along comes Bethany. Bethany comes along and she goes, I'll buy that contract from you for 175. I'm like, you can buy a contract? She goes, yep. This is called a B to C contract. So take a look at this. So her and I get our own contract called a B to C contract, where it states she's buying the rights to this contract for an additional $25,000 assignment. And I'm like, so I don't have to come up with the money? She goes, nope. Here's how this works physically, Pace. I wire my money to a title company. Title company we use today is now a company called getcreativetitle.com. Okay. You wire the money to getcreativetitle.com. And what happens is they receive all 175,000 of my dollars. Then what they do is they take that 175 and they wire 150 to Janie, and they wire 25,000 to you. And you never had to come up with any money. I'm like, you're joking me. I just made 25 grand for like 3 hours worth of work and actually helped somebody. You have got to be freaking joking me. You've got to be joking me. And man, my world changed. This changed my life. Now, this is where I was. I want you guys to understand where my mindset was here. My mindset was not even about the 25 grand. It wasn't even about the 25 grand. It was, I was so excited that Bethany Willis was buying another house to flip and that I was going to get another construction job to flip the house for her. I was so obsessed with trading my time for money that I forgot the valuable lesson that I just solved somebody's problem and I got paid for it because I cared, and I made 25 grand. If I did the flip for Bethany, which I didn't, I'll tell you why I did not do the flip. But if I did the flip on Janie's house for Bethany, who just bought the house, I probably would have made 10 grand. And it would have taken me 2, 3, 4 months. And I was more excited about that than I was about the fact that I just learned how to make 25 grand out of thin air. Bethany looks at me in the eye in my truck. And I was like, oh my gosh, so I get to flip the house. This is awesome. What are you going to do? What are you thinking you're going to do? You're going to knock out that wall, do this? She's like, well, you'll never know. Because going forward from today on, you are fired as my contractor. I'm like, wait, what? Why am I fired? She goes, because you know how to find deals. Go find me another deal, you idiot. Go find another deal. Go find more bunnies. Go find more bunnies. Go find more bunnies. Go find more bunnies. Dude. Oh my gosh. She fired me. And I lit the world on fire. I got 3 deals that month, totaling $50,000. I made 50 grand in my first month wholesaling. And then here's where the next level changed for me. The next level change for me is, remember, I use a company called Get Creative Title now. Go there, getcreativetitle.com. Or if you want to open up a file, you can always email Molly at pacemorby.com on my team. She'll help you open the file and like start escrow. Okay. I use this company now for all my transactions. They're in basically the whole United States. North Dakota, South Dakota. Look, Kelly Humberger in the side chat, she just said, I just closed 2 deals with Creative Title Friday, 2 more closing today. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. So getcreativetitle.com, Molly at pacemorby.com. There you go. But at the time, I didn't have a title company that I knew. And so Bethany introduces me to a lady named Eileen Brown. And honestly, I don't remember the name of the title company. She's retired now. But you guys can pull her up. She's come and taught classes and done all sorts of stuff. But I started sending all my contracts here, right? The title company is who handles the transfer of ownership between one owner and another owner, okay? Corey B says, Pace, thanks for sharing those contract files. No problem. But Corey, I'm going to tell you straight up. I could give you all the tools in the world, but unless you're part of a community that's helping you get those deals done, you're going to freeze up. You're not going to do anything with the contracts. You're not going to do anything unless you are attached to the appropriate people that are actually doing deals. Just FYI. Okay. I could give you the best shovel in the world, but if you don't know where to dig, you're going to have a hard problem. Okay. So I start opening up these 3 files. Remember, I got 3 contracts in my first month. I made $50,000 assignments, $50,000 wholesale deals. And what ends up happening is Eileen Brown, who's never seen me before, she'd been in the business for 41 years before I came on the scene. She'd never seen me before. So she says, who the heck are you? You got 3 contracts in 1 month. Who the heck are you? And I go, I'm doing this. I'm doing that. My gosh, guys, this is what she does. She says, all right, so here, come into my office. I got a whiteboard. I go, okay. This is where my obsession of whiteboards came from, is from Eileen. So she says, come in here. So how are you getting leads? And I go, well, I spent $5,000 on direct mail. Now by this time I knew that kind of lead gen was called direct mail, right? I send people mail directly to their house. There you go. What ends up happening is I've gotten, out of this month, I've gotten 20 calls from people, and I got 3 contracts. And she says to me, oh, that's good for a beginner. I'm like, good for a beginner? Everybody's telling Bethany, who did not know creative finance. Bethany said 3 contracts with 20 leads is phenomenal. She's like, yeah, for a beginner, I guess. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Janie, or not Janie, but Eileen says to me, she goes, out of 20 calls, tell me why 17 did not sell to you. Now, this is where creative finance starts coming into my life, right here. Okay. This is January of 2012. So 12 years ago, coming up 12 years ago. She goes, well, what about the other 17? Why are they not selling to you? And she already knew the answer, but she wanted to hear from me. And I go, let me see. A couple of things. One, they want too much money. They're crazy. At this time, I thought these people are crazy. Now I realize this is the greatest lead I could ever get. I was throwing them away. Throwing them away. Okay, that's number one. Number 2 is they had no equity. Okay, I'll explain what no equity means here in a second. Where they can sell their house, but they have no money they can walk away with. They owe too much money on the house, right? And then the third one is they have no real motivation. Like, they're just kicking tires. They just want to see what their house is worth. They're wasting my time. Okay. She says, you're wrong on all of those. Like, what do you mean I'm wrong on all of those? What do you mean by that? She says, this is called seller finance. Buy those on seller finance. This is called Subto. And this is called better questions. And I was like, what? Really? She goes, yeah, go back to those 17 and offer seller finance and Subto. And I'm like, what's sub what? Sub what? Subto? What's Subto? I'd never heard of what subject to was. No clue. No idea. So she explains to me what subject to is. And I'm going to explain it to you. Who in here does not quite understand what subject to is? Give me a me. I don't quite understand it. Okay, cool. Cesar Bisono says me. Okay, cool. Love this. Evelyn, good. You're going to learn the greatest strategy on the planet. It is amazing. Now, in the Subto community, we do creative finance, we do cash, we do flips, we do land wholesaling, we do development, RV parks, all of the things. Okay. Hey, Camilo Gonzalez, you sent me a private message on Zoom, and that's fine, but I'm not going to answer the question. I'm teaching something. I'll have Q&A later today. So if you hang with me a long time, you want to ask questions, we'll get to a Q&A much later today. But I said, everybody, how many people are enjoying this, by the way? I got 625 people hanging with me today. How many people have been enjoying this? Now, if you showed up late and you are not in the Subto community, the Subto community already knows all of this stuff. But If you guys are late and you want to go back and rewatch it, go on YouTube. I went live on YouTube today because I changed the link on everybody because I wanted to make sure I could see your guys' faces. So we are live on YouTube. If you guys go to my channel, and if you are on the YouTube channel, you should also come over. There's a bunch of people in the side chat over on my YouTube channel. I'm going to give you guys the Zoom link. Just come over to the Zoom, come hang out with us, get to know people over here. And it's a lot more fun on Zoom because I can see your faces. You can see my face. I mean, you can see my face over on YouTube as well, but we are live today, guys. This is an actual live. I know I'm streaming on YouTube. It's crazy. We got 200 people on YouTube. Guys, you should just be over here in the Zoom. Just come over into the Zoom. Click on that Zoom link. It's in the side chat on YouTube. Okay, so let's explain to you what Subject to is. Okay, Subject to is what I'm known for because at the time, Subject to, people have been doing Subject to for 100 plus years, but me and my team perfected the process of it, right? We hired attorneys. We went and found people from the SEC. We found people that wrote the Dodd-Frank Act. We found federal judges. We found all sorts of people, and we're like, how do we make sure that this is uniform across the country? Everybody knows how to do this properly. And then we went and built a title company that does these transactions nationwide, which is getcreativetitle.com. So the reason I'm known for this is because I do more of these transactions than anybody else, and I brought it to light and I put it on YouTube and I started doing this and helping people out with it. But that story comes a little bit later. What Eileen taught me changed my life. Absolutely changed my life. Not every single week, but most every week I'm buying another Subto deal almost every single week, whether it's an apartment building, whether it's an RV park, whether it's a business, whether it's a car. I got an Escalade sitting in my garage right now that we took over payments on. That's basically what Subto is. It's taking over somebody's payments. That's the simplest way to explain what Subject to is. Took over somebody's payments. Now there's 1,000 questions in that of like, what the heck does that mean and why? Now people will always ask, remember, why do you think I hit home so hard on Janie Munson's story? Because every time you hear me buy a $20 million apartment building where somebody let me make payments to them with no money down, you're going to say, why? And the answer, everybody please, my friends, write this down. The answer 100% of the time is because I found their bunnies. I found their bunnies. Now, stop asking why they would do that and start asking what were their bunnies? What was the problem? What was the thing you solved? The reason why people sell their assets to me, okay, is because I found their bunnies. Now, Subto can be done on everything. Now, I will break down what Subto is for people like, you still haven't explained Subto. You said take over payments, but yes, and that is one of the 25 types of deals I'm going to break down for you guys today, but I want to make sure we have a lot of back history. We educate you on a lot of stuff today. Okay, let's go to my media drive. I'm going to type in Kalispell. Kalispell is my Montana home. Exterior photos. Okay, so this house is the house I'm currently in right now. See all this acreage. I got grizzly bears and their cubs walking through here every day. Not now, they're in hibernation, but I got moose that live right here in this wooded area by this lake. They come out, walk through the property all the time. Hundreds of deer, like right here in my yard. I mean, this whole thing is my pasture. All these are my trees back here, but hundreds of deers, turkey, wild turkey, everything. Just such a cool place, right? I feel like and this is my home. You guys look right here, you'll see this is where I'm streaming from. This little window is where I'm in. I'm inside this big game room upstairs, and I have a big gym up here. And I bought this property. There's a big barn here now. This 8,000 square foot home, I bought it for $3.7 million. I live here, so it does not cash flow, obviously. But I bought this property for $3.7 million. It's across the street from State Park. You can see this big pavilion. It's just awesome. I have no neighbors. And I bought this property for $1 down. No credit check, no bank. Okay. Now I should get updated photos here because this is like, now we've got a big pickleball court. We've got all sorts of stuff. Not that you care about that, but it just kind of shows you all the way from this type of home. Let's go to interior photos. Show you, maybe I got enough photos I could show you guys where I'm at right now. This is my office downstairs. Okay, bathroom right by my office. Walking into my office, there's my front door. There's my living room. Guys, I got this for $1 down. No bank, no credit check, no W-2, no pay stubs, no tax returns. Literally not one deal that you will see today out of all the deals I've done. I mean, the deals I'm going to show you guys today are probably 1% of all the deals I've done, but not one deal I will talk about today required you to have any money. And I could say this 100 times and people still do not understand that I really am buying these without money. Okay. Without any money in my bank account, without seasoned funds in my bank account, without a credit check, without a bank, nobody's approving me. Nobody's asking for my credit. Nobody's looking at my bank statements and seeing what my W-2 paid me. Nobody's asking about my credit. Nothing, zero, zilch, not a single time has that ever happened to me. And this is the house I spend 4 or 5 months a year in. Let's see if I can go upstairs and show you guys where I'm at in my studio. There's I have a butler's pantry. How dare anybody see that you have a kitchen inside your kitchen? They don't want your kitchen to be messy, so you get a butler's kitchen. Okay. Now, why? How did I get this for $1 down? Because I understood the seller's bunnies. And I'll explain those bunnies to you today as I show you the structure of this deal. Pretty awesome house, though. It only shows you part of the downstairs, but not the upstairs. So pretty awesome what you can do, what you can buy. Okay. Now, yeah, Montana is magical. A lot of people in the side chat have been to my personal home. I had a party this year with 600 people 1 month, and then a couple months later, another 500 people all came out to my house. Great, awesome time. Okay, so what is subject to? Eileen Brown explains this to me, and it sounds like the greatest scam of all time. I'm like, what? Why did nobody teach me this? I mean, there's things you guys make money on that whatever it is, I don't know, engineering, doctor, whatever, that they didn't teach you in high school, right? Where am I going to learn this stuff? You know what I'm saying? Like, this has been done for a long time. Why didn't somebody teach me this? Because I wasn't looking for it, right? So here's what subject to is. Okay. When a seller goes and buys a house, please remember this, my friends. This is very important for future deals because you're going to ask questions about things. Okay. You're going to ask questions about the deed, and you're going to ask questions about the mortgage, and you're going to ask questions about all sorts of things. But when you buy a house, okay, let's say you are the owner, you own the house, right? Who in here has a bank loan that does not know what subject to is? Who in here has a bank loan on their house, but you don't know what subject to is? In here, anybody have a me? Give me a me. Okay, Harley Banguera, Evan. I'm going to go to Harley. She was the first. I think that's a girl. Sometimes that's a dude. Harley, what up? How you doing? This is why I changed the Zoom link, by the way, so I could make it so I could see you guys. Harley, what up? Harley doesn't know how to unmute herself. Harley, can we chat?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, it's a guy. What's up? Yeah, I can hear you.
It's a guy. That's what I say here. How are you?
Oh, good. Well, you said, hey, men, which English is not your first language, correct?
It is not. It is not.
Okay, cool. No problem. All right. So, Harley, you have a bank loan on your house, correct?
I do.
Okay. So you owe the bank money, correct?
I do, yes.
So who owns the house, you or the bank?
Well, as it is the bank.
That is incorrect. How did I know you were going to answer that way? Everybody believes when they have a bank loan that the bank owns your house. That is not correct. Shauna says, I have a bank loan. Guess what? The bank doesn't own your house. The bank does not own your house. You own your house. The difference is you own it, but you still owe somebody a debt. You own it, but you owe somebody a debt. Okay, so here's the difference. I want you to understand, Harley, and everybody else, okay?
Sure.
When you own the property, we'll just name this person Harley.
Yep.
You went and got a loan with the bank, correct?
Yep.
Okay, that is called a mortgage. Also, it's called a note, depending on what you want to call it, promissory note, right? I promise to pay you back. Give me a note. We could talk about that for an hour. We also call this a deed of trust in Arizona. In Arizona, we don't call this a mortgage. So when people in Arizona say, I have a mortgage, that is incorrect. They do not have a mortgage. They have a deed of trust. But it's okay to just call it all a mortgage, okay? We'll just call it a mortgage today. Are we all okay to call it a mortgage, even though I know that sometimes it's called a deed of trust? Can we just call this a mortgage today? Can you give me permission? Okay.
For sure.
Okay. So in Arizona, we would never call this a mortgage. This is called a deed of trust, but forget about that. Okay. All right, cool. So guess what else you also have, Harley? You also have something called a deed. Okay.
Okay.
The mortgage is the debt. This is a document, and they lien your property to make sure they get paid back. The deed is the ownership. Okay, this is the ownership document. You own the property because you have the deed. Now, you can't sell the property. You can't refinance the property. You can't do anything to that property unless you pay that loan off. That is why they have a lien on the property, but you are the owner.
Okay.
Okay, now how do I describe this a lot more simple for people that it's happening every day? Who in here uses a credit card to buy groceries? Who in here uses a credit card to buy groceries? Let's get a girl on here. Who's a girl in here that uses a credit card to buy groceries that does not know what Subto is? Kiki shrugs. Good to see you. I love you. Sonia Fisher. Okay, cool. Love it. Now, why am I going slow? Because there's new people in here. You guys appreciate when I'm talking to new people slowly. Sonia, what's up? How you doing?
Hi, Pace.
I can't see you. Your screen is like, oh, there we are. Okay, cool. So Sonia, do you have a Visa, a MasterCard, or an American Express? What are you using?
I switch between Visa and MasterCard sometimes.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Sorry, I got to delete people's comments in the side chat that are spamming the side chat. Guys, please, my friends, do not spam the side chat with your promotional stuff. Please don't do that. I'm here to hang out. Let's end the year with no promotions. Let's just vibe. There's people that are not inside of our community that just are here to learn for free and just get some basic real estate knowledge. Let's just absorb, hang out with each other. No promotions, please. I will delete it. I will take the time to delete your posts. Please, my friends. Please. Please, 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 please. Thank you. Okay, so Sonia, you switch back and forth. Okay. Do you go to Costco?
Sam's.
Okay, same thing, basically. So you go to Sam's. Do they check your receipt before you leave the door?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So let's go through an example at Sam's, okay? When you go to Sam's, you go to a cashier, I imagine, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to break this down so you understand what a real estate transaction looks like, okay?
Okay.
All right, so here's the store. This is you. This is you and your cart. I know I'm not a great artist. Forgive me. You're going to leave, and when you leave, you're going to go to the checkout counter, and you're going to go talk to a cashier, correct?
Right.
And what you're going to do is you're going to take all your goods and your stuff that you want to buy, and you're going to put it on the conveyor belt.
Mm-hmm.
You do this all the time, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So let me break this down for you so you understand how this pertains to real estate. You are the buyer. The goods are the house that you're trying to buy. And the cashier is an escrow officer at a title company. Okay, what is their job? Their job is the same thing as a cashier. Their job is to verify what you're buying is not damaged. There's no liens on it. There's no IRS liens. There's no mechanics liens. They want to verify that the eggs that you're buying are not cracked. Does that make sense?
Clear, clear, clear. Yeah.
Okay, so when you go to a grocery store, my friend, I want you to remember every time you go to a grocery store going forward that you are doing something called opening escrow. Okay, so every time you go and put your groceries on the conveyor belt, you are starting that transaction, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's called opening escrow. When you start a transaction, that's called opening escrow. Okay, every single time you go to the grocery store going forward, you put your stuff from your grocery basket onto the conveyor belt, you have just started that transaction.
Mhm.
You have opened escrow. Got it?
Okay. Got it now.
Cool. Now, I hate the word open escrow when I was brand new because it confused me. Like, what? Why do you have to call it escrow? Escrow is just the transaction, right? I'm starting the transaction. This is the beginning. Now, what happens is the escrow officer or the cashier, she's going to be looking through your goods. That is called a title report. So every time I buy something, I get a title report that says the house is in good condition. No, there's no IRS liens. There's no child support liens. There's nothing.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. So that means you're good to go. Let's buy the thing. So what does the escrow officer do? What does the cashier do? Is she gives you a total, correct?
Yes.
Cool. So in real estate, this is called a settlement, an estimated settlement statement. I know it's really stupid. Like, why do we got to call it that? Why can't you just call it a total
hmm
like we do in groceries?
Yeah.
Okay, Sonia, I'm going to tell you something.
Yes.
I want everybody to write this down that has felt like real estate has been out of your reach. Feel like real estate's been out of your reach, Sonia? Okay, I'm going
All
to tell
the
you why. I'm going to tell you
terms.
why. For the longest time, there's a bunch of old white guys with gray hair growing out of their ear holes. I'm being honest, okay? That their intention, okay, this is the thing I want you to write down. They make the water muddy so you believe it's deep.
Oh, wow. Hmm.
They choose confusing words to make it challenging for the peons and the grunt workers to get into a business that is actually very, very simple.
Hmm.
I want you to remember that for the rest of your life. Sonia, you seem like a Black woman.
Yes.
Okay. So you did not have as many opportunities, I imagine, as me as a white man, correct?
That probably not. Nope.
Okay. Probably not. Okay. Nowadays, it's not so much as it was 50 years ago, 100 years ago, et cetera, right?
Yes.
But it's still, there's still a disconnect, right? There's still like, I still have more opportunities than you. I think it's my duty to turn around and help people like I am today. I'm literally New Year's Eve hanging out all day along with you guys, right? It's my duty. It's my responsibility. If I know something, I got to turn around and pass it on to the next person. But they intentionally, it's even worse in multifamily. Like when you get into apartment buildings, all it is dominated by the white male, dominated by the white male. In single family, like regular houses, it's a pretty good blend. Okay. We got 50% white male and then a blend of 50% of the other people operating. It's a little bit easier to attain. So when people ask me, should I start in single family or multifamily? I go, I would get a couple of base hits in single family before I go to multifamily because the wording, the water is much more muddy. Even though it's not any deeper, it's way muddier. They make it so hard for people like you and people like me to come in and take their money. These words like escrow officer, opening escrow, estimated settlement statement, these types of things exist in our normal daily lives at the grocery store. So they use very simple words for us peons. Go spend money at the grocery store. I'll give you a total. That's a cashier. This
Right.
is a conveyor belt. Give us your money. They make things simple when they want our money, but when they want us to stay out of their way and stay out of their business, they make the water muddy so we believe it's deep. Okay?
Mhm.
Now, this is important to remember. Okay? The reason why this is important to remember is because when you hear really challenging terminology like settlement statement or deed or any of these words, I'm going to simplify them for you today, that I don't think of them as confused as I was 11 years ago, because I started doing the business. I go, oh, this is like that, and this is like that, and this is like when you go to the grocery store. So as I walk through this transaction with you, I want you to remember these words I'm saying. Oh, the cashier is an escrow officer. These are important things. You're going to have to probably go back and review these things. But as you get busy in real estate, you'll go, oh, that's just a cashier.
Yeah.
I was afraid when people would say, oh, yeah, take it to the title company. Oh, my gosh, the title company.
Me too.
It's literally a cashier. That's all they do is they tell you what the total is and you give them money. That's it.
Okay.
That's it. It's crazy to me. So that's it. Okay. So let's go through this transaction. Okay. So here I am, I'm going through. Cashier is also called an escrow officer in real estate. Okay. And I've given them my groceries. Okay. She's going to say, are you sure? By the way, this is exactly how a real estate transaction works. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll call her an escrow officer. This is my Eileen Brown. Remember, I was telling you about how Eileen Brown was teaching me on the whiteboard. Eileen Brown was an escrow officer. So I would go and I would start transactions with her. I'd give her the paperwork and she'd verify the house was clean with no liens and all that kind of stuff. That was her job. She was an escrow officer or a cashier.
Okay.
She'd look at the house, make sure everything's good, no broken eggs, no rotten milk. Okay, Pace, here's your total. How would you like to pay today? Okay, so let's go through this transaction.
Okay.
So the escrow officer is going to ask you, how would you like to pay today? So Sonia, you told me earlier you go back and forth between two different credit cards, correct?
Yes.
So how would you like to pay today? Which credit card would you like to use?
I use Visa.
Okay, cool. Let's use Visa today. So I'm going to ask you some really funny questions today, but I already know the answers because I've taught this a handful of times. You can already tell. You are going to pay with whose money? Your money or Visa's money?
Visa's money.
Great. So you are going to use Visa's money to buy these groceries.
Mm-hmm.
Who owns the groceries? You use Visa's money.
Mm-hmm.
Who owns the groceries?
I never thought of it like that. If it's Visa's money, Visa owns the groceries.
That is incorrect.
Oh,
This is the same thing with buying a house. Just because I went to the bank and I borrowed money from the bank to go buy that house, and I have a mortgage that I pay every month, does not mean the bank owns the house. In fact, banks don't want to own houses. They want to give loans. That's what their business is, right? So how do we know we own those groceries? I want you man, Sonia, thank you for being here.
thanks for being here for me.
Of course. I want you understanding what a deed is and all these things are so instrumental into you understanding my stories and my structures of all these cool deals going forward. I want you to understand this. So this is truly why this is so important, okay? So when you pay, Sonia gives the escrow officer the money. Okay. Is the escrow officer the owner of that store?
No.
No, this store, okay, Costco or Sam's is the title company. Okay, you go into the title company, you tell them what you want to buy. Now, did the title company make that house? Did they No, they're just allowing you to use them to buy somebody else's goods, correct?
Right.
Okay, cool. The title company doesn't own the house. They never take ownership. They literally just are the conduit. They're the grocery store. Title company is a grocery store. And inside the title company is an escrow officer that is the cashier that collects your money. Okay, cool. We got that. Now, you pay with Visa's money. The escrow officer, the cashier, she gives you the groceries. And then she gives you something else. What does she give you?
Receipt.
A receipt. So a receipt, Sonia, in real estate is called a deed. Okay. The deed is the receipt of real estate. Whoever controls or holds or owns that receipt is the owner of those groceries. Okay, so let's just walk out. Let's walk out. Actually, I'll do that part later because I want to make sure I follow this chronologically. Okay. So, pretty cool. I use somebody else's money to buy groceries for myself, and I own the groceries. I have proof I own the groceries. It's called a deed. I can pull that up on public record on a house, by the way. If I go pull up a house that I own, I can see that I'm the owner, and then I can also see who has a lien against the property, which would be my credit card statement. My credit card statement is basically a lien. Yeah, I own these groceries. I can consume them. I can use them. I can resell them. I can, buy hot dogs and buns and go start a hot dog stand. I can make money off my groceries. I could do all sorts of things with it, but I still got to pay Visa's bill. That's called a mortgage, right? That's my mortgage is my bill to Visa. Does that make sense?
It does now, yeah.
Okay, cool. Is this helping everybody understand? Give me a yes if you're new and you're like, holy crap, this is so great that I'm learning so much. Give me a yes if you're learning something.
This analysis is excellent.
Okay, so now, by the way, nobody taught me this. I just have been in the business such a long time, and people ask me so many questions like, how is this possible? I'm like, gosh, how can I make this make sense to you? And then I had to start coming up with these analogies, and then I've taught it so many times now, it even gets better and more intricate and more simple at the same time, which is kind of cool. Okay, so here we go. Now, here's what's crazy. Here's the crazy question. Anybody in here ever use your parents' credit card to buy groceries or something for yourself? Yes or no? Well, then you, my friend, have bought something subject to.
Oh, wow.
You have done a subject to deal. You just didn't know it. You used somebody else's credit and somebody else's debt to go buy something for yourself. Now, let me ask you a question. When you went and bought that thing with your mom's credit card and with your dad's credit card and with somebody else's credit card, maybe your husband, your spouse, your wife, your whatever, whoever, your lover, whatever, your dog, I don't care who it is. When you bought that thing, did they check your credit?
No.
Did they look at your bank balance?
No.
But they checked the credit of the person that had to obtain the credit card. Oh my gosh. So you're telling me you've been doing subject to deals your whole entire life. You've been using somebody else's credit to buy something for yourself. Now, sometimes, Sophia says, I like this analogy. It's the only analogy I've ever been able to get this through people's brains is you're using your mom's credit card. You just bought that stick of gum or whatever. Now, let's say I go down to the car dealership. Okay. I'm young. I have no credit, no nothing. I go to the car dealership. I get rejected. Could I not go to my parents and say, Mom and Dad, will you please sign on the loan and I'll make the payments? Could I not do that?
Yeah.
That's called subject to. They've got the loan. I make the payments. That's subject to.
Okay.
It's so simple. It's ridiculous. It's like, wait, hold on. Really? Yes, you're doing it. You're already doing subject to deals. Your whole life, you've been doing subject to deals. It's in your face every day. You're doing subject to deals since the day you were 8 years old.
True.
Crazy.
It is, but it's so clear now.
Right. Now it's like, oh, wait. Alex says, what if they say no? Hey, Alex, go find that situation. Bring it to me, my friend. Guys, the what if questions are like putting blocks in the way of your action taking. Alex, here's a better what if. The only what if question you should ever ask is, what if I just take action? What if I just take action, then I'll actually figure it all out.
Figure it out along the way.
What if okay, Sonia, are you married?
No.
Have you ever been in a relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have children?
Yes.
Okay. Did you read a book on how to be a mom?
Absolutely not.
Wait, so you're telling me you went and built an entire human being in your body. You gave birth to that human being, and you're just telling me you figured it out by just doing it?
I built twins. Yes.
You built twins and you didn't read a book and you just had people that helped you out along the way. A good nurse, a good doctor, a good this, maybe somebody that's like, brother in arms, sister in arms, right? Somebody helping you, right?
Yeah.
Why is it that people will go build an entire human being in their womb, but they won't go buy a piece of real estate without reading every book, watching every video, and then still do nothing about it? You'll build an entire human being in your body.
I am guilty.
I think
Guilty.
we all are. I'm also guilty. Remember the story I told you, 23 to 30, I lied to myself and I was reading books and I was going to seminars. Waste of time. Even my book, we've sold 100,000 copies. I tell people, don't buy my book. It's a waste of your time.
Oh my gosh.
The most valuable thing on the planet is a collaboration with somebody who's already doing the thing. That's it. In fact, take every book I've ever read, every video I've ever watched, every course I've paid for, throw them all out the window. It was always the community that was around me. It was always the people that were willing to help me get to the next level, people that I could do deals with. And that was the beautiful thing. Now, why would Eileen Brown explain subject to me on whiteboard? Why would she do that, Sonia? She didn't do it altruistically. Altruistically, for the people that don't speak English as their first language, that's definitely not a word you learn. Altruistically is Jesus. Jesus is altruistic, which means I do good things for people with literally zero gain for myself. Out of the pure goodness of my heart is altruism, altruistically. Why did Eileen help me? Why did Bethany help me? Bethany helped me because she saw that I was an action taker and she said, go find me deals, we'll make money together. Was she altruistic? No. She definitely had an angle, which thank goodness she did. I love when people have an angle. I love when I know my action will bring more money to somebody else. I love that. Okay, cool. Eileen Brown, she was an escrow officer. The more files that I brought her, the more of these grocery cart of groceries that I put on her conveyor belt, the more money that title company made. And she was incentivized to help me go convert more of my leads. Mm-hmm. And so she told me, she's like, there's people out there, Pace, that you could just take over their payments. Like you could literally, they bought a house, you could take the deed to their house and just make payments. I'm like, okay, that's the part I don't understand.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll explain that to you. I'll get there. Okay, but we understand the basics of Subto now. It's literally buying something with somebody else's credit. Cool. It's even more simple than that. I'm not asking somebody, hey, I want to buy that thing. Can I use your credit to buy it? That's not how I do it. They've already bought the house. They've already bought the business. They've already bought the car. And I just say, you don't want that thing anymore. Can I just take over the payments? And now the payments are, let's make up a number, $2,000 a month on that payment. Mm-hmm. As long as my $2,000 a month is less than the money I can bring in. Let's say I have a house. I just closed on a house that our payment is $2,300 and I'm renting it out for $3,100. I've got an $800 spread. I took over those payments.
Nice.
My tenant pays the $2,300. I don't. And I get $800 every single month. So I bought a house subject to and I turned it into a rental. That is the simple way that I make money in subject to. Okay, cool. They've got a lot of stuff to teach. Sonia, how long are you hanging out with me today?
As long as you're here, as long as possible.
I don't know that you want to answer the question that way. I've done 25-hour lives before. I don't think you want to do that.
Oh, well, I may take a break from now, every now and then.
Yeah, take an 8-hour nap.
And no.
What I did, this was 2 years ago, but I told everybody, I'm going to do the alphabet of real estate. And I went through A, B, C, D, all the way through Z. And I put an hour on every single letter in that alphabet. And it took me 26 hours. So I'll hang out all day long. Now, okay. So we kind of understand the basics of Subto. So we'll get into some more like intricate stuff. Okay. All right. So I can buy things with a credit with somebody else's money. And because I have the deed or the receipt, that is the thing that shows I'm the owner, right?
Right.
Cool. So let's go outside. Check this out. This is really simple. Let's go out of Sam's Club or Costco, depending on who you are, what party you're a part of. Before you leave, they want you to verify your ownership, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now would be a good time for me to normally teach what like a title report is and like a title insurance policy, but we're not going to waste our time doing that today. I think people just want me to get to the deal structures and all that kind of stuff. But this is the buildup, right? This is the way we get to the understanding of how does real estate work, is to just dumb it down to make you realize you're doing these types of deals in your everyday life. We don't call it that because these white-haired white men are trying to keep you out of the business and have always tried to keep you out of the business, okay? Can we watch a recording? Yes, I'm doing this for all free. I have a lot of my Subto community members here in the side chat for people to like collaborate with and get to know some of them. If you're in Subto, say me. If you're in the Subto community, say me. So we got a lot of awesome people in the side chat today that are here. They hang out. They're my friends, so they come and support me on my crazy things. And they're here to just help. All of them are doing deals. They all are so big go-givers, the biggest community in the country. We have successful students in every single zip code across the country. We are the largest real estate community on the planet by a long shot, probably by a 50x margin. So there's not a part of, Sonia, where do you live?
Georgia, Atlanta.
Georgia. Atlanta?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll be in Atlanta in 2 weeks. I want you to come out and meet me, okay? Will you go to whereispace.com. I want you to come out and meet my community members. It's not my community, it's our community, right? We're all building it together.
Okay.
But we have 600 members of Subto in Atlanta, Georgia. You should come out and meet them.
Okay.
Okay. So that, like, literally, you name a city, I could tell you 25 names off the top of my head of people that are doing a lot of deals. Like Abraham Gray in Atlanta, Georgia, him and I own 50 houses together. I could go on and on and on and on and on. Okay. So today we're going to stay on topic because a lot of people are going to go, what about this city? What about this? What about that? Guys, I'm not going to go through every city and what the students are. Just get to know people or just join the community at some point in your life. You'll meet every one of them. Okay. So Sonia, so I got to walk outside of Sam's Club. They want to verify my ownership, right? Cool. I walk out I walk out into the parking lot. Now, I've never used this analogy before, but I'm going to attempt a new analogy for you. Okay.
Okay.
So let's say I walk out in the into the parking lot. Okay. And I go take my grocery cart to the back of my car and I go to the front seat to unlock and like pop the hatch in the back, whatever. And I turn around and there's a guy that is taking my receipt, which I put in my little basket and is walking off with my groceries. And you start going after him and you say, sir, what are you doing? He goes, these are my groceries. I just bought them.
Mm-hmm.
Could he not go to like somebody in that parking lot and be like, this lady's chasing me. She's trying to steal my groceries. Look, I have the receipt. I'm the owner. This lady's crazy. Could he not do that?
He can't. My name's on the receipt.
Your name is on the receipt. Yes, but it was paid for by a different credit card company, right? So we'd have to like look at the thing and whatever else. Okay, cool. This is what's great about records. Great point. He could claim things, but the reality is the county recorder's office, which is all the details on the deed, the county recorder's office is who transfers what deed goes from here to here to here. He did not transfer that deed properly. He stole it, which is very easy to verify that he stole that deed. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So this is how you're protected in real estate is the county recorder's office. Now, the county recorder's office has only been out for 100 years. So back 100 plus years ago, people would literally physically walk around with their deed. It's a one-page document. That's it. It's a one-page document saying, I'm the owner of these groceries, or I'm the owner of this house, or I'm the owner of this whatever. And it was really hard to prove ownership because whoever was holding the deed is who owned the property, right? Now we have the county recorder's office, which is kind of a clearinghouse to make sure, okay, well, hey, Sonia recorded the transaction in Sam's Club 7 minutes ago. We can track that. Pretty simple. Thank goodness for technology, okay? Now, let's get into subject 2 as far as it goes with real estate, okay? So, Sonia, do you own your house?
I rent.
Okay, you rent. No problem. That doesn't matter for my story. I'm perfectly fine without it. But Sonia, you're a great subject for me to have on here because you don't know everything. So it's easy for me to ask if you understand. And if you don't understand, you stop me, you tell me you don't understand. That helps the people in the side chat, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so feel free to interrupt me anytime.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right, so somebody goes and buys a house, okay? Let's go back to Harley, okay? Harley's example. He goes and uses somebody else's money to buy that house. He goes to a bank, right? Just like you go to a credit card company and you apply for a credit card. He went and applied for a bank loan. Bank loan says, yes, we'll give you the loan to go buy the house. And what do they give him? They give him a credit card statement or a mortgage. We would just call this a mortgage. Again, they make the water muddy so you think it's deep. We got to call this a mortgage? Okay, great. That's kind of confusing. You could call this a credit card statement as well. Obviously, it's not a credit card, right? You understand the difference?
Yes.
But a mortgage is the same thing as a credit card statement. It's just a debt you owe, right? Okay, so the mortgage doesn't mean I don't own the house. Because guess what Harley also has? Harley also has a separate document called a deed. Remember, what is the deed? Is the receipt of real estate. Mm-hmm. So he owns the real estate. Whoever's name is on the deed is who owns the real estate. Mm-hmm. Now, these are two completely separate documents. They're not even remotely close. They're completely separate documents. Just like a receipt at Sam's Club is not the same as a credit card statement. Will you agree these have nothing to do with each other, correct?
Yes.
Cool. The credit card company doesn't really care who pays the credit card payment, correct?
No.
They just care it's paid.
I have a question, Pace.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I thought you didn't get the deed until the mortgage was paid off.
No, your deed is in your name right now at county recorder's office. You're talking about a car. Okay, when you buy a car, the deed it's called the title in vehicles. Yeah. But the title is in your name. They just don't release it to you.
Oh.
Okay. The bank, when you get a car loan, the bank holds your title for safekeeping. Mm-hmm. But the title is in your name. You own your vehicle. The bank just simply holds that title to protect themselves when you're talking about a vehicle. When you're talking about houses, it's not set up like that. Houses are, you have the deed and it's been recorded at the county recorder's office. You own the deed, you hold the deed. You can go print it out at the county. You could literally go to the county recorder's website right now and print out the deed on anybody's house. Okay. Sophia, guys, if I haven't hammered home on this enough, we got to go back to the grocery thing again. When do you own those groceries and when do you get the receipt? When you pay off the credit card or not?
No, when you pay for the groceries at the counter.
There you go.
Wow.
It is literally the same thing with houses, cars, et cetera. The only difference is with a vehicle is that the bank says, dang it, those vehicles are on the move. They're on 4 wheels. Like, that's a really hard thing to repossess. We need additional protection. So we're going to hold the title at our offices. And even though it says Sonia's name on the title and the physical document says your name, not our bank name, we're just going to hold the document until you pay us all the way off. Does that make sense? Now with a house, why do they let you have the deed? Well, because it's very easy to take a house back. You just go through a foreclosure process. The house isn't going to uproot and drive across the border to Canada and sell itself to a parts stripper, like a car does. A car could literally, somebody could steal your car, drive it across the thing. Now they're like, are you kidding me? Okay. So they want the additional protection. They hold the title, even though the title is in your name.
Got it.
In a home, because it's rooted in the ground, the deed or the title, yes, it's in your name and it's in your possession. You can go print it out anytime. What do you call those homes that you can move? What about those? Those are called mobile homes. Those are, I'm going to tell you something, Sophia, those are actually not homes. Those are vehicles. You go and they are literally vehicles. You go to the MVD and do all your work at the MVD, the Motor Vehicle Division of the federal government is where you go buy and sell mobile homes. Interesting, huh? Now, now we're getting off track, Sophia. Sophia's got the curiosity of I don't know. She's got all the curiosity. She goes way off topic. But we'll bring it back in, okay? When you have a mobile home that is affixed to the ground, meaning it has anchors into the ground, it becomes real estate. Without those anchors in the ground, it is a vehicle. And with those anchors, you can get a deed. Without those anchors, it's a title at the MVD. Completely unrelated, not important for today's conversation, does not help you whatsoever, but hopefully, Sophia, now that has answered your question, okay? Let's get back on topic. So when I have a piece of real estate, I hold the deed. Mm-hmm. The bank has the mortgage. Now, what's really cool, Sonia, is I can go to a homeowner. Let's say they're in foreclosure, they're going through a divorce, they're going through something. They've got bunnies. Remember the bunny story? They've got some bunnies. And I come to them and I go, hey, homeowner, my name is Pace. Looks like you're having a hard time covering those payments. How about you just sell that house to me and I take over your payments and save your credit? Seller says, you can do that? Yeah, I can do that. All we do is we take this deed, we ask the title company, okay, the escrow officer, to transfer it to my name, and then I make the payments to that mortgage. So their name stays on the mortgage, but my name is now on the deed, and I'm the owner of the property.
Got it now.
It's so simple. It's the most simple transaction real estate has. Okay, why? Because there's no credit check, there's no bank involved, there's no qualification, there's no appraisal, there's no inspection, there's nothing if you don't want it. Literally 17 less steps are involved in a Subto transaction than a all cash transaction.
Oh, wow.
Okay, and there's like 30 less steps than if you go out and get a bank loan to buy a house. Okay? Yeah, Vlad says whether you pay cash or with credit card, you still get the same receipt. That's correct. There you go. Now, so I can go to this guy, Harley, and say, hey, I can take you out of your house by just taking over the payments. You want me to give you a good story of a subject to deal with like the bunnies and why the person did the thing? Would that help you like land the plane a little bit?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, so let's see. Who is Celeste Samante? I love you. I appreciate you. I really do love you. Please, at 7:20, you promoted your thing. Please, my friend. Just guys, no links to your YouTube channels, no links to affiliates, no links to anything. Please, my friends, I adore you. I love you. Today is not the day for me. Okay. All right. So let's go back to a real story. Okay. Here's a real story. Property I bought last year. And this will be one of our first stories we talk about, one of our first structures. This is a no money down Subto deal that I turned into a co-living property. Okay, that's the top line subject. I bought it subject to, I put no money down, I got the seller out of the house, okay, and I turned the house into a co-living property. Okay, I'll explain all of that as I go through. Are you guys ready for this story? Okay. All right, so I have a student that brings me a problem. Okay, his name is Kevin. A lot of people know Kevin. Kevin and he sold me like 50 houses last year. Okay, he's in Subto. Wow. Young kid, 22 years old, made $600,000 last year in Subto. Just awesome. Awesome. Kevin Cho. Everybody knows Kevin Cho. Okay. Nice. So Kevin Cho brings me a problem about a year and a half ago, and he goes, man, there's this house, Pace. that I've been calling on, 4101 West Flower Street in Phoenix, Arizona. Okay. And I give you the address because I just like to give people visuals. I'm just a visual guy. I like to see things. So let's pull this house up. We can see exactly what it looks like. So you can paint the picture. I just think like when I was learning, I wish somebody could give me visuals, like show me exactly what the house looks like, you know? Okay, cool. So here's the house. This is actually my house in the current condition. This has got to be, oh, never mind. This is February 2022. So this is before I bought the house. I bought it in 2024. Okay. Maybe last month of 2023. So about a year I bought this. Okay, cool. So this house, 4101 West Flower Street, as you can see, cute little house, little carport. It's got a 3-bed, 2-bath house with a pool, and it's fine. Just fine the way it is. Okay. I took over this guy's house and his payments, 2.9% interest rate loan. He has a loan with the bank. I took over those payments without a credit check. The bank did not have to approve me. Nobody asked for my W-2. Nobody asked for my credit. Nobody asked for my bank balance, my tax returns, literally nothing. Just like if I use my mom's credit card at the grocery store, nobody cares. It's exactly the same way. It's mind-boggling that it's out there in front of your face. But again, why don't you know about it is because these white old dudes with white hair growing out of their ears. Why? Why do I say this? Because I know them all. They're the old educators from 50 years ago that don't want to give away cool, great, free information. Okay, they're gatekeepers. Not until you pay them 50 grand for like a basic thing and $100,000 for their actual mastermind will they give you like 1/10 of what I'm just giving you today for free. Okay. So they want to keep you out of the business. They want things to be hard, but this business has been going on for a long time before I was even born, way before. Okay. Michael Hudgens says, you keep describing me. Yeah, but you're not a curmudgeon, right? You're not trying to screw people over or anything like that. Okay. All right. So 4101 West Flower Street. The story is important. The story is more important than any structure, any underwriting. The story, the story, the story. Remember, I'm going to tell you the bunnies. And you're going to understand the bunnies. Why would this guy, Bob, the seller's name is Bob, why would Bob let me take over the payments on his house when he has a 2.9% VA loan? Why would he do that? And more importantly, why, as I take over this deal, the payment on this deal is roughly $2,000 a month. Why wouldn't he just go around and do what I do, which I turn this into a co-living property that I make $5,600 a month on? Why wouldn't he do that? This is where every newbie gets stuck. They all get stuck right here. They have no clue. And every one of these stories is uniquely different every single time. And the reason why I wanted to be on here today, and I know it took me 3 hours and 25 minutes to get to the first deal, is because do we all agree that the backstory of who I am, how I got my first deal, what a deed is, subject to credit card, Costco, Sam's Club, all of those things were paramount for you to know. Do we all agree? Okay. I came to deliver today. Right? Okay, so why would the seller not do this? Well, let's go through the whole story and you tell me, Sonia, as you have some aha moments, go, I mean, you say however you want to say. Okay. You can say, damn. You could say, oh, shit. I don't care what you say. Okay. So here's the full story. So Kevin comes to me and goes, hey, he's not talking to the seller directly. At the time, I'm going to tell you guys where this deal came from. Are you guys ready to hear where the deal came from? Okay. Where the deal came from, Kevin is using a company called Deal Sauce. Okay. Dealsauce.io is the name of the company. The cost of this is $97 a month. I'm not trying to promote this to you. I'm just telling you, by the way, remember what it cost me to generate my first batch of leads was $5,000. And the part of the story I never told you is for over 5 years, I spent $20,000 a month in mail, postcards, PPC, Facebook ads, et cetera, 20 grand a month. I don't even spend $200 a month now. Technology is 1,000 times better. Okay. So he's using dealsauce.io. Now, what did he do? He went to DealSauce. Okay. And I can show you what DealSauce looks like just real quick. I'm not trying to promote DealSauce. There's no affiliate code, nothing. I don't make $1 off of doing this. I'm just telling you where it came from, because people are going to ask, where do these deals come from? Watch how simple this is. I click on DealSauce. Okay. I log in. Welcome to the future, my friends. Welcome to 2025. And I can go down here and I can go, I call it Pace's Perfect Sauce. Okay. Pace's Perfect Sauce is houses that are being listed by real estate agents that are having a hard time selling. Okay. They're listed for 30 days, 60 days, 100 days. Okay. They might have no equity. Okay. If you look here, look at this. See if you look here, it says LTV, loan to value, 0%. I'll explain that to you in just a couple of minutes. Okay. I can see everything about this person's house. I can see they're absent. They don't even live there anymore. Okay. I can see all sorts of cool things. Okay. I can see all sorts of things like, they're in foreclosure. They don't live there anymore, anything. I can see all sorts of stuff, but that's where Kevin found this deal. Now, what is the filter Kevin used? Kevin used a filter of on market. What does on market mean, Sonia?
Visible to everybody for purchase?
Yes, correct. And it's being represented by, this is very important, it's being represented by a real estate agent. Okay. That means on market, okay? So that means that Bob and Stephanie, that's the agent's name, Stephanie. Bob and Stephanie are in an agreement. That agreement is called a listing agreement, which means she has the ability for 6 months to sell that property for him before she gets fired. Okay. This is very important to the story. So that's why I'm saying it slow and emphatically. Her ability to sell the house ends after 6 months. Okay. I'm going to give you some really cool, fun facts. And by the way, as I explain this to you, just like Janie Munson, that sounds like a weird story about the bunnies and that's how I bought the house. That's the only time I've ran into actual real bunnies and that's how I bought the house. Every other story is uniquely different. So it's fun. It's not laborious. It's not repetitive. Every single one of these stories is different. Bob's story is the first time I ever ran into Bob's story. It's freaking awesome. Okay. So we understand where we are so far. Kevin wanting to buy deals goes on DealSauce, okay, which does cost money. I know that this frustrates some people when I bring up some things that cost money, but there you go. There's something that you can have for $97 a month and you can find deals. He chooses on market, which means represented by an agent. His next filter is 60 plus days on the market. What does that typically mean, Sonia? It means that the agent is starting to stress out that the house hasn't sold. It's 60 days. I'm not going to bother a real estate agent the first day they list somebody's property. I'm going to wait 2 months and say, hey, I got some options. Like I could take over the payments. We could do some seller finance. We could do some other things, which I'll explain seller finance and how it's different in a different story. Okay. Remember how I bought that Dodge Dakota, the thing from the drunk sales guy? You weren't here for that. You came late. Yeah. Sonia, I thought you were going to be here all day with me. Come on. Just kidding. Okay. So he chooses on market 60 plus days because now we know the agent's having a hard time. Okay. Another thing he adds is I want something with low equity. Now, I know I'm throwing a lot of information at you, but I want you to know something very important. This next piece is going to confuse a lot of people, especially if you've never bought a house before, okay? And I know that some people are going to have to go back and review a lot of this stuff. Anybody feel like you're already going to have to go back and review this a couple of times?
That would be me.
That's cool. No problem. I feel like I'm the best educator, but I still feel like even how slow and how good my analogies are, it's new, right? It's all new information. It's going to take a couple of time. Okay. So this is the filter. You go on Deal Sauce. I want people with low equity, 60 days. Oh, one more filter. I want to add the filter of interest rates. People have interest rates under 4%. Most people don't know you can do this. Like, it's crazy. I can go find people having a hard time selling their house that have no equity, which I'll explain in a second, that have really low interest rates. And I can go and talk to the real estate agent, and the software will give me everybody's phone number and everything, every detail. Like, the game today is so much easier than it was 11 years ago when I started, but still, best software, best scripts, best everything, best questions you could ever ask does not matter if you don't have somebody to collaborate with, right? So again, for those who's going to be doing the No One Left Behind Challenge in January this month. The No One Left Behind Challenge is where I pair up all of my best closers in the community all over the country, and 10 newbies get put on every closer's team, and we show you guys how to generate leads. We generate the leads actually for you. And you, as a newbie, the only thing you do is set an appointment for a closer to talk to the person. So you don't have to overcome objections, understand price. You literally are just like, hey, would you like to, I saw that you answered our email. When could you talk to Pace, the owner of the company? He'll be here on Thursday at 3 or Friday at 2. That's literally your only job. Pretty cool, huh? Ashley says, I'll be setting appointments. Cool. Everybody that wants to join the No One Left Behind Challenge, please. Raphael says, how do gators fit into that formula? The gators are the ones that fund the deals, my friend. Okay. How does that challenge work? Great question. Not Melanie. Oh, Kiki says, how does the challenge work? Kiki, you've been in the community for 4 years. The problem is Kiki's so high level. She's like doing all sorts of deals, but she's not in some of the beginner newbie challenges. Okay. So I don't know if we have a link to join the No One Left Behind Challenge, but can somebody please find a link for the No One Left Behind Challenge? Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. So let's go back to this. This is his filter. That's the website he got the deal on. So when people are watching this in the future, maybe my team, this is the information that's very important. Okay. Very, very, very important for you to understand this. This is how we find these problems. I can preemptively identify bunnies that people have before I even call them. So I'm not just knocking on a random door or calling a random stranger. I'm finding people that have existing pain. Does that make sense, Sonia?
Yes.
It makes this business so easy. It's one of the coolest things about technology nowadays. Okay, cool. So let's talk about equity for a minute. Okay. I want you to understand what low equity means before I move on. Adam Shatuk says, can anyone sign up? No, you need to be in the Subto community to be in the No One Left Behind Challenge. Okay. All right. So here's what equity means. Let's say you have a $400,000 house. Okay. Sonia, I'm going to ask this question to you because you're my live guinea pig today, or at least for the next little while until you get sick of me. I owe $370,000 on my mortgage. Okay, that's what I owe. Remember, that's like a credit card bill, right? Or whatever. I owe this much money to the bank, but my house is worth $400,000. If I sell my house for $400,000, how much will I walk away in my pocket? Pretty simple question.
$30,000?
$30,000 would be the most incorrect answer ever, but it's also the most common answer ever. Okay, because what is equity? Everybody that's a note taker, I want you to take down this note. Equity is what I have in my pocket after the home sells. Equity is what I have in my pocket after the home sells. Yes, Joel Perez, do I have to join Subto to participate in No One Left Behind Challenge? Yes, you have to be in Subto to join the No One Left Behind Challenge. Okay, so How much equity does this person actually have? Now, Sonia, as a renter, you probably won't know this because you haven't sold a house. Okay. But when we sell houses on the market, the average cost to sell a house in the United States is 10%. What the heck? Why is it so expensive? Well, here's why. The seller, by the way, the person who sells the house, is responsible for the majority of these expenses. One real estate agent is 3%. Another real estate agent is 3%. Okay, and somebody's going to go, well, now the National Association of Realtors, guys, that's such hogwash. Every single seller is still going to pay every single agent's commission. It's just going to happen. No buyer has any money to pay these commissions. Okay, so here we go. We've got agent and agent. That's what most people think. They go, oh, it's 6%. It's 6%. No, it's not. Well, remember the escrow officer we talked about earlier? Who pays the escrow officer? What about the title company? Who pays the title company? Wait, hold on a second. What about the inspector? What about the appraisal? Okay, there's like 13 people that get paid in a real estate transaction that total up to the average cost of 10%. So I'm going to ask this question to you again, Sonia, and see how good you're paying attention, okay? I think you'll get this. Pretty simple math, but very important that we get this, because when I talk about low equity or no equity, this will help you understand why people are willing to let go of their homes, okay? So again, I hire a real estate agent to sell my house for 400. She gets an offer for 400, but I owe my bank 360. How much am I walking away with?
I want to say nothing.
You are close. The answer is negative $10,000. Why? Because the cost to sell a $400,000 house is, I'm sorry, it's nothing. You're actually, my bad. I did the math wrong. The first example I used was 370. I'm so sorry. So 370, they would walk away with negative $10,000. Does that make sense? Now, what's crazy is real estate agents, you think they know a lot about real estate. You would assume so if you haven't done real estate. I'm going to hurt a lot of real estate agents' feelings, but not the ones that are in here today. The ones that are in here today are what we call unicorn agents. They're the 1% of real estate agents that are actually good at the business. There's not a single real estate agent outside of our community that I'm like, yeah, you know what you're doing. They are the most ill-educated, inexperienced, licensed people I've ever met. I'll give you a good example. And this is not me just being rude. Do you know it takes 1,500 hours to cut somebody's hair with a license, a beautician license, 1,500 hours? And the average person to get a license to sell somebody's largest asset, which would be real estate, is 90 hours. I can go get a license to sell somebody's largest financial investment of their entire life in 90 hours. But I have to go do 1,500 hours to cut somebody's hair.
Wow.
Now, why is that? There's a great reason behind that. They pump people through real estate school, okay, like crazy. Somebody's making money on that. Somebody's making money on that. The faster we can get them through, the faster. Every real estate class is always packed because everybody thinks that getting a real estate license is what you need. I will never and have never gotten my real estate license. I will never. It is not a benefit at all. Getting a license does not help you become a real estate investor at all. In fact, I would argue it does the opposite. Does the opposite. How many agents in here are like, you have had to unlearn the horrible information you learned about actual real estate? Kiki Shrug says yes. She's really smart. She does all sorts of cool gangster stuff in our community. She's amazing. Rinda Emick, good to see you. Okay. Most real estate agents, in order to be real estate investors, have to unlearn the horrible, bad things that they've learned in real estate school. Real estate school is meant to turn you into a peon that just buys and sells houses for other people for a small commission. Okay. I'll give you a good example of this. In Maricopa County, where I live, Sonia, I'd be curious what yours would be. In Maricopa County, where I live in Arizona, There are 75,000 real estate agents. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. 75,000 licensed real estate agents that pay $2,000 a year to keep their license, that
Wow.
only went through 90 hours of school. They have no real education whatsoever. And here's what's interesting. Less than 7% of them make a full-time living on real estate. Crazy. Isn't that crazy? Now, here's some other alarming statistics, okay? 65% of them don't even own their own primary home. 87% of them have never nor will ever own a single rental property. 87% of real estate agents will never own an investment property. Why are these people licensed to buy and sell real estate on behalf of other people?
I have no idea.
Okay.
This is all shocking.
It's really shocking. Now, why I'm telling you this is because it ties back into the story of 4101 West Flower Street. Okay. You think these real estate agents understand when their clients have equity and when their clients don't have equity. Okay. I'm going to teach you another thing. Okay. This all multi-layered stuff. This will make all my stories in the future of the day get way, way, way easier. Okay. All right.
So why is everybody getting a real estate license if it doesn't benefit them anything?
Same thing with me. I went to real estate school. I went through the real estate 90 hours and I called my friend who was a real estate investor. His name's Jeff Dumas. And I said, dude, I'm about to go take my real estate exam. He goes, what are you doing? Why would you do that? Do you know any real estate agents that are rich? I was like, you. He goes, I have a license just so I have access to the software. I do not use my license. Do not get a license. It's the worst thing you'll ever do. You don't need a license. I'm like, really? He's like, come grab lunch with me. Let me explain it to you. And he explained it all to me. I was like, oh my gosh, why do so many people? He goes, because you thought up until you called me that was the way to get into real estate. That is not the way to get into real estate. It's not the way to get into real estate. iPhone says you need a license now to wholesale. Yes, in a couple of states you do, or you just become really educated on real estate and you don't need a license or you don't need to wholesale. Why don't you just double close, right? I wish I knew your name, iPhone user. Okay, so awesome. So here we go. Stephanie, who's representing our friend, remember, Bob. Let's go back to the story because now we've explained to you equity and I've explained to you that kind of stuff. But I want to explain to you why I pointed out earlier. You've already forgotten because it's so much information. I want to point out to you earlier why I explained that Bob had gotten a VA loan when he bought the property. The reason why that is so important is because Bob is a vet. And when you are a veteran, you can go get a VA loan that requires zero money down to buy the property and really good interest rates. That's the benefit for being a vet. Now, if somebody put $0 down on their house and let's say 2 years later, they want to sell their house, do they have a lot of equity if they put no money down? No, of course not. Was it helpful for me to explain the equity part before I ask you that question?
Definitely.
Okay. So Bob owes $400,000 on the house. I'm sorry. That's what they were selling it for. He owed $370 on the house. So you might ask, why doesn't the real estate agent just keep lowering the price just to sell the house? Well, because Bob's already going to write a check to get rid of the house of how much money? Bob's already writing a check to get rid of the house for $10,000. I feel like I've lost you here.
No, I got it. I'm following up. Yeah.
So a lot of people ask, well, the agent's stupid. They should just lower the price. How can they lower the price when the seller doesn't have any equity and the seller's going to have to write a check to get rid of the house? They can't lower the price. It's as low as they can go. There you go. Vlad says, what if he doesn't have the $10,000?
Thinking that.
Okay, cool. So here's what ends up happening. Okay. And I'm going to explain to you why look, I do a lot of deals with real estate agents. Like in the No One Left Behind Challenge, we do a lot of real estate agent deals. But if you put me in the middle of a cornfield in the middle of Oklahoma and you said, Pace, you got to start from scratch, you got two options. Go direct to the seller who's in foreclosure or go to an agent who's having a hard time selling the house. I'd rather talk to the seller direct all day long. That's how I got my first deal with Janie Munson. Okay. I'd rather talk to the seller because they're going to tell me the truth. I'm going to understand the situation. Agents don't even know if their clients have equity or not. They don't care why their client's selling. Most of them don't. There's 1% that do. Agents in here, I know that I sound like an agent bashing agent hater. How many people in here know that I love real estate agents? I work with real estate agents all the time. And you as real estate agents also agree that most real estate agents suck at their job. Give me a yes or a no if you disagree with me or agree with me. Okay. Sonia, I just saved you 10 years of what I had to learn over 10 years.
Thank you.
Why is this important for me to hammer home? Well, it's important for me to hammer home because you'll understand why these agents don't know how to sell these houses. Okay. My wife is an agent and my business partners are agents. A lot of people in my team are agents. Okay. So the ego is sickening. I'm sorry. Okay, great. I'm not trying to have an ego. I'm just trying to explain to somebody who's new. Here's what ends up happening. When you're new and you feel like you need to go and respect an agent who doesn't know what they're doing, it really holds you back. Okay. Oh, Riza says, not you. The agents have an ego. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm like, man, I didn't think I was being an ego. What I did for the longest time is I was fearful of calling agents because I thought they knew what they were doing. And I thought they were going to like clean up the street with me, sweep me under the, I thought they just were going to talk me under a freaking rug. I just thought they were so smart. And then when I started doing more deals, I was like, wait, they don't really know that much. Holy moly, this is actually an opportunity for me. So let's explain how this deal unfolded. Okay. So Bob bought the house with a VA loan. He decides, I'm going to sell my house. And I'll explain to you why he is selling his house later, because I found out later. The agent, her name is Stephanie. Sweet girl. I've now done 20 deals with her. She's awesome. She just didn't know what she didn't know. Their broker doesn't teach them this stuff. Their continued education doesn't teach them this stuff, okay? So here's what ends up happening. Stephanie lists his property. We reach out. Remember the filter we chose. The filter we chose was 60 days on the market, right? We chose a filter on Deal Sauce. We pulled a list. Kevin reaches out to the agent, okay? And Kevin knows, right? Young 22-year-old kid, no college education, not licensed real estate investor, just a real estate investor, not a real estate agent, okay? And he reaches out to the real estate agent because we don't call sellers that are being represented by agents. That's a big rule for us. We do not call sellers being represented by agents. We respect the relationship that the agent and the seller have. We do not go around agents. Does everybody agree with that?
Yes.
I respect real estate agents. I want to do business with them, and you'll understand why this is so important here in just a minute. Okay. So Stephanie gets reached out to by Kevin on day 60. Kevin says, hey, looks like your, listing's not selling. Also something very interesting to note is that you can also see the average days on market. Sonia, I would challenge you, find a Subto member and ask yourself, what's the average days on market in my market? What does that mean? That means a listing agent, a seller, an agent selling somebody's house, puts it on the market. What's the average time it takes in your Atlanta, Georgia metro for a house to sell? What's the average DOM or days on market? What's the average days on market?
Okay.
Okay. In Maricopa County, we're like 45 days. Okay. 45 days.
Can you pull something like that on Zillow? Like, do they have?
Zillow has stuff like that. Deal Sauce has cool stuff like that. My title company that I work with, I'll pull a thing for you. Let's go. Maricopa. Okay. I get this from my title company. I just got this actually 3 days ago. So check this out. I'll share it with you. Okay. So these are kind of cool, like little analysis that when you do deals with your title company, they'll send you all sorts of cool analytics. So check this out. Let's find median list price. So you see the price of houses are actually going down right here. Okay. Why is that? It's because interest rates went up, and right here, interest rates were low. So list price went crazy high. Interest rates go up. People are now can afford less homes, so they're selling less. Days on market. Okay. This is important. Check this out. So when this is climbing up, that puts pressure on real estate agents because the houses are selling much slower. The dotted line is the trend. The solid line is the actual. Okay, so it looks like it's trending way faster than what actual is showing right now, which means that this red line is going to be really high later. Really basic stuff. Just like the dotted line is 7-day average, the solid line is 90 average. It's like the trailing, right? So average days on market, really important to know. Okay, if the average days on market right now is 70 days on market, that's putting agents in a lot of pain. Okay, a happy real estate agent is somewhere between like 40 and 45. Right now, Maricopa County, oh my gosh, that's actually high. Our average days on market is 80.
Right.
Okay, so what does that mean? It's pretty simple. If a real estate agent has a house on the market for 81 days, that means that they're past the time that the average house would have sold. And what's that telling them? Okay, so it's telling the real estate agent and the seller that their house is not worth what they're trying to sell it for. That's it. The market determines the price. Okay, Zillow does not determine a house price. Zillow's wrong most of the time. Okay. The market has softened and prices haven't gone down. Prices are going down in 60+% of the markets. Virginia Drew, good to see you. You awesome woman. She's in Florida. Florida is one of the places where people are migrating to. So Florida sees and like a lot more people moving from places where markets are settling in. The average price of a house did go up nationwide last year. The price of a home, it went up like 2.5%, 5% between there. Okay. Dawn says prices are definitely going down, and I'm in Maryland. There you go. Okay. So depends on the neighborhood. Everything's a very local thing. So don't try and like understand the real estate market, understand your real estate market. So Sonia, just understand Atlanta. I love Atlanta. It's one of my favorite markets. It's awesome. Okay. So, average days on market. Why is that important for us to know? Well, it tells me the bunnies. It tells me, oh man, this person has had this house listed for 60 days, but the average days on market is 45. That means if they were priced appropriately, they probably would have sold between 40 and 50 days. They're at 60. The pressure is just barely starting to cook. Okay, just barely. So obviously, as I tell you the rest of the story, you're going to understand where the pain is coming from. Okay. And it's all really easy to see. So you don't have to be like a genius to know this stuff. This is just real estate basics. Okay. So if I know that the average days on market are 80 days, should I reach out to real estate agents and ask them to take over their sellers' payments on day 2?
On day 2, no, but if it's past 80, yeah.
It's past 80, you know that they're in pain, right? So we don't waste our time calling agents that are, below the average days on market. So Kevin at the time, this is a year ago, average days on market were much lower. They're at 45. He calls it day 60 and he talks to Stephanie. He says, hey, looks like your client doesn't have a lot of equity. She had no clue. She had no clue, zero clue at all what that meant. By the way, she'd been a listing agent for 7 years. She had no idea. No, he has equity. The house is selling for 400. He owes 370. And Kevin, as a 22-year-old non-licensed person, is like, that doesn't mean he has equity. It just means there's a delta between what he owes. But oh my gosh, how do you not know this? You've been in 8. Of course, he didn't say that, but in his mind, he's thinking that, right? Mm. Cool. So she says, no, my client's not interested in you taking over his payments. Okay, so what do I train members of Subto to do? I train them. All right, call them at 90 days. She still said no. Cool, no problem. Call her at 120 days. She says no. Call her at 150 days. What do you think she says?
I think she said yes.
She says no. 180 days, Sonia. What does she say now?
Couldn't have said no again.
She said no. I'm teaching you way more about real estate than you could ever imagine. Landon deals with this all the time. Landon Moore does. I bought deals from Landon. Landon's a great leader in Subto. He does a lot of agent outreach. This is just a very, very common thing that will happen with real estate agents. And I'll tell you the psychology behind it here in just a second. They are the licensed professional. And when they have to admit to you, they don't know what taking over payments means, it makes them feel inferior. They lose the upper hand. They're embarrassed. They don't want to. Human beings don't want to look stupid. They will do anything in their power to not look stupid. Do we all agree? It's a very big fear. I'm afraid of looking stupid. It's why people don't try new things, right? Cool. I think in the Subto community, we make looking stupid freaking cool. I want to look stupid all the time. I just do it around my friends, so I don't look stupid because they're doing the same thing I'm doing. Here you go. Loretta's like, it's an art form. That's right. Okay. So here we go. So why did she say no? We understand why she said no, is because she has no clue how to do it. Now, what did she say specifically, Sonia, was really frustrating. Kevin came to me on day 120. He's like, dude, this agent, she just doesn't get it. This person has no equity. I even drove by the house. It doesn't look like anybody's even at the house. Like the weeds are overgrown and the this and that. I was like, that doesn't mean a lot, Kevin, but yeah, okay. I go, you just got to keep following up. Keep following up. Keep following up. She'll either say yes or she won't. And he goes, but what if she says no all the way through? Now, why did I stop at 180 days? Let's check your memory, Sonia. I know I'm giving you a ton of information today. I'm a fire hose today.
Yeah.
Why did I stop at day 180?
80,
How many months are in 180 days? 6 months.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
6 months is when that you can go directly to the seller. I wrote that somewhere.
There you go. Look at you. Good memory, Sonia. So the agent and the seller have a 6-month agreement called a listing agreement. Remember?
Right.
So at the end of 6 months, the listing expires, which is also known as they get fired. Okay, I want everybody to write this down. This is not me bashing on real estate agents. It's to try and give you an understanding of how great this opportunity is in the United States, how big of an opportunity this is. Sonia, how many people across the country on a daily basis will fire their real estate agents on Monday through Friday? What per day? How many across the country will get fired?
It depends, I guess, looking at the days on market of the house.
It's average. The average is 15,000 real estate agents get fired per day. Okay. Now, what does that mean? That's 75,000 real estate agents per week. That means 300,000 real estate agents will get fired this month. Now, Sonia, I prefer not for them to get fired because I like working with them. There's a couple of deals I'll talk about today that like I have an agent named Heather I just bought a deal from. She knew what creative finance was. She just never done the deal. And she's like, Pace, can I be honest with you? And by the way, all inside of the Subto community, all these calls are recorded. So I'll be honest, I don't know how to do these. If we do this deal, will you just do the paperwork and walk me through it? I'm like, yeah, of course. But that's not every agent, right? Most agents are going to go, no, my client's not interested. No, my client's not interested. 6 different times as you follow up. Okay, great. Now, somebody not inside of the Subto community that maybe learns on my YouTube will go, dude, screw that. I'm going to go around the agent and I'm just going to call the seller directly. This is ridiculous. I don't even think she's even told the seller that I'm offering this. And then you screw over yourself for a long-term relationship. And I'll explain that to you here in just a second. Okay. So we follow up all the way through day 80. What happens at the end of day 80? She says no. What happens here again, Sonia? Let's just double verify what happens at that red line.
Oh, Bob.
She gets fired, right? Becomes an expired listing. Okay. By the way, How do we know it's an expired listing? We can go to DealSauce. Again, dealsauce.io is, I don't have an affiliate code. I don't make money on that link or anything like that, but that's where a lot of people are getting this data. You can find agents who have been, or deals that recently fired their real estate agent and just call the seller directly. Now, again, if you're brand new, you're going to be so deathly afraid of calling a seller and saying, can I take over your payments? This is good information, but again, you need somebody in your local market that's like, yo, let's work together so we can both make money together. This is why community is so critically important. Yeah, Don Woolridge, dealsauce.io. Yes, correct. Okay, so she gets fired. So now what do? Well, we call Bob. Okay, now that Stephanie is out of the way and we can respect the relationship, I don't want to screw over Stephanie. I don't want to be that guy that's disrespectful. I want to build a long-term, reputation in town that people are like, yeah, Pace is legit. He's maybe a strong opinion, but he will never screw you. Those types of things are really important to me. So I build my relationships and I build my reputation that way. Okay, cool. So here's what we find. Well, we find that I tell Kevin, I go, all right, Kevin, it's time to just call the seller directly. Let's call him. We call Bob. And we say, hey, Bob, my name's Kevin, and I've been trying to buy your house through your real estate agent, Stephanie, for the last 6 months. And I'm just wondering, what was it about my offer that you didn't like? That's the script. I just gave it to you. Somebody's gonna be like, well, what did I say? I just told you. Write it down for the script. The people that love taking girls on dates and following a script and saying, what's your favorite color? And you need them scripts. I'm a prescription doctor. I'm giving you them scripts. Okay. So there you go. Just wondering, what about my offer you didn't like? What do you think Bob said, Sonia?
I'm hoping that he did not say that he didn't know about an offer being made.
He says, I have zero clue what you're talking about. Zero clue. Can you explain what you're talking about? And we said, yeah, we noticed that your house, you bought it with a VA loan. You've got a really good interest rate on it. And we offered to just take over the payments on it because we assumed that the house was trying to sell for and what you owe probably put you in a situation where you're going to have to write a check to sell the house. He's like, wow. My agent didn't even know that until like 4 months in. And we said, well, yeah, we can just take over the payments. And he goes, and this is the mind-blowing part, because now the story is very important. The story is so important, way more important than a spreadsheet, way important than what is the structure and what's the price, and does not matter. Okay. So, somebody says, if we are licensed, can we call the seller? No, even worse. I legally can call the seller directly, but morally I shouldn't. As an agent, you actually have regulations that you will lose your license if you go around another agent. So absolutely not. It's actually worse. Everything's worse if you're a real estate agent. Way more scrutiny, way more oversight. You cannot go around the agent. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, cool. So check this out. So we tell him, well, you probably would have to write a check to get rid of the house. And when you understand that, this is what happens. You go, this is what Bob says. He goes, okay, so you will take over my payments and I don't have to pay you to take them? He was thinking that he was going to have to pay us, which I have multiple stories today where sellers have paid me to take their home. Multiple. We've got a student, Adam Husseini out of Pittsburgh. He has a seller paying him $1,000 a month to have taken the house off his hands. Mm-hmm. I know. And you go, well, why? Well, I haven't told you the bunnies. I still haven't told you the bunnies. Why is the guy selling is the bunnies? Bob, whether it's a great story or not a great story, but this is the legit story. Bob fell in love with a girl from work. They started dating. He moves in with this girl. And now or actually, this is how it usually works. He starts finding himself over at her house every day. Right? Months goes by. She goes, why don't you just move in, dude? Just move in. Sell your house, move in with me, pay half the rent, blah, blah, blah. He's like, are you kidding me? That's the story. So here's what happens. He calls an agent. Hey, will you sell my house? She goes, oh, yeah. Casey Savage says it always starts with a girl. Usually. The greatest motivating factor on the planet is a woman all day long. Okay. The most powerful force on the planet is a woman, whether it's your daughters or your wife, whatever it is. It's always a woman. Okay. So Bob, here's what happens with Bob. The agent comes to him, and this is what he told me in a call. And this is recorded, and we've shared this with people. And Bob says, why didn't my agent know this? Like, why didn't she offer this to me? I'm like, yeah, probably would have saved you a couple months. He goes, dude, it would have saved me 6 months of payments. She told me she could sell the house in 2 weeks. I signed with her. I move out of the house, and I'm making not only my half rent payment with my girlfriend, but I'm paying my mortgage payment for the last 6 months while my agent keeps saying she's going to sell the house. Meanwhile, she never even shared your offer with me. Bro, this could have saved me. Why didn't you guys just call me directly? I'm like, well, here's why. We're not going to go around agents. We respect them. Okay. Does this help everybody understand why Bob wanted to move? Why Bob had an empty house? Why Bob was willing to let me take over his payments? Does this help everybody understand the bunnies are the most important part?
Definitely see that now clearly. Finding the bunnies.
And now no more why. It's tell me the bunnies. What are the bunnies? What's the story? What's happening? Now, the agent didn't even ask this question. She didn't ask, well, tell me what's going on. You're moving in with your girlfriend. Got it. Okay. Well, don't move out of your house until we sell the house. What she did to try and get the listing, and this happens, it's very common, very, 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 very common. How many real estate agents in here have lost a listing opportunity because another agent lied to the client and got the listing instead of you? How many agents in here have lost a listing opportunity? Me. Give me a me in the side chat. Happens all the time. Me. Come on, give me a me. I want Sonia, who's not a real estate agent, to see this.
That is awful.
But am I trying to bash real estate agents, Sonia? No, I'm trying to put a shine on the industry. And what's really happening is an agent who's desperate to earn a commission will tell a seller like Bob, and this isn't, hey, this is rare. It's rampant. 300,000 agents a month get fired for not selling a house after 6 months. So when they tell us we have an inventory shortage, no, we do not have an inventory shortage. We do not have an inventory shortage. That is not correct. People are like, oh, we're 4 million units short. Okay, where are these 4 million people living? Mm-hmm. That is absolutely incorrect. Now, do we have an affordability issue? Yes, we have an affordability issue, but we do not have an inventory issue. If we had an inventory issue, then none of these houses would go expired because all of them being on the market for half of a year would have sold. That's 3.6 million agents a year get fired.
It's crazy.
Now, it's not 3.6 million agents. It's multiple agents will get fired multiple times per year. So it might be like 500,000 agents get fired every year, but some of them get fired 6 or 7 times in a year. Crazy. Why then? Here's a question, Sonia. Why would I waste my time reaching out to agents? Why wouldn't I just wait until the listing goes expired and only call expired listings?
Because it's the right thing to do. You have to wait until the agreement expires first.
Yeah, but why don't I just only call expired listings? Like, why even call the agent in the 100 days, 120, 150, 180? Why even waste my time there? Why not just call expired listings?
Because you're building a relationship. If in case the person gets in this type of situation again, they won't wait so long. They'll reach out to you and say, hey, help me.
You got it. Now, here's what I did with Stephanie. And this is why Stephanie's name was so important. Here's what I did with Stephanie. So I closed this transaction. I turned this property into a co-living property. Co-living is like, pad split, etc. So when we go to here, I'll show you. Do you know what pad split is? They're based in Georgia, actually, Atlanta, Georgia, actually.
I've heard of them. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So it's just basically people taking a single family home and renting out the rooms for rent. Okay. Let's see. For people that want to see a visual of this. By the way, guys, if you are over on YouTube, you should get your buns over to the Zoom. We're on a live Zoom today. And, it's interesting to me about like Patrick Bet-David, who I think is amazing. You have Patrick Bet-David has 25,000 people watching him fight about politics, all this divisiveness and all the P. Diddy things and Epstein Island and all this kind of stuff that they talk about. There's 25,000 people over there, and we combined have 1,300, and people are actually learning how to make money here. People want to talk about politics. They want to talk about divisiveness. They want to talk about these things. It's interesting. Here's what's interesting. When people go, why doesn't everybody know this? I will tell you why nobody knows this, okay? Because people are not looking for the information. They're looking to be entertained. So check this out. We've got, on our YouTube channel, we got 300 people watching on YouTube, right? So when you want to talk about politics. By the way, guys, can this be done in New York State? Yes, guys. It can be done across the whole entire world. It can be done, and it can be done in 29 other countries besides the United States. So if I go here, you got 300 people learning how to actually make money. And I'm teaching slowly and loving on you guys and not going too fast, and I'm making sure you understand. Meanwhile, you go here, who I love Patrick Bet-David, you got 29,000 people. H-1B1 visa debate, Trudeau's ministers meet. This is what people actually want. The reason why I didn't know this, and the reason why you guys didn't know this up until recently, is because you weren't in a place where you wanted more information. You wanted to be entertained. Mm-hmm. And that is always going to be a much bigger business than teaching people how to make money. And look, I love Patrick Bet-David. He's amazing. I've been in the green room with him multiple times. Great, amazing guy. I subscribe to him. He's amazing. But that's the answer to why don't other people know this? Why is this such a niche? Because people are wanting to be entertained and fight, right? So it's why the Super Bowl is so great, because they're keeping you busy. They're keeping you busy by being entertained. The same people, these Muppet and puppet masters, are keeping us all entertained. I'm not being a conspiracy theorist. It is true. They built a whole system to entertain us, to keep us away from actually going out and finding out the information. Mm-hmm. Cool. So the reason why I was going to do a screen share is I was going to tell you guys, if you go to padsplit.com, I do make money off PadSplit. If you guys use like code PACE, I do make money off of that. Like go in there and tell them you were referred by PACE. I do make some money off of that, but I don't even know what my link is. But watch this. Alabama, let's see, just go to Georgia. Let's go to Atlanta. Atlanta's huge. There's so many of these deals in Atlanta. Look at this. I bet you half of these are Subto students. Half of these. Okay, so what they're doing is they're turning around. They're buying these houses Subto, and they're going in and renting these out by the room, charging $200 a week for one room. So that's $800 a week, or $800 a month for just one room. Look at these cute little houses. So I take over Bob's house. I take over his monthly payment at $2,000, and I go and put mine on PadSplit, and it rents out a little over, I think it's like $7,600 a month is what I collect in rent. My payment to the mortgage, okay, is $2,000, and I have a gross profit of $5,600 a month off that little teeny house you saw on Flower Street.
That's a sweet deal.
That's like most of my deals are $1,500 to $2,000 a month. That's a really good deal. We knocked out the carport. We turned it into an extra bedroom. So we made it a little bit nicer, right? So that is how you go get a deal with no bank, no credit, no credentials. You get a 2.9% interest rate. Seller hands you the keys to their house. They're surprised that you actually want the house. Why? Because they don't know what we know. They don't know what pad split is. Hell, Sonia, you're in here right now going, yeah, I've heard of pad split. You think Bob knows a single thing about pad split if you aren't alive and your answer is, yeah, I've heard of them. They don't know. They have no clue. They're not educated. They're not going to seminars. They're not doing these things. They're not getting educated. They just have pain. They have something going on. Make sense? They have bunnies. So when you find out it's easy to find the bunnies and there's people willing to hand over their assets to you because they have some situation going on, you go, oh my gosh, how do I do this? How do I retire from this? Sonia, I'm going to guess if you had $15,000 a month coming in from, let's say, 5 of these deals or 6 of these deals, you'd never worry about money ever again, correct?
Never again. Absolutely true.
Okay.
And my wheels are turning right now in my head.
There you go. And I know I took an hour or maybe a little over an hour to tell you one of these deal breakdowns, but was that worth my time going through that and explaining to you how I did this, why he wanted to? The one part I didn't explain is why did I make sure I told you Stephanie's name? Because after I closed it, after I got it rented out, I went to Stephanie and I said, hey, Stephanie, I closed the deal and I have $2,500 sitting at the title company waiting for you. I'm going to pay you on this deal on Flower Street, but I'm not going to release it to you until you bring me another deal.
Oh, wow.
And so her and I have done now 20 deals together.
Oh, wow.
Once, I mean, think about this. No. My client says no, he doesn't want to take over the payments. To now, Pace, you ready for the next deal? Pace, you ready for the next deal? Pace, you ready for the next deal?
Nice.
Crazy.
Huh.
There you go. Okay, so Paris, okay, this is great. So Paris Stokes says, why did you have to pay her? I didn't have to pay her. Katya, Sonia, did I have anything in there about me saying I had to pay her? Okay. I'm a smart, strategic person. I build relationships. I paid her $2,500 out of my cash flow and I put it at the title company and I said, I will pay you that $2,500 when you bring me another deal. Katya, did you miss that part? Let's see. When you give you receipt, SAR. Okay, there you go. So I incentivized her. Okay, I incentivized her to do way more deals with me. Okay, I didn't ask that. I'm open to finding deals for you. Okay, if you're in the Subto community, I'll buy deals with you all day long. Okay, cool. So Sacramento, I have 3 Subto deals in Sacramento, but I am no longer buying deals in Sacramento. I'm done. I'm focused entirely on RV parks, mobile home parks, apartment buildings, and single family properties only inside of Maricopa County. What's a pad split? It's renting out by the room, Barbara. Okay, so Sonia, any questions before I release you from the screen?
No, this was awesome. Thank you so much for sharing your time. And I mean, it's New Year's Eve and you got my wheels spinning. Like beginning at Costco. That was just a complete epiphany for me. Yeah, complete 180 epiphany. It was super great. Because I've always, and then you kind of just dismiss it, all the real estate terms and all that. I'm like, oh my God, but thank you for bringing it all together. Really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. It took me, I'll be honest with you, I did not come up, I've been doing this now 12 years, but I didn't come up with the Costco analogy until 3 years ago. Like I didn't learn it that way. I learned it the hard way. And I'm like, why do they make this so hard? Oh, because they don't want us to do it. They don't want us to come in here and take their money. Like there's a guy, I became friends with him, but he's the big creative finance guy back in like the 60s and 70s. And I became friends with him before he passed away. He passed away last year. And he hated me so much. And why do you think he hated me? because I'm giving away, like I'll go do a 16-hour live for free. I'll do a 24-hour live for free. I'll do a 25-hour live for free. I'll do a 26-hour live for free. And he would just criticize me. Oh, but blah, da, da, ba, ba, da, da. And then him and I were in a mastermind together. I bought myself into a mastermind, a real estate mastermind. And we became friends. Like he got to know me. He goes, dude, man, I hated you for 5 years. He passed away. He's an older guy. And he's like, I didn't appreciate. Now I understand that we're in a new world now. Like sharing is caring, basically. That's what I told him when I met him. I was like, bro, sharing is caring. And it was a joke, but he was like, I really, like, you've opened up my eyes. Anyway, when he texted me the week before he passed away. And he was like, I just want to let you know, I'm passing my mental torch on to you. You've got this industry, take this industry. You're doing things I never would have done because I would have never shared with people like you do. I keep everything close to the vest. I don't want people competing with me on deals. I'm like, okay, Sonia, let me tell you why there's no competition. You ready to see why there's no such thing as competition? Yeah. Okay, last thing I'll show you. Check this out. Let's just go to like, I don't want to deviate your mind to be like, oh, Pace is going to go tell me to go after these purple dots, but I want to show you this one purple dot thing. Don't go to it, but it's just one. Do you know how many, like we talked about long days on market represented by agents. We talked about expired listings, right? Those are 2 of 56 different ways to find these deals. 2. I'm going to show you a third one that's very simple, but it's overwhelming to see how many opportunities there are. You ready to hear a third one? Okay, it's called code violations. Okay, so somebody has a code violation on their house. Watch how simple this is nowadays. Okay, code violation map, Tempe, Arizona. This is basically where my office is, okay? Check this out. City of Tempe, every city has this too. Live violation map. Come on, don't fail me now. Okay, there's the greens. Come on, load for me. It's starting to fill in. The green ones are new violations, but when the purple ones pop up, for some reason their website's going really slow. The purple ones are literally 20 times more purple dots on this map. This is just one city, okay? The green ones are new code violations, people that are getting in trouble from the city for not taking care of their property, abandoned houses, etc. So, oh, there it is. Boom, there's the purple. Sonia, this is one city in the United States. Let's scroll out. This is one city in one metro area with over 1,500 code violations that are 6 months old.
Oh, wow.
Tell me that there's competition in this business. There's no competition. Now, somebody's going to ask, what site is this? Oh, that's okay. Guys, every one of your cities has this. Go to Atlanta code violation map.
Okay.
Now, what's that going to do for you? Almost nothing. And here's why. Sonia, here's where you're going to get stuck, and a lot of people are going to get stuck, just like me. I could give you all the information on the planet. What are you going to do with it?
I need to find somebody to collaborate with, number one.
There's the answer. You won't do anything without another human being. It's just like learning the piano or learning how to swim or doing anything else. There are some lunatics that can learn how to do some of these things on their own, but they're savants. They can listen and they can play the piano. I could never do that. For me, when I wanted to learn how to frame a house, I had to stand next to somebody that knew how to frame a house, that wanted and was financially incentivized to help me. So for example, people inside of our community, if you bring a deal to somebody in the Subto community, just like I used to bring deals to Bethany, now they're financially incentivized and aligned with helping you. And now you don't feel like, oh, well, what do you get out of this? What's the catch? The catch is they're going to make money on the deal too. Okay. So many different ways to make money on a deal. I've made money. I have one deal I did with the Subto community. We have 1,700 people are making money on that deal every month. It's a $20 million deal. We all pitched in some money. It's one of the deals I'll break down today. It's a $20 million apartment building. And the seller's like, I'll seller finance it to you, but I want a down payment. I was like, all right, who wants to help out with the down payment? 1,700 people in the community pitched in, and we all own this asset together. And everybody, 1,700 of them, Larry Parsons says, I'm an owner of it. Who's an owner of that $20 million property with me? Okay. Nidra, good to see you, Nidra. See, these people are my friends. We invest and we do deals together. We pitch in together. We go buy big things. Like that's a $20 million, 160 unit portfolio. And they all get a check every single quarter. It's not, we don't do it monthly anymore. We do it quarterly, but they get a check every quarter. Welcome to real estate. It's a freaking 200 people just said, me, I'm part owner of that deal. There is no competition. It's all collaboration. It's all about community. It's all connecting with people. What's going to happen is you'll have all this information. You'll go to a code violation list and you're like, okay, I got the code violation list. And then what? You'll do what I did for 7 years. You do nothing until somebody pushes you through it, helps you get through all of it. So everybody, can you guys give Sonia some love? 1,000 pieces of love. Can you guys all let Sonia know we appreciate her for being up here as a newbie and being vulnerable and all of that stuff?
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course.
To be a guinea pig for you today. I learned on way, way more. Thank you so much, Pace. Thank you.
You're welcome. So welcome. We got a lot of deals to break down today. So thank you for hanging out with me with the first one. So that first deal was a Subto deal that is a co-living property. Again, I bought it from one of my community members, Kevin Cho. So he made an assignment fee. Somebody might ask, well, where does that money come from? Like, how did you pay for the closing costs? How did you pay for Kevin's assignment fee? I brought in a private money lender, right? I call them gators. So I teach people how to go out and be private money lenders. So I bring in somebody else's money and I let them partner with me on the deal. Okay. Stephen Callboy says, I wish I was in your spot. You are, bro. If everybody's on here with Sonia, you guys all got the same value Sonia did. Okay. You all got the same value Sonia did. Awesome. Okay, cool. All right. I want to pick on a dude, but women are easier to pick on because they're nice and sweet. Some guys like I'll call on somebody and they're like swinging a hammer on a job site while they're trying to learn, type of thing. Caesar says, I'm sweet. Andrew Joseph. Okay. I love a guy that has two first names. I love a guy that has two first names. RM Levy says, that's me. I'm on a job site right now. I love it. Okay. So now here's what's cool. There are so many different types of deals, right? There's Subto, there's seller finance, there's lease options, Morby methods. There's so many different types of deals. I just went through one of the deals that I'm going through today. It took me an hour, but now all the other deals will go a lot faster because now you guys understand a deed. You understand subject to, you understand these things, and you understand there's always going to be a why. There's always going to be a bunny. There's a bunny. Okay. Now, like for example, let's look at the code violations. Code violation is not the bunny, right? That might be a reason why, but like if you click on one of these code violations and it pulls up, it's going to be like, okay, under investigation, banners, pennants, wind-driven spinners, streamers, balloons. Okay, obviously that's a business that's getting in trouble. Let's go to one that's like an obvious residential home. How about that? Okay. This is landscaping is substantially dead, damaged or characterized by uncontrolled growth or presents a deteriorated appearance or any dead trees, bushes, shrubs, portions thereof, including stumps. Okay. So is that the bunny? Yes or no? Is that the bunny? Yes or no? No, it's not. The bunny is the reason why the trees are overgrown. There you go, Greg. Greg got it. It's the symptom. Okay. They're going through a divorce is a bunny. They lost their job is a bunny. They're depressed because of something happening. Therefore, they stop taking care of their landscape and they just sick kid. Really good one. I've had a lot of sellers sell houses to me based on their kid being sick and they can't afford the payments anymore, right? All that kind of stuff. Okay. Chino, I can see your messages, bro. What are you talking about? I can't see all of them. Sometimes people are typing fast, but okay. So there you go. Those code violations are not the bunny. The bunny is the underlying emotional hang up, the thing that they're struggling with. Otherwise, like, who gets pride in actually, oh, this is a great question. Katya says, where do they go live after? Great question, Katya. Great question. You want me to tell you one of my greatest wholesale deals I've ever done as one of my deals? I'll tell you where they go to live. I'll tell you one of the cool, this is a great story. Katya, but you have to come up and hang out with me. I feel bad. Zoom's all the way booked out, guys. This is why when people are like, oh, Pace says limited spots only, my Zoom's capped at 1,000. Why? Because that's what Zoom does. Katya, how you doing?
Good.
Is English your second language?
How do you know?
Your name, mostly. Right? I talk to a lot of people for a living, so I know. But Katya, will you turn your camera on, or do you not want to do that?
I was gonna go feed the kids.
Okay, well then I shouldn't pick on you then. Is that a Haitian name? Probably. Who wants me to pick on them that is not in Subto? If you are in Subto, I do not want to pick on you because you already know all these things. And sometimes they just want to come up and hang out. And that's fun too, but I do 20 of these Zooms every week. Okay, Sophia, we're on my team for No One Left Behind Challenge. You've done deals with me. What are you talking about? Okay. iPhone. iPhone 195. You're going to ask for my help. Watch me. You want my help, but you're going to talk about something so unrelated that I'm going to regret pulling you up here. iPhone 195. I'm asking you to unmute. You don't even know that your name is iPhone 195. What's your real name?
Hello, Pace. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What do you need? Do you need my help with something specific to this or something unrelated? You have a deal you need my help with?
I possibly have. Are you only doing Subto deals or what?
Okay. Everybody has an iPhone. Do me a favor and change your name to like your actual name so I can call on you. If you guys don't mind, there's a lot of you guys actually that have a lot of your Zoom name. Okay, Darren Sessions. Cool. I'll go to Darren Sessions. I want to pick on people that I can actually see their names. What's up, Darren? How you doing, man? I'm unmuting you right now.
Hey, man, what's going on?
What up? So, Darren, you're going to hang with me. I'm going to go through this story about one of my best wholesale deals. I made like $150,000 on the deal. So I can answer the question of where do sellers move when you buy their house and they're in a really bad situation.
Okay, gotcha.
But it's easier for me if you have your camera on. Can you turn your camera on?
Yes, sir. Got you right now.
Love it. Now, typically men, I do this a lot. Typically men will have a hard time sitting still. Like Sonia, you guys notice Sonia sat still. Men are so bad that like when they come on a Zoom with me and I'm answering questions, they're like moving around the house. They're doing all, I'm like, bro, I'm you're getting everybody sick. So if you guys come up here, please hold still. Darren, obviously I imagine you will also hold still, but your camera is off. I can see, unless you're in a really dark room, you don't want us to see you because you're naked.
No,
or
I
something.
I got you. 1 second. Give me about 15 seconds. Got you. Okay.
This is a wing dinger of a story, by the way. This is one of the best stories on the planet. This is a cash wholesale deal. What's up, Darren? How you doing, dog?
What's up?
Where
How
you
you
live?
doing? I live in New York.
Of course you do, bro. What do you think about this Jay-Z stuff right now?
And one thing I learned over the years is not to put nothing past anyone, because obviously we all got our own things going on and secrets, and especially when you attain some assets or money,
Yeah.
they kind of think they're not susceptible to what regular everyday people are susceptible to. So I don't know, man. I don't really have much to say because we all got
I
our
don't
own things
either. I'm
going on,
such a
but
huge fan of him. He's one of my favorite artists of all time, and it's tough. Like on the other side too, it's like you could also be a very big target when you have that kind of money. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of tough being in that situation. It's tough. We'll see how it all works out. Okay, but either way, it's not going to make you or I any money, right? Oh, I love that. Eric Reed says men are between a 2-to-1 ratio to women having ADHD. Yeah, it's very true. Like you guys notice how Sonia, people ask me like, why do you always pick on women? I'm like, because they'll sit still while I'm teaching and they actually take notes and they engage. Men are like, wait, they're fidgeting the whole time. And I'm like, bro, like, and I'll just rather switch to a woman because at least I know I can get through the lesson. Okay, cool. We're going to go through a crazy story. And this
Second,
one,
I might.
what's that? Darren, what'd you say, brother?
Am I good? Okay. I just wanted to know if I was good.
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you. Okay, I've got this crazy house that this lady, you've never seen a house uglier, in worse situation. I'm pulling up the photos on Dropbox so you guys can see this. My wife always remembers the name of the seller. I think the name of the seller is how I saved the Dropbox info. Hold on a second.
Finish, my guy.
Hey, what's the name of that seller with she pooped her own bed and the pots and the black widows? What was that lady's name?
Am I allowed to say it?
Yeah.
Are we live on YouTube?
Oh yeah, we are. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna mute myself. Hold on. Hey, men, get yourself a girl that when she answers the phone, she says, "Hi, daddy." Okay. I mean, I am the dad in the house, but okay. My wife used to do my transaction coordination. So she's the one that she remembers some of the stuff I don't remember. So I want to pull up how bad this is and tell you guys one of the cool stories that happens all the time. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh my gosh. Okay, so now let's go through this. So she wrote me a thank you letter. You are my hero. You saved my life. She wrote this cool thing. But here's her house. Guys, this is all human feces, dead cat bodies. That was the bed she slept on. This is the bed she slept on. Now, every seller has a different, by the way, guys, this is the house she lived in. Okay, that's a video, by the way. This is after I spent 3 days cleaning the house. 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 All of this. Okay. That Mustang, when I finally pulled it out, had 9 dead cats under that car. Oh my word. That was her parents, passed away. Okay, so that's where the story begins. All right. You guys ready for this story? All right. So here's the story. All right. So the story is I get a lead. Okay. This lead is a foreclosure lead. Okay. This lady, her name is Lori, and Lori's in foreclosure. So we call her and we said, hey, notice you're in foreclosure. Just want to know if there's anything we can do to help. She says, there's nothing you can do to help. Everybody's trying to help me. Everybody's trying to help me. Everybody's trying to help me. This is one of the ways that you make significant money in real estate is when somebody says, everybody's tried to help me already and nobody has been able to. Oh my gosh. I know there's $100,000 check sitting in that. Okay. The address of this house, it's on Montebello. I want to make sure I give you guys the actual address because I want people to know that this is real. I know I showed you the photos, but you always want Montebello. How do I spell that? Okay. The address is 4621 West Montebello Avenue in Glendale. I'm going to pull that up. 4621 West Montebello. Is that right? 4621 West Montebello Avenue. Okay. Now, you can already tell she was crazy. This is bonkers. Check this out. She requested that her house is off Google Maps. This is how you guys will run into this when people are in foreclosure. Very different type of lead. You won't even be able to watch. I wonder if I pull out, you can see it. Okay, yeah, you can. So this is the house. I don't think I ever made it to the back of the pool. I don't think I ever made it back there. Okay, cool. Now that I've set the tone for this, we asked this lady, her name's Lori. Hey, Lori, you're in foreclosure. What can we do to help? Okay. And she says, okay, Latasha, I've told you multiple times, do not promote your stuff in here, please. Latasha, if you promote your credit card thing in here again, I'm going to kick you out. Please don't do that. I've asked nicely multiple times. Please, 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 please. Okay. All right. So, Laura, this is a cash wholesale deal for anybody that wants to learn how to do cash wholesale deals. This is how this deal was done. Okay. And Lori says, nobody can help me. Leave me alone. Nobody can help me. And that was me talking to her. And what I've learned in this business is I've learned that a lot of times a woman will not accept a call from a man, and a man a lot of times will not accept a call from a man. And also women won't accept a call from a man. Okay. Or whatever it is. Every gender has weird things where it's like, if I can't get through to a seller, I'll switch genders on the call. Okay. Meaning I'll have my wife call instead of me. So this woman, for some reason, didn't trust men. I mean, dang, I don't trust men a lot of times either, but she did not trust to talk to me. She did not want to talk to me at all. And so she says, nobody can help me. Nobody can help me. Nobody can help me. I'm in foreclosure. Finally, my wife calls her and says, well, why do you think nobody can help you? Well, here's what happens. So Lori's parents, mom and dad, they own the house, and Lori lived in the house. Here's Lori. And her parents get sick. Okay. They get sick. They move into a hospital and they get the state of Arizona. Okay. It's called Access. AHCSS, I believe is how you spell it. Let me just verify that for somebody's going to call me out and be like, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Access. AHCCCS. Cool. The way it's spelled, I know it's not that important, but it is. Okay. Access. This will become very important in a couple of minutes. So they get Access, which is a state program to pay their medical bills as they're passing away. So what ends up happening is they pass away and they owe the state about $280,000. So what happens is the state of Arizona puts a lien against the property that they own. So not only does Lori now inherit the property, okay, her parents pass away. She inherits the property, but she also inherits a mortgage that they owed money on. Okay. So she owed money on a mortgage. I think it was about $150,000. She then inherited the Access lien of $280,000. Now that's not in her name, but that's on the property. So it's not her debt necessarily, but because she inherited her parents' house. Now, if her parents were smart, which a lot of people are not aware of corporate structure, if her parents were smart, they would have put that house in a trust and protected that house from ever getting a lien on it. But they didn't know that, right? A lot of people don't know how to do that. So they stupidly, they're not stupid. They're uneducatedly left their house in their personal name. So the access program came and put a lien on the property. Now, the problem is the property at the time was probably worth about $350,000 ARV. Like that's the value of the house. Is the ARV was like 350, meaning if it's all fixed up and cleaned up, as you could see, that house was obviously not fixed up and cleaned up. Okay. So what happens is Lori tells my wife Laura is on the phone with her, and Laura hasn't been in the business for a number of years since Corbin was born because she wants to be full-time mama. But Laura says, well, what if I could help you with that lien and get that negotiated down? Lori says, no, we've tried to call access. I've tried to call access. Nobody answers the phone. Nobody does anything. And now I'm in foreclosure on the mortgage. I'm behind on the 150. Give me a yes that everybody's on the same page with me before I move forward. Okay. So she's behind on the payments. She inherited the house that has the payments. So good question. People ask all the time is like, what if somebody dies? Can you buy their house subject to? Well, obviously Lori Chase took over her parents' house and there's a mortgage on the house, right? She bought the house. She inherited the house subject to an existing mortgage. This is not breath spray. It's glycerin so I can talk more. Okay. All right. So what ends up happening with Lori is she falls behind on the mortgage. She's obviously a hoarder. She's got psychological things going on. So her house, parents pass away. She living with her parents is psychologically not fit to take care of this house anymore. She's obviously hoarding and she's pooping on her own bed. She's doing all sorts of stuff. I didn't know that until later. You want to know when I found out about that? After I bought the house. Okay. So she would not let us see the house. She would not let us meet her at the house. It was so bad. So what ended up happening is my wife's like, well, why don't we just meet in like a public place? So we meet her at in a Sprouts parking lot, and Lori didn't want me around. She didn't want me around. She only wanted to talk to my wife. So I stood like 15 feet away. My wife talked to her, and my wife is awesome, but she's not a negotiator, right? So for people that are new to this, they're like, wait, I have to be a negotiator. I have to be a great closer. No, you don't. You really don't. You just have to care about people and understand their bunnies. That's it. That is literally the whole game. You want to win this game, you understand people's bunnies. So here's what happens. Pace, do you need a moderator? Pace, you need a moderator here in the comments to manage the unruly comments for you. Okay. Do you want to do that for me, Aisha? Okay, Aisha, I'll put you in charge of it, okay? I'll make you co-host. Thank you, I appreciate that. If you see people promoting or doing anything, please just delete their comment. If they keep doing it, then kick them out. Tanya says, understand people's money. I don't know what that means by that. Oh, bunnies. Tanya must have just tuned in. She missed the last. Tanya, we've been going for 5 hours already. So you missed a lot of the bunny story. I would go back and rewatch. Okay. Thank you, Aisha. I appreciate that. By the way, if my internet falls out, because I'm here in Montana, here's what my Montana view looks like. We had a lot of snow last night, and my Tesla internet or my Starlink might go out. And so Aisha, if I drop, I will come back. Just FYI. Thank you. Okay, so we meet at a Sprouts, and my wife, who's not a negotiator, she's not a closer, right? I was the one that did all the appointments. My wife just goes, what's the problem? What's happening? Lori would not let us meet at the house. She then, guys, this story's crazy. It's so crazy how cool real estate is and how you can make money doing cool things. What happens with Lori is my wife finds out about the access lien. And my wife says, well, why don't we just do this? Why don't we get into a contract with you to buy the house from you? And she says, okay, but like you're not going to be able to buy the house. I owe more money on the house with the access lien and the 150 than what the house is worth. You're not going to be able to do that. My wife says, well, why don't we get into a contract that states we'll pay off all the debts and we'll get some money in your pocket before you get foreclosed on. And so the deal we structured with her is this. Okay. Lori says, I just want to walk away with $5,000. If you can get me $5,000, because again, I'm going to be very clear here and have to say this again, because people are going to lose their minds on this. Lori was about to lose her house. She already tried to sell with a real estate agent. She listed with multiple wholesalers. None of them could help her out. Give me a yes that you understand that, and where she was in the moment that she's like, give me $5,000 and you can take the house. Everybody understand that? Okay. Thank you. I want to make sure nobody gets lost here. So Lori's willing to take $5,000 for that reason. There's her reason for the $5,000. This is the most common thing that new people will ask. Even in 15 minutes, they will say, but why did Lori only take $5,000? She owed more money on the house than what the house is worth. I broke down the numbers for you right here very clearly. She owed $150 on the mortgage and $280,000 to the access lien on a house that was worth $350. Okay. So we've covered that. So we don't need to cover it again, but I just want to hit it home because I feel like new people just really, really need that told multiple times. So she says to us, well, I just need $5,000. And my wife says, okay, we can do that. Why don't we do a deal? Here's my wife, Laura. Why don't we do a deal where we will buy the house from you, and when we close escrow, when we buy it, when we finish the transaction, you will walk away with $5,000 in your pocket, and all these debts and all this stuff will be paid off. Lori says, done. Let's do it. So we signed the contract right in a Sprouts parking lot. You guys think this is like, I got to have a nice fancy glass building. I got to have all these nice, most of my best deals are written on the back of my car. Most of my best deals were signed in McDonald's or Starbucks or in a Sprouts parking lot in my truck bed, truly. Okay. So this whole romanticism of what something looks like in your mind of like, this business is so, no, dude, like literally 99% of the Subto community works from home and they do deals from home. Okay. So we sign this deal and we go, what do we do when we sign a deal? We get a contract, right? We talked about this much earlier for people that are in here and have been here for the last 5 hours. This is party A. This is party B. So we signed an A-B contract stating that we're going to buy this house for all the debts plus $5,000. This is kind of what's funny about real estate. You don't even need a purchase price in a contract. You just need to tell what your intentions are, right? So my intentions were, we'll pay off the debts plus give you $5,000. That was the purchase price. Pace, what was the purchase price you gave to Lori? Pay off all debts plus $5,000. Well, what were the debts? It doesn't matter. Okay. It doesn't matter because the story is where we go and try and make money. You will understand here in a second. Okay. And a lot of people that have worked liens in the Subto community. Okay. How did 5K not be included into the estate of the parents? Brad Tepe, I think maybe you're understanding, you're not understanding something. The question might be a really good question, but I think we might be misunderstanding something. Brad, what's up, bro?
Sorry, brother. So you know the wife's a probate attorney, and she's been working a couple of probates with Jason Owners Club and them.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
one of the questions that she keeps bringing up on Subto is she has to close the probate about, and what I was missing is when you are closing or giving the $5,000 to her, where the subject to the estate of the parents still needs to be closed out. So wouldn't that $5,000 still be considered part of the estate? And that house, how do you get that house closed out is the question that she keeps asking.
Oh, your wife is there with you?
I just left her. She's been listening with me. She's got the baby taking her car to get the oil change. So, but yes.
Number one, Brad, this is not a Subto deal. This is a cash transaction. Number one. Okay. Number two, you'll see exactly how I paid her the $5,000 because I did not do it at escrow. I'll get to the punchline just for you and your wife.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was the question on is how basically on some of this, how is it getting around the parents? It sounds like the parents' estate still needs to be closed, and typically within a probate, that money would still be considered part of the estate, and that's what she's trying to figure out, even on a cash deal.
Yep. So again, I'm going to say it a third time.
Yeah.
I did not pay it at escrow. I'll show you exactly how I paid it.
Okay. I'll wait
Cool.
for it. Thank you so much.
Great question. Really great question. Okay. It's what will pop up when I'm negotiating the access lien. Okay. So here's what happens. So we already know where access came from. We already know what the lien is, and we understand what's going on. So we get into a contract with Lori. Why do we want to get into a contract with Lori? Is because I want to protect myself. I want to make sure that as I'm going out and I'm working really hard to negotiate on a lien, do we all agree that I want to make sure that I've protected myself? Yeah, I want to be in a contract. I don't want, now this is when a lot of people, like really highly advanced people, will join Subto and they'll go, Pace, I'm not scaling my business. And I'll jump into their business. I'll go, oh, it's because you're helping people without actually having an agreement. Like, go get the agreement before you help them. Well, Pace, aren't I supposed to be a go-giver? Yeah. Give to your team first, give to your family first, okay? Then give to the seller, which means get a contract so that you can actually make money and provide for your family. Get a contract first, get a contract, get a contract, get a contract. You should be taking care of your family first, then take care of the seller, right? So we get a contract, which protects us. Now, although Lori doesn't want to talk to me, that doesn't prevent me from going and negotiating the access lien. So here's what happens. I get involved in the deal. We've got the contract now, and I call access. I think we added like 30 plus times. I called access. It's the government agency. So surprise, surprise. What did they say the other day? They said less than 6%. Did you guys hear about this the other day? Less than 6% of the federal government works full-time in the office. Less than 6%. It's crazy. Freaking crazy. All right. Yeah, Doge is coming to freaking knock some people out of their jobs. That's for dang sure. Okay, so I call access 30 plus times. Can't get a hold of anybody. So what I do is I decide, all right, I'm going to go down to the access building because I'm a person of action. I'm not going to wait around for them to call me back. So I go down to the access building. Okay. And I knock on the door. And as I'm knocking on the door, I look through the glass and I'm looking at all the cubicles. I'm like, dude, nobody works here. Nobody freaking works here. What the freak? There's literally cubicles all lit up. The door's locked. No, but what is going on? What the heck? This is freaking weird. So I knock. I come back a couple hours later. I knock again. I'm like, okay, I thought maybe they were all on lunch break, or like, okay, maybe it's just a day off for them. Come back. I come back. 3 weeks, I go back to this place. Maria says, I remember this story. So I go back to this freaking building, like over 3 weeks. Finally, I knock on the door. Okay, I'm standing here at the door, and I knock on the door, and there's this guy that pops up out of a cubicle dressed as a janitor, and he comes and pushes the janitor's like little bin thing over to the door, and he opens up the door and he goes, hey, how can I help you? I go, bro, do people work here? He's like, well, most of us work from home and this, that, and the other. And he's like, how can I help you? I tell him the story about Lori's house. I go, well, we got a $280,000 lien. We're trying to see if there's any way we can negotiate this $280,000 lien. And he goes, okay, yeah, I'm the one that does that. I'm like, you're the guy that negotiates the liens for the federal government? You're the janitor. He goes, no, I'm not the janitor. I just asked if I could earn some overtime, and they said the only thing I could do is like do some cleanup around the office. And so I'm here cleaning up around the office. I'm like, okay, so you're not the janitor. He goes, no, I work. I'm the person that's in the loss mitigation department where I renegotiate liens, but I'm just here like earning. I'm like, oh my gosh, what the freak? This is the weirdest freaking thing ever. Okay, so check this out. I go to the title company. He goes, if you're buying the house, here's what we're going to ask you. We will come down a little bit off the lien, the $280,000, but we need to make sure that Lori does not receive $1 from the proceeds of this house. Guys, remember this. This is a common question I get all the time. People come to me and go, hey, the seller's not allowed to get any money from the transaction. Very similar to like the probate thing. How did you do this? How are you going to pay the seller any money? Okay. And the access is like, the state program's like, we're not going to freaking reduce our income, our thing, just so this lady can walk away with money. They're behind on their payments. They're this, that, and the other. Like, F that, right? I go, okay, no problem. So I'm like, crap, how do I take care of her $5,000? How do I take care of her $5,000? How do I take care of her? She wants $5,000. How do I take care of it? Oh, I know what I'll do. So before I renegotiate this lien, okay, I go to Lori. My wife goes to Lori, calls Lori up. My wife calls her up and says, hey, Lori, we need you to we need to create 2 contracts. One contract to purchase the house where you receive $0. She was pissed off when she said this. And then a second contract, we want to purchase all the inventory, okay, in the house. And we'll buy that for $5,000. So that has nothing to do with the purchase of the house. And she's like, okay, well, what inventory? Like, it all belonged to my parents. I was like, what belonged to you? She's like, the Mustang and the this and the that. And I'm like, cool, we'll buy all of that for $5,000. She's like, it's a broken down Mustang. I'm like, yeah, I don't care. I'm going to leave it all for the flipper. I'm not like the person I didn't say this to her, but I was like, no problem. Well, this is how we're going to get you the 5,000. So we bought her personal belongings that were in the house for 5,000 in a separate contract. And we bought the house where no proceeds, all it did was go to the estate. Okay. Yep. The feces for $5,000. Okay, cool. So Lori says, done. We'll do that deal all day long. Let's do that deal. Boom. Here you go. Awesome. Man, you guys are asking unrelated questions, but that's cool. Okay, so I figured this out. This is just creative thinking, right? I was doing a lot of creative finance back here in the day. This is 2018. I'd been doing creative finance now for 6 years. And I'm like, I'm going to figure out how to get this lady the $5,000 and bypass everybody. Cool. All right, easy. We got this. Lori says, yes. Perfect. We're all we're all in contract. Everything's good. We go to the title company. Today, we use a company called Get Creative Title. And the lady who was helping us at the time, the escrow officer, her name is Amy Doffer. She's no longer alive, sadly. She passed away. But Amy, who worked at the title company, what Access said, here's what Access said, the guy at Access. He says, send me an email, have your title company send me an email and tell me what you guys think. Okay, tell me what you guys think is appropriate for lowering it, and I'll help you out. The guy's name was Ralph. Ralph was the janitor guy, right? So Amy calls me and my wife. She says, hey, what do you guys think is appropriate? Right? My wife and I are like, well, in order for us to make money on this deal, we got to get this lien's got to go down to like, I don't know, probably like, it's got to be reduced by like 91 grand for us just to walk away with a couple $100, or not a couple $100, but like maybe $10,000. If we could lower this 91 grand, I think I could sell this and make 10 grand. Okay. So what ends up happening is Amy sends an email to Ralph, and Ralph says, he replies back with an email and he says, okay, now remember, I'm going to tell you one more time before I tell you the punchline, because this is crazy. Ralph says, send me an email from the title company to what you think is appropriate. You owe $280,000. My wife and I are like, we need to reduce this by 91 grand. We were hoping to take it from 280 to 190, like somewhere in that realm, right? We were trying to take 90 grand off of this thing, which is massive. So he sends an email. He replies back to the email. I'm all anxious thinking, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Like, I can't believe we're asking for $91,000 off this lien. Guys, this gave me so much permission since this lien that I renegotiated. I have renegotiated so many liens, realizing that the person accepting the lien request, like renegotiating, has no emotional tie to it. They don't care. It's not their check. It's not their money. They do not care. So what happens is Ralph replies back and he says, your request, okay, your request to be for the lien to go down to $9,100 is approved. I'm going to pause there for a second and let you just let that soak in. Ashley's like, wait, what? Exactly. Here's what happened. Amy, rest in peace, made a typo. She made a typo. Instead of requesting $91,000 off, she made a typo, and she basically, the way it came across is it said $9,100. And Ralph thought it was us asking for the lien to be reduced to $9,100. And he says, it's all accepted, ready to go. But here's the thing. We will only reduce down to $9,100 if you close in the next 10 days. We want to be done with this file, blah, 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 blah. Bro, my wife and I didn't even have to flip this house. I sold it. I wholesaled this to a different buyer. This buyer was so pissed off, by the way, because he didn't like, I go, dude, you got to buy a sight unseen. I've never seen the inside of the house. I go, assume a full renovation. Assume a full renovation when you buy this. I don't even have photos of the house. Okay. So we go back to Lori Chase and we tell Lori Chase, hey, we're good to close. Like they'll renegotiate. We'll be able to make some money and everything's all good. And she's like, well, what'd you renegotiate to? We're like, well, it really doesn't matter. Like we renegotiated to a point where you can make a little bit of money. She's like, what'd you renegotiate it to? She was like pissed off. Like she didn't think we could do it. And we freaking did it. I've done this so many freaking times. Okay. So finally we get her to close. We walk out. She gets her $5,000 outside of escrow. I gave her a check for $5,000. Now, the question was, where do these sellers move? Well, I felt bad. Okay, so she had $5,000. Why did she want $5,000? Because she wanted to make sure she could get a first month's, last month's, and moving cost so she could move into a new apartment and downsize and all that kind of stuff and like restart her life. So that's what happens with a lot of these sellers. They go move into apartments. And the money we give them on these transactions is enough for them to go reset their life and get on to the next chapter. We felt bad enough that I just go, you keep your 5,000. I'll also call the apartment complex and I'll pay on top of it. I'll give you your, and she's like, why would you do that? This was actually a problem for me. Okay. This was an actual problem for me. The problem for me was, that I gave her more than what I promised her. So then she started not trusting me. She already hated men. Remember, guys, she already hated men. She didn't want to talk to me. So the second I offered to help her even more, she was like, you made more money than you should have made on me. And she was right. I made a lot of money, but that's not, the agreement was I buy your house for all the debts and I give you 5,000. That was the agreement. I didn't know I was going to make that much money. I took a gamble, right? And so the gamble that I took was putting myself into an inspection period. Now that's the cool thing about real estate is I can open an inspection period for 30 days where I get a contract and I have 30 days before I have to do anything. And I have time to work these transactions before I make a full commitment, right? Okay, that was the deal. Yeah, exactly. But that's what happens. You guys will run into sellers just like that. You will run into sellers just like that, where when you go above and beyond, sometimes they're like, you freaking screwed me. I'm like, I didn't screw you. I actually was the only person that could help you. You said it yourself. You said it yourself. You even, when we closed escrow, here's what happened. We closed escrow. She wrote this big, long letter about how we saved her life. She sent us these flowers. She did this, that, and the other. And then when we got that letter, I was like, dude, I should help her more. And when I helped her more, that's when she dug around and found out what I wholesaled it for like a couple of weeks later. And she went and put a bad review about me online. This guy scammed me, this guy, this, that, and the other. And she went and put a bad review about me online. Now it doesn't matter. I don't even know if you could find it. I think we took a screenshot of it, but I went and paid for her first last month. I give her another basically $5,000 to get into another spot. And we assigned that deal and I made $138,000 selling it to somebody else. Now, what happened was the person I sold it to was so pissed off when they went and opened the door. I'd never seen the house. I'd never been in the house. Lori would not let us in the house. I went to the house only because the person I sold it to, his name's Chris. Chris bought the house for me. He calls me, he goes, bro, you made so much money on this. Can you please at least clean this out for me? It's so bad. I go, how bad? He goes, bring a hazmat suit. So I went there. I had already closed on the deal. I brought a hazmat suit and I went and cleaned out like 80% of the property. And what I ended up doing is I ended up just calling a couple of my guys on my crew. I'll give you all $1,000 for 1 day of work. Let's clean this thing out. And they cleaned out more than I could in 3 days. They cleaned it all out in one. And I told Amy, the title rep, I told her, print out the check. I want a copy of the check so I can hang it in my office. So it's in my office. It's my biggest wholesale check I ever did. I ended up, she printed it so I could hang it. And then she canceled the check and then wired me the money. But it was $138,000. And at that time I was like, you're joking me. I took a deal that everybody said was not possible. I was persistent. I was consistent. And I look at this as like, I'm a deal detective. I feel like I'm Sherlock Holmes on every one of these deals, right? This game is so fun. This business is so fun. It is always uncovering what's the next layer? What's the situation? Okay, nobody can help this person. Why? Why can nobody else help this freaking person? Because nobody was willing to call Access 30 times. Nobody was willing to go to the office. Nobody was continually going to the office and doing it over and over and over and over. That's where you get these deals. You get these deals where people are not willing to do the thing and you're guaranteed to make $100,000. There you go. Sebastian says, say yes, and the deal will matter after you help them. There you go. Okay. That's a good deal. I'm going to show you guys those photos just one more time. You guys just need to see these photos. People don't believe me. I have photos of dead people in this Dropbox. Like, okay, here's our PDF for the purchase contract. Okay, 140. There you go. 140 was our purchase price. Anyway, in the additional terms, it basically writes out like, hey, we're going to take care of the debts and the liens and all that kind of stuff. There's the contract. My wife was so great. Like, yeah, she was so good at doing all this stuff. Let's see, Lori. I don't want that. There we go. Oh, I wonder if this video will play. Can you guys hear the Spanish speaking? One of my guys is in here saying, hey, we got it all cleaned out. It's ready to go. This is after my guys spent all day there. Oh, he said we're gonna do that tomorrow. They were almost done cleaning it out. This was, oh man, this is sad. Actually, this is Rosalio, one of my landscapers. He just took his own life about 6 months ago. Man, life is short, y'all. Do something powerful with your life. Life is short. But this is her bed. This is her personal bed. Okay, this is where she slept. I wish I had photos of the house before I started cleaning it out. I didn't even think it smelled so bad. It smelled so bad that, okay, here you go. I'm ashamed of the mess, but can't find the power to overcome it. I'm so appreciative of your understanding and compassion. I'm terrified, but looking forward to a new beginning. That was like okay. Dear Lauren Pace, I want to thank you for all you are doing. The simple human kindness makes such a huge difference. I spent the bulk of my life caring for others, not having a life outside of that. Then when all were gone, I could not emotionally care for myself. A great depression took over. The past year, I lived only to die. I was not seeing any possibility of me, I don't know what that says, through the darkness. The house, my life became I was have moments of weakness, and I'm disgusted by the way I am living. I don't see how I will get through. I fear I just have to walk away, away from everything and leave everything behind. Okay, this is, guys, welcome to this business. When you're dealing with people in foreclosure, this is a very common thing in foreclosure. Very, very common thing in foreclosure. So if you are not compassionate, if you do not understand people's situation, if you don't care and all you are is a spreadsheet person, where you're like, but how did you underwrite the deal? You don't understand the problem. You don't understand the bunnies. You're going to lose this game. You're going to lose the game. And I get these cards from almost every seller. I get testimonials from every seller. I get all sorts of cool things from sellers. Like I just bought a house from a seller, Subto, a couple months ago. And this lady, her name is Sherilyn. We have a testimonial. Oh, here it is right here. No, that's not it. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. Check this out. And here's this lady. I asked her for a testimonial. I was actually in my Montana house. It was this summer when I got this testimonial. And here she is. She's just like, you changed. What could she have done? What would have happened if I didn't come along? Like, guys, this business is the greatest business on planet Earth. It is so magical what we get to do and how many people we get to help. And every time I get like caught up in the money and caught up in the wealth and caught up in the things that I've been able to make, I got to remind, this is actually reminding me, even doing the Zoom with you guys is reminding me how freaking lucky I am that I've been able to go through these things. It makes me honestly want to go do some freaking deals. You know what I'm saying? It makes me want to go do some deals, but it's a little cold outside, so we probably won't be doing that. Where can you find the recording of that call? In the vault. Are you able to negotiate IRS liens down to the IRS files against you? Yes. You want another story? We got another story. Got plenty of stories. So we've covered a cash deal, okay? Cash wholesale deal, foreclosure. How did I do it? Negotiated the lien. What was the tool I used, right? How did I overcome the $5,000? All of that stuff broken down. There you go. Okay. How do I negotiate IRS liens? Really, really interesting. That one is a house on Des Moines. Let me pull that one up. I'll show you the seller of that one, actually. The seller on that house, her name is Carol. She's awesome. She still texts me. Let's see. I've got her photo here. I'll let you guys see this. This is one of my favorite liens that I negotiated right here. This lady, you can see me. This is like right after I created the Subto community logo in the peace sign. And I told Carol, I was like, I found your bunnies. So her husband, who's behind her, they had this big, massive IRS lien. And they had listed the property. They listed with wholesalers. Everybody said they could help. Like, it's always the same thing. It's always the same thing. And this is a great story. It's Des Moines. Let me see if I can pull up Des Moines Street contract and Dropbox and stuff like that. This might have been when my wife was still doing my files. Now I have a team of just monsters that do awesome work for me now. Okay, Des Moines. Okay. Des Moines testimonial. I got that. Oh yeah, this is great. I should release this. Gosh, dang. I've had such a this career in real estate is so fun, dude. Like, check this out. I'm going to reshare this and see if we can listen to her talking about her lien. So the story just makes a lot more sense to you guys. Let's try this out. I'll ask you a question. You rehearse it. Don't ever feel like it's okay to stumble. It's okay to backtrack. It's okay to do all that. He'll dice it all up.
Got it.
So first question I always want people to know, even like there's two people that are going to see this video. either other investors that are trying to aspire to be better, because there's two types of investors in my world. There's the investor of the lady who's harassing you, and then there's the investor that I'm trying to create out there in the world of a problem solver and somebody who cares about. Can you guys hear this okay? Okay, so you see what I'm telling her? I'm explaining to her, Carol, I want this testimonial because she was being harassed by a wholesaler that was abused, like just beating her up. And I was like, I know the volume's low, guys. It's hopefully some people can hear it. I'll give you guys I'll share it with you guys because you can watch the whole thing. It's a good testimonial. Don't delete the video. I want to make sure people can't delete the video. That's the thing. Let's see, copy the link. Let's see, anyone with a link? No, hell no. I don't want you managing stuff. Are you kidding me? People would just come in here and delete my crap. Anyone with a link, require password, disable, folder settings, who has access, link for viewing. Okay, here we go. Link for the viewing. Cool. Boom. Okay, so you can view it, but you guys will be able to view all of these videos where basically I have her explain to me how I overcame her IRS lien. Hey guys, we're at Title Alliance with my seller, Carol, and her husband who just stepped out for a break. We just closed escrow on Des Moines Street, utilizing Subject 2. And Carol's here to tell you guys why Subject 2 was so helpful for her and moving on to her next transition.
Okay. The best thing about this is that it gave us an opportunity where we were not offered by any other company an opportunity to get a little bit of money out of our house, and Pace worked through some real significant issues. She
didn't want to say the IRS lien because it was embarrassing. She was like embarrassed to like put this out into the public, but
you're not doing this, you're missing out and losing a lot of potential clients.
So Carol's awesome. She actually ended up joining Gator. She's really cool. You guys can get to know her. She, after a couple of years, what was happening is, here's the story with her deal. This was a cold call for a lien. We were actually calling on liens. So people that had significant liens, we pulled a list. Okay. You guys can do this with Deal Sauce. You can find people that have tax liens and all sorts of liens. You can find them, call them. So we called Carol and she said the same thing. She said, nobody can help me. Nobody can help me on this house. I've had real estate agents list the property. Everybody just keeps telling me, I'm putting it in. I'm putting in there. You guys can go watch all this stuff. I'm working on it, man. Y'all had, holy crap, Shazad. Man, y'all impatient mother truckers. I'm like sitting here running a Zoom and doing all this stuff. And they're like, where's the link? Okay. So, here's what happened with Carol. It's a cold call. This was at the time when I had cold callers. We don't use physical cold callers anymore. We use a company called prop.ai now. For those of you guys that want to look at prop.ai, I don't make money from prop.ai, but there are people that do. And I would go look at prop.ai get the heck out of here. So prop.ai is a company that will do all your cold calling for you. It's all AI generated. Yes, this is deal number 3. So prop.ai, we cold called and we found that she had an IRS lien, and we basically just said, hey, we see that there's a big lien. Is there anything we can do to help? She goes, actually, we've been trying to sell the house. We had it listed with an agent, and we also ended up selling to an investor recently, and that investor just keeps pushing the date back. Okay, great. So this is a good lesson for everybody. Okay. This is a great lesson for everybody because you will run into people that say, I have a contract already with another investor. Okay. And the contract with the other investor means basically nothing until it closes. This happens all the time. You get people that all they do is watch YouTube content. They don't actually know what they're doing. They're not linked in with a community. They have no real actual help. And so what they do is they just go get people under contract and think, well, I'm going to do something with this, and they can't sell it. Here's what that looks like. Let me get really specific with you. So this is Carol on Des Moines Street, deal number 3 that we're talking about. This is an IRS lien that I ended up negotiating, and I ended up buying this Subto. We still own this property on Des Moines, and it is just a regular, no, this is a Section 8 property. We are doing Section 8 with this. Okay. So I bought it Subto, and we turned it into a Section 8 property. So when people are so obsessed with Section 8 right now, just so you know, Section 8 is a waste of your time unless you know how to buy the property. I watch people trying to educate on Section 8 stuff, and they end up saying, well, I'm going to do Section 8. I'm not going to do Subto. I'm like, where do you think houses come from? They're like, well, Section 8. I'm going to go do Section 8. How do they buy the houses? Section 8. I'm like, no, that's not how you buy a house. That's how you rent the house. Where does the house come from? How are you acquiring it? You have to make sure you have an acquisition strategy and a money-making strategy. Acquisition is not where you make your money, okay? Where you make your money is your exit strategy. A lot of people go, I'm going to go, it's Section 8, Maxim. Section 8 is a government program, okay? Section 8. People go, I'm going to go do Airbnb. Okay, well, how are you going to buy the properties? Every time I go speak, actually, I see Angie Milanazzo up here. Good to see you, Angie. I see Angie up here. Last time I hung out in Denver, Colorado, I went and spoke at an Airbnb conference. And what's so amazing to me about Airbnb people is they have no idea where to find deals. No idea. Zero, zilch, nothing. I'm like, why are you all here learning how to decorate a wall when you don't even know where deals come from? It's the same thing with Section 8 people. They go buy like a Section 8 mentorship. They go buy an Airbnb mentorship. They go buy, I'm like, y'all don't know where deals come from. They literally, I walk out in the hallway after I speak and they go, Pace, we have a question. Where do we find deals? I'm like, you're at a conference, an Airbnb conference. They're not telling you where to find deals? No, they're telling us how to manage Airbnbs like we have Airbnbs. I'm like, damn, y'all, it's every single time it's like that. Same thing with Section 8. People go, I'm going to go do Section 8. No. The house determines what you do, not you. You go buy the house, you go find the people with bunnies, and then based on the bunnies and based on the house and based on the location, that is what determines the exit strategy, not the other way around. Okay? Please write that down, my friends. Write that down. The house determines the exit strategy, not my desire. The house, the structure of the deal, is what determines the exit strategy. Okay? Again, you going and learning Section 8 is a waste of your time until you know how to acquire and find these deals. Now, I've told you exactly on deal number 1, where it came from, how to find it, showed you the thing. Deal number 2, same thing. Deal number 3, showing you the same thing. Deal Sauce is a really great place to do it. Okay? I go on Deal Sauce. I find people that have liens. I call those people that have liens and go, hey, what can I do to help? Are you interested in selling? Carol replies back and she says, we've already listed with an agent. They failed. Okay, they failed. We then sold to an investor, but that was like 4 months ago and they still haven't closed escrow. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I love that. Sandra says, that is the best thing I learned after having so many mentorships. And that's the statement that brought me to Subto. It's about property first, exit strategy after. Not one mentor taught me that. Me neither. You cannot put a square peg in a round hole. You put a square peg in a square hole. So how it's like, oh no, I want to do Section 8. Okay, that's limiting. So now you have to go find only Section 8 houses, and you only have to find houses that are only, how about you just go find people in pain, buy their properties with no money out of pocket, and then the house determines what exit strategy you have. Okay. Paris Stokes says, what do I need to do to join Subto? Somebody can put a link in the side chat for you to figure that out. Okay, cool. Yeah, Shari says, Deal Sauce is a 2-week trial. Cool. Love it. I'm not trying to sell you guys on anything. Like the code violation list, you can pull that for free. You can do any of that stuff for free. But Deal Sauce is what most people are now using for finding all of these types of deals. Okay, so you can pull a list of people that have IRS liens or mechanics liens or child support liens and those types of things. Okay. Now, here's what she says. She says, I listed with an agent. Now I'm with a real estate investor. And I said, oh, Carol. Oh, Carol. Okay, here's Carol. Carol's house on Des Moines, her and her husband, they've got a $90,000 IRS lien. And I will cover this, how to negotiate a lien. Way more information about this inside of Subto on IRS liens. Go to the Subto vault. But here today, we're just giving some free game for people just going surface level so people know it's possible. Okay. So Carol, she says, well, I have this investor I'm already under contract with, and this investor keeps kicking back my close of escrow. Okay. It keeps pushing, like needs 30 more days, 30 more days, 30 more days. And I was like, okay, Carol, that's not an investor. Guys, what is that? If somebody is an investor that keeps kicking back their close of escrow 30 more days, what are they? Leroy, you got it. Alan, you got it. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. They're a wholesaler. They couldn't find a buyer, right? They got the seller under contract before they knew somebody would actually buy the deal, and they have to keep buying themselves time, buying themselves time. They also don't know how to negotiate IRS liens. They also didn't know subject to. So you had the agent try and list the property, a wholesaler had it under contract. Meanwhile, here I come and I make all the money. Why? Because I knew how to negotiate liens and I knew how to do subject to, knew how to take over payments. Okay. So here's what we ended up doing. I said, put me in touch with the investor. Now, this is a little bit more advanced. This is why you should have somebody in the Subto community to collaborate with. But I reached out to this investor and I said, hi, my name is Pace. Luckily this person knew who I was, and they replied back and I said, hey, if you don't close escrow on her house in the next 3 days, I'm going to pay for her legal fees to sue you. I already knew they would just drop the contract. So they said, oh, well, we're having a hard time selling. Good luck. And they were like really rude to me. They're just like, good luck. And I understand why they would be rude, right? Here's the thing. I'm calling them, not threatening them, but basically saying, you're not doing your job, get your job done. They got defensive and they were rude and hung up on me. But at the end of the day, they got rid of the lien, right? They got rid of the lien. I'm sorry, not lien, contract, got rid of the contract. So now I have the ability to go and meet with Carol. So I go meet with Carol in her home, and it took me about 45 minutes sitting there with her husband in their living room. And I said, I can buy your property, but the only way I can make money is if I take over. He had a veteran's loan as well. He had a VA loan. Years said, can they put a memo on it? No, they were out of contract, right? They canceled the contract. They were out of contract. So I explained to the seller, I said, the only way for me to make money on this is two things have to happen. Number one, I got to know, like, what's your time frame? What's going on? Tell me all the things. What's happening? So here's the bunnies. They could have stayed in this house. They were not in foreclosure. They could have stayed in the house. But Carol has a son from a previous marriage that lives in Ohio. And her son now has grandchildren that Carol doesn't get to see every day. And Carol is sitting there going, I am so distraught that I do not get to see my grandbabies. I do not get to see my kids. I do not get to see this stuff. Man, I wish I could pull up the text. Her and I've texted for years, and she's told me like how grateful she is all the time. The last text message, let me see if I can pull up the last text message. Carol. Oh, Keller. Oh my gosh. Yes. Wow. 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 Oh my gosh. Check this out. This is so cool. How do I have this on my computer? This is sick. This is how you know I ain't lying, dude. I could tell you the story and I got receipts. Check this out. So this is about a year after I bought the house from her. And she says, this is my granddaughter, Ava. You made it possible for me to be in her life as she grows up. Thank you, Carol Leach. And then I replied and I said, These beautiful kids make life better. She said, I saw the picture of your daughter a few months ago. She's a beauty. So she follows me on Instagram. Okay. Da 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 da. Da, da, da. Anyway, she sends me stuff all the time. She's freaking great. So, her motivation, her bunnies were her granddaughter. She's like, I want to raise my daughter, and I can't sell this house, right? I have a mortgage and I have an IRS lien, and in order for us to get out of this house, I would have to write a check for 20 grand. We'd sell the house, all of our equity would be gone, and the IRS would basically take everything, and we'd have to write a check for 20 grand. We don't have 20 grand. So she ends up going and saying, you can buy this house and take this over subject to. She got that concept really easy. I go, let me just take over the payments. She's like, okay, but what about the IRS lien? I go, let me handle that. I think I can handle that. Now, this is where, here's some basics of the IRS liens, okay? No. Eddie Gutierrez says, if the house was in a trust, would that have prevented the IRS lien? Yes, it would have prevented the IRS lien. Now, here's how we got the IRS lien down. It depends on where the IRS lien is in the process, okay? I got a really crazy story that I won't go into deep today, but I bought a house 2 years ago, subject to, that has a $7 million IRS lien on it, because I know how to negotiate the IRS lien, and it's crazy. Like, I can buy a house subject to with a $7 million IRS lien, still make monthly cash flow on the deal. Then in 5, 6, 7 years, that's when I'll renegotiate. Here's what happens. The IRS has to re-up their liens with you. So if they put a lien on you in year 1, in year 7, it falls off, and they have to go and resubmit and start that process all over. So you have to do that every 7 years. Does that make sense, everybody? Okay. And what happens is right before it falls off, that's when you renegotiate. You renegotiate right before it falls off. Okay. That's the trick. What I see people doing is they're like trying to negotiate here. Dude, the IRS is like, no, what are you talking about? It's a brand new lien. We got 7 years. We'll get our money. We'll get our money. We'll get our money. This is the magic time right here. This is the magic time to renegotiate a lien. Okay. You want to hear a great child support lien? Ooh. Okay. Tammy Sampson says, could you repeat that? Yes. Tammy, how you doing? You having a good day today? You guys learn anything today? Tammy, what up? How you doing?
Good morning, Pace. I've been with you since 4 a.m. this morning.
Oh my gosh. Crazy, huh?
Yep.
Okay, so Tammy, where did I lose you?
Oh, I just wanted you to repeat this IRS. You were saying that it has to get to was this 7 months?
7 years. Great question. So let's go through that one more time, okay? So
yeah,
most liens legally have to fall off every 7 to 10 years. So that's child support liens. That's all sorts of stuff, okay?
Okay.
Camilo Gonzalez says, do you speak Spanish? We have a whole entire Spanish portion of our community. So I would reach out to like Joel Perez. I don't know if Joel Perez can put something in the side chat, maybe to speak to a Spanish speaker, but we have a whole Subto Latinos, Chinos in there. Who else is in Subto Latinos? Oh, Alexis Jimenez. Good to see you, brother. Lots of Spanish speaking Subto members. Okay. Get on Subto Latinos. It's awesome. Okay. So Tammy, liens have a shelf life and they have to be resubmitted. Okay. Which means here's the house. It doesn't matter if it's a mechanics lien. Mechanics liens in Arizona have to be resubmitted every 6 months. Which means if somebody, let's say you owe a plumber money. Okay. You owe a plumber money. That plumber can put a lien on your house, but he only has 6 months. Then he has to refile. Then he has to refile. Then he has to refile. Then he has to refile and keep that going. That's Arizona. Okay. With the IRS has a 7-year window. So they go put a lien on your property for the debt that you owe. They have now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years until it falls off. But then, Tammy, they have the ability to reignite it and go another 7 years. Does this make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Where are you stuck?
Well, I'm just curious if it was 7 years and these people have a lien, but maybe it's only at 3 years, then how would you negotiate that? Like if you're not at the 7 years?
You would try to negotiate at
Okay.
year 3. And I'll tell you how I negotiate it here in just a second. But
Okay, cool.
you would try at year 3, not planning on being successful.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And so here, I'll get to the story of how I negotiate with the IRS, and you'll understand it a little bit more. But I don't have you lost here, correct?
No. I follow. I just thought, well, what happens if you're in the middle before the 7 years? So that's kind of why I just want to make sure it was 7 years, not 7 months.
Yep. Okay. So obviously this is like surface level, right? For people to understand. Somebody just says, Pace, there's more to it to this. Of course there is. I'm on a Zoom trying to break down 25 deals. You want me to just turn this into an IRS lien class for 17 hours? They'd fall asleep. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here we go. What will happen typically is people will go, all right, I'm on year 3. The IRS will say no. I'm on year 4. No. I'm on year 5. No. I'm on year 6. No. Guess what? Sometimes on year 7, they'll still say no. And I'll tell you why that is here in just a second. Okay. The answer with the IRS is always no. They're like, no, we're the ultimate supreme power. Why would we ever say no? Or why would we ever say yes to you? Screw you. Okay. I don't remember where Carol and her husband were, but I think they were probably like right in here. They were definitely not towards the end, but they were kind of nearing the end. Okay. And what I did is I called the IRS, and this happens every time. When you call the IRS, you always get a low level, somebody that's making, $70,000. Now, $70,000 a year is not a small amount of money. I understand that. But I'm just saying that's like low tier IRS thing. Like you're talking to the lowest tier person. You cannot get a decision maker on the phone until you've gone through 2 different layers. That's what we've learned. So you go, I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to a decision maker. I'm the decision maker. Perfect. So you can decide whether to negotiate on a lien or not. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, great. So if we come to a term, you can sign off on the piece of paper. No, I'd have to have my supervisor sign the piece of paper. Then get me on the phone with them. I don't want to talk to you. And you have to go usually through 2 layers, because what'll happen is you'll go and let's say the low level person's like, yeah, we'll negotiate off the lien. We'll get a payment plan. We'll do a thing, whatever. And what will happen is they'll go, okay, we're going to put it and like submit it to our superiors. Okay, well, that takes 3 months, 4 months, and then they just say no. But when you get an actual human being on the phone that actually has the ability, and now they've got the pressure of the story and the situation, your likelihood of success is so much better. So you kind of have to be a little bit belligerent. You want to make money, you got to be a little bit belligerent. So I'm belligerent, and I go, hey, I'd like to talk to your supervisor. All right, perfect. Who's the person at the IRS that, now what happened was, this was like maybe 10 years ago. I found that if I said, talk to your supervisor, they just pass me around. But when I found the name of the person, okay, I found the name of the person that does that job, and I just asked to speak directly to them, is how I bypassed that thing, okay? Usually every department it's loss mitigation. So I want to talk to the loss mitigation department. I want to talk to the person who's mitigating the loss of the lien, the loss mitigation department. Okay. Can you do this if the property is in foreclosure because they would rather get money versus nothing? Brad Tepe. Yes, 100%. Absolutely. He's asking, can I negotiate with the IRS? Yes. But the IRS lien will follow these people for the rest of their lives. Okay. So even if they are in foreclosure, so I get on the phone with a guy. I go, hey, look, here's the situation. And I just tell him honestly, I go, this is a grandma. She's in a bad situation. She wants to move across the country. She can't. They don't have the 20 grand to sell the house. How do we get this down to a reasonable amount of money? The guy's a vet. I'm telling the story. They asked me to write a letter, and I write a letter. I write a 2-paragraph letter. Here's the story, blah, blah, blah. I email it directly to the guy. The lien it was so fast. This is what's so cool. Even my title rep was like, hey, you did that faster than you normally do. This one was fast. Carol's was really fast. She owed about $90,000 in IRS lien, and we got it down to like $1,800. I could tell you so many liens, I just get down to almost nothing. And the reason being is you got to talk to the right person. And then they're like, write me a letter because I need to have a formal like submittal because you bypassed all the people beneath me. I need to have a formal submittal. I said, what's your personal email? He tried to like sneak that by me where he's like, yeah, just email it to the general thing. I was like, no, I will send it to your personal email. By the way, all of this is recorded. It is in the Subto vault. Okay. Any end buyer in the Zoom, me, I'm an end buyer. What number do you start at with negotiations? As low as humanly possible. You anchor them. Okay. As low as humanly possible. What are you putting in the letter? The story. You're putting the honest, true story, not a lie, the honest, true story of their bunnies. What is their bunnies? Lady wants to move across the country. Husband's sick and cannot work. They can't afford any of these things. They can't write a check for 20 grand to get rid of their house. I'm going to buy their house. And so what happened was same thing. Here's what the IRS said. They said, okay, we will renegotiate the lien. If you're buying the house, we want to see the contract to buy the house that she's not making any money from the sale. As long as she can walk away with nothing, we will allow this. I go, no problem. So I bought the property subject to where she got no money from the transaction. Okay. And then what did I do? I created a separate contract outside of that where I paid her $10,000 for the items in her home, like the material in her home. Like we call it inventory. It's an inventory purchase. So I gave her $10,000 outside of the Subto deal. The IRS was satisfied. They reduced the lien all the way to $1,800. We closed in 2 weeks. Crazy. No, Gators do not have access to my Subto trainings. Gators are taught how to lend money. Okay. So Tammy, does this help you understand this?
It is. And one quick question, because I know you mentioned that on the last one that you put the money separate, like buying the belongings. And do you do that on most all of the deals or just these ones specifically with liens that you have to negotiate? Do you put that as separate, buying the material and the home separately?
Great question. So very rarely, I probably have done that 10 times out of 2,000 transactions.
Gotcha.
It's very rare, but these are like what a lot of these stories are meant to do. Like a lot of deals are just run of the mill. Like, hey, I'm in foreclosure, buy my house, give me cash. Cool.
Gotcha.
A lot of the stories are just kind of run of the mill. You do them over and over and over. You understand people are kind of dealing with their bunnies are very similar. I lost my job. My husband cheated on me, like the basics, right? And we come in, we help them, we give them speed, convenience, we give them all of those types of things. And whether it's a cash deal or a Subto deal, you've got a lot of tools in your back. And then you'll run into these situations where this story, why it's so helpful is because it gives you permission to be more creative with your solution and to say yes more often. Like when I went to Carol, I told Carol in the recorded call, I might even have the original recorded appointment with her in my phone. I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these. Let me see if I do. Oh my gosh, I do.
And that's why the camera got a hold of us. Probably April. Yeah. She got mad at me. Why are you talking to the guy? Why are you talking to the guy? When I here and her the phone. And she took everything because I was getting harassed.
Now I could go through these stories. I record every conversation. I record every Zoom. I record everything. I know where they're all housed. Why? Because this is what I got obsessed with. I got obsessed with understanding the story behind the seller. And that's why I do so many deals. And people go, well, what spreadsheet are you using? I don't ever use a spreadsheet. I think a spreadsheet is the greatest waste of your time. It prevents you from actually talking to the seller and it convinces you you're doing something. Okay. This business is so simple. Love people, find solutions for them, done. It is truly that. And what I see people do is go, hey, so I've been working on this deal for 3 weeks. Cool. What'd the seller say? I don't know. I haven't talked to the seller yet. Why are you wasting your time? What do you mean working on the deal? How do you work on the deal it's like planning a wedding for a woman you haven't met yet. What are you doing? That makes zero sense. Why would you go plan a wedding before you even have a girlfriend? She's going to want to get married on the beach and you're planning a freaking wedding in the Montana. What are you doing? You would never do that in your life. It's lunatic level. And so it's the same thing when people are in their spreadsheets and they're scrolling through and they're on Zillow. It's mental mind games you're playing with yourself. You're convincing yourself that you're working and you're not. You're not working. Stop. Stop with all the wasted spreadsheets. Now, when do I look at a spreadsheet? After I'm under contract. I know that sounds weird, but I go to the seller, like Carol, I told her very clearly, I said, hey, Carol, I don't know if I can solve your problem, but why don't we get into a contract that gives me 30 days to try? And we can adjust along the way. And I don't know what is a good deal or what's not a good deal, but if you get me into a contract, and then they told me this story about this lady that harassed them, this other wholesaler, and she's like, we're afraid. I'm like, Carol, how fast did I get over to your house? She's like, 15 minutes. Okay. Did I take, do I seem like somebody's going to take advantage? She's like, no, you're not. I go, okay, cool. I live right here. Here's my house. If I ignore you, I do anything, come freaking beat me up. Let's get into a contract. Let me see what I can do to help you. And then we'll adjust along the way. So here's the interesting thing. When somebody says the IRS, so the IRS, did my spreadsheet account for the IRS going down to $1,800? And did my spreadsheet account for the IRS saying that seller does not get $1 from the proceeds of that sale? No. Then why would I look at a spreadsheet at all? I wouldn't. It's crazy. And the people that are obsessed with spreadsheets lose. They lose to me. I'm heart to heart. I'm belly to belly. I'm person to person. And they're busy over there making love to their freaking spreadsheet. Now, do we have amazing spreadsheets and calculators and stuff inside of Subto? Of course, but that's like step 3 or 4. Aolandi Gonzalez, is it legal to buy inventory for a house that's vacant? Probably not. That's a gray area for me. I would probably not do that. What I would do is I'd find something else out. Today, I have another really, really great deal. Man, I got so many great deals. So many great deals. These are deals that happen very frequently. Now, the one thing that's not very common is me creating a separate contract outside of the purchase contract. Again, I've probably done that 20, maybe 30 times out of thousands of transactions. But what it does is give you guys permission to go, oh, I can do things like that. Now, again, you get under contract, you find the people in problems, you're very honest with them and go, I don't know that I can buy this, but I want to get under contract to give me the ability to explore if I can. Do I need a spreadsheet to do that? No, I don't. And by the way, Tammy, you live in Arizona.
Yes, I do.
Let's be really clear here for a lot of you guys, okay? Y'all don't need a portfolio like I have. Tammy, I would tell you right now, if you had 10 rentals that you bought Subto, you'd never have to worry about money again for the rest of your life. I've had months where I bought 25 rentals in a month, all Subto, just there in Arizona, in a month. In a month, all foreclosures. They were all foreclosures. We would just knock on foreclosures. You don't need to do that. That's crazy. I had a whole team. I had door knockers, had all that. So you don't need to do that. You need to, here's the great thing. We have a lot of people that just joined Subto, and what they do is go, hey, Subto students, I want to buy deals in this area. Will you guys just bring deals to me? You need 5 to 10 and you're done. You don't need apartment buildings and ranches and RV parks. You don't need that, right? Like, it's not like you're unhappy and you need $20 million in net worth to be happy. What most people really want is just to not worry about money.
Yeah, you must be reading my mind.
No, I think it's just a very common. Here's what it is. I think most people live their whole life going, I've done nothing but worry about money. I haven't been able to be creative. I haven't been able to pursue my dreams because the second I try, next month's mortgage comes up, a medical bill comes up, a flat tire, a this, a that, and you feel like you can never get ahead. Well, here's the cheat code. Okay, before I get on some other stories, hold on a second. My wife is trying to text me. Okay, hold on.
That's important.
Always important. Okay, so here we go. I got 1,000 stories about all this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, what I've learned is most people are like, dude, I don't want to be you. I don't want to be a guy that has a big team. I don't want to be a person with a big office. I just don't want to worry about money. And to be honest with you, I really don't think most people want to own real estate. Which things you think it's the opposite of what I would say. And it's not. I literally think most people don't want to own real estate, but what they want is what real estate provides, which is freedom from worrying about money, freedom from worrying about inflation, freedom from worrying about, oh my gosh, what if inflation goes up another 10%? Guys, I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican, inflation's coming for all of us. And the government's been lying to you. They've been lying to everybody. Again, same thing. Same freaking thing.
Yeah, plus you have to be prepared for surprises.
You have to be prepared for surprises. You have to be ahead of the game. And having rentals is the hack for that. And why is that? Here's why. Because right now, here's how most people live their life. They live their life by saying, all right, I get a check because I did the work. I went to my 9 to 5. I did whatever it is, right? Maybe I'm a consultant. Maybe I'm a salesperson, whatever. You did the work, you made the money. That's how most people live their life, right? If I don't do work, I don't make money. Cool. You own a couple of rentals, Tammy. This is how that works. A couple of rentals changes the game for you because here's what's crazy. Every tenant, okay? Every tenant in the world, they go out and they go earn their check, right? And they go and pay 35% of that check towards what?
Taxes.
Rent.
Oh, well, that too.
Rent, 35. Let's see what it is today. Let's look at it. This is, so you know, it's not me making up the number. Average American pays what percent to rent? 30%. Oh, my bad. 32.6%. Okay. 32.6%. So I'm a little high. Okay. It's not 35, it's 32.6%. So a third of your entire income goes to rent as somebody who's renting. And that also includes, mortgage and all that kind of stuff, but 32.5%. Now, what does that mean for me? That means, think about this. For every tenant I have, they go to their work, they put in their effort, I provide a place for them to live, and my house receives 35% of their work. Now, it doesn't seem awesome, right? When people are renters, they hate that. People hate that. Okay, but the government takes 40% of my money. Well, they could if I wasn't a real estate investor, right? 32.5%. Somebody is going and working. That's called leverage. They go work at their job. They take 32.6% of their check and they pay off my mortgage. They pay for my cash flow. They pay for my management. They pay for all of the repairs. Their 32.6% pays for all of those things. The problem, my friends, is that you are suffocating because you have no assets. I know it sounds stupid and cliche, but it's true. And then the problem is, well, Pace, I don't have money. Okay, what do you need money for? I'll go through another 22 deals today where I bought and it's thousands of deals that I've done, but these are just unique, fun stories that I'm like, hey, let me tell you. And they're all individual different strategy types and deal structures. We told you a Subto deal. Okay. The first deal we told you was a Subto deal. Then the next one was a cash wholesale deal, negotiating a lien. Then the next one was a Subto deal with an IRS lien. Okay, kind of similar strategy, but I went from on 4101 West Flower, no money down flower deal, I turned into a pad split, different exit strategy. Then Carol's house, I bought that Subto and I turned that into a Section 8. Cool. So like there's so many different strategies and fun ways to do this. I got a bunch of these and Subto is just barely the beginning. There's so many fun things to learn. I got the whole freaking day. I can't even believe it's 10 o'clock. Been here 6 hours. Okay. All right. So you got to get a couple of rentals. How do you, well, Pace, I don't have any money. What does money have to do with you getting rentals? That's the silliest thing. Now that I know what I know, that's the silliest thing ever. Let me break your guys' brain. I'll shift gears to a completely different type of structure. Okay. You ready for this one?
Yes.
Okay. This is called the wedge. Okay. I want you guys to write this down. This is a creative finance structure called the wedge. Okay. This is something you're going to start seeing a lot more in Subto. A lot more people are doing this in Subto now. It's called the wedge. It's very simple. It's a very amazing hack. Okay. All right. So today I'm actually closing on it today, December 31st. I'm buying an RV park, $1.7 million cash. This is a cash deal. Domingo Rangel says, where is it? It's in West Texas, Oilville. It's where all the oil rigs are, all the pumps, right? If you guys have been watching that TV show with, what's the guy that used to be married to what's her name?
Billy Bob Thornton.
Billy Bob Thornton. There you go. Billy Bob Thornton. Thank you for that. So Billy Bob Thornton, this new oil show he has, it's right in that same town. Okay. It's an RV park. The guy sold it to us. I had nothing to do with the front end acquisition. I had nothing to do with the cold calling. I had nothing to do with anything except for structuring and funding the deal. Okay. And I'll explain this to you and what the wedge means in just a second. The seller, I don't even know his name because I wasn't involved. This will tie into the wedge. You'll understand why this is such a good strategy. So, I have somebody in Subto. His name is Brandon Harris. I only do deals with Subto members. So people from YouTube come to me and go, can I bring you a deal? No, because then I got to spend 25 hours explaining to you why you don't have a good deal. And then I got to get on the phone and do all the work for you. I don't mind structuring the deal, but if you don't understand the motivation and the bunnies, at least bring me something you understand the bunnies, right? So Brandon Harris brings me the bunnies. What were the bunnies? The seller of this RV park. By the way, this RV park, this is great. This is so fun. Okay, this RV park nets, Tammy, one RV park. I'm going to say this again to you, and you're not going to believe this, and you're going to go, what the heck? I just need one of those. Okay, this RV park it brings in about $45,000 a month. Okay, after all management expenses, payments, taxes, utilities, everything, this property nets $26,000 a month. Nets $26,000 a month. Now, that sounds great. Okay. So Brandon Harris comes to me and goes, hey, I know that you're doing the wedge with a lot of Subto members. I want to do the wedge with you. What's the wedge? I want to find the exact type of asset that Pace is looking for. I want to bring that asset to him, have him fund it, run it, manage it, teach me how to do all of those things because I want to stay on as Pace's partner. I created a program called The Wedge. You bring me a deal, I will partner with you. I will fund it, run it, manage it, everything. And I'll wedge you in as 20% owner. Did Brandon have to bring $1 Did Brandon have to negotiate? Did Brandon have to do the paperwork? Did Brandon have to manage it? No. I let him wedge himself in. He brought the deal. Now, what was the thing? Okay. The thing was, what were the bunnies? That's the important part of this. The seller was like, he's a total Trump lunatic. I got some of you guys in here today too. Okay. I like Trump too. I like what Trump is doing. I like all of the amazing Avengers he's bringing to the table. I love all of that. I wish Trump was a little bit more presidential, but outside of that, I really am excited about all the cool things that they're bringing. Doge, I'm excited about. Sorry, if you work for the federal government, y'all be wasting our money. It's not okay. Okay, so here's what happens is Brandon goes, I'm going to go find the bunnies. This guy's a Trump head. He thinks that Kamala was going to win the election, and he thought that she was going to turn off all the oil production, and his revenue was going to drop. So he goes, all right, I'm going to sell at the top of the market. Okay. We knew Trump was going to win. So we bought the property for 1.7. It's already, as is today, I think we've already got it appraised at like 2.2 million. We bought it for $500,000 under its value. Okay. Wow. Billy says, not all of us are wasting your money. Some of us are trying to make your food safe in scientific research. Yes, we agree. I agree. Thank you, Billy. I appreciate that. Okay. Oh, I love that. Michelle Russell says, hey, I've been doing real estate for 30 years and my spouse is not on board at all. You do not need your spouse to be on board. We have a huge community. That's true. We have a lot of people that do this. Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that. A lot of people, same thing with me. When I told my wife I was going to get out of construction and go real estate full time, my wife threw a cup at my face. She was so frustrated with me. What? Why would you do that? Anyway, meanwhile, here I am on New Year's Eve teaching 1,000 people, Okay, so here's what happens. The seller's like, I want to get rid of this. Yes, it makes money, but I want my cash out. I want to hold it. That's a bunny, right? Welcome to real estate, guys. There's thousands of different types of bunnies. And one of this person's bunny was like, I'm fearful that Kamala's going to take over and I'm fearful that this, that, and the other. So he sells it. Brandon's like, I don't know exactly how to structure the deal. So my team, I have a full-time guy on my team. He's my portfolio manager. His name's Bo, lives in Miami. And Bo gets involved, gets the deal structured and says, hey, this is what we can do. There's 2 acres that come with the property that are undeveloped. Let's buy the property, cash, then refinance in a couple of months when we add some more value and pull all of our cash out. That's the BRRRR strategy, right? BRRR, buy, renovate, rent, repeat, refinance, and repeat, right? That's the BRRRR strategy. You buy it with cash or with hard money, whatever. You renovate it. So we're going to take the 2 acres and we're going to put another 15 or 20 pads on it. Where's that money coming from? It's coming from me. Well, Pace, I thought you only do deals without money out of your own pocket. No, that's what I used to do. I now 80% of my deals, I still do that. But when people bring me deals they want to partner on and it needs to have cash, I will bring my own cash all day long. But where'd that cash come from? That cash from, this is what's interesting. I'll backtrack into this great story for you. After I tell you this story, I'll tell you where my cash came from. This is how you build in like crazy wealth is I bought houses sub-2 5 years ago they had no equity. The sellers gave me the keys to their house, 2720 North Sterling Avenue. That's one house. Another one is 78 Maddox. Both of them appreciate $380,000 over 5 years. I sell both of those, roll the $380,000 times 2, so $760,000 into this RV park. And that's where most of the money came from, was me selling properties that I bought sub-2 5 years ago that I had no money into. The property's value, I sell them, I 1031 into an RV park, and I'm all in from money I created from nothing.
Wow.
I didn't go earn that from a 9-to-5 job. I literally took over somebody's mortgage who had bad situations going on. I held onto the property for 5 years, which I'll go into this in a little bit. I'll tell you the next story I'll do is Sterling. But the RV park is the wedge method. The wedge method, I'm not doing the wedge method. Brandon, my sub-2 community member, is doing the wedge method with me. So if you're brand new and you're in the sub-2 community, just bring me or other leaders. We have over 7,000 super advanced people in our 15,000 person community. They will buy deals with you. Dude, Angie Milanazzo here she is in the side chat. She did 20 deals last month. She does more deals than I do. Okay, Jordan Reyes right there. Jordan Reyes sold me 2 RV parks last summer. $7 million. He's right here in the side chat. He wedged himself into one of my deals too. He's my partner on one of my RV parks. He's right here in the side chat, guys. Jordan, I don't remember how much money you made up front, but he made like 60 grand up front and kept 10% ownership in an RV park with me. He's right here in the side chat. The wedge method is a gangster way to, if you join Subto, you go, all right, I joined Subto, who's in my local geography? Meaning I'm in Denver, Colorado. I'm going to go hang out with Angie Milanazzo. Angie, what do you want? Tell me where to go find the deals. I'll bring the leads to you. Wedge me into your ownership, wedge me into the deal. Please get me involved. I have no money. I don't know how to structure. I'm fearful of my own shadow. Please wedge me into the deal. Guys, the wedge method is gangster. It's the most creative way for you as a brand new person to get ownership in a thing is just go, okay, yeah, I can find the lead and I can understand the bunnies and I can get it to a point where at least I know what their problem is. Then I pass it to a leader in Subto and they wedge me into the deal. Now, are they going to give you 90%? Heck no. You shouldn't expect anything more than 20%. Are you kidding me? Okay. So this deal we're closing, this is a fun deal. I'm not going to own this one long, this RV park. Usually the RV parks I hold, I'll keep them for forever. But this RV park, I'm closing on it today. Otherwise I would give you guys the address. When we take this video and we chop it up, I'll make sure the address is in there. But this RV park, we bought it for 1.7. Okay. We then, Tim signed the final contract. Do you want to sign today or get it to title? Or do you want to wait until Thursday? Sign today. Sorry, this is a crazy good deal I'm going to tell you guys about today too.
I'm learning from your geniusness.
Yeah, it's fun. And it's just, you're in the game. So you figure out how to play the game a little bit better. And then I go to new people that are in the community. I'm like, you want the cheat code? Join a community of people that have been in the community for 5 years that have 5 years ahead of you and go, what do you need? I'll bring a deal to you. I'll bring a lead to you and you work the lead and wedge me into the deal. Now you get more, the more you bring that lead down the line, meaning if I get the seller under contract, I get more of a percentage. But if you're brand new, don't worry about that. Just bring the lead, understand the problem, get on the phone with them, say, tell me more, tell me more. What if this, what if that, da-da-da, ba-da-ba, ba-ba-ba. Cool. Hey, Pace, will you partner with me? Yes, I will. What's going on? Well, the seller's at this stage. Okay, great. Bo on my team calls them up. Sorry, my team is trying to get a hold of me. I actually run a business, sadly. Okay, so I'm going to ignore that for a minute. So Bo gets on the phone, finalizes the structure, and Bo says, okay, here's where we're going to make our money. We're going to buy it for 1.7. We're going to develop the other 2 acres. Then the property is going to be worth roughly 3 million. We're going to sell it in the summer. And then we're going to take that 3 million. Brandon Harris will get 20% of all that upside. So he'll make, let's see, $300,000, something like that, about $300,000 on that one deal. Plus he'll have partnered with me, see how we developed, done the thing, got the cash flow along the way. And if we decide to keep it, which I don't think we will, because we're going to add so much value so quickly that we'll sell it, roll that money into a bigger deal. This is advanced stuff, right? This isn't single family, sit on it, no management. That's like beginner stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
And so Brandon Harris is like, I don't want to do the single family stuff. I want to skip right to your RV parks, but how do I do that? I go wedge, do the wedge. He's like, what's the wedge? Here, boom, boom, boom. Bring it to me. My team will do it. We'll wedge you into the deal. You'll have ownership. You'll see how we communicate, how we pay the bills. How do we hire people? How do we replace people at the RV park that aren't being managed? Like, you want a full-on mentorship on RV park management? Own an RV park with me. Right? That's the way, that's a community rather than like, hey, let me just teach you through videos, right? Let's do deals together. That is the wedge method. So that property, we will own it for 6-8 months, maybe 9, sell it, roll it over. Why? Why not just hold it? Well, the reason we don't want to hold is because that's a volatile market, right? Prices go up, down, left, and right. And while Trump is going to be in office, prices or oil is going to pump like crazy. Somebody's going to be really excited about that investment. We'll get a good hit. We'll move our money over to somewhere way more stable, not something that you have to worry about prices of oil changing what you can rent things for, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And this is an RV, like RVs, not mobile homes, correct?
Oh yeah. This is RV parks. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If
That's
you want
cool. I like it.
Yeah. Jordan Reyes is a great leader. He actually lives, Jordan lives, I'm actually snowboarding with him this week, but I probably could see trees at his property right from my Montana house. So Jordan used to live 2 hours south of me in Missoula. I moved to Kalispell. We've done a handful of deals together. Then Jordan just bought a Subto deal right by my Subto house right here in Montana and moved his family here, I don't know, 6 months ago or so. And so I'll get to hang out with him this week, which will be really, really cool. Okay. So you guys want to find out, you want to see how to find RV parks?
Yes, please.
Okay. So first and foremost, can I use Deal Sauce? Yes, I can use Deal Sauce. Okay. If you go to Deal Sauce, you can find RV parks there, all of that stuff. But here's another way for people that are like, I don't have $97 a month. First off, if you don't have $97 a month, go do some Uber Eats or do something. You'll figure that out. Okay. So let's go to one of my favorite places is go to Crexy.com. Crexi.com. Crexy.com. Now, I am a part owner of Crexy. I promote them so much. They've given me ownership. I will not make money if you sign up for them. And by the way, everything that you look for is all free. It's kind of like Zillow. The only way to like pay them any money is if you have like an advanced account. Okay. So if I go in here, I type in owner finance. This is one of the filters I encourage them to create. All of these people right here want to sell on creative finance. I just blew some people's minds right now. Look at all these people willing to sell hotels, land, right there. Atlantic Shores Motel right here. This little motel right on the beach. They will sell on owner finance for $1.65 million.
Ooh.
Okay. Now, again, these people are represented by brokers. Now, you're going to call a broker, and here's what's going to happen when you talk to a broker. The broker is going to say, yeah, okay, what's your credentials? Who are you? What's your pedigree? What's your this, that, and the other? Do you have the ability to manage the asset? If my seller sells you this car wash for $375,000 on seller finance in San Antonio, do you have the ability to manage it? Do you have the ability to pay the bills if you don't cash flow for a couple of months? The answer, if you're brand new, is what? No, I don't.
No.
This is why you do the wedge, because you go to these deals. This is what Jordan did. You go to these deals. Okay, Jordan Reyes, a year and a half ago when he joined Subto, 2 weeks into Subto, sells me 2 RV parks, totaling $7 million. Okay, what Jordan does is he says, yes, me and my partner own this many rentals, blah, blah, blah. Would you like to get on the phone with my partner? And my team just gets on the phone.
Ooh.
That's it. Guys, I'm telling you, people want to overcomplicate things. I need money myself. No, you don't. I need this. I need all the experience. No, you need to be a part of a community that actually does these things together. Okay. Danny says, definitely important to have at least 4 months of reserves. 6 is even better. Yes. You need to have reserves. You need to have a management team. You need to have all of these types of things before somebody will seller finance or Subto a single family home to you all day long. Okay. Osman says, what's the filter he used on Crexy? It's not a filter, Osman, my friend. Some of y'all be trying not to pay attention. Go to the search bar and type in owner finance. That's it. Go to the search bar and type in owner finance. Yes, I like storage facilities. I like everything. Here's the thing you got to understand. You go find these deals, find the Subto community member that is in that area that has been in Subto for 2-3 years that are like, yeah, let's work this deal together. Okay. Angie Gardner says, Pace, can I just reach out to your team to underwrite it? Yes. If you are in Subto, you already know the answer to this. We have an underwriting Zoom 2 hours every day, Monday through Friday. My team, Bo, you guys have his email. You guys can just email Bo anytime you have a deal that you want me to buy with you. Bo will look at it and underwrite the deal with you. Yes, everywhere. NorCal, everywhere. It does not matter. Okay. What if you're a gator only? What are you doing as a gator trying to buy RV parks? Go be a gator. Okay. If you want to be, you want to do all this other stuff, then join Subto. Do I buy in New York? Yes. If you join Subto community, do you automatically join the gator community and wedge community? No, wedge is a strategy inside of Subto. Wedge is a strategy inside of Subto. Okay. Pace, are you still not buying in Washington State? I'm not buying single family properties in any state besides Arizona. Other assets like RV.
Is there something else?
Shut up, Siri. I'm not buying. No, I will not do a wedge opportunity with a gator. You guys are lenders. Okay. You want gators get to do loans. Subto owns properties. Gators loan on properties. Okay. Bo, what is Bo's last name? If you're in Subto, you should know the answer to that. Do you buy in Nebraska? Yes. I will buy in Nebraska if it's not a single family property. I have 300 single family properties in my portfolio. I don't want another single family property. I have enough. And the ones that I buy, I just want them in Arizona. Everything else I will buy in all 50 states. I will buy in Puerto Rico, but they need to be RV parks, mobile home parks, car washes, businesses. They need to be large enough deals that I can afford management on site. Okay. Single family properties. What are you buying there? Same thing. Sunya, y'all be getting the answer, but y'all be wanting to confuse the answer. Okay. The answer is I will buy single family only in Arizona. Do I own single family in 20 markets? Yes. I have single family all over. Tons in Atlanta, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, tons in Florida, Arizona, California, Montana, Utah. I've got single family properties all over the country. I'm done with single family properties. I've checked that box. It's kind of like it's like saying this. I had 4 children. I'm done having children. Does that mean I hate children? No, it just means I hit my goal. I hit my goal of single family properties. It doesn't mean I don't do single family. I just want them only in Arizona now. Okay. How do I manage the properties all over the place? I have a team. I have a girl on my team named Heidi Silva. She's a traveling asset manager. Yes, I do land, Nina. Gosh, dang it. No, Sandra says you're going to beat Jerry with his kids, right? No, we're done. Sadly, we're done. What's your budget for multifamily? My largest multifamily is $115 million purchase price. I own in Houston. I sadly will have to say this to you. You will probably not be able to find me $100 million deal. Most of the deals you'll find on Craigslist are going to be deals that are like 15, 20, 30 million. So definitely any deal you find on Craigslist, I'm able to buy. Okay. Pace, I'm building CRE AI and need your feedback. You will not regret it. Okay. Email, if you want me to look at a business opportunity, email sarabi@subto.com. I will give you her email on the notepad. Sarabi@subto.com. You're going to ask, I'm going to put it up here, and then you're going to ask me again in 5 minutes because you weren't prepared. Sarabi S@subto.com. Her name is Sarabi. Her last initial is S, Sengupta. She is my right-hand person at the Subto. If you have a business opportunity like, hey, Pace, I want you to look at my software, I don't do that anymore. Sarabi S@subto.com. She will look at your stuff. Okay. How do I send you multifamily deals? If you're in Subto, you should already know the answer to that. If you're not in Subto, I won't even look at them. Pace, will you only partner with Subto? Yes. Yes, I will say this 1,000 times. I can do 10 deals with a Subto member, and I can, in the same amount of time, I can do half a deal with a non-Subto member. Why? They're not as committed. They're not as consistent. They haven't done any of the training. They haven't gone through the things. They haven't learned how to underwrite. They haven't done any of those things. So what they do is they just start sending me addresses to go, Pace, will you buy this? Sure. What's going on? Oh, I don't know. I haven't called the seller. Oh my gosh. Why are you even sending me this? If you haven't talked, I've done the training. Why have you not? Oh my gosh. That's why I just won't. Well, Pace, I'm different. No, you're not. I've for 5 years, it was not 5 years, 2020, 21, 22, and part of 23, I did deals with non-members, and I looked at our numbers and I'm like, I literally can do 10 in the same amount of time. Now, why is that important? Pace, I thought you were a giver. Here's the thing. When you have a team and those team members rely on you, shouldn't I be buying properties also, not just for myself? The number one people I take care of is my own family and my team. Those are the two most important people that are on my team. I don't know if Kelly Humbarger is still in here, but Kelly Humbarger is on my team. She expects me to make good decisions. And when we buy assets, she gets a profit share and an allocation for that when she stays at my company. If I go and partner with somebody that's non-Subto and it takes me 10 times as long to do the deal, I've robbed opportunities from people on my team that are single moms or married couples where the husband can't work or whatever it is, and they're relying on me to make good decisions. Okay? So it's not me making the decision anymore. I'm making the decision on behalf of other people's family. Okay? Daniel Mendez. I don't even know how to answer that question. Okay, cool. So let's go back to all of this. So the wedge method. You can do the wedge method on single family, on land, RV parks, mobile home parks. You can do it with anything, businesses, whatever, it does not matter. Okay. I bought a business just recently with a Subto community member. And that business is a really cool business. Let me pull this up. I just bought this business. It's called The Perfect Clean. Oops. Perfect Clean. No, that's not it. Oh, here it is right here.
So
Yeah,
you're
ahead.
using the wedge method in lieu of giving them like maybe a certain percentage they normally would get if they brought the deal, then you give them less of that deal or less of that percentage, and then they get the wedge, correct?
Okay, so here's how that works, Tammy. Let's make sure, I'm going to teach you guys something really valuable, okay? So let's make sure we use our terminology properly. So deal is a different word than a lead, okay? So let's go through this.
Yes.
Okay. A deal means something very specific. You guys need to learn this. Okay. Everybody needs to learn this. Okay. Okay. What is a deal? A deal is an asset type, could be a business, an RV park, whatever, that is under contract that is worthy to be purchased.
Okay.
Okay. Let's reverse engineer. Let's go backwards. What is it called before a deal? Okay. A deal is something somebody would buy. So when somebody says, I have a deal, I go, no, you probably have a contract. What does that mean? If I go to Walmart, Tammy, where do you like to shop the most?
Unfortunately, Walmart.
Okay. I like Walmart too. Okay. So let's say I go to Walmart and they've got these end cap deals, right? There's a deal on the end cap. It says deal 99 cents. And you're like, dang, all right, blowout sale. And you go over there and it's a bag of dog crap. Is that a deal?
No.
But it's on sale. A deal is only something somebody's willing to purchase. So do not use the word deal unless it's a property or an asset under contract. It's already been contracted. And it's worthy to be purchased, meaning it's done at a right price or the right structure. That is a deal. Can I get everybody to say, yes, I now understanding that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. You don't buy everything in the clearance department. Daniel Mendez, do you yourself utilize wedge method to get into businesses that you might not be comfortable running? I used to. I now just do that for my students. I used to. My team's large enough now that I don't need to do the wedge method. I am, however, how many people were in the Raising Private Capital class in Subto a couple weeks ago with Nick Sansone, my friend? How many people were in there? Give me a yes. James says yes. Okay. So that class, Nick Sansone is much larger than me, right? He's got 59 million square feet under development. So my company, when we go out and find deals, I'm going to him and wedging into his deals. He's much larger than me. So yes, I will use the wedge method, but I'm not going to use it as frequently as somebody that's brand new. Somebody that's brand new is going to go, all right, I want to join Subto. I don't even want to be cold calling, door knocking, whatever. I just want to find some bunnies, bring it to another member, go, hey, can I take 10% of this deal? Now, that is not a deal. You did not get a deal. You brought a lead to the table. So let's go backwards of like what the terminology is, right? A deal, we've already determined what a deal is. So let's go backwards. A contract means I've contracted with a seller. Okay. This one somebody wants to buy. This one could just be a bag of dog crap with a for sale sticker on it, you know, or a bad deal that somebody overpriced or whatever else. So deal is highest level, obviously. I want deals. If I'm trying to be lazy, I want people to bring me deals. And people do bring me deals all the time. Like I just bought a deal here. Let me show you this. I just bought a deal from Josh Barton in our community in Arizona. And Heidi Silva, she's my traveling asset manager. Okay. Let me show you this real fast. So you guys can see, I just bought a deal a couple of days ago from a member on December 20th. So these are deals where people come to me and they go, hey, here's the address, right? Here's the address. It's contracted. He has it at the right price, by the way. So he says, he sends it over to Heidi. He says, hey, just send over a deal for you to look at. Josh is smart. He didn't say, I'm sending over a contract for you to see if it's a deal. He knew it was a deal. He's advanced. He's a more advanced student, right? He's been in Subto for years. This is why you collaborate and make friends with people in Subto, because they know how to use the right words. This is why I don't want to spend my team's assets to go and work with people who don't even know what a deal is, right? I want to teach you what a deal is in Subto, then partner with you. So she says, is the property in Phoenix? And he's like, no, you're looking at, this one's on Place. Okay, here's the address. Great. Her immediate response is, we want it. Can everybody see this? She just straight up is like, we want it. Okay, good. Sounds good. Who's signing the assignment and what LLC? Earnest money is $10,000 with clear title. I borrowed that $10,000 from a Gator, by the way. Pace will sign, blah, 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 da-da-da, thanks. That's how fast a deal gets done with an experienced person. No conversation, no emails, no phone calls, no back and forth. Great, we'll take it. You see the efficiency of like, I want to train you to understand these things so that you can bring these types of deals to me. Okay. I just bought that December 20th. Okay. And if not, if you're so new and you join Subto, you're like, okay, great. I want to be around people that are really good at what they do. I'm going to bring opportunities to them. So Tammy, you're in Arizona. So yes, you should be coming to the meetups. You should know the Bash brothers. You should know Ingrid Hernandez and Stephen Hunt and all the amazing people in Arizona, and go to them and go, what do you want? What can I bring you? How do I wedge myself into your deal?
Cool.
There you go. So
I can do
now,
it.
yes, you can. It is the most lowest form of like, I can do this. Now, do you need to bring them a deal? No, you don't. Okay. Do you even need to bring them a contract? They'd probably prefer you don't. Because how do you know you did the paperwork right? Right? Let them walk you through it. Like Bethany walked me through my deal. Okay. Then before a contract, what would that be called? It would be called a lead. And before a lead, okay, I'll break down what a lead is. A prospect, and then a suspect. These are all different descriptions. Suspect, prospect, lead, contract, deal. What does that mean? Suspect means I drove by the person's house and the house is really ugly. I suspect there might be something going on there. That's a suspect.
Gotcha.
Believe it or not, that's what my DMs are full of. Non-Subto trained people that are in my DMs going, hey, I drive by this ugly house every day. What should I do? I'm like, oh my gosh. Did you see if it has a code violation? Did you see if it has a divorce? Did you see if it does this? Did you prospect? Did you dig into it? No, they didn't. So a prospect is when somebody's like, hey, I suspected that this ugly house might have some pain. So I did some prospecting. I did some digging. I found out it's in foreclosure. Cool. That's now a prospect. I now have a reason to believe that they would be in pain enough to sell the property to me. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Same thing. Deal Sauce will show you all of these things. People keep asking, like, where do you find it? Deal Sauce. Go to Deal Sauce. Okay. Now, a lead is when I actually speak to the person and I have a conversation, and I don't have to close them. Right? I'm not trying to close them. Nope. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to overcome objections. I'm literally just having a conversation to see if they'd be interested in an offer. That is now a lead.
Gotcha.
And somebody says, yeah, I'd be interested in an offer. You bring me an offer, or I'm sorry, you bring me a lead, meaning you drove by the house, it's ugly. You found out it's in foreclosure. You called them, and you said, okay, well, hey, I'm new to this, but I noticed you got an issue with the bank. I've got somebody that buys houses just like yours. Would you be interested in like an offer? You don't even have to be the person. You can literally say you're not the person. That is what's so great about this. Okay. Man, it's crazy to me how simple this really becomes when you think about it that way. You literally tell a seller, hey, I'm new to this. I'm not even really a real estate investor, but I'm trying to be. I do know somebody that helps people out of situations with the bank. You don't even have to say the word foreclosure. Would you be interested if I put you in touch with them? They could help you out. They could do all sorts of stuff. They do loans. They help people stay in the house. They buy the house, rent it back to you. They'll give you a cash offer. Like, what is it? Boom. Okay. Jace Perry says, do you have a commercial specific community? It's one community that dominates the entire industry on every aspect. I'll give you a good example. Doran Levy. Okay. Doran Levy out of Philadelphia bought a assisted living facility a couple of years ago for $3 million, put $8 million into it, turned it into a hotel, got it refinanced at $35 million, made $20 million on one deal. We got some of the biggest commercial developers in our community. Our community is a creative community, which means we do everything. We've got the guy who has the largest Amazon warehouse contract to build all the Amazon like tech centers across the country. He's in our community. We've got one of the biggest developers in the New York skyline. He's in our community. Okay. We got it all, my friends. Subto is not a single family. It is a creative community. We creatively do deals. That's even cash. That's creative finance. That's Subto. That's seller finance. That's freaking Morby method. I'll get to Morby method. That's the wedge method. It doesn't matter what the asset type is. Can I do Subto on businesses? Can I do Subto on RV parks? Can I do Subto on apartments? If the answer is I can do seller finance, Subto, Morby method on all of these strategies, lease options, etc., then we do it. Not only do we do it, we dominate the industry in it. We are the number one player in the industry in each one of these categories is somebody in our community. Okay. Okay. So Tammy, back to the wedge method. Do I have to know how to convert somebody into a contract? Do I have to know how to make sure it's priced appropriately? Do I have to know any of those things?
No.
No. Bring me somebody you've had a conversation with and say, this is a lead. Now, here's the thing. Let's go through this real quick. And we'll break down what % you deserve based on where you brought it in the process. Okay. Now, this is a general thing. Okay.
Okay.
I don't want people going, well, you said 30%. Okay. Well, here's the thing are you going to manage the asset? No, I'm not. Are you going to fund the asset? No. Okay. Well, then you deserve less. I will fund it. I will manage it. I will negotiate. I deserve a lot more, 80, 90%, right?
Yes.
You have zero risk, but you'll get a full education and ownership and a monthly check. Like, holy crap. you're not bringing anything to the table besides a lead, man, you get 10%. What if you bring the lead to the table and then I fund it, I negotiate it, but then you manage it? Well, then we got a conversation to have, right? There's a back and forth there, but either way, you're going to win. But just in a very general sense of the word, let's break it down from suspect. By the way, did anybody enjoy the suspect prospect part? Does anybody that help you guys out?
Yes.
Okay. Sean, this is great. So check this out. Sean says, curious, did anyone do something creative with buying a building or for churches? Yes. Look here, check this out. Man, this is what's crazy. Y'all think Subto is all about single family and whatever. Check this out. You guys want to see something gangster? Watch this. Here's the business I just bought with Creative Finance, but let's go to Pace Morby Instagram. Okay, just the other day, I posted a reel with Justin Tumanowski, one of our big leaders in Subto. And the post I made was, get out of here. Why can I not see? Oh, because I got to log in. Stupid. You kidding me? Just go in with Facebook. So go to my Instagram. Oh my gosh, so dumb. I guess I get it. I don't want people getting into my crap. I get it. Okay, cool. So if we go to, of course, now I got to do it again. Okay, Pace Morby. Perfect. There we go. All right. So if you scroll down here, you're going to see a post right here. This property is a church that Justin Tumanowski in our community bought and is converting into what he calls microfamily. He got 0% seller finance, bought this amazing church in Maine, and he's turning into like a 20-unit microfamily property. Okay.
Oh, cool.
We made a whole YouTube video about it. It's coming out really soon. Yes. Churches, everything. Does not matter. Guys, this is what is so great about our community is we are not focusing on Airbnb. Airbnb is one little baby thing that we do. Section 8 is one little baby thing we do. Co-living is one little baby thing we do. We buy assets by helping sellers, and then we determine what is the best exit strategy for that asset. It could be Section 8. It could be Airbnb. It could be midterm rental. It could be co-living. It could be apartment buildings, okay? So do bankruptcy courts accept Subto? Yeah, Christopher Craig, one of our leaders in Subto, that's all he does is Chapter 11 bankruptcy, buys through Subto. Yes, absolutely. Okay, Tammy, let's finish the percentage thing real fast. I know I'm getting sidetracked by the comments, which I shouldn't. So suspect, prospect, okay, lead, contract, deal. People use this word far too often when they're new. Hey, I have a deal. No, you don't. You have a suspect. You don't even know if they have any pain. Okay. You don't know if they have any pain. What pain? Are they in foreclosure? I don't know. Are they losing their marriage? Are they in divorce? Are they going through probate? What's going on? Are they in code violation? I don't know. The house is ugly. Okay. Well, there's a lot of people with a lot of ugly houses. That doesn't mean they're actually willing to sell. I don't want to waste my time calling somebody I don't know already has pain. Welcome to 2025. I can target exactly who I know has pain. Like, you want to find people that have abs that don't even live in the house? Like, watch how easy this is. Guys, I don't want you DMing me about some, ugly house you saw on your way to work. You go to Deal Sauce, type in, let's just go to like filters, not even filters. Let's go to, what do you want to do? High equity, free and clear, cash buyers, absentee owners, people that don't even live in the house. They own the house. They don't even live it. It's empty. It's vacant. Low equity, upside down. Okay. zombie property, an ugly property that has multiple problems with it, like you can just click on here and they will just give you you'll get the list. Let's go to, let's do one that people will understand. Let's do zombie property. Okay. And I'll just be like Arizona. How many did I click? I clicked what, 3 times? Yeah. And I immediately know I have a map of zombie properties. Okay. Vacant, zombie property. Okay. Upside down, vacant, zombie property, absentee owner, delinquent on taxes, vacant, zombie property, absent. You see what I'm saying about like people should not waste their time on suspects and go and do the work on finding the prospect by doing some digging?
Yeah.
I know they have a problem. The software is showing me their bunnies. It's right there. So again, people that go, I'm going to drive for dollars. How many people have heard of driving for dollars?
Yep.
Dumb. Why is it dumb? Because driving for dollars does nothing but give you suspects, and then you still have to go back and prospect, and you still have to call them and text them. I see people just go build ugly house lists. Okay. It's an old school method. Driving for dollars is a method that honestly stopped working. I mean, it still works. Like, here's the thing. If I wanted to dig a ditch 100 miles long 100 years ago, what did I use? A shovel.
Mm-hmm.
Could I still use a shovel today?
Yes.
Yes, I could still use a shovel today, but I'm not going to. I could get a Caterpillar. I could rent a thing. I could do whatever. What the heck are you talking about? See, Cameron says, wait, I shouldn't drive for dollars. Cameron, can I bring you up here for a second? And I got to, again, Cameron, I think, is not paying attention to my analogy, but Cameron, what's up, brother?
What's up, Pace?
Cameron, why would I drive for dollars when there's new technology that tells me exactly who's in pain?
Well, I thought you drive for dollars when you don't have a lot of money to put in. So like when you're starting off, I was told they say drive for dollars when you don't have a lot to put down and you want to find deals. That's how you do it. And skip trace it, go on True People Search and find it. That's what I was taught,
Okay, so here's how I look at it, Cameron. I'm going to teach you. This is updated. I actually don't disagree with that. Here's the problem. If you're driving for dollars as much as you should drive for dollars, what will you spend in gas on a monthly basis?
Probably close to $40 to $60.
Okay, so you're riding a bike.
No, we're driving a gas-friendly Nissan Altima, right?
Okay, you're probably going to be something like $150, right? You're probably going to go through a tank of gas a week.
Right.
Okay, so if your tank of gas is $30, you're $120. Here's what I would tell you. Get software that just tells you the people who are in a problem. Mm-hmm. They're in foreclosure, they're delinquent, they're taxes. Like, this software is $97 a month. And you can then use True People Search to do the skip tracing still for free. But why even get in your car and drive around and waste all that time? I'll tell you why. Am I allowed to use some not suitable for work language?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Cameron, it's called mental masturbation. Because people that drive around and they're not doing anything, they listen to a podcast, you're driving around. Now, I'll give you some pluses on this. I'll give you a lot of pluses on this, okay? The negative is you're wasting a lot of time and you're not really doing a lot. Here's the problem. Check this out. So you leave your house, you get in your car, you drive around, you're driving for dollars. The benefit is you're getting some fresh air. The benefit is you're seeing your neighborhoods. You're out there in the streets. The benefit is you're doing something is better than doing nothing. So there are benefits. Okay. So I'm definitely not going to negate and say you shouldn't do it. But here's the problem. You go spend an hour driving for dollars. you aggregate and collect all the addresses manually or whatever it is, however you're doing it. You then go home. You then manually do true people search. And then you manually call the people or text the people, right?
Right.
So the actual work is done at home. So why even go out into the streets at all? Like if I can see all the ugly houses, I can see the delinquents, the foreclosures, the probates, I can see all of them on a map. And I can copy and paste. I don't have to manually write anything in. I don't have to type any notes. I don't have to drive around and spend gas money. And they're all there for me. And I can literally copy and paste a true people search, or I can download a whole list, upload it to true people search. Why would I ever drive for deals?
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
The only people that will tell you to drive for deals are people who own driving for deals apps.
Yeah.
Now, again, you're going to spend you should track this, Cameron. Track how much money you spend in gas by doing, let's say you do an hour a day of driving for deals. Here's the next big problem of driving for deals. Why would you waste your time looking at an ugly house when you don't know they have pain? So what's happening is you're going and driving around. Have you ever done driving for deals and then called the seller and the seller's like, no, I'm renting that house out. My tenants just suck.
Yeah, that happened to me not too long ago.
Okay, so we're wasting our time by going and seeing ugly houses, putting them in our list, going to a true people search, doing all this 2021 technology, malarkey. The tech is updated. The shovel will still work, but why would you use a shovel when you could get a track hoe for the same price? Right? If I can get a tractor to dig my ditch for me, why would I ever use a shovel? Well, because the shovel works. Okay, great. But you're going to have blisters and it's going to take a long time. Like, what are you doing? The purpose is to make money now and in the future, not just in the future. So let's make money now. So Cameron, does driving for dollars work?
Yes.
Yes. Is it cheaper than just using an app and working from home when the apps now have been so updated that they have all the information?
It depends. No.
Yeah, it depends. Like if you're actually not driving for deals and you're saying you're driving for deals, it's definitely cheaper.
Yeah.
Right? That's a problem I see too. People go, all right, well, no, Pace, driving for deals is cheaper. Okay, well, are you doing deals? No, I'm not. Okay. So all this money, $60 on your Toyota, efficiency is making you how much money? Well, zero so far. Okay. So $60 equals zero versus $97 equals 10,000. Which one's cheaper? Right. The biggest challenge too, is I would say, here's what's cool about driving for deals. When I used to do driving for deals is I would go with a friend and I would take my kids. So like Asher, my 17-year-old, he used to go when he was like 8 years old with me. We'd go around and it was family night. And I'd say, whoever found the ugliest house gets to choose the restaurant we go to dinner for. So you can integrate your family into that stuff, but that now is just a waste of time. There's no reason for me to do that. I could tell Asher, hey, go download all the current foreclosures and let's send them a text. And he can automate that. And it would cost me less money in tech than it would in gas money to go and do that thing. So yes, it does work. And should you stop doing it? No. If you like doing it and all those other benefits I talked about is something you like doing, then go do that. But if you want to make more money faster, here's what I would do. Where do you live, Cameron?
I live in Florida, Tallahassee, Florida, to be specific.
Okay, Tallahassee, Florida. Awesome spot. I'd find somebody in Subto that's in Tallahassee and go JV with them, go work with them, go spend time with them. You'll make 10 times more money. You're into sports, right, Cameron?
Yeah.
Okay, you look like a dude that played some sports. You got a strong build. What did you play, football?
I played football, yep. I played football.
When you're around people that are better at football than you become better at football, right?
Right.
Is it just because you learn from them better, or is it just literally being in the presence of greatness changes who you are?
Just being in the presence of greatness.
It's crazy how that works, right?
Yeah.
So for you, who's the real estate people you hang out with in Tallahassee that are up leveling your game?
I have two mentors right now. It's funny you asked that. And their focus is on single family. and then they like to do creative methods like creative finance, Subto, and then they do exactly what you're doing. So I try to get as close to them as possible so I can learn everything I can and try to find deals with. It's funny that you said the wedge method. I'm actually wedged with them on a deal 20% on a rental that I found for them. That makes
Oh,
sense.
I
So
love.
I'm
Okay,
trying,
good. Then
yeah,
keep doing that.
yeah.
Why, if you're 20% on a rental, then why aren't you using that cash flow to go buy software to amplify your success?
I'm just thinking. I'm just going because they say this. I go back to what I was taught with wholesaling, and then and then I revert back to stuff that's not working, which is the driving for dollars.
All right.
You know. I don't know.
Well, it sounds like you've had some success. It's time. It's probably time. It's the same thing with you. Like you used to play, two-hand touch football, right?
Right.
But you wouldn't do that now, right?
No.
Okay. Driving for dollars is two-hand touch.
Yeah.
It's time, bro. It's time for you to start using some software. Get around. Go get around people in Tallahassee that are actively want to JV with you.
Mm-hmm.
Your guys seem like nice guys, but they're just waiting for you to bring them stuff rather than actively being involved in your journey. Go get some Subto people around you.
Okay.
And not people are like, oh yeah, we do some of the methods. No, people that are like, yo, Cameron, let's go get 10 deals this next 6 weeks. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You might find some of them in this side chat. Good chat
Yeah.
with you, bro. Good question though. Okay. So Tammy, as we're going
Yes.
through the suspect, the prospect, the lead, the contract, the deal, etc. If somebody brought me a suspect, what am I doing? Nothing. I will not even look at it. I'm not going to waste my time on it. If somebody says, hey, Pace, I found a house that is in foreclosure. Will you call the seller for me? I won't do that. I'm not going to do your first initial conversation. Now, in Subto, obviously we have the daily dial. So we do active role playing and calls, and we have the nightly dial where people will call leads for you on your behalf. But the thing about it is we're not going to sit there and do the first initial call. Unless if you're in the no one left behind challenge, we'll do all of that for you, right? The challenge, but like in normal daily activity, we're going to be like, yeah, call them and see what's going on. You don't have to close them. Just ask them what's going on. I know somebody that would want to buy your house. How can we help you? If you can get that far, you bring me a lead, I go buy that deal. You tell me, you want A, you want cash I'll go close the deal. I'll do the thing. You want cash, or B, do you want some ownership? Okay. If you bring me a deal, man, we're having a different conversation. You bring me a deal, I'm giving you 30 to 50%. If you bring me a contract, I'm probably going to give you 25%. If you're bringing me a lead, you're probably going to get 10 to 15%.
Gotcha. Okay.
But here's how you go from that, right? I go from lead, I wedge a couple of deals, then I go to contract, then I start getting to a point where I can do deals on my own, and I start either wedging or asking other people in the community to wedge to me. Now that depends on who you are, Tammy. If you want to be more aggressive and you want to do more deals and you want people bringing deals to you, then that's the way you would go.
Gotcha.
Are there any meetups in Finger Lakes? Yes, there's meetups all over the country. Thank you, Tammy. Great questions. Love your energy. Thanks for coming up here. So, Shawnee or Shani, I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm so sorry. Shawnee. Shawnee, how you doing?
Hey, Pace, how are you?
Good. You got some kids over there wilding out? Or
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Winter
Okay.
break.
Good question you have. So Pace, is wedging different than JV? No, JV means, as you know, joint venture.
Right.
JV is not a partnership. You don't own anything with me. We're just doing one deal together. Now that would be more of an assignment, right? JV is an assignment. You bring me a deal, I pay you a fee. That's a JV. Okay. Or another JV would be you bring me a cash wholesale deal. I go find the buyer. We split the deal. That's a JV. Mm-hmm. A wedge is more about wealth, meaning I buy the deal. I hold the deal in my portfolio and you get ownership in that deal. So you have monthly income, but you don't have to manage it, come up with the money, deal with the headaches. That's the wedge method. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. There you go.
Completely. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Great question. All right, let's keep breaking down some deals. We've done 3 deals so far. I got a lot more to go. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go on a 3-minute break. I haven't peed in 7 hours. Holy crap, I've been in 7 hours. I'm gonna go pee, say hi to my kids real fast, and get some hard-boiled eggs. I'm gonna bring them up here, and we'll start on deal. Yeah, see, somebody says I have a prospect. Call them, LaChoya. Call them, or get a Subto member to call them in the No One Left Behind challenge. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna put it on my screen because somebody's gonna be like, "Where's Pace? I can't hear anything. Is Pace gone? Is he dead?" I'll be back in 7 minutes. I'm going to go kiss my girls and my wife. I haven't seen them this morning since I woke up so early. I'll be right back. Hello. I got my girls coming up here. They're gonna draw right by me, which is cool. This is actually a playroom upstairs, which is awesome. So I get to have the girls hang out with me. I haven't seen them all day. So look at the snow we got outside too. We had so much snow yesterday. There he is. There's the buddy. You drew baby Jesus? That's amazing. Merry Christmas to you. Okay, cool. So we'll jump into deal number 4, my friends. Deal number 4. Now I'm going to jump into a lot of like private money lending type of stuff because I think a lot of people, they need to understand some of the structures and the basics behind that. Raul can the girl say hello? Monday is naked in a diaper, basically. Corbin has clothes on, but she'll be here in a minute. She'll come up here in a second. And the girls will say hello for sure. But Monday's got to get some clothes on. Somebody will yell at me. What? Thank you. Can I put it on my wall? Okay, I'll put it on my wall, but why don't you draw you on there too? But in a different color. Do a different color. All right. I should get somebody on my team to go through my freaking emails. My word. Don't look at your phone all day long. This is what kind of stuff happens. Oh my God. Hey, Corbin, you want to say hi to everybody? Okay. You can climb up here.
I like climbing.
Say hi to everybody.
Hi.
Tell everybody what you've been doing today. What have you been up to? It's 11 o'clock. What have you been doing today?
I went to go get Starbucks and then we came home and cleaned up the house.
What are you going to do tonight?
I don't know.
Fireworks? It's New Year's Eve.
I don't know.
Okay, what do you color? Okay, can you guys play with Phil? I'm going to put him on the ground, okay? Draw another one, sweetheart. All right. Oh, there's Angie with Phil right there. Thank you, Angie. That's when that little boy was so small. All right, so let's go through, start talking about some deals, my friends. I got so many people texting me. Oh my gosh. You'd think today would be the day that I don't get text messages, but I'm getting hammered. Okay. Let's talk about, I've got a list, so let's go through them. We did a cash burr for the, well, that's the wedge. We did the wedge method. Now, what's interesting about the wedge method is the wedge method also means I'm doing the burr, right? The person who's bringing the wedge deal to me, I'm the one that's doing the deal. I'm funding it, I'm managing it, all of those types of things. So I'm the person financing it, which means I'm doing the cash burr deal. Okay. All right. So hard money burr, fixing. Okay, cool. Let's do a 0 down sub 2 deal. And we'll talk about one of my favorite stories, 2720 North Sterling Avenue. Okay. Zero down sub 2 deal, meaning I didn't have to bring any money to the seller. I'm sorry, this is a PML sub 2 deal. I've already done a zero down sub 2 deal. What's up? No, you're fine. Hey, go tell mom to come get the Philly boy. Or you guys need to play with him a little bit so he can stay up here. Make sense? Oh, my daughter just says, I think Phil wants boobs. Peter Klein says, can somebody explain to me step by step how to do a wrap deal? Peter, is that a joke or is that legit? Because people are laughing, but I don't know if that's real or not. Creed, thanks for asking that politely. Creed, come on up here. Let's chat. I'm sitting here running the Zoom. I don't know what's going on. What's going on, Creed?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
No, I was just curious because I think your moderator is saying that you don't want any connections or collaborations on the Zoom along with advertising. And I thought you usually promoted that for the Zooms for people connecting. So that's why I was just curious if you
Creed,
had
when
said
did you
you
show
didn't
up
want
today?
it. What time was it? Like 10?
Okay, so you showed up 6 hours late,
Yeah,
which is fine.
That's why I was asking. I didn't know if you specifically wanted that because that's not usually the case.
It's not the case. What I told everybody today is like, please don't promote anything like your Blink card, your like collaborate. Obviously people are saying, hey, here's me, connect with me. Here's my phone number. Like I want that. What I don't want is people putting their dumbass Blink card in the side chat and putting a whole paragraph about their life in the side chat and blocking up the whole side chat. We have 1,000 people in here today, right? So when that's going on, what happens is people just keep posting and posting. They spam. So it's their same contact information, which I'm perfectly fine with people putting there, but then they put it in there every 30 seconds. It's like, bro, chill out.
Right. Yeah.
So
no, I
about
totally get
9
that.
o'clock, about 5 hours after we started, is when I brought in a moderator. I didn't have a moderator the first 5 hours.
Okay.
I had to bring in a moderator because people would not stop.
Yeah. No, I get that. You always get those in there.
Yeah. So now I've got a moderator in there that's just deleting. It's like, if you can't behave yourself, not you, Creed, obviously.
Right.
If you can't behave yourself, then I got to remove it. I could just turn off the chat, but I don't want that. I love connecting with people. I love people being in here. But what you'll see is that people are putting their affiliate codes in here. They're doing this thing. They're trying to sell things. It's like, dude, it's a place to chat. It's a place to whatever. I also allow you guys to private message each other privately. So if like you see somebody, you can message each other privately. I'm not preventing that. I keep that open. That's a feature I can shut off. I'm allowing all of that to happen. What I don't want is for people to be knuckleheads and just keep going, Blink card, YouTube channel, my affiliate code. Here's this. Hey, I've got a credit card program. Like probably, before you came on here, there's a lady that's like, I have this new credit card program. I'm like, bro, get the hell out of here. And so it was actually that moment that girl put in her credit card program that I then put a moderator in here. And I was like, please, I was just texting. I was like, please help me keep these knuckleheads away from it. So I want you chatting. Does everybody agree with this? We want the chat to just be chat. We don't want the chat to be a promotion, right? Give me a yes if you guys all agree. I know Creed, you agree too.
Yeah, for sure.
If you guys want to like collaborate deeper, then private message each other. I'm leaving that open so you guys can connect with each other. Just do me a favor and don't spam the chat with like, here's my name 18 times in 14 minutes. It's like, it's too much. Okay, cool. Okay, so this one is a PML sub 2 deal, which means I'm buying a sub 2 deal. I'm taking over somebody's mortgage, and I needed private money to make it happen, right? Because you'll hear a lot of times people will say, oh, you can't do deals with no money down. Yeah, you can. Every single deal can be done with no money down, even though the seller, yes, we will cover multi-family deals 100%. Paulina pays, yes. I have 21 more deals to go through, 21 more deals. Okay. Awesome. So like, see what Gwendolyn did. Gwendolyn wrote like, here's my connection. Here's what I am. Here's my email. Here's my phone number. Perfectly fine. If she makes that post again in 3 minutes, I'm going to be like, Gwendolyn, relax. You know what I'm saying? Like Gwendolyn wrote that is perfectly fine. Just chill out on doing it every 3 to 5 minutes. Like do it once every 20 minutes. It's like, you don't need to post it that much. So thank you, Gwendolyn. Appreciate that. Hi, little mama. By the way, if there's any Subto members in here that are waiting for me to bring them up and talk about their deals today, that's not going to happen today. And here's why. When I wrote, and I did talk about this at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and I think 6 o'clock, when I asked the Subto community, hey guys, who wants to be highlighted on this 25-hour Zoom today? I received 1,700 emails. It's probably going to take me 2 weeks to go through it. I had 1,700 members in Subto who are like, here's my deal, here's my thing. And I'm like, gosh, dang it. I was planning on like 50. It was 1,700. So I sadly, here's what I'm going to do. Landon, great question. Actually, Landon brought this up. When I take these recordings and I chop them up into an ebook, what I'm going to do is every category. So like the wedge deal, Subto deal that needs private money, seller paid me on a Subto deal. I'll tell you guys that story. I'll tell us a private money Subto deal. Seller paid me on a Subto deal next after that. So those next two stories. Then I've got, when I'm in that ebook, then any Subto member that has been in Subto for, let's say, over a year or two will be able to be featured in that chapter of like, here's a similar structure, but done by somebody else besides Pace. That's the only way I could fit it in. There's so many deals, so many freaking people. So, all right. This is a great deal for me. I love this deal. This deal is a property on 2720 North Sterling Avenue. It's a property I lived in for a year. Corbin was actually born right before we moved into the house. And Corbin being born is the reason why I moved into the house. This property came to me in 2018. Okay. And it came to me from a wholesaler named Doug Hopkins, who's a really good friend of mine. And Doug Hopkins spends a lot of money on TV, radio, and like Facebook ads. He spends a lot of money. He spends about $400,000 a month in advertising. That's not what I do. That's crazy. He's a monster. But Doug Hopkins will go spend $400,000 a month in marketing to get his face everywhere on TV. And then he's going on appointments and he's talking to sellers directly. He's in their house. Okay. So Jeff Hall, yes, you can, guys, if you ever want to leave, you can leave. You don't have to stick around all day long. I'm sticking around because I made a promise I'll be here all day long. Okay. You can leave anytime you want. It's recorded. This will turn into an ebook that we'll give away for free and you'll get all sorts of awesome value from it for free. Okay. So this property, what the heck, where did this go? It came to me from a wholesaler. So this is where, back in like 2016, 2017, and 2018, people would come to me in the real estate market in Arizona, and they would bring me all their dead leads. Okay. So this is the dead lead method. So if you're wanting to go and generate a lot of leads, a lot of opportunities, yes, this is Monday right here, guys. She's basically naked, but you can't see her. So I would go to all the wholesalers in town and I would say, here's how I would find them. If you guys want to find wholesalers, here's a really great way to do it. Go to the internet, go to the interwebs and type in cash buyer and your market. Okay. Cash buyer, Maricopa County. These are wholesalers. These are not actual cash buyers, right? There's my friend, Brent Daniels, spends a lot of money. He's not a cash buyer. He's a wholesaler, but he's marketing to sellers that he is a cash buyer. So these are all my friends. They say, oh, we buy it as is condition. No, you don't. You get them under contract and then you sell them to me. They are wholesalers. So what I do is also one of my really great deals that I did that we will talk about is a dead person Subto that I'll be talking about today. Brent Daniels gave me the lead. So right here, this guy, Brent Daniel, Joe Homebuyer, Arizona. Brent Daniels will bring me leads that don't work for him. Now, when I had Sonia on here, if you guys remember back in one of the previous stories, you talk about agents and people that don't know how to actually do this business. Okay. And Brent does this business, but he focuses only on cash. And so when he runs into a creative finance deal, he's like, yeah, I'm good. Hey, Pace, you want to take this deal? So same thing with this deal on Sterling. This deal on Sterling came to me from Doug Hopkins, and Doug Hopkins went to the house and said, this guy has no equity. And he was right. This property on Sterling, I just sold it for $675. What did I buy it for? Check it out. I just sold it not even a month ago. We got the money. We rolled that into an RV park, into the wedge deal. That wedge deal I was just telling you about, that money came from this house. Welcome to real estate. This is how you make freaking money. It's so great. Okay, so check this out. I bought the property right here. 11/26/2019. So about 5 years ago. And I bought it for a very, very specific dollar amount. Look at that dollar amount. Why would I buy that for $372,788? You need to learn this. It's because I took over exactly their mortgage to the dollar. It's the balance of the loan. That is why that purchase price is that dollar amount. The seller's name is Dave Byarski. Here's what happened. Doug Hopkins calls me. He says, hey, I know you love working people's dead leads. I have a dead lead for you, which means I can't buy it. It has no equity. Everybody remember what no equity means, right? We've already covered no equity. Sonia, you should remember. We went through it. Does everybody remember what no equity means? Cool. So he says, hey, I went to the appointment. The seller's motivated and he wants to sell right now, but he can't because he doesn't have a lot of equity. I can't buy it because I can't buy it deep enough. In order for Doug Hopkins to have bought it, Doug Hopkins would have had to have bought this property probably for about like $280,000 in order for him to wholesale it. Well, the seller owed, just like I just showed you, $372,788. That's exactly what he owed on the mortgage. Okay, so he owes this, but the wholesaler wants to offer this. Do you guys see the problem? Okay. There you go. Trish, you showed up late. No problem. No equity means no cash in the deal. Interesting. I think the way guys, I don't want to like re-educate on stuff I've already educated on today. I've already been on here, I think coming on 8 hours. So Trish, for sure, I've definitely covered this, but I will cover this just really fast for you. Trish, how you doing? Trish, you're frozen a little bit. There you are. Trish, unmute yourself. Oh, never mind. Different Trish. I'm sorry. Trish C. Are you the one that asked the question about the equity?
Oh, hi. How's it going, Pace?
What's up, Trish? How you doing?
Good. I'm great. Thank you.
You showed up late, which is fine. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so no equity means I owe more on the house than what it's worth. That means no equity.
Okay. Yeah, I figured it was something about not having enough to take the deal because the house is less with all the closing costs and everything like that. It would make no money in for the deal.
Okay. You got it. You got it. So the thing with a wholesaler, okay, I wholesaled for a very long time. And technology didn't exist back in 2011 and 12 to show us equity. Okay. Technology was invented to show equity. Like, I mean, it was around, but it wasn't readily available to investors like us until probably about 2015. And so I would have to go to people's houses and figure out, like, can I give you a cash offer? What's a cash offer typically? A cash offer is typically 50 cents on the dollar of what the house could be worth. Okay, so let's say the house could be worth 500. I have to offer 250 to that house in order to make money. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, people are going to lie to you and they'll say, well, yeah, you can offer 70 cents. You can do 70% of ARV. That's not true. Why is that not true? Have you ever heard that stupid equation people say?
70% of equity
No, 70% of ARV. Do you know what ARV means?
after repair value.
Yep. So that means ARV basically means what could the house be worth if it's cleaned up, fixed up, and is perfect for a family to move into. That's ARV. So if a house is worth 500,000 ARV, why does a wholesaler have to buy it at 50 cents on the dollar when I've only heard 70 cents on the dollar? I'm grilling Trish. She doesn't like this. Okay, here's the answer. The reason why people say 70% minus repairs, minus rehab is because they are too fearful of telling you the truth. It's 50 cents of the ARV. You need to pay 50 cents on the dollar ARV in order to get a good wholesale deal. I'm going to say that again. Look at Zillow price. You want to get a wholesale deal, you got to pay half of that. It's really hard. Doing cash wholesale is really challenging. It's like, think about this. This is one of the greatest lessons I could ever teach you is this deal. One of the greatest lessons I could teach you is this deal. And it's exactly this reason. Doug Hopkins, $788 is what the seller owed. In order for Doug to make money, he had to offer like half of that, basically. Okay. Can the seller accept that? Even if the seller wanted to, could the seller accept that?
No, because it doesn't give him any money left over, right?
Well, he'd have to write a check. The seller would have to write a check for $150,000 to sell his house. Okay, believe it or not, there's like 1.6 million homeowners in the country right now that are currently selling their properties right now that will have to write a check to get rid of their house. It's a lot. It's a lot of people, a lot of opportunity out there that are everywhere. So these deals, even though this deal was a deal I found in 2019, these deals, that's underwater. That's a good way of describing it, underwater, okay? So Trisha, this seller's underwater. Why is he underwater? These are important things. We talked about bunnies earlier. You missed that part of the story, but we talked about, I want to know the bunnies every time. Okay. So Doug couldn't buy it at 280. This is what's so funny. Doug couldn't buy it at 280. I bought it for 372 and made significantly more money. This is why creative finance is so powerful. Creative finance is powerful because wholesalers, cash wholesalers, can't pay as much as I can. And even when I pay more money to the seller and make their lives better, I make more money. It's bonkers to me that I make more money than the cash wholesaler who has to do low ball offers all the time. Okay. So here's the story of Dave Boyarsky. Dave is a good friend of mine. He's the one that actually helped me come up with the Subto logo back in 2019. So Dave and his awesome wife live in this house on Sterling. Now, Dave decides one day, they've lived in this house for 19 years. Dave decides, you know what, man, we really need to get a new house. And so he's driving home one day. And how do I know this, by the way? I care about the bunnies. The bunnies, the bunnies, the bunnies, the bunnies. It's always about the bunnies, always about the bunnies. People that don't get the bunnies don't get the deals. That's all there is to it. 2720 North Sterling Avenue. Let's go to maps, and I'll show you why these stories are so important. Better than a spreadsheet, better than anything else. It helps you understand why people do stuff. So this house, you get off the freeway, okay, right here, and you drive down McDowell, and you're driving down McDowell, and you turn in right here. But before you turn in right there, there's this really beautiful corner, okay? It's beautiful. Check this out. You'll see what I'm talking about. They got like the fake grass and they got its licendas. It's so nice. So one day Dave is driving by here and he's on his way heading home. And there's an open house sign right here that says new home builds. Come check it out. Okay. So see this little section right here that looks newer, like the trees are greener. It's around this little park. Well, this is a brand new home community, just literally across the street where Dave lives, where this red dot is. It's literally just across the street, but it's a newer home. So Dave Byarski goes and drives into the new home community, sits down in the model home, and he buys a house. He hasn't even sold the house on Sterling, and he's already committed to a new house. Now, his logic was this. His logic was, well, if I go and buy this house, they've got to build it. It's a brand new home build. They've got to build the house, which means I've got 6 months to sell my house. Okay, this is awesome. I can commit to this one. I can put $20,000 down as a commitment fee to buy this deal. I'll go home and tell my wife. So he drives home to Sterling, pulls right up to the house, walks in the home. How do I know this, guys? Because I find the bunnies. I ask these questions. Dave drives into the home, pulls up, talks to his wife. Hey, sweetheart, come over. Let's go look at this house. They go look at the house. Her wife falls in love with the house. Oh my gosh, this is so freaking amazing. I'm so excited. This is amazing. Cool. Let's call my friend who's an agent. Okay, they call their friend as an agent, the real estate agent, like most real estate agents. They do not ask, how much does the seller owe? Do you guys have any idea how many agents do not ask this question? How much do you owe on your mortgage? Now, if you're a real estate agent, you should know what a seller net sheet is. Who does not know what a seller net sheet is? Who doesn't know what a seller? Okay, Sonia said, so my girl, Sonia Fisher, she's hanging out with me still. I'm going to pull Sonia up here for a little bit. She's going to get picked on again. She's great to teach. What's up, Sonia? How you doing?
I'm good, Pace. How are you?
Good. So, all right. So a seller net sheet. This is really good for somebody that doesn't know anything about this business. When a real estate agent comes to meet with you and they do this listing agreement, remember we talked about listing agreement in a previous deal, they get 6 months to sell your house, right? In their listing presentation, they should be giving the seller what is called a seller net sheet. Now, every agency might call it something a little bit different, but what it basically breaks down here, let's pull this up. I can just Google this, and I bet you I could find a pretty good one. Okay, a seller net sheet. What is a seller net sheet? This is great. Okay, here we go. See, this breakdown is literally everything that a seller is going to have to pay for, okay, before they receive money. So check it out. So seller's title fees, state taxes, estimated sales price, estimated balance after repairs, what's your first mortgage balance? Like the seller net sheet is a standard document that every single, no, this is not a HUD. Marjorie, it's this is before they even sell the house. This is just estimated. This is an estimated, like, hey, Sonia, if I came to list your house, let's say you owned a house and you want to sell it, I came to sit down with you. I, as a real estate agent, should fill that out for you. And I should say, all right, Sonia, you owe $372,788. You're going to be in this house for 4 more months. I sell it. So there's payments, there's utilities, there's every homeowners association, there's taxes, every little thing. They're going to break down everything it's going to cost you to sell your house. And what they're going to tell you is, here's the amount of money you will net in your pocket. That is a seller net sheet. Does that make sense?
I think necessary for everybody.
It is necessary. I will tell you right now, agents that are in here, I'm not even going to call them out. 99% of real estate agents do not do this. 100% of them do or should. Okay. Look at this. Yeah. Ingrid Hernandez, who's one of my really good friends. She's in Subto, great leader in Arizona. Ingrid says it's appalling how many agents don't do this. However, I've also had sellers lie to me about the debts that they have. Okay, I totally get that, agree with that. But there's a lot of agents that don't do this, because if they do this, they highlight to the seller how little amount of money the seller is going to walk away with. And then the agent will lose the listing because the seller will change their mind and be like, well, shit, if that's all the money I'm getting, why would I sell my house?
Right.
Okay.
Clear.
Cool. Very yeah, I love that. So David Lee says it's very crucial. We do a net sheet as a realtors. Every agent should be doing this. I'd say 99% of them don't. Now, why? I already told you. But what happens is now they're going blind into the thing. The agent doesn't ask the seller, how much do you owe on your mortgage? Wouldn't that be important for you, Sonia? If I sat down with you and I said, hey, I'm going to list your house, wouldn't you want to know exactly, like not exactly, but within a couple $1,000s of exactly where you'd be, money in your pocket after you sell your house? Wouldn't you want to know that?
I think that should be number one.
Okay, it should be number one. It doesn't get talked about in any listing agreement because the agents are fearful they won't get the listing. Okay, I'll tell you why. Important life lesson here. Okay, contractors do the same thing. What they do is they don't put everything in their estimate so that their estimate is lower than the next contractor's estimate. And then when they start the job, because they were the lowest and you gave them the lowest, you gave the person the lowest bid, they start change ordering you because they knew what they were doing. How many people have been victim of this exact situation? Okay. I was a contractor. I lost a lot. Yeah, movers too. That's a really good one. What's one that I got nickeled and dime recently on? Oh, my pool, dude. My freaking pool. I got a $60,000 pool repair in Arizona right now. And it's a white guy. It's always a freaking white guy. Comes to my house, licensed contractor, comes to my house, gives me an estimate. And I'm like, okay, well, what about the pool tile around the pool? Like, that's not in the estimate. He's like, yeah, that's not included. I'm like, you're going to take a demo hammer to my entire pool and chip out all the plaster to redo the plaster. You don't think you're going to chip up the tile? He goes, oh, we're going to try not to. I'm like, bro, put the line item on the freaking estimate. I'd rather you remove it than add it. Okay. So $10,000, the bid was $60,000. Now it's $70,000. All of a sudden I'm like, okay. And I'm like, what about my pool slide? What about I have the whole pool slide. It's leaking and this, that, and the other. He's like, oh, that's not included. I'm like, I know it's not. It's not. Is it part of the pool? If you were spending money to get your pool repaired, wouldn't you want everything fixed? He's like, well, it's not what I was asked to estimate. I'm like, bro, no, you know what you're doing. You know exactly what you're doing. Okay. So I go find a Hispanic guy and he comes over, non-licensed, by the way. I don't care if they're licensed or non-licensed. I feel like a lot of licensed contractors just have a license to steal. Okay. And I have this Hispanic guy come over and he goes, oh yeah, I did this estimate last week. I go, what do you mean you did this estimate last week? He's like, yeah, I work underneath a company. They basically are licensed, but I'm the one that does all the work. And I'm like, oh, okay. What was your estimate? He says 30 grand. And I go, okay, that doesn't include the tile though, right? He goes, yeah, that includes the tile. That doesn't include the rock slide though, right? Yeah, no, that includes the rock slide. Oh, I see. So this guy intentionally, number one, took your bid at 30, which included everything. He now has a license. He comes to me, charges me 50 and removes things just so he can come to me and go, well, you did a change order. It's your fault. I didn't change the price. You changed the price. Guys, welcome to the game. Okay. Welcome to the game. Get multiple estimates every single freaking time, especially if they're white dudes. Okay. Sorry, I'm a white dude too, but I did a lot of construction. There was always a white guy that took advantage of me. It was never a Hispanic guy. Okay. Cool. Now, are there good white dudes out there? Sure. It is such a white dude thing. Take somebody else's work. Some white dude's in here pissed off at me right now. It's like, I hate Pace. Great. Kiss my ass. So that is what happens with real estate agents. Okay. What happens is a real estate agent goes to a house, and if they put a seller net sheet together and they say, this is what you're going to walk away with, guess what happens? The next agent does not do a seller net sheet and says, oh no, we'll get you more money. That's ridiculous. That seller net sheet. Now you have something to pick apart. Now you have evidence of something to pick apart. So what's happened in this industry is that even though agents should be doing this, okay, every single stinking person that is a real estate agent should be doing this. They won't do it because now they're putting evidence out there and they're saying, huh, now this is why I'm not getting any listings. I guess I just have to join the game of lying to my clients.
I think that's right. Relationship.
Anybody in here, a contractor, disagree with me, and any agent in here disagree with me.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying you as agents do this. I'm saying the good agents are in here learning how to do creative finance, how to structure deals, etc. But you guys, you agents, are the ones that suffer from the people who refuse to play by the rules. And then you either have to go, well, I'm just going to lose out on opportunities, or dang, you got to be so much better at overcoming that objection, right? Or going into people's listings and going, hey, I'm coming to this listing appointment, Sonia, and I'm going to give you a listing presentation. And in my listing presentation, I'm going to give you a seller net sheet. Let me tell you what a seller net sheet is. Anybody else? Are you talking to anybody else, Sonia?
No.
Okay, you probably are. I'm still not going to believe you, Sonia, because you're probably going to get 2 or 3 different agents. Can you please make sure that every one of those agents, okay, this is how I would beat it as an agent. Check this out. And no agent's smart enough to do this. I would go to the seller and go, I will stand by my estimate of what you're going to walk away with. And if I can't get you within 5% of this number in your pocket, I'll cut my commission in half. And I will sign off on the seller net sheet only if you get the other agents who are quoting you to do the same thing. Okay. But they won't, that's the game. That's how I would play the game. Okay. Now, why is this important? It's important because this agent took Dave Bayarski's listing without even asking him a single question about how much money he owes. This guy just barely went out and got a line of credit. Again, he just did a cash out refinance and pulled all the equity out of his house.
Oh.
The agent has no idea. Just no clue, has zero clue that he did a cash out refinance, pulled all the cash out of his property about 1.5 years ago, and now the house sits at 0 equity. Does that make sense? Everybody, does that make sense? Give me a yes. Did that make sense? Okay. Now you're going to ask yourself, what will happen all the time on these deals? It's not about how did you structure, how did you do this? It's the fact that these opportunities are everywhere, and why they exist is one of the most powerful things I could teach you. And they're everywhere. They're everywhere, 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 everywhere. There's more of these deals than any cash deal you could even imagine. Okay. Yeah. Check this out. Yeah, Marvin, this is what happened to me as a contractor. It's really tough. Marvin says, I love this group. Thanks, Pace. Sadly, every industry has idiots who are deceptive. Yes. I'd say 90+% of everybody in industry. Check this out. We get an emergency. I have some people stay in my guest house in Arizona a couple of weeks ago. And they're like, hey, the hot water is not working. What should we do? And I go, oh, well, let me call a plumber. So I call an emergency plumbing company. Obviously, they're sponsored on Google and they have an ad. So they're like 24/7. Cool. Got it. Have them come over to the house. Oh, you need to replace the hot water heater. Okay, cool. I was a contractor for 10 years. I know a hot water heater doesn't cost, that much money. They're a couple $1,000, right? Hey, you know what? You really need to go with this version. It's $6,500, but we're the only people in the country licensed to install these things. I'm like, bro, it's 3 fittings. You're joking me. Tell somebody in here that's installed water heaters, tell me that's ever been a hard thing to do. It's the most simple thing on the planet to do, is replace a hot water heater. They look intense, but they're super easy. It's like replacing, I'm not joking you. I would rather replace a hot water heater than replace a faucet on a sink.
I can see that. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. There you go. Ingrid says, my husband did it. That guy's Mark's awesome. Okay. So this guy comes over, oh, $6,500. This thing's torched. The brand you got is not a great brand. And I'm like, bro, first off, don't be telling me about no brands. Okay. I'd rather have a Toyota over a Mercedes all day long. So don't be telling me about a freaking brand. Okay. So he I go, all right, well, ask my wife. This is what I did. I did this to my wife. So I go, hey, you know what, bro? I don't make any decisions around here, which I do. You got to call my wife. So I put it on my wife. My wife like, why are you doing this to me? I don't want to freaking talk to this guy. I guys want to see how you handle it. So, we call Pancho. Pancho's a guy that's worked for us for 15 years. And Pancho comes over and he goes, oh yeah, this is really easy. There's got some buildup in here. And then the thermostat needs to be replaced. $15. I was like, okay, well, what do you want to charge? He's like, for the trip, for the thing, pay me $200. I'll be ecstatic. I'm like, okay, cool. So I probably paid $240 to replace or to fix the thing. Guys, welcome to the world that you live in. Welcome to the world you live in. You don't understand it, but it's happening all around you. It's frustrating, but it does. There you go. It was the element. The element works out. Or it burns out. Okay, cool. So why am I telling you this? Because you think that this deal, when you're listening to this now or in the future, you're going to listen to this and go, no, there's no way that there's this many opportunities out there. No, it's literally every agent I've ever met outside of our community, right? We attract the top of the top of the top people. They don't do seller net sheets and they don't ask their sellers any question about how much do you owe? What's your interest rate? What's going on? Why are you selling? This agent had no idea he went and put a $20,000 deposit on another house. Had no idea. Zero, zilch, nothing. Okay. So here's what happens. The agent takes the listing. She shouldn't have, but she did. She took the listing and she listed on the market for 5+ months. And you will see today Dave Byarski's testimonial, okay, about me and my wife. Okay, so this agent, I don't even remember the agent's name, but the agent listed the property and they had it for about 5 months. So the agent saw my friend, Doug Hopkins, on a television commercial. Doug Hopkins goes to the appointment, says, okay, well, I'll buy this house for $280. And they're like, no, we can't accept $280. We're listed right now for $410. What are you talking about? Okay. At this point, the agent knew that there was no equity. Why? Because she had been under contract. Thank you, sweetheart. Can I pin this up? What a great drawing. Did I get a kiss today? I love you, babe. Okay, so by this point, this agent knows that there's no equity. Why? Because they'd been under contract twice, and then they went to title. Title did all the checks. Remember the cashier conversation we had? The cashier says, okay, Dave, well, you're going to have to write a check for $12,000 to let go of this house. Dave's like, are you kidding me? What? Why didn't anybody tell me this? That's how the agent found out. I probably have 400 agents in here. They're like, yep, that's how a lot of agents other than us find out. Okay. Now you'd be blown away. Sellers don't understand like their own equity. They don't know this stuff. They forgot how the house process was. How many people bought a house when you first bought your house and you're like just signing any document? You're like, I don't care. Just give me the house. Give me the house. That's how it is when you buy your first house. You don't know anything you're signing. Nothing. Me too. Birdie's like me. Sophia, me. Everybody. That's how. So we can't expect Dave to know. That's what the agent went to school for, which they don't teach that. Okay, cool. So Doug gives them this bid or this estimate. They say, absolutely not. We owe more money than that. And so Doug, who's been my friend, he already knows, and I've bought a dozen deals from him. I go, anytime you run into a seller that has no equity, call me. And I'll pay you a $5,000 fee every time. You find a deal for me that has no equity and you don't want to have anything to do with, I will pay you a $5,000 fee. Okay. So what happens is Dave and his wife living in the house, agent here, agent calls me because Dave introduces me and I call the agent. All right. We get on a phone call and the agent's like, so what is it that you do? Okay. And I said, well, I take over payments subject to. She's like, okay, well, how do I get paid? I said, well, I'll pay you like a referral fee, but I'm not going to pay you a full commission. Why? Because she already had the listing at 5.5 months. What does that mean, Sonia?
That means that she had another half month before she got fired.
That's right. She had 2 weeks before she got fired. So I knew she wasn't going to sell this house without me. So I offered her, and I've done this a lot of times. I don't know how many times, 50, 60 times with other agents. And I say, hey, I'll get you paid some money, but not a full commission because you couldn't have done this deal without me. So what happens is this agent hangs up on me. She's so frustrated, she hangs up on me. So here's what happened. She ends the conversation. About 2 weeks later, which is about one day before she gets fired, she calls me back up and she says, okay, let's do the deal.
They're hanging up on you.
I go, okay, no problem. I'm happy to do the deal, but here's what I want from you. I want to go and meet with the appointment without you. I don't want you involved. I don't want you there. I want to explain subject to the seller without you there. Let me know. My daughter's opened the window. Hold on. Why are you guys opening the window? Oh my gosh, knucklehead. This girl just opened like 5 full-on windows in here. It's 20 degrees outside. Okay, so what ends up happening is I go meet with Dave and I sit down with Dave and I explain subject to him. Now, why this story gets told a lot is because this story helps people overcome a lot of objections in their mind. They go, okay, well, Dave is buying another house. If he leaves the mortgage in his name on this house on Sterling, how is he going to apply and qualify for another mortgage? How can he have 2 mortgages in his name? Okay, it's a common objection people run into, like, oh my gosh, how does the seller do that? And this story helps answer that question. Okay. So Dave says to me, he goes, Pace, I would love to do sub 2 with you. I'd love to let you take over my payments, but I'm in the process of buying another house just across the street and I have to close in like 2 weeks. And if I don't have this house sold, they won't approve me for the loan. I go, no, Dave, you are talking to an inexperienced loan officer. Let me talk to your loan officer and I'll tell them what we're going to do. Now, Sonia, do you know what debt to income ratio means?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead.
How much you owe basis how much you make.
There you go. So debt, what's my debt? What's my income? What's the ratio between the two? You got it. They approve me for new loans based on my debt to income ratio. And people go, well, how do I get another loan if I leave my mortgage in my name, but you take the ownership? Remember, the deed comes to me in a sub 2 transaction and they keep the mortgage in their name in sub 2, right? So Dave says, how am I going to be able to sell this house to you and qualify for their house? I go, let me talk to your loan originator. And I talked to the loan originator and I said, hey, my name is Pace. I'm buying this house subject to, which means I'm going to take over the payments and make those payments on his behalf. How do you suggest we do the paperwork so that you can get him qualified? And the loan officer says, I don't know that we can do that. I go, let me talk to your processor, your underwriter, right? They have an underwriting department, a processor. I end up talking to the processor and they go, oh yeah, this is simple. Why don't you make 2 months of payments up front, have an agreement saying you're leasing the property from Dave, and then we can remove the debt to income ratio 100% from him and we can qualify him for the loan. And I go, okay, no problem. And I went through this really fast, but essentially all I'm doing is showing the bank that he's about to get a loan from, that the bank payment that he still has in his name is being paid for by me. And then that no longer is on his debt to income ratio. Yeah, loan processors know a lot more than real estate agents. I was a loan originator, and I'll tell you, loan processors know a lot of stuff. Okay. So that was it. I've done this 400 times. 400 times meaning somebody let me take their mortgage and they went and qualified for another mortgage. How do we do that? We simply have an agreement that shows I'm making the payments, and I show that to the loan originator, and I show that to the processor, and I go, hey, I'm making the payments on behalf of Dave. He no longer is responsible for this payment. And they go, oh, okay, cool. We'll take it off his debt to income ratio. It is truly that simple. Cool. So Dave is blown away. Honestly, Dave thought I was scamming him the whole time. And when you guys read his testimonial, you'll see him be like, I honestly didn't know it was going to work out. Let's see, Dave testimonial, Dave testimonial.
So does that work the same way as like if someone had a rental property? It's not their debt to income ratio.
Yeah. So a lot of people will come to me and go, no, sellers can't sell to you subject to, because they got to be able to qualify for another mortgage. I'm like, okay, so you're telling me that every landlord that owns 10 houses couldn't buy those 10 houses unless it was cash? Well, no, they went and got loans. Okay, how did they get 10 loans in their name? Well, they showed that their tenants were making the payments. Duh. Why can't I do that with somebody else's house? Like, what? It's so simple. It's so simple. It's just like, why is it that people get like brain freeze over it? But hey, Sonia, straight up, the fact that you thought about that, great job. Really, really great job. Okay, check this out. Okay, check. You want to see this awesome testimonial? Okay, this is a testimonial from Dave Byarski. Now, I go and close escrow. I own the property. Dave got no money. Okay, I didn't give Dave any money. The agent got $2,500. My freaking friend Doug Hopkins got more money than the seller and the agent combined. He got $5,000. Now you're going to say, where'd the $5,000 come from? And I'll get to that in a second. Okay. And I'll tell you what I did with the property and all of that kind of stuff. But I want to show you this testimonial so we can show you guys how it's so freaking, I love this business so much that I get to get all these cool little testimonials from people. So check it out. November 14th, 2019. For those of you who are having a hard time selling your house with a realtor, stop. My wife and I had a beautiful home in Northeast Las Sendas. That's the neighborhood. We built our house in 2002. After 17 years plus, we needed some work, not going to lie. We called a realtor. We advised. Okay, cool. So my wife and I, the realtor said it would sell in a week in our neighborhood. This is a very common thing with real estate agents. And also why a lot of real estate agents don't like me, because I just call this stuff out. Now, are investors idiots too? And do investors do stupid things too? Of course. Yes, of course. I've done stupid things on accident. I'm not perfect, but this is just important for you to understand, is that real estate agents are doing some really stupid stuff, like promising sellers are going to sell the house in a week. Okay. Dave says, I kid you not, 44 walkthroughs over a 2-month period. One of our major issues our major questions to the realtor was like, hey, I work from home. We have a dog. Will this be a burden or problem? Realtor said, typically, if the buyer is interested, I would put a note in the MLS to call first. Our realtor would text me once a buyer was interested, and I'd have 10 to 15 tops for a realtor with a client to leave. This is what I was told. We had a Ring camera at our house. I was able to see and hear everything and everyone who walked through our home. We had a digital lockbox in our house, bib, outside with our key, blah, blah, blah. 50% of the realtors ran late for the appointment. almost an hour late at times. They never gave the common courtesy to call and let us know they were coming. Mind you, I have a dog with me in the car, panting and fogging up my windows. Guys, this is Arizona. It gets 125 degrees here. And when you're sitting out, and even in November, it's 105 degrees. Other realtors couldn't even follow simple instructions that were listed on the MLS for combination open the box. I could hear them from my camera trying multiple times. They couldn't. They were like, shit, what the hell is wrong? It was pathetic. Yes, I watched this from my iPhone, sitting in my car, driving around my community, wasting gas every day for 2 months. It sucked. The other half of the realtors said they would be there with their client at a certain time and wouldn't even show up. My realtor said there were issues, call her, text her, but I rarely heard back. She was in meetings or showing houses herself or busy. Welcome to having a real estate agent. I worked from home, handling conferences, blah, 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 da, da, da. At one point, I was so pissed off, it was affecting my well-being. I got so pissed off. I took it out on my family and got mad at the world. My stress level was through the roof. My life. Now, remember, guys, why is he so frustrated? He's frustrated because he has the pressure of another house he put a deposit on, that if he doesn't complete this transaction, he loses his $20,000 deposit. And emotionally, he's obsessed with moving into that new house. Have we all been there? A lot of us have been there, right? You find the new thing, you find the new car. Okay. Now, he's actually a really nice guy. He's sounding like he's not that nice. He's such a nice guy. Amazing, amazing guy. Sounds like a complainer. He's really not. After 44 showings, I said to my wife, it's time to call an investor. This is when I met Pace and his beautiful wife, Laura, and kiddos. Okay. Corbin was a year old at this time. Pace came over the following day. Pace showed up on time when he said he would. Pace sat down with my wife and I explained every detail. He asked us if we had further questions, and we did. Even questions we didn't ask, Pace informed us about. This is where bond, trust, and honesty shine through Pace's soul. Pace is not only well, obviously we can tell him and our friends now, but he says, Pace is not only a handsome devil, he's without a doubt honest, no bullshit. Pace tells it like it is, depending on what situation you're on with your home. Pace will talk to you, explain to you his background, look at your current situation, evaluate what would be best for you and your family, blah, 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 blah. All confidential. He is professional, da, 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 da. Okay. Because of Pace, Laura, and my wife, I were able to build we built our new home, downsize a bit for future retirement, and travel with our for the next 2 to 3 years. Most of all, I gained wonderful friendship, da, 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 da. Okay. Now, he's written multiple testimonials for sellers for me, multiple. That's a testimonial he wrote for me for a seller. And I just will text him. I go, hey, will you write a testimonial for me? The seller's like confused if Subto is a good fit for them. And Jonathan, I'm not going to do like random conversations today. I'm breaking down deals. Okay. I'm telling stories about deals, where they came from. So Jonathan, reach out to a Subto community member and they can help you on your deal. Okay. So Dave, he doesn't get any money. Now my wife came to the house and she went to the appointment with me, Sonia. So my wife, we just had a baby. And she says, I don't want our 2-story house anymore. Can we just move into this house? I was like, I was going to turn it into an Airbnb, but sure. So we moved into the house and we lived there for a year. Now, here's how I got the deal done. Okay. Financially, the question is, well, how did you cover those bills? You assume Pace is just rich and coming up with the money. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Let me show you when I paid my private money lender off. Okay. When was that? That was in 2019. Let's find a recent text message. With Sonia Ray. It's Jade. Nope. Oh, Shelly. There we go. Shelly's my TC. Here we go. All right. So I bought this property in 2019. And I paid off my private money lender in what year? You can see it right here. December 2nd, I borrowed $30,000 from Sonia. Shelly, my transaction coordinator, is like, hey, can we get you to release your $30,000 lien? We're selling the property. Sonia's like, okay, congratulations on the sale.
Wow.
I borrowed $30,000 from Sonia at 12% interest, and I paid her $300 a month for 5 years. That's how I got the deal done. So check it out. This is the way this is the way that the deal was structured. So the seller received how much money, Sonia?
72.
No, he received nothing because I took over his house Subto. He got nothing. Okay. Then the agent got how much?
500.
2,500. Then my friend Doug Hopkins got how much?
1,000.
Okay, 5,000. Then I have a title company that closes the deals, right? We use Creative Title and Escrow. Creative Title gets 5,000. So how much did I need to close this transaction and buy this house? 12,500 bucks. Okay. So why did I need $30,000 for?
Was there other things to be done? Did you give the seller what? No.
I literally just paid myself money.
Oh my gosh.
So please remember, number one, I don't need money to buy a property. I can get paid to buy a property. So I got paid $17,500 for what I call a success fee. I paid myself a success fee, and I paid myself $17,500. I do this on almost every deal. So how do I make today money? Well, I do a success fee, right? And I go to a private money lender like Sonia. By the way, if you guys ever want Sonia Ray, she's in Subto. She lends money to people all the time. She's awesome. Okay. Sonia Ray, Sonja, not YA like you, Sonia. Okay. So this deal, I got paid $17,500 after close of escrow, after everything. I probably spent like $5,000 on new couch, new this, blah, blah, blah. But I walked away like in my pocket, $12,500 in my pocket after I even bought a couch and paid for moving expenses and whatever else. This is how I get paid up front. Okay. Raul says, always as long as the CF is there. I don't know what that means, but sure. Okay. So does this make sense how I buy real estate with no money out of my pocket and I get paid day one, the day I buy the property?
Yes. So this is private money. Sonia's a private money lender. How did you come to the agreement to just that she accepted 300 a month for like all these years?
Okay. So like a pretty good going rate, Sonia, on people's money is about 10 to 12% is a really good going rate. Really good. Because what can I make in the stock market on average? 7%. Okay. Most people that are investing, and by the way, most people have their retirement accounts. How many people, my friends, how many people in here have a retirement account that hasn't made you any money in the last 5 years? Okay. So Sonia, you see how I don't really need to convince people. This is again, bunnies. I not only understand the seller's bunnies and the agent's bunnies and Doug Hopkins bunnies, I understand my private money lender's bunnies that she's not getting a return on her money in her retirement account. So I go, take your money out of your stupid retirement account, give it to me, and I'll pay you 10 or 12% interest. Wouldn't you do that for me right now? Okay. How much money do you have in your retirement account, if you don't mind me asking?
It's depleted, Pace.
Just give me a number. 10 grand, 15 grand, 5 grand?
Depleted. I had to pull
like
it
it's
out.
zero. You got 1,000. Oh, you took it all out. Okay, got it. Okay, so but your retirement account has never been, nobody's ever told me that their retirement account is impressive. So I end up seeing people do the same thing. They take all their money out of their retirement account. Okay, Oscar says, you can take my money. So I'll use private money lenders and I will collaborate with them and go, hey, give me your money. I'll go make deals happen and I'll pay you in a year, 2 years. Some private money lenders want their money out for 6 months. Some
Okay.
people want their money out for 5 years. Some people want their money out for 2 months. Okay. Here's what actually happened. I'll give you the full story. Is this helpful for me to give you all this context and stories names?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Does everybody else like the slow, methodical way I'm teaching right now? Is it helpful? Okay. Cool. So Sonia, actually, I met her at a meetup. Okay. This is before the Subto community launch. She ended up joining Subto and just so she could lend money to people. But I met her at a meetup, just a real estate meetup local in Arizona. And I teach my Subto community how to raise private capital. And I did the same thing I always teach everybody else, which is I walk up to everybody and go, hey, if I found a really good real estate deal, do you or anybody, are you interested in investing in deals, or do you know anybody that is investing in deals? And Sonia's like, yeah, I would invest in a deal. Just let me know when you find something. So when I found this deal, I go, hey, I got our first deal together. Would you lend me 30 grand on this? She goes, yeah, but only 12 months. I go, cool, no problem. I can do 12 months. Why? Because think about this. Couldn't I just refinance her money with another private money lender? Couldn't I just get another 30 grand from somebody else? Of course. Her name is Sonia Ray, everybody.
Excuse me.
Okay. So Sonia Ray says to me, holy crap, Dan, network more, bro. Don't rely on me to give you people's names. So she comes at the end of 12 months. Here's what happens. I go to pay her off. And she says, oh, you know what? I don't have anything else to put that money in. Let's just extend it. And I go, how long do you want to extend? She goes, I don't know, another 12 months. And then the following year, I did the same thing. I went to pay her off and she goes, let's just go 5 years. And so we went 5 years.
Wow.
Yeah, this happens all the time. All the time.
I think you've got the golden fingers on this. You've gotten the IRS to bring 91,000 to 9,100, and now from a couple of months to 5 years at 300 a month. Oh my God.
I don't have the magic fingers. I just care about people. I know their situations. I ask them the right questions and I care about their situation and how I can solve it. And there's deals, like I have a deal right now. We got under contract a couple of weeks ago that I couldn't solve the problem and we canceled the contract. I couldn't solve the problem. The seller told us, I could tell you that deal. I'll tell it to you really quickly, but the seller told us he owed this much money. And I looked at the deal and I go, okay, I think I can make that work. And then turns out he owed way more money than he told us. And I was like, bro, I can't do anything with this deal. I can't make money on it. He's like, okay. And so I'm trying to find him oh man, this is a whole other conversation, Sonia. We haven't even talked about wraps. We haven't talked about lease options. We haven't talked about any of these other strategies. Like we're talking about basics. Okay.
Some lease options.
I'll get to those wraps, lease options. I got plenty of deals to talk about.
Okay.
Okay. So that's how I got the money. I paid myself up front. I lived in the house. I lived there for a year. Then what did I do?
Sold it again.
Well, I lived in it for a year. So 2019 to 2020, I moved out.
You rented it.
I did. I turned into an Airbnb. So let's talk about the money I made on this deal. Okay. I'm going to teach you something so valuable. I mean, I don't know if all this is valuable for everybody, but hopefully it's good for most everybody. Let's see here. Let's go. Okay. So check this out. I just did a YouTube video about this, back in November. Let's see here. That's a problem with a lot of my YouTube videos is I have great videos, but I don't like when I'm calling a seller, for example, like I'll call a seller and it'll be a 2-hour conversation I have with a seller in their house. And then we only really put like 12 minutes of it on YouTube because that's all people on YouTube can pay attention to. They're freaking have the attention span of a gnat. Okay, so let's see. I want to find this Subto. No. What I want to show you is here we go.
Yes, subject to.
So here's the house right here. This house.
This is a property I just sold it, so that's why I did a breakdown of it. I have had this property. People that go and put 30. You're not going to learn the paperwork right out of the gate. It's going to be too hard. Okay, I even lived in this house for a couple of months before I bought. Also,
let's go to the numbers on this. So check this out. Okay, let's talk about the money I made on this. Okay. After all, if you look here, after all my cash flow and all my expenses over 5 years, I netted $150,000 in cash flow. I'll write this down. I want to go through this for you. This is so valuable, Sonia. Of all the ways that you make money owning real estate, it's a lot more than what most people think. I feel bad for some of my Subto members in here. They're like, I've learned this from Pace 10 times. Okay. 150, my appreciation was 270. Depreciation, 75. Pay down 50. Okay, cool. So check this out. Let's go to, this is what I made on the property. Over the 5 years I owned it, it cash flowed net. That's in my pocket after Sonia's payments, after all the house payments, after everything. I netted $150,000 over 5 years. Okay. Then the property appreciated $270,000, went up in value. This is what's crazy. I didn't qualify for a mortgage. I did not get a loan application. I did not show tax returns, my bank balance, literally nothing. Literally nothing. I got paid $17,500 upfront to buy a house that made me this. People are like, I need money to get started. What? No, you need people to be around that know what they're doing, and you'll do all these deals. Okay. So I make $150,000 over 5 years. The property appreciates 270. Depreciation is a tax benefit. I got tax benefit of $75,000 for this house. Sonia, you don't own real estate, so you wouldn't know this, but this is how rich people don't pay taxes. We buy rentals and the IRS lets us get by with no taxes.
I need to be a part of that crowd.
I have not paid federal income taxes in 7 years.
Sweet.
Welcome to being in real estate. The IRS rewards real estate investors by saying, you guys don't need to pay taxes because you're providing affordable housing. Mm-hmm. Okay. So then the mortgage has been paid down $50,000. So when I walk out of this deal, I made a total of $550,000 on this property in 5 years. One house made me $550,000 in 5 years. Now, where's that money going, Sonia? Remember the wedge method I talked about with the RV park?
Yes. That
1.7 million we're closing on is all cash coming from Subto deals I sold, where I created $500,000 on one house, $500,000 on another, $300,000 on another. And I literally rolled all that money into an RV park I paid off with cash. Where did that cash come from? I literally created it out of thin freaking air. No credit, no this. I got paid up front to do it. And now I'm rolling that money into a wedge deal where somebody else is getting 20% and I get 80% of a $1.7 million asset that's worth 2.5. Carlton says S&P was up 24% in 2004. And he says, only financially illiterate would loan private money, in my opinion. And you have to build a huge deferred tax liability with your depreciation. You got to love people that are into stocks and all the wasteful gambling. It's gambling, okay? Unless you're just putting your money into like the Magnificent Seven. And even then, you're gambling. So what stocks are up 24% this year? Okay, look at the historical average. It's 7% with no tax benefits, with no mortgage pay down, none of those things. The problem with stock investors is they only look at the growth of the actual stock. We get actual dividends. The majority of stocks don't get dividends. The majority of them don't, and the ones that do are minuscule at best. Okay, so this is why real estate dominates everything. Every other type of investment, people, oh, Bitcoin. Cool. Bitcoin's up 50%. I didn't put $1 into this house and I made $550,000. My return is infinite. That's the difference. I can go create wealth in real estate without an investment of money, and I get out of it an eternal, an absolute infinite return on my investment, infinite return. So people are like, oh, stock market, 12%, it's up 12%. Perfect. Did you get tax benefits? No, I didn't. I actually am getting taxed on my gain. Your gain is not 24%. Take your taxes out. Now tell me what your gain is. Oh, did you get cash flow? Oh, no, guys, real estate is up in Maricopa County, 7, 8, 9%. That's not even 1/5 of the benefit. What about your cash flow? What about your mortgage pay down? Your tenants are paying down your debt. Is that not a financial gain? The property, of course, appreciates as well. Okay. You want to know something else that's even better? Oh man, Sonia, I got so many stories to tell you. So many stories to tell you.
Here to listen, we're here to learn.
So this is why people, I think that here's the difference. Go invest your cash into whatever you want to invest your cash in. Educate yourself, get a mentorship, get a mastermind, go to college. I don't care where you put your cash. Just don't use cash to buy real estate. Go create these types of deals without money. Okay? Without money. Without money. That's the difference. The difference is I don't need $1 to invest. How do you do that in stocks? You don't. How do you do that in Bitcoin? You don't. You have to go earn after tax dollars. It's the dumbest thing ever. This is another dumb thing about stock people and Bitcoin people. I invest in stocks, I invest in Bitcoin, but I definitely don't do it from active income. I definitely don't do it from active income, because here's the thing you have to understand. I got to go make $100 so I can invest 70. Why? Because the IRS took 30 of it. You're already down 30%, homeboy. You're already down 30% by investing in Bitcoin and stocks. Why? Because you don't get tax benefits like I do. Remember that. Remember that, remember that, remember that. You don't get tax benefits. You got to go freaking earn your money with active income to go invest in stocks and go. You don't go, okay, let me see. Let me go. Now borrow. See, the question is, Carlton, these are good points. I appreciate it. Carlton says, go borrow to invest, Pace. Okay. So do you need credit to go borrow to go invest into stocks? Yes or no? Yes. The answer is yes. So somebody like Sonia, not to pick on you, Sonia, but you're a really good example. You're somebody's like, I need to change my life. I want to do something. Could you go borrow money right now to go invest in stocks? No, but could you do a deal where Sonia or somebody else comes to you and goes, hey, Sonia, sorry that both your names are Sonia. Hey, I'll bring your $30,000. You can pay yourself 17 grand and put money in your pocket, and you can own this asset. Could you do something like that without $1 out of your pocket?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So that's the difference. Okay. I'm not talking to the people that have a job making $250,000 a year that they can go borrow money and they've got all these the credentials to go borrow money to go invest in stocks. I'm talking to a different group of people. And Carlton, you might not be in that group of people. Okay? That you might not be in that group of people, and that's perfectly fine. But definitely, I know my audience. The reason I'm doing this thing free today is to just help people out that are like, I can't go borrow money to go invest in stocks. I need to learn a skill. Okay? But remember that, guys, when you go and earn active income to invest in stock, you're already down 30% on day one. You don't have a return until your $70 is back to 100. Now you're broken even. Pace, I invested $70 in the stock market and it's up 24%. Okay, 24% of $70. Let's do the math on that. Sorry guys, I beat up stock people so hard because they don't get tax benefits, they don't get cash flow. It's so absolutely too easy to beat up stock people. I do believe in stocks. It just does not compare at all. Okay, Sircon says it's $84. Okay, so your 24% gain on your $70, you are still down 16% compared to what you earned. That's the difference between real estate, stocks, and Bitcoin. Plus you owe tax on the spread. Thank you, Brian. Oh my gosh, that's so good. Plus inflation. Oh my, man, it ain't even, there's not even a chance. It's not even a chance. Not even a chance. Does not even compete. You go from $70 to $84. You have a gain on that $84. We get depreciation. We get the ability to have, and I don't even have to defer my tax. I can then go out and just keep kicking it, keep kicking it. And I do a refinance on that money. It's free money. It's all tax free. Oh my gosh, I love real estate so much. It's the game of Monopoly. Nothing even remotely comes close. Again, people go, oh, I'm up 50% on Bitcoin. Cool, I am too. I own Bitcoin, but I'm definitely not putting my active income into Bitcoin. You guys are going and earning active income, getting 30% tax on, let's say, $100,000. You go buy one Bitcoin right now, $93,000 is where it's at right now. I follow it every day. I own Bitcoin. But I got to go earn 130 grand to buy a $93 coin. That's the difference. Think about that. How much is Bitcoin? 93 grand? No. For you, it's 120. What are you talking about? You got to go earn 120, pay the government 30, and then you got 93 to invest. Everybody on the same page here? Does not even come close. Real estate investing does not even remotely come close to anything else. Everything is a gamble. Do we know that Bitcoin's going to be around in 20? You guys just saw Willow got released, right? Google just released a quantum chip that they say that will be able to crack the Bitcoin chain. Everybody see that? Give me a no if you haven't seen that. Yes, we are live. Geraldo. I don't know why that's so important for people, but yes, we are live. Okay, watch this, guys. Willow chip crack Bitcoin. Guys, come on. Google's quantum computing leap, what it means for Bitcoin security. This just came out. Google just released a quantum chip that is literally, look at this. Willow sparks quantum panic. Is Bitcoin's future over? Probably. Go research this. I'm not just a real estate guy. I'm an everything guy. I just know that real estate is the most dominant piece of, and I watch people on like even Michael Saylor's like, oh yeah, real estate, this, on the other. I'm like, Michael, you obviously are not a real estate investor. You're paying taxes. I'm not paying taxes. I'm not doing anything. I get cash flow. I get appreciation. It's crazy to me. Cool. It will require 1 million qubits, whatever that is. Let's see, is that what it says? Qubits. It will take a long time to get that many qubits to crack Bitcoin decryption. Cool. Bro, you got quantum computers are coming out now. They're already out now. Give it 3 years. Okay. Now, I'm still investing in Bitcoin. I'm just saying the one thing that is tried and true is investing in real estate. And can I do it where I get paid upfront and I don't have to have a dollar. I don't have to borrow against my credit. Okay. Why is the deal I did with Sonia Ray, she gave me $30,000 on the deal. Why is that deal so good? What if I can't pay her back, Sonia Fisher? Does my credit get damaged?
Not, but your relationship is damaged.
Very true. But my credit doesn't get damaged because Sonia would just have the house as protection. She would go and just take over the house from me, and she'd be able to sell the property, get her money back, or maybe she'd keep the cash flow. So it doesn't even damage my credit. I don't have to pull my credit, pull any of that kind of stuff. If I just decided to be a bad person, I could go, screw all this. Sonia, you can take the house. Sonia's like, I don't want the house. I wanted to lend money to you, but sure, I'll take it. I don't even have to borrow against my personal credit in real estate. Tanya says, Pace, I wish I could live in your head and absorb all your knowledge instantly.
All right.
Now, Greg says Bitcoin's a lazy way to invest. And I agree with that, but I still own Bitcoin and I'm cool with Bitcoin. I have nothing against it. I also love Bitcoin that I can borrow against it and I can go do private money lending. Okay. But here's the problem with oh my gosh, I could talk about this for so long. Let me finish this part of the story and we'll move on to another deal. You guys want to move on to a multifamily deal?
Wherever you lead.
Apartment building. Okay, so Sonia, let's talk about what else this deal gave me. Okay, the house on Sterling before I close this chapter up. What's another thing this house can do for me as it grows equity? You're not going to know the answer, but let's see what the side chat knows. As I grow equity, what else can I use this house for?
You could use it in your portfolio to say, this is what I've done, type of thing.
Yes, that's so good. That's so good, Sonia. That's correct. That we call that number 6. That's called story. Okay, number 5. Here we go. Everybody, we got a lot of people in the community that know the answer to this. Obviously, it's leverage. Okay, so check this out. I bought Okay, this is next deal. This is deal number 5. We're going to call this multifamily madness. It's Morby method, okay? I'm going to teach you a new strategy, not Subto, it's Morby method, okay? You ready? Morby method does require. Now, there's other strategies we're going to talk about today. Seller finance, lease options, other strategies that don't require credit whatsoever. But this is the only creative finance strategy that does require you to obtain a loan. Are you ready to hear this? Are you going to jump on this strategy right away? No, but you should know it exists. Okay. So I have a property. I'm in the process of selling it, but hey, check it out. Ingrid Hernandez, Benjamin Wong. He just bought a laundromat on Creative Finance. Awesome deal. He's on the Subto Facebook group. Ingrid, go give Ingrid and Benjamin Wong some love on this post that they made. This is great. Okay, cool. So let's go. Okay, here we go. Boom. I love that we make a playlist on this.
Welcome to Whispering.
Okay, you guys ready? Let's go.
Pines West and East, where we own 41 buildings totaling 265 units, all purchased with seller finance with the help of Angela Wayne, one of my lenders and private money investors. How much money?
Okay, so Angela Wayne is my private money lender on this deal. She gave me $800,000.
I put into the deal.
Zero.
No credit, no cash. So what we're going to do today is we're going to create a playlist where we're going to answer probably 15, 20 questions as we walk around this property, give you guys both a tour and answer questions individually. Where do these deals come from? How do you find an Angela Wayne? What Angela wants to do is get involved.
Take a screenshot of her name if you guys want to DM her. She's awesome. She doesn't give me money anymore. She found people to give her more money than me. She's awesome. Great person in Subto. This is a little year and a half ago or so. Okay, I bought this property almost 2 years ago. I've already made $1 million on it. Great deal. So let's go back to it, kind of show you what it looks like. There's 41 buildings, totaling 256 units. It's a great story. What do you notice about the roofs, Sonia?
They're like triangular.
Okay, what else do you notice about them? Anything inconsistent from roof to roof?
They're all different colors.
There you go. Why should that indicate anything?
Newer roofs, but I don't know.
The seller wasn't able to afford to pay for all the roofs at the same time. So he was going through slowly and like replacing them. Why? Seller was in pain. He was going through something. So we reached out. We actually were looking at an unrelated property. And I looked at the thing. I was like, man, why are all those roofs a different color? It was on Google Earth. Like literally, I didn't need to have any software to do this. You can do this on DealSauce now. Like DealSauce has multifamily filters and all sorts of amazing stuff. But this was all based on roof colors. And I was like, what the heck? I called the seller. Seller's like, yeah, me and my partner are fighting. That's the bunnies. Partner and I are fighting. Cool. Well, what if I bought that property from you? Would you guys sell it? Well, I don't know. We want a lot of money. We're in a bad partner. We're fighting over money. I go, great. What do you need? They say we need 17 million. I go, I can make 17 million work, but you're going to have to finance me half of the money. Okay. So that means the seller is going to seller finance me, right? So let's break down the deal. 17 million. By the way, I just sold it for 19.5 million. So 17 million. I told the seller, I said, I'll go out and I'll get a loan from a company called, you could just use myinvestorloan.com. They'll do loans like this too. The other one I can't spell really well. Myinvestorloan.com. Okay, I go out to My Investor Loan and I go secure a loan for, let's just throw out half. It wasn't quite half, but let's just throw out half. I went and got a loan for half the purchase price. Okay. 8.5 mil. So then the seller, okay, so this lender, My Investor Loan, is in first lien position, meaning that they're the first lender that I have. Then the seller is letting me make $8.5 million of payments on the rest. Okay, they're in second lien position. So I'm making two payments to them. One payment to My Investor Loan, one payment to the sellers in seller finance. Okay. Now, again, this is an advanced strategy of creative finance. You can go buy stuff. We had like Zach Pate got paid like 50 grand up front doing a 12-plex like this. Mundo just bought 5 of these last week. So you can give the seller the exact number they want. But a lot of times you'll get sellers that go, we need a lot of money to pay off the partnership issues. We need a big down payment. So what do you do when a seller says, I'll seller finance to you. I'll seller finance to you, but I want a really, really large down payment. What do you do? Well, I don't want to go borrow $8.5 million from a private money lender. That's a lot of money to get from a private money lender. So I just go to a company that gives investment loans like this. They gave me 8.5 million. Now you can do this on really small deals too. Okay. You can do this on really small deals, $100,000 deals, does not matter. I'm just showing you how you can go buy a big multifamily property exactly the same way. Now, I had to go raise $800,000 for this. Why? Because my investor loan wanted to see some cash out of my pocket from this deal. And I also needed to finish some of the renovations. So I needed 800 grand. This is a scary deal. Sonia, this is a deal that you might not do for a couple of years. Okay. You might look at this and go, oh my gosh, that's really stressful. That's scary, raising $800,000. So what I did is I go, I don't want to bring any money to the table. I want to get paid up front. I want to get paid like 100 grand up front. So I went to Angela Wayne. She's in the Subto community. And I said, hey, I got a big deal. Do you want to deploy 800 grand? I know you're like a retiring school teacher and you got a pension and stuff. You want to put some of your pension in this? She goes, yeah, let's do it. And I said, here's what I'll do. I'll pay you 12% interest, but I'll also take you to the property and spend the whole day with you, teaching you what I'm doing and like breaking the whole deal down for you. And you can be there in person and I'll cover your flight, your hotel, everything. So we went out there and spent the day together. So I have no money in the deal. My lender gave me $8.5 million. My seller let me seller finance the other portion of their equity. And I brought some money to the table for renovation, closing costs, paying myself money, etc. So I'm all into the deal, essentially $17.8 million, right? That's Angela's money, etc. Right? I just sold the property. I've owned it 2 years. I just sold the property because we improved it, made it better. We just sold it for $19.5 million. So I have no money in the deal. And I will walk away with $1.7 million in cash. Okay, in about March. I have no money in the deal, and I'm going to walk away with $1.7 million in cash. But here's the best part about the deal. The buyer needs me to seller finance some of the money to him because he wants to buy it from me on a Morby method.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I bought it Morby method. I'm selling it now, and he's like, hey, I'm a little bit short on my qualification for my loan. Will you seller finance the part that I'm sure? I was like, no problem. He needs me to seller finance about $500,000. Okay, so Angela will get paid back out of the purchase. The sellers will get paid back. Remember that all this will get paid back, right? His new loan will pay all of this money back. Makes sense? His new loan will pay that all off. And after that new loan, I'll get 1.7, but his loan says he's going to be short 500 grand. So I said, no problem. I'll seller finance you 500 grand, but I want 12% interest on my 500 grand. Plus I want to retain 15% ownership of the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Think about this for a moment, my friends. I bought the deal with no money out of my pocket. I got paid up front. Okay. Angela Wayne gets paid back. You guys can DM her. Did you get paid back? Yes, I got paid back. He took care of me, made all his payments. He's freaking awesome. Okay. Yeah, she was in, no, Angela Wayne was in third lien position. She wasn't in second lien position. Okay. Leroy offered says, yeah, there you go. I will get an extra $2 million. When he sells that property, I will get 15% of his appreciation. So he bought it from me at 19.5 million. So when it goes, let's say it goes up and he sells it for 25 million, that's a $6 million gain. I'll get 15% of that. So 15% of 600 is what? 900 grand. So I'll get an extra $900,000 in 5 years out of the deal. But the whole time I'm collecting 12% interest on 500 grand that was created from nothing. Does that make sense?
It does.
I know that this is a little bit more complex of a deal, right? But you can do big deals, 20 million, 30 million. You're moving big money around. Dr. Kiri says, I haven't seen Aunt. She's retired. And I think a lot of her money is deployed. So she's probably just chilling, collecting money. Long-term capital gains or 1031. I always do a 1031. What did you do with the property for 2 years? We just cash flowed it. I took a check. I took a paycheck on that deal, $20-something thousand every month. I got a check for 20 grand every month. So it cash flows 20 grand. Is the loan on your personal credit? Yes, it is on my personal credit. That's where a Morby method is different than all other creative finance strategies. A Morby method means I'm getting a loan for a portion of it at a bank. Then the seller is seller financing the other portion. So I don't have to bring any money to the table. And sometimes every once in a while, you'll bring a private money lender on top of that. Who are the short sale experts in here? Jennifer Lindsay, I would reach out to Matthew Potter. He is in Subto. He is by far the #1 expert in short sales in the country. Reach out to Matthew Potter. He's in Subto. Amazing. He's done 17,000 short sales. Ingrid Hernandez uses him. A lot of people use him. He's unbelievable. Okay. Yeah. See, everybody's like, Matthew's great. His team is great. I did a deal with him. Yeah, he's the man. Been in Subto since the very beginning, almost 5 years ago. Okay, Chris, you were talking about, Chris, great question. Love this. This is so advanced that new people can barely understand this. But I think, Sonia, you kind of understand it, right?
I'm following along.
Chris Sulio, what's up, bro?
Hi.
What up, man? How you doing?
I just woke up again.
Nice. I love it. So, Chris, your question about a DSCR loan, what was the question again?
So, we were talking about Morby method,
Mm-hmm.
and I think this is more for multifamily instead. Is that
Yeah,
what
this is a multifamily deal, yes. But like when you go do a single family Morby method, you're getting a DSCR loan, and then you're having this, you're for this type of deal, what you're talking about is bringing in, you go to myinvestorloan.com, they'll give you a DSCR loan, right? You get a DSCR loan for, let's say, 70% of the purchase. You then bring a private money lender for the other 30%. It's one day, it's a transactional loan. The seller refinances or refunds that 30% back to you and your private money lender, and they carry in a second lien position. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool. And you're in sub 2, so you'll know, like you have training on all the Morby method. I think we have like 20 trainings on Morby method and deals and breakdowns and paperwork and all that stuff. And Aolani Gonzalez says, can you repeat that again? Yes, I'll happily repeat that. Chris, does that answer your question? He muted himself. He wants to go back to sleep. Aolani. Now, Sonia, how much of that did I lose you on?
All of it. It
Love
started DSCR.
Okay, I'll teach you what a DSCR loan is here. Hey, Aolani, what's up?
Hi, how are you? I was taking notes, that's why.
Oh, no problem. Aolani, am I pronouncing your name right?
Olani.
Alani, did your parents forget to remove the O?
It's Hawaiian, so it's pronounced differently in Hawaiian.
Oh. That's why they left the O in there. They wanted you to tell that to people, and then they say, oh.
Yeah.
They wanted to leave the O there. Okay. Okay, so Aolani, correct?
Alani, yeah.
Alani, okay, cool. All right, so do you want me to repeat what I just said to Chris?
Yeah, I was taking notes on, so the first position will be, yeah, I just need to hear it again so I can click.
No problem. I'm happy to do it. So it sounds like I lost Sonia on it too, which is great. I love losing people. It gives me the opportunity to get better at teaching.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, cool. So let's do this. Let's say a seller owns a property he wants to sell. Now, why would I want to do a Morby method? A Morby method is used for a couple of different reasons, okay? One of the biggest reasons why you'll use a Morby method is when the seller wants a big down payment. Okay. Now, that is also an aside. Aside means like, I think it's actually a different issue. Usually when the seller wants a big down payment, Alani, is that the seller, okay. Lucas, great question. Lucas, you're in sub 2. So what I would do is I'd go call Mundo. I would call Zach Pate. I'd talk to a bunch of people that are doing a lot of Morby methods. And I would also, hey, Mundo's in here. I would talk to Mundo and go, hey, who's your lender? I know a lot of people are using My Investor Loan to get these loans, but I would talk to him, build a relationship with him. He's doing a lot. He's doing more of those deals actively than I currently am, which is awesome. I invent a strategy and people do it more than me. That's crazy. Okay, cool. So if you have a seller that wants a big down payment, you either A, solve it with the Morby method, which we're about to break down, or B, you get better at rapport. Usually when a seller wants a big down payment, it's to protect themselves. And so what they're doing is they're basically telling you, you didn't find my bunnies. I don't have trust in you. You are so surface level and all you do is look at your stupid spreadsheet, and I'm not going to do a deal with people that look at spreadsheets. That's what the seller's basically telling you. I know it's silly, but it is what it is. How many people in here, when you first started, the sellers would ask you for way larger down payments. Now you've gotten better. Your sellers they don't even care about down payments. How many people are getting way better at the down payment side? Give me some me's in the Subto community. Okay, Jay. Okay, Dwayne. I don't know who iPhone is. Mario, Gwendolyn, good to see you. Mark Free. Hey, good job, Mark. I just did a seller call for Mark a couple of months ago. Okay. So that's a big thing, but sometimes the seller just literally needs the money. It might be a bad partnership. It might be something going on in their life. They need a larger down payment on the house, right? So what they're essentially telling you, girls that I'm talking to, the seller is essentially saying, hey, I will seller finance this, meaning I will do a deal with you where you can seller finance and you can make payments to me.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say it's a $400,000 single family home. And the seller says, but you know what? I've got a partnership on this house and I want to get my partnership out of the deal. I need 200 grand to pay him off so I never have to talk to this idiot again. I will, if you bring me a $200,000 down payment, I will, on my side, let you make payments to me long-term on my 200,000. Do we understand this far so much that I could keep moving forward?
Yes.
Cool. So this is essentially what the seller's saying. He's saying, yes, I will sell to you on seller finance, but you need to pay off my partner or pay off my daughter's wedding or pay off my IRS debt, or I need the money for whatever reason. Okay, got it. Let's assume that it's not about you and the bunnies. Let's assume it's not that you don't know how to negotiate. I'm going to pretend that's not the conversation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Because what will happen is people will say, man, how do I get around sellers wanting a big down payment? And they'll find themselves just giving sellers Morby methods over and over and over and over. I'm like, you shouldn't be doing that many Morby method deals. The Morby method is more like 1 in 40 creative finance transaction you're going to do. You're going to do a ton of Subto deals, ton of seller finance, tremendous amount of hybrids, which we haven't even talked about hybrids. And you're going to do some lease options, et cetera. And then you're going to do some Morby methods here and there. Okay. It's not going to be a full-time thing unless you really suck at getting down payments removed. Or, okay. Glenn Matheny says, my question is, what markets do you choose and what's the first lead gen? That's a loaded question, Mark. If I talk to you, I'll give you a different piece of advice than I would give Sonia. As I've talked to Sonia and hung out with her, I would say Sonia, the lack of Sonia's capital is her biggest constraint. Right, Sonia? And also the fear of infusing a bunch of cash. So I'm not going to go to Sonia and go, all right, Sonia, let's go spend $10,000 on mailing campaigns. Not a good idea for Sonia. Might be a good idea for me. It's not a good idea for you, Sonia. So great question, but you really, really, really got to know. Okay, you really got to know yourself. What did Shakespeare say? He said, know thyself. Alyssa Imbracio, can you sub to a house that was inherited from an estate? Yes, I will get into a dead person's house here in a couple of stories. Okay, cool. So, seller finance. We understand what's going on. Well, here's the problem. Do I want to come up with $200,000 in cash to buy this guy out? Do I want to come up with that 200 grand?
Not really.
That sounds stupid, right? So what I do is I will go get a DSCR loan for that 200,000. Now, Sonia, DSCR is an acronym, which means every letter means a word. You know that. DSCR means it's so stupid. Remember what I taught you at the very beginning, like hours and hours and hours ago. I don't even know how many hours ago, 9 hours ago.
The white hair.
Okay, the white-haired idiots, right? They make the water muddy so you think it's deep. Okay? Tammy Sampson says, can you have another loan with a DSCR loan? Yes, you can. Absolutely. So DSCR stands for debt service coverage ratio. See how stupid these words are? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. You could analyze it for a long time. I'll break it down for you. Okay, I'll break it down for you so you understand it. But here's what DSCR really means. So again, debt service coverage ratio. Does that help you understand it?
Absolutely not.
No, it's so stupid. Welcome to real estate. People make things so hard. They don't want you to be successful. They want it to sound way more challenging. Okay, so what they're saying is all right, we know what ratio means. I know what coverage means. Means, okay, what about debt service? Okay, debt service coverage ratio. Okay, debt means the loan that I go get from, let's say, my investor loan, okay, myinvestorloan.com, that is a debt, right? They're saying, does the amount of money you're bringing in from your renter coverage the ratio to service the loan? Meaning, if I give you a $200,000 loan and you end up getting a $2,000 monthly payment you owe me, does your renter pay you more money than $2,000 a month because it needs to cover the debt service?
Okay.
Okay. It just means, hey, if you get we'll give you a loan, Sonia. It's not credit based. It's not even house based, really. It's based on what does your renter pay you monthly. And if your renter pays you more money than what the debt or the loan amount is, then we'll give you a DSCR loan. DSCR loan means investor. Okay. You don't have to live there. It is based on the income of the property. Okay. The property brings in $3,000. Would somebody give me a loan that the payment is $3,200 if my tenant only pays me $3,000? Does that make sense? No, they wouldn't do it. So that wouldn't be a good DSCR loan. Okay. DSCR loan means your tenant pays $3,000. The loan they're going to give you is $2,000. So they know you have some buffer and some this. They're okay. That's a good deal for us. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So they're not basing it on the house. They're not basing it on you. It is based on what your renter is paying. DSCR loan, debt service coverage ratio loan. Okay. Cool. There are DSCR type of loans in commercial as well, just FYI. In fact, most commercial loans are based on income. Okay. But in single family, we call it DSCR. Because you know what? Why not just why call it the same type of loan when it's all real estate? Why not confuse the hell out of people? Why don't we have a different name for single family? Because they make the water muddy to keep you thinking it's deep. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go out and get a loan from, let's say, myinvestorloan.com. Okay. My Investor Loan will give you these types of loans, which means what? It means that now I just went and got a loan from My Investor Loan, and that loan is $200,000. Cool. Now, I have a payment now to My Investor Loan that is my first obligation to make that payment. That's in first lien position. Then the seller who stayed involved in the deal, the seller says, okay, cool. You can pay me my $200,000 in a second monthly payment. Or a lot of times when you do Morby methods, a lot of times the sellers will say, hey, because you gave me a big $200,000 chunk of money, and I'll break down and show you where the money goes and all that kind of stuff in a second, because I know it's still a little bit fuzzy. The seller will say, hey, my $200,000, I'll let you make no payments to me for the next 5 years.
Nice.
Happens all the time. Okay. Why? Because you just gave them $200,000 down payment. They're cool waiting for 5 years for the other 200,000. Make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. So you're never going to know this through a stupid spreadsheet. Okay, there you go. Mundo says, I always get 0% seller financing on them because I give them more than what they wanted on the down payment. Cool. Okay, so this is what we teach in Sub 2, is that exact thing. I usually get 0 payments, 0% interest on whatever balance I owe them because I gave them the deposit they wanted. Chris Sulio says, why not just what they ask for? Well, because typically your seller's usually asking for like 40 to 50% down payment. Okay. But my investor loan will give you like 70% towards the purchase. So why not use my investor loans 70% to pay them more than what they expected? So the remaining 30% that they're going to seller finance, they'll do it at a way better term, 0 payments, 0% interest. Does that make sense, Chris? Cool. A lot of things to learn, a lot of ways to make money. Okay. So, let's keep the train going. So, Alani, should I keep going or do you,
Yeah. The whiteboard helps a lot. Thank you.
I get it. Believe me, I'm stupid too. I'm like a caveman. Show it to me on a freaking cave wall and I'll figure it out. Okay. Does my investor loan lend to Canadians? Guys, I'm gonna tell you straight up right now. I'm sorry, Barbara. Canada sucks so bad. You guys and your mortgage situation there, you guys have to renew your mortgages like every 5 to 7 years. F that. That socialist country is the worst. Like, you guys should just become the 51st state. You're our cousin. You might as well just come do deals with us. Okay. Dude, if you're a Canadian, just do deals in America. All of our Canadian students just do deals in America because your guys' country basically is horrible. Your guys' lending laws are a mess, an absolute mess. You can't go get a 30-year mortgage. You get like a 5-year mortgage there and you have to renew every 5 years. It's crazy. Yeah, see, Amar, good to see you, brother. Amar says, I'm in Ontario doing deals in the US. It's so much better. Awesome guy in Subto. Cool. 51st state, baby. We've been trying to expand up into Moose territory for a while. It's going to be good. Okay, so this is the structure of a typical DSCR loan is that I will go get money from a different lender. Now, here's how the money flows, okay? It doesn't come to me. It doesn't go to the seller. Where it goes is I go to my investor loan. And I say, hey, I need a loan for $200,000. They go, no problem. Who's the title company? We'll wire the money to the title company. We go, oh, it's Creative Title, right? So they wire money to Creative Title. Creative Title, nice commercial building. They receive the $200,000. Okay. Then that $200,000 goes to the seller. And the seller receives that $200,000. At the title company, a new loan is created and documented. And so now I have a new loan in first lien position to my investor loan. Let's just say it's a $2,000 monthly payment. Then the seller, who I still owe $200,000. By the way, I'm very, very, very simplifying this for people. Okay. The way more deeper dive training is in sub 2. Yes. Creative Title. Hey guys, I'm the owner of Creative Title. Do you think it does every type of transaction?
Yes.
If Creative Title said they didn't do a transaction, I just call me Sally. Stop calling me Pace because there's no physical way I could be called Pace. There's no way. I'd have to be called Sally. Okay. I would cease to be me. Okay. Cool. So the Morby method deal, now the seller I still owe the seller $200,000. So we go back to the title company and the seller says, hey, Pace still owes me $200,000. And so the title company creates another loan for me, documents it, puts it in second lien position and says, well, what's the terms of the deal? Well, 0 payments for 5 years, 0 interest for 3 years. I mean, there's 1,000 ways you can skin this cat, 1,000 ways you can skin that cat, but you can structure that deal with no payments. Okay. So now I bought that deal with no money out of my pocket. A lot of times you can get paid up front to buy those deals, which is awesome. And I am oversimplifying it just so people get it. Does that basic structure make sense, Sonia?
Definitely does. Yes.
Okay, cool. So here, I'll break it down really simply. Sonia, are you an Android or iPhone user?
iPhone.
Okay, you're an iPhone user. Which iPhone do you have?
No.
Is it 2 years old, 5 years old? What is it?
I think it's like 4 years old.
Okay, cool. So you got like an iPhone 12. Cool. Let's find out what your iPhone 12 is worth right now. And I'm going to structure a Morby method deal with you on your phone. Okay. We'll have fun with it. iPhone 12 Pro cost. Okay. If I go on Craigslist, here, I'll just go Craigslist. If I go on Craigslist for an iPhone 12, okay, they're 300, 160. Okay, the only one I can see is iPhone 12, 64 gigs green. Is that what yours is? Like, it looks like this on the back?
Nope. I got 12 Pro Max Gold.
Dang. Okay, cool. You're balling out. I love it. 12 Pro Max Gold. Okay, cool. So I can buy one 12 Pro Max Gold. High end, brand new, $800. Yours is not brand new. So we're going to say, let's say yours is worth $600. Would you say that that's fair, $600? Yeah, I'm buying your phones. You better say yes or no.
Okay, yes, it's fair.
Okay, $600 is fair?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So here's how we would do this, okay? A seller finance deal is pretty simple. I would go to you, Sonia, and I would go, all right, we got an iPhone. It's worth 600. Sonia, I'll pay you $600, but I'm going to pay you $60 times 10 months. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Could we do a deal like that? Like technically?
Yes.
Okay. So what would we call this deal?
That would be seller finance.
There you go. You got it. That's seller finance. Now, what if I say, hey, Sonia, I'll pay you $600, but how about, and you say to me, no, Pace, I need $300 down payment right now. I would then go, crap, I don't have $300. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll go buy, who in here will give me $300 at like 10% interest? Cool. There we go. So I can go find a lender that will give me, right, here's our $600 deal. I've got a lender that will give me a loan for $300 at 10% interest. Okay. For your down payment, which means how much do I owe you?
300.
I owe 300. So now, because I gave you the down payment you were looking for, could I not argue with you and go, hey, Sonia, I gave you $300 up front. Can you wait 8 months for your next payment? Could we do something technically like that?
Yes.
Okay, that's a Morby method deal. So I'd say, hey, I'll start making payments to you, $30 a month, but I don't want to start for, let's say, 6 to 12 months. And when I do start making payments to you, it's going to be $30 times 10 months.
Mm-hmm.
That's a Morby method deal. So I gave somebody a big down payment, even though I have no money out of my pocket. Make sense?
Yes.
There you go. That's how I bought that apartment building. And that's how that guy is buying the apartment building for me at $2.5 million higher than I bought it for. And that's how, Mundo and a bunch of other people in the community, that's one of the big things that they do. Yeah. Sophia says, oh, dang, it clicked for me. It's simple. Like when you break it down really simply, like a phone. Okay. How do you cover the escrows and the fees? See what I said about oversimplifying? You overborrow the money. That's the answer, Marinello. Go into the Subto vault and go watch like the full-on Morby method training. That's what I would do. Is there a way to help somebody who's underwater in pre-foreclosure and owes too much to sell Subto? Yeah, loan modification, then buy in a lease option. That's probably what I would do, or a short sell. Chino says, check your phone, Pace. I just sent you $300. He actually just did. That's hilarious. I'm gonna have to reject his $300. Chino Monte just sent me $300. Thanks, Chino. I'll take you to a nice dinner, bro.
In that way, could you do the same thing like you did on the what was it, the 17? It wasn't the 17.5 deal. I think it was the one before that where you paid yourself up front. You asked for more. Oh, it was Sonia Ray's deal with the deal with Sonia Ray rather.
Yeah.
Could done something like that with Chino, who loaned you the 300, instead say, give me 4 or 5, or I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, you mean 45 grand instead of 30?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're going back to the Sonia deal, the Subto deal. I took over Dave's mortgage at $372,788, right? I don't need to go get another loan. That loan's already in place at 2.9%. I don't need to do anything there. The only thing I need to cover is 2,500 to Dave. I'm sorry, Dave got nothing. The agent got 2,500. Doug Hopkins got 5. Closing cost 5. So I only needed 12,500.
Yeah.
So I borrowed 30. Could I have borrowed 45? Yes. Could I have borrowed 75? Yes. Could I have borrowed 100? Yes, I absolutely could have. I didn't need that much money. Does that make sense? I've done deals where I've gotten paid $500,000-$600,000 up front before I even did a single thing. It's crazy. Now, here's an interesting thing, okay? That deal, the 256 unit deal, I'm gonna throw in a really interesting tweak into this deal that helps you understand what leverage means, okay? Who do you recommend for a DSCR loan? myinvestorloan.com. That's who most people in our community use, myinvestorloan.com. Okay, so Sonia. I love this. This is interesting. Carlton says, hey, Pace, what are your thoughts on below market loans? My CPA told me that IRC section or IRS section requires that purchase price, sales price, he adjusted to reflect market rates, input interest rates, and equal to monthly applicable federal rate. I saw your Maximilian Deer and you wanted a skeptic to debate with your CPA. Where does that stand? Bro, my CPA schools everybody on this stuff. Here's something that's interesting. Ask your CPA, how do Muslims, which we have, let's find out how many Muslims we have in the United States. Okay, we have 4.4 million people in the United States that are Muslim. What's interesting about a Muslim, Carlton? They don't believe in paying interest religiously. Okay. It does matter. 1,000%. Carlton, do me a favor. Call your dumb CPA and have him show you one time where somebody's been imputed public. Show me a public time somebody's been imputed on any type of loan. One time, just once. Send me an email, pacejmorby@me.com. We have hired IRS auditors that are like, dude, that's such a joke. It's such a farce. How did I block you? I don't even know who you are. Email me, pacejmorby@me.com. Okay. So show me one time somebody's imputed a loan, the IRS has ever imputed a loan. Show me one time it's ever happened. Carlton, let's not turn this into a tax thing. Okay. Okay. So, oh my gosh, this guy, it's the same. Are you kidding me? This is the same guy that goes into This is the same guy that goes into Jerry Norton's live YouTube. I did block you. You are such a loser. I have had so many, how do you even have time to make money as a CPA when all you do is go on YouTubers stuff? I have talked to you so many times. You are such a freaking knucklehead. Keep him in here. I'm perfectly happy with keeping him here. He's such a knucklehead. I don't know how they ever gave you a license to do tax stuff. Okay, so here's what he'll do. Here's the difference between Carlton and I. I go and hire people that worked at the IRS. I go hire people that worked at the IRS as auditors that will sit there and go through the actual historical data of the IRS, and they'll sit down and go, this doesn't happen. It's a farce. This whole entire imputed thing. And what will happen? Check this out. Okay. This is what Carlton hates. Okay. Carlton hates nothing more. Okay. He hates nothing more than when somebody and why do you care, Carlton? Okay, check this out. Maximilian Deer, he actually just made a post in Gator the other day. He breaks down a deal he did, okay? And the deal, I don't know where his thing is, but him and I did an interview together. And he broke down how he bought a deal with 0% seller finance. And Carlton cannot handle it. Every time somebody does a 0% seller finance deal, he loses his mind on YouTube. He's just like, that's not right. It's not. How many people have done a 0% seller finance deal in here? How many people? Say me. Mundo, you've done 100. Colin Seaton as a licensed real estate agent. Carlton, look at all the people winning that are actually doing these deals that will never hire you as a CPA because you don't know what you're talking about. Okay. There you go. Yeah, he hates that people do 0%. So it drives him up the wall. It drives him up the wall. Do you want me to show it? Okay, I'll show you a nice one. Public record. I'll give you the actual house. You can call the IRS on me. Okay. I want you to call the IRS on me, Carlton. I'll give you an actual note. This one's a good one because the seller actually seller financed their down payment to me. They wanted $10,000 down payment. Okay. Let's see. What's the address? See, what's interesting about this is public data that people are doing it. It's not just some thing I say. It's a thing that's recorded at the county recorder's office, right? So like you can pull this up yourself. So can the IRS. You don't need me to show you. Okay, there's the HUD. Let me find the note for you. This is a recorded note. You can go and look at this on public record. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Show me, Carlton says. Show me. Show me. I'm as the licensed professional. Show me. No problem, Carlton. Here we go. Here we go, brother. Here we go. This is called a note. I don't know if you know this, Carlton, but this is called a promissory note. It's a legal document that gets recorded at the county recorder's office. Okay. Right here. Look at this, Mr. Carlton. With interest on all unpaid principal at a rate of 0% per annum. Not only is this done, but I have title insurance on this. Okay, a title company, Fidelity National Title, insured this transaction that was done right and legally. Okay. Yeah, and he won't stop. It's just the burr in his saddle. Okay, guys, you'll get people like this your whole life. Welcome to it. It busts his chops that somebody's out there doing something he learned in school not to do. Now, some people say you're giving him negative energy. I'm not. I'm actually showing you guys that it's perfectly okay to stand up to people in a positive way. And I've had this conversation with Carlton multiple times. What he'll do is he'll bounce around. I don't know how this guy has any time, probably because he doesn't have enough clients. Carlton, if you need people to hire you, it ain't my community. Because if you tell them they can't do 0% seller finance, there's no way in God's green earth they are hiring you. Anybody want to hire a CPA that says you can't do 0% seller finance? Ain't happening, bro. This is the wrong audience. Look, I get it. You have people that you like there's Kamala people, there's Trump people, there's JFK, RFK people, there's, Elon people, there's non-Elon people. I get it. Everybody's a little bit different. This is not your audience. You're not going to win this battle. You're in my domain. I've spent so much time helping and getting people deals and making them money that the trust factor is on my side here. It's not even a fair fight. Okay. We could also talk about like going back into like real estate agents that are supposed to do like seller net sheets, right? Like that's something that they should be doing. If they were found out by the real estate board they weren't doing seller net sheets, they get into trouble. So does that mean that they're breaking a law and they should go to prison? No, it doesn't. Okay. So even when I say show, I've done this multiple times, all these dude, I got this great deal. I got to pull this up for Carlton. This is a great deal. I've got a deal where I bought 2 houses on the same lot. I subleased them both to a sober living facility. I'll tell you that deal. I bought both houses, no money down, 0% seller finance on both deals. The seller called me last week, wants to sell me another house, 0% seller finance, after I've owned and made those payments to her for the last 5 years. Carlton, this is not your audience, my friend. If you need clients and you want to learn how to do marketing, send me an email, pacejmorby@me.com. I can't block you on my email. I did block you on my YouTube because all you do is you make negative comments. Okay. Carlton, just real quick before I move on, and I won't give you any more attention today. What good does what you're doing do? Like, what are you trying to accomplish? He's also the guy that was like, oh, stock market's up 24%. I'm like, yeah, I would never take financial advice from a CPA. You want to know why? Because you think 24%, you're going to tell your clients, go make 100 so you can pay 30% in taxes. So you're down 30% before you even go and invest in the market. Then you have this 24% gain and you pay taxes on that. Bro, that's your advice? Bro, I'm so glad I don't have a license. Because if that's what they're teaching you guys with your license, miss me with all the license stuff. What is the point, Carlton? It's not good to come and battle me. I do not say things I do not understand or I do not do. And I also don't say things I don't have proof of. He does not have an example of any imputed interest. He has an article that it was written about imputed interest, about somebody's opinion piece. Carlton, go find somebody at the IRS that has actually imputed somebody's interest. See, he says, please show section 1274 on your screen. Bro. Meanwhile, everybody's doing 0% seller finance. Bro, Carlton, you've lost. Carlton, if you want me to find you a 0% seller finance deal, I'll do it. I think that's what the ploy is. I think the ploy is this. I think the ploy is that Carlton wants me to find him a deal and he's going about it in a really, really bad way. Carlton, you want me to find you a deal to move into? I can help you out. I can definitely do that for you. Okay. Just ask me nicely instead of bringing up imputed interest, which is a waste of everybody's time. Okay. Let's move on. And it's interesting because like here's you guys want to see one of his like really negative comments he made to Jerry Norton yesterday. He's just a really hateful, negative guy. So he can't see me on YouTube. He follows me on Instagram. He's a CPA, by the way. He's a licensed professional. Okay, check this out. Let's see. Jerry, I pulled this up yesterday in Wholesale Hotline, but these things why is this important? Why is Pace going on a tangent? I'm not going on a tangent. I need you guys to understand. I need you to understand people are going to say stupid things to you the rest of your life. You got to figure out the facts yourself. Even don't believe everything I say, right? Figure out your own stuff. Jerry, where is this? Okay. Jerry, Jamil and Brent. Okay, here it is. So this is how this guy is. Okay. Jerry breaks down a bunch of deals on his YouTube channel a couple of days ago. Okay. And as he breaks down these deals on his YouTube channel, he gets this kind of crap from Carlton. Jerry says, it only takes 13 deals to make $1 million in profit flipping houses. Meanwhile, just so you know, Jerry has one deal in Puerto Rico right now that he's netting $3+ million on one house, not 13 to do one, literally one house to make 3. I've been to the house. It's amazing. It's beyond my ability. I'm not a big luxury flipper. Jerry definitely has skills that I don't have. But I definitely don't go on his YouTube channel and post this kind of crap. Yeah, real easy. Buy a house for 285, put 70, blah, blah, blah. Why not sell it for 1,500,000? You would make $1 million with one sale. Oh, Pace tells me to get 0% seller financing. Wow, 2025 will be an awesome year. Guys, you will receive haters the rest of your life. And when you receive haters, it's a good sign you're doing something. Guys, what do you think are the chances that Carlton is a white guy with gray hair growing out of his ears? He's the guy that's trying to keep you guys from being successful. Am I wrong? He's the guy we've been talking about the whole time. He's the white guy he's Gandalf the Gray, holding his staff there saying, yeah, ye shall not pass. How dare you? How dare you? Let's see. Somebody says, give him a one-weight fight. What was the one-weight fight thing? I've had him come on a live with me, and he doesn't have a single thing to say besides, look at the article. I'm like, I've looked at the article. It's a thought piece of somebody's opinion. Okay. Pace, I want to hear your Reba usury point in relationships to Muslims. Dean Muhammad. Good question. I don't really know a lot about the Muslim faith. I don't. But I just know that there's 4 million people in our country that are Muslim, and it's a Muslim belief. I'm pretty basic on this. It's a Muslim belief to not pay or receive interest. Okay. So so there you go. Dean says, yes, correct. I can answer that. Okay. Osman, cool. Perfect. That's the basics. So when I have people that come to me and they go, how do I do Subto, or how do I do these things? I don't believe in doing interest when I'm doing creative finance. I want to do creative finance, but I don't believe in paying interest. I'm like, it's pretty simple. Like your guys' Muslim banks, okay? Your guys' Muslim banks just charge a higher, like let's say you need to borrow $300,000. They just add it to the purchase price. So it might be like $350. Okay, you're going to pay us back $350. It's not interest. It's just a higher dollar amount. It's their profit, okay? And they get around it. It's a flat fee. There he goes. It's a flat fee. Cool. Am I right about that, guys? Like your guys' Muslim banks, that's how they charge for their profit and cover their overhead and those types of things. Okay, Osman says that's true. So what I've had this argument with, what's his name again? White guy with gray hair coming out of his, I can't remember his name. Carlton. Okay, cool. Carlton disagrees. He says, no, that's not true. They can pay in. Bro, I don't even know why we're having this conversation. How does this benefit anybody? Does it make you more money? Does it make me more money? And the answer is no, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah. And Michelle says, if somebody comes after your business, you have to, and the thing is, Carlton's, what's so funny is he comes in, he actually is really nice for a little while, which is why I don't really grind on him. Marjorie says, can we move on, please? Marjorie. Hey guys, do we have Muslims in here where this is an important conversation? Give me a yes. Okay, see Marjorie? There's a blend of people in here. I know my audience. I know where some people are like, this is important. 0% seller finance is actually very important to me. Marjorie says, Carlton is part of the conversation of why this is important, okay? You will get people the rest of your life that will say that's not possible. Meanwhile, thousands of people are doing it. And what does that mean when I say title insurance? Do you know what that means, Sonia?
Title. No.
So I mentioned it earlier. So when I go and do a type of transaction, I go through an escrow company. What happens is the escrow company will ask me, do you want to get title insurance on this transaction? And that means I want to make sure that it's done legally. I want to make sure it's done above board. I want to make sure my team, the escrow officer, did everything above board and legally and all the things. And I always buy title insurance. Why?
Their job anyway. I mean,
Yes, I know this is a crazy conversation for 2 hours and we won't go down this road, but it's crazy. You think they should just do their job, but they're basically protecting you from them making mistakes. And I'll give you a good example of something that's not their mistake. That is, it's sad that this is what happens, but I think the blockchain is going to change this. Okay. So what will happen is, somebody will do a title report and they'll find that there's no child support liens, there's no liens on the property. And then there's 10 more days that pop up, or there's 10 more days before the day they do the title report to the day they finish the transaction. So nobody's pulling a title report every day to verify if there's a new lien coming up any day. You kind of assume like, okay, no liens are on the property, everything's good. You then are good to close, you go close the transaction, right? Yeah, Denise says the blockchain will change all of this. What happens is sometimes you'll close the transaction and there's a lien that pops up between the day you did the title search and the day you closed escrow. Okay. So I'll give you a good example, going back, Sonia, to the transaction on the cashier. Okay. Remember our cashier, here's our conveyor belt, right? Here's our groceries, blah, 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 blah. She checks them. Okay. She makes sure they're ripe. There's no bad milk. There's no broken eggs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So what happens is you go put these in your cart, all these groceries. Okay. And you walk out the store. Is there a chance that maybe there's a rock in the way and it bumps your cart and it cracks your egg? Yeah. Okay, cool. So there's something that can happen in real estate transactions where something's missed. And it's not always somebody's fault. It truly is just real estate transactions are weird. And something bad can happen that's not anybody's fault, even the escrow officer's fault. Just like that rock breaking your eggs, that's not anybody's fault, right? So you can buy title insurance that says, hey, just in case there's a weird thing that happens or somebody made a mistake, here's insurance you can buy. And it's usually 1% of the real estate transaction. Okay. Victor says, I will seller finance with 0 down to you in Alabama. Cool. Send me an email, pacejmorby@me.com. But apparently we're going to really should we sell it to Carlton? Cause maybe we should get him a deal. He'll be happier. Okay. So that's title insurance. So why do I bring up title insurance? Well, because the title company, they're multi-billion dollar insurance companies. They have to insure these transactions. So if I'm going and I'm doing a 0% seller finance deal, or I'm doing something illegal, do you think a title company is going to insure that transaction?
No.
No, they're not going to insure. They're not going to put themselves at that risk. They're not going to ever do that. They will not insure a transaction that has been done illegally. This is why, yes, Adam says, don't dealerships offer 0% seller finance? Yes, I bought my John Deere tractor at 0% seller finance. This is why Carlton's fight with me is so silly. It's like I'm talking to a madman about the sky is blue and he's yelling at me and saying it's red. Right? Okay, cool. Why is that important? Well, because you will get these people the rest of your life. Don't feel intimidated by them. Your success will bring them out of the woodwork. It is a great lesson for you all to learn. Okay. And what Carlton will do a lot of times is he'll even change his name. I don't even think his actual name is Carlton. I think he just changes his name to like sneak into all of our stuff. He's probably a super nice guy, honestly. I bet you he's like super chill, and people in his family are probably like, this guy, Carlton's the best. He probably is, honestly. But there's something about me that bothers the heck out of him. Okay. So Morby method. Does everybody kind of understand Morby method? Like 84%. Okay. Now, again, am I going into every real estate transaction and saying, let's see. Steven says, what percent of your loans are to the total value of the property? Steven, are you talking about the DSCR loan, brother? Is it Stephen Barcel? Steven, are you asking about the DSCR loan?
Yeah, I'm talking about all the loans that you put together. You got the first, second, and third. What's the total?
Oh, you're okay. So this is, you're coming from the traditional world. This is great. I love this question. Thank you so much. Okay. Very much. This is a traditional question. So what will happen is when you're in, you learn from, let's say, Bigger Pockets, or you learn people that are doing the Burr strategy, and you believe that equity is important in your original purchase. Let me remind everybody something. How many people here have bought their home on the retail market, meaning the MLS? How many people in here bought their house through the MLS through a real estate agent? Give me a me. Okay. Every single person that says me here, Stephen, paid over retail price for their house. How is that possible? Not only did they pay the highest possible rate on MLS, because MLS is the highest rate anybody will pay. It's full retail, right? I don't think anybody's going to argue that. You're getting a deal on you're not getting deals on the MLS. You're paying retail on the MLS. You're competing. Okay. Then when you buy your house, okay, just because I put 20% down, does that mean I have equity? No, it means I took 20% out of something that could make me a lot more money and I put it into something that's not going to make me as much money. It's not really equity. It's money you already had. Okay. So this is, and then on top of it, after, let's say they buy something at 300,000. This is such a valuable lesson for everybody. You buy something for 300,000. Is your total cost of that house 300,000 when you close escrow on it?
No.
No, you're 315, 320, somewhere around there. That's your fine. It's the same thing when you buy a car loan or anything else. We go and go, okay, the price is $999. And all of a sudden you're like, dude, why am I paying $1,150? Welcome to real estate. Every single homeowner, which is 90% of every transaction on the MLS, 90% is a homeowner. Every one of them is paying over retail value. So let's be very clear before I answer this question for you. 90% of real estate transactions in the world have always been and will always be over leveraged, underwater on day one. It usually takes the average homeowner 18 months to get out from underneath the fees it costs them to buy that house. Do we all agree with this? So is this any different than buying a car? I go buy, actually it's very different than buying a car. When I buy the car, it immediately depreciates. I lose value the second it's no longer a new car, right? It becomes a used car. That's very different than a house. Houses appreciate over time, cars don't. But when I drive a car off a dealership and I bought it for $18,000, did I pay $18,000?
No.
No. So that is a common thing I get from people that are, wait, so you got your first loan, your second loan, and then you got a private money lender. How over leveraged are you? And I would say that my average deal is 91% of retail. That's including my private money lender. That's including all of the things that I have. Now, why is that? Is that on the day I close escrow? No, usually I'll buy the property. A really good example, right? That $17 million big Morby method apartment deal I did, Stephen.
Right.
That deal, 17.5 million, I immediately went in and spent some money on renovating it and adding value to it. So within 6 months, the value of the property was $1 million more than what I paid for it, right? But on the day I bought it, I was definitely probably 5% over leveraged, meaning I was underwater 5%. If I had to turn around and resell it, I'd lose money. But that's 90% of all real estate transactions that's ever existed. That's always what happens. The beautiful thing is, unlike a homeowner, I can actually add value to the real estate that I buy. And I can take something that maybe I'm in at 105% of the purchase price, like Dave Bayarski, for example. Okay. Value of the property was $372,788. Why was the value of the property $372,788? Well, that's because that's what I bought it for. The value is what the buyer pays, right? So I buy it $372,788. I was all into that deal, maybe 400. So I'm not even 8% over leveraged, and 17,500 that went into my personal pocket and paid bills with it. So I purposely chose to over leverage that, knowing that that property would be in my portfolio, or I would move into it, or it would cash flow. So the main question,
what about that third person that lends you the private money? Aren't they at risk because they would be in a position where if you didn't pay, they wouldn't get their money back?
No, They are lending on a cash flowing asset. So if the asset's cash flowing, why do they care what the equity is, whether it's $1 trillion or $500?
So all three loans are going to be under the cash flow. That's why.
No, not cash flow. You're asking a retail question based on value. Oh, yes. Great question. Yes. The answer is yes to your question. Every single loan. Yeah. Every single loan is 100% of the time under what my income is. Always 100%.
Okay. So it's based on income versus actually the value sometimes in the multifamily.
Correct. Multifamily is never loaned on value. It's always loaned on income, like you said, right? Multifamily lenders will look at the property, and the value from multifamily comes from what? Does it come from a comp in the neighborhood? No, it always comes from the value of the multifamily is always based on income. So how do we go make money in multifamily? Well, we don't, it's not even about, like, think about this. Sonia, this is good for a new person to hear. If I go buy a multifamily property, let's say a 50 unit multifamily, and I don't add I don't repair roofs, I don't repair the plumbing, I don't do anything to the outside. I literally don't spend $1 on the property, but I can raise the rents $100 across all 50 units. Did the property value go up?
Absolutely.
Steven, you're taking the answer, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so the value, I didn't touch the property. I did not touch the property, Sonia. The value of multifamily is always based on its income. Same thing with like a laundromat or a car wash. It's never about, oh, well, that car wash sold for $3 million. I have a similar car wash. I should sell for $3 million. That is not how it works in commercial or in multifamily. It is based on what are you earning. Then you're basically coming up with an equation. I won't even go into like cap rates today. That's a little bit more advanced stuff. But it's always based on income. So one of the things that Eileen Brown taught me, right? Eileen Brown is this lady that originally taught me creative finance. If you were here with me 9 hours ago or 10 hours ago, holy crap, 10 hours ago. If you were with me 10 hours ago, you'll remember that Eileen Brown taught me so many things about creative finance, but one of the most important things she taught me, she said, Pace, I've been doing this for 41 years and real estate has never gone down. I'm like, well, we've had crashes. She's like, okay, let's look at a graph. Show me where real estate has stayed down. Show me. I'm like, dang, you're right. Real estate has always gone up, right? Because it follows inflation, follows other things. And also it's a limited asset where they're not making more land. So you own real estate, it's limited. Obviously, things that are limited have higher demand. Okay. So she says, after doing this for 41 years, the number one thing I would say is consistent across all investors I've ever talked to, I've learned from, I've taught, I've done whatever. The number one thing I would say is consistent is they are buying based on income, not on purchase price. I'm like, okay, what do you mean by that? She says, write this down. I go, okay. She says, the value of a property is never the purchase price. The value is always what you can do with it. Now, what does that mean? Well, here's the thing. Dave Byarski couldn't sell his house for $372,788 without me taking over his loan. So guess what that actually means? That actually means that was somebody else's trash. I took over somebody else's loan. Nobody else in the retail market for half of a year, Sonia, sitting on the largest retail platform called the MLS. Nobody wanted that deal. I come along because I'm not a traditional thinker. I don't look at that freaking house as, oh, well, the house down the road sold for $375. Why does anybody think that? I looked at the houses and said, what can I bring? What's the payment? The payment was $1,900 a month for Dave Byarski. And I rented it on Airbnb for $6,000 a month. $300 a night. Especially in the wintertime, I was charging like 12 grand a month for summer. A wintertime in Arizona is freaking fire. Like your Airbnb is triple. Okay. So she says, make sure you buy based on income, not on value, because if you buy on value, you'll be like any other traditional investor and you'll only buy when somebody else tells you that it's worth what it is. meaning purchase price. Well, the comps say that this house on Sterling is only worth blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, learn how to make a property cash flow and you'll never worry about the value of the property. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yep.
Now,
Thank you.
Am I going around buying things at 110%? No. Have I bought things at 110%? Yes. I bought an RV. This will be my next story I break down. Okay. I bought a property. This is great. 0 down, 0% interest, mobile home park. Let's do that. This is a mobile home park in Yuma, Arizona. I don't even know what deal this is. Number 6 out of 25.
I think it's 6.
Man, I'm
7.
slow.
6.
Now I could break down deal structures all day long and like talk about addresses and all of those types of things. But I think that the most important parts of all this education is the in-between stuff. Would everybody agree? Like the in-between things and how to look at things. And would you guys all agree with that?
Yeah, this is number 6.
Okay. All right. Would everybody agree? Like the in-between thing. Cool, man. We got 400 people on YouTube. I'm sorry, guys. The Zoom over here is jam packed at 1,000. I apologize, but when I tell you guys things get like backed out, they always get backed out. By the way, who's going to be a No One Left Behind challenge this coming month in like 2 weeks? Who's going to be in? I think I'm about to announce my team. We got to pull my team from the Subto community. Heck yeah, love that. Love that. Love that. Love that. How do you join? You got to be in Subto. Ray, R-E-Y. That's an interesting way to spell Ray. What's up all day, Ray? What's up? What you got? Some people don't even know they raised their hands. What up, Ray?
Hey, no, I wasn't trying to raise my hand. I was just, you asked a question, who was in the challenge. I was just putting my hand up.
Okay. Oh, got it. Okay. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate it. Don't be. You're good. Thank you. Okay. Very good. Let's go into, I'm going to pull up the next deal. This is deal number 6. This is a 0 down, 0% seller finance mobile home park that I overpaid by 20%. Meaning the value of the property was only $500,000. I bought it for $600,000. Pay attention to that. Might have even been worth less than that, but all right. I got to find the address. I know it's 5th Street something. Okay, here we go. 2871 West Yuma deal. This is my little chicken farm, man. I love this little property. I got made fun of when I bought this deal. Okay, check me out. Okay, so the property is right here. This is my long strip of RV park right here, about 35 units. I've taken Subto members down here multiple times. But this property, let's see if I can do a little walking man here. Oh, I can. We can get in front of it. I bet you will see a chicken here. It's basically a chicken farm. If I don't see a chicken, I'll be pissed. Okay, well. All right, so this is a mobile home park that I own. And Lone Acres Trailer Park Office. Not even a mobile home park. It's like a look at these little cuties. It's changed dramatically. This is from 2023. It looks dramatically different. This is a year and a half ago, but I've owned this now for probably 4 years. Now, this is a deal, my friends, I have never personally taken a paycheck on. Interesting, right, Sonia?
Why is that?
I'll tell you why. This is great. I love this question. Thank you. because I understood why I bought the property in the first place. And it wasn't just to like, let me buy it for cash flow. I wanted to buy it for, now I will get cash flow starting June of this coming year. This thing makes a lot of money. My net cash flow on this property is like $7,500. Okay. So this property, 2871 West 5th Street. Here's the story of this deal. Again, wholesalers. Okay. I network with wholesalers. This is one of they call this the Pace method back in like 2015 to 2018. The Pace method. I would go to all these wholesalers and I'd say, hey, give me all your impossible deals. So this is a deal that was impossible for a wholesaler. Wholesaler was in a wholesale mentorship. All they learn is how to do cash. We do cash too. We did $10 billion in cash transactions as a Subto community last year, which is awesome. But the deal was, he said, hey, the seller won't, he goes, my cash offer. This is what's crazy about cash versus creative finance. This is the craziest thing. Okay. Go back, everybody, to Doug Hopkins. Remember Doug Hopkins on Sterling? He made $5,000. How much did I make on that house?
Is that the 117? No. 1.
That's the house where Dave Bayarski, I gave the agent $2,500. Dave got nothing, and the seller, the title company got $5,000. I raised $30,000 from Sonia Ray. That house.
You made 17.
I made 5,000. Okay. I made 17,500 up front. I made 550,000 over the life of the deal, and nobody wanted the deal. That's my point. Nobody wanted the deal. Similar here. I'm going to tell you why cash is okay. I like cash. We do cash deals too, but this is why you're going to lose if all you do is you know how to do cash stuff for the rest of your life. The rest of your life. Creative finance should be 90% of your transaction. You should be doing 10% of your deals as cash. Okay. Maybe 20%. Highest level, 20%. This is a great example of this. Okay. Seller who owns this RV park is retiring. Here, let's go to bunnies. Okay. Bunnies right here. What were the seller's bunnies? The seller's bunnies were, he has an RV park that requires a lot of maintenance. RV parks do have a lot of maintenance. Okay. And he was doing it all himself, 70 plus years old. And he wanted to retire. His kids did not want to have anything to do with the RV park. Why? Because typically rich people's kids are pieces of crap. Okay. Has anybody ever heard the phrase, the quote? The quote is, good times create weak men create hard times create strong men create good times. And the cycle continues. So I'm going to say that again. Strong men create good times. That's every one of these sellers that sells on seller finance. Very similar every single time. Strong men, okay? Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times. Hard times create strong men. Yeah, I like what Brad says. He says, in 3 generations, so good. The average family will lose all of their wealth in 3 generations. The average wealthy family will lose all their wealth in 3 generations. And that's the exact story. Strong men create good times create weak men create hard times, So why do I tell you that quote? Because it's there to help you understand why these sellers will sell to you on seller finance with no money down. This guy says, I want to sell this, but I'm retiring. And if I'm retiring, I'm worried about not getting enough for my retirement. So I'm going to ask $500,000 for this RV park. Problem is, all the cash investors are offering him 250, okay, 300. So I had a wholesaler who offered the guy 300. He was the highest offer. Okay, his name's Brent. Brent was the highest offer that this guy had, and the guy's like, I want 500. Why are you offering me 300? But they at least had a conversation. So this kid comes to me, Brent, and he goes, hey man, I'm in like a wholesaling mentorship, and like nobody knows how to get this deal done. I was like, that's such an easy deal to do. He's like, why is that easy? I can't see how to get the guy to go down. I'm like, why go down? Go up. Such an interesting, different thought process. Why would I go down why would I like take the guy's profit out? Why don't I make sure he gets the number he wants as long as I get the number I need? So let's talk about this. Watch this, guys. I want to teach you guys something really valuable. Dang, I mean, I feel like every 15 minutes we got some nuggets today, huh?
Definitely.
Okay, let's go to bankrate.com and let's just play around with like a little bit of a Bankrate mortgage calculator, okay? Okay, go to a mortgage calculator right here. Very simple. I like Bankrate a lot. It doesn't cost any money. It's cool. So let's say $300,000. If I went out and got a loan right now, okay, the average interest rate right now is 7.25%. Okay, I would have to put $60,000 down. Adam says, wait, hold on. I wouldn't be able to assign the deal. Guys, hold on a minute. You guys that just do cash, I'm going to tell you right now, if all you've ever learned is wholesale cash, this is why you can't build a business. Because the way I did this structure right here, I wiped the floor with all you cash investors. You guys, all these deals that you guys leave behind, and you say, oh, sellers want too much money. What? Sellers deserve the money, dude. They're the ones that own the property. Give them the number they want. Just be smart about how you give it to them. Okay? And this is how you do it. Watch this, by the way. It's a great lesson for all of us. It's a good reminder for me when I do this too. Okay? And I even show sellers this too. Like, check it out. So if I bought this property for 300, just honestly, let's just say that the seller was stupid enough to go for a $300,000 cash deal. Okay. I would have to go get a $60,000 down payment. I would have to use my credit, and I would have a 7.5% interest rate. Okay. Got it? Got it. Cool. Let's now look at the amortization. Do you know, Sonia, I'm going to venture to say you don't know what amortization means.
No, I know what it is. The breakdown over time.
Oh, dang. Sonia, heck yeah. I brought you up here today because you weren't supposed to know anything, and now you're freaking showing me up. Okay. Here we go.
Few things, Pace. I'm here to learn, though. I'm here to learn.
I love it. You know a lot. Okay. 2025, 2038. Okay, cool. So here we are. I will pay $377,000 for this loan. Okay. Let's say I only put 10% down. Okay. Ooh, 467. What if I put 0% down? Ooh, 585. You're telling me even if the seller gave me 300, if I went and got a 0% down deal at 300,000 at the going rate of today, my total cost of the loan would be $585,000. Adam says, novation's better than cash. Yes, but I don't like novations either. I teach people executory contracts. I think novations are honestly one of the worst things that's been ever taught. And I sadly tell people, I do teach them. I teach people how to do them the right way. I just think novations are probably one of the riskiest things you could ever do. Stay away from novations if you can. It's dumb. It's a dumb strategy. Dumb, 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 dumb. I have friends that do it. And when I break it down with them and I tell them, here's what you should be doing, they're like, oh my gosh, why didn't I know that? I'm like, because you're not a creative finance person. Novation is a creative method, but like it's really risky. We'll be talking about one novation today. Okay, cool. So let's go into this mortgage calculator again. Okay. Cool. So the seller wants 500,000. So let's look at this deal now. The seller actually wanted 500,000. He wasn't going to budge at all. If I gave this seller $500,000, even if I had a 20% down payment, my total balance of my loan, look at this, total interest paid, $959,000. Okay. Wow. Okay. Total cost of the loan, I would have basically paid the $100,000 plus the 834. So I would have been all into that deal. What? If I bought it at 500, which is what the seller wanted, and I went out and got a loan, the life of the loan, I would have paid $934,000. Follow me? I paid $600,000 with 0% interest and $0 down. Which one would you prefer to do? Buy the property at 500 and go get a loan for it? Buy the property at 400, get a loan for it? Or buy the property at 600,000 and get 0% seller finance? Which one would you rather do?
600.
Does this, give me a yes if this makes sense for everybody. There we go. This is a major, major, major key. Now, people go, well, how do I assign that deal? How do I hold? Guys, the guy who brought the deal to me made 30 grand. I literally gave the kid $30,000 for bringing this deal to me. He wouldn't, check this out, on a cash transaction, this kid would have made $10,000, $15,000 buying it at $300,000. At $600,000, the way I structured it, he made 30 grand. Does this make sense to everybody? Okay. So now here's what's fun about this. In 10 years, by the way, I will have this asset. When I do a 0% seller finance deal, guess when I pay the deals off? The loans are only 20 years long. They're not 30 years long. That makes sense? So I'm not paying interest. The loans are way shorter. So my average seller finance 0% interest deal is 15 to 20 years. So the asset will be paid off twice as fast, and I'll pay 1/3 the price. Okay, Val Hicks says, where does the $30,000 come from? So Val Hicks, please tell me, for the love of the world, Val Hicks, you have not been missing out on the last several hours. Did you hear what I talked about with Sonia Ray?
Hello. I've heard some of it, but I haven't heard all of it. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. I appreciate when somebody says they missed it, and then I can rehearse it rather than I'm rehearsing something and people are like, no, you didn't explain it well. When you say you didn't hear it, okay, no problem. So that money came from a private money lender. They brought $30,000 to the table. Okay. Actually, they brought $50,000 to the table. So what happened is I gave $30,000 to the wholesaler who he structured nothing. He just brought me the seller that was interested. I structured the deal. He still made 30 grand. Okay. I didn't need to pay him that much money. I'll tell you why I did it. It's kind of a stupid thing. It's egotistical. I'm trying to work on that. I paid the guy 30 grand because his mentor, his cash wholesale mentor, says it's impossible to do this deal, walk away from the deal. And I was like, bro, I'll show you how to make more money on this deal than you could have with cash. And so I paid him double what he would have made on cash just to show his mentor he knew nothing about creative finance. Okay. Would you have paid him more? I don't know what you mean by that. Okay. So perfect. Now I raised 30 grand from a private money lender. That private money lender, how does that private money lender get paid? I'll tell you in a minute. Okay. I'll tell you in a minute. Give me a couple of minutes. If he structured the deal, yes, I would have paid him more. Yeah. If he brought me a contract, and he actually brought me a deal, I would have probably paid him 50 or 60. Okay. Cool. Now, what ended up happening is I raised 50 grand because I wanted to pay myself $15,000 up front. So I raised $50,000 from a private money lender. I then paid $5,000 for closing costs, $30,000 to the assignee, the person who brought the deal to me, the wholesaler, and I paid myself 15 grand. Okay. Now, why have I not taken a paycheck at all? Scott says, what's your difference of a contract and a deal? Guys, did we cover contract and a deal pretty good today? Do I have everybody's permission not to cover what the difference between a contract and a deal is? Because we spent about 15 minutes on that today. Sorry, brother. Okay. So this has 40 RVs in it, or mobile homes or trailers, depending on what you want to do. Okay. Or what you want to call it. It has 40. It brings in about $28,000 a month. I pay the seller, I pay my private money lender, I pay my property manager, I pay all these people, taxes, insurance, vacancy, everything. Okay. Hey, Parjinder Singh, please only ask the question once. I will if you raise your hand, I'll answer your question as long as it's pertaining to what I'm specifically talking about. Okay. Now, I bought the property for 600. I raised money, 50,000. So I'm into it for 650. Every single month I pay that private money lender. I'm sorry. Every single month I pay the lender down, the guy who's the seller finance. I pay him $9,000 a month in principal, which means what? It means that when I make a payment to him for $9,000, it actually pays down the balance $9,000 rather than paying down any sort of interest. Does that make sense, Sonia?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one thing we haven't talked about today, which I just wish we had more time to talk about stuff, is what does that look like? Like, how do these payments get made? What does that look like? Right? I'll show you what one of them looks like. We use a company. I don't own this company. I wish I owned it, but I don't. We use a company called Weststar. So let's just type in Weststar. Okay. Last one I got from them. Check it out. How much interest am I paying on this deal? Zero. So moving forward pays Kelly Trust. That's the seller at seller financing. My payment to them is $2,900. Every month is 0% interest. I paid them $35,000. Pays down the principal. Okay. So check it out. Before the payment, 506.9. After the payment, 504.4. Okay. What deal is this, by the way? Anyway, so when I pay, what I like about 0% interest deals is that I pay down 100% principal. There's no interest at all. So the payment or the loan balance that I owe the guy gets paid down like crazy. Okay. Now, on this deal, the reason why I don't take a paycheck and I've net cash flowed in my pocket, in my company at least, $7,500. Why, Sonia, would I not have taken a paycheck off that $7,500? What am I doing with that $7,500?
Are you putting it towards something else?
I am. Couple of things. Number one, the $7,500. So Tammy Jenkins, she says taxes. I already have taxes included after net. Guys, let's talk about what net means. Oh, Marjorie, you're so on the money. Okay, so net means in my pocket. Okay, that means after my war chest, that means after taxes, after insurance, after property management, literally after everything. There you go, Christian Lane. The first thing I did was I took my $7,500 cash flow and I paid the $50,000 off to private money lender. So they're paid off all the way. Make sense? So that took me about 7 months. In 7 months, I paid off all my lenders from this asset. I have no more. Okay, there you go. Now, what am I doing with the $7,500? Every single month I've owned this property, I've put $7,500 back into the property. Why? Because I raise the rent every month on another unit by $150 or $200. The property to this day, right now, the property is now worth $1.1 million just in the last 36 months since I bought it. It's appreciated, not appreciated. I've grown the value $500,000 on a deal that nobody else would have paid $300,000 for. It's now worth $1.1 million. Why? Because I've put 7,500, 7,500, 7,500. Now, let's think about that. That's a pretty good investment. Okay. I put $7,500 into the park every month for the last 36 months. That's $270,000. That $270,000 now has brought me an extra $230,000 in value. So not only did I get the 270 back, I got 230 on top of it. It's given me $500,000 in value just by that me reinvesting. Now, by June of this year, I will be done reinvesting that money. The park will be at its optimal number, and I will then start taking a check in the form of $20,000 a month. Why? Because it's not cash flowing $7,500 anymore. It's been incrementally going up. I think it's at like 14 or 15 grand right now. It's cash flowing. It's compounding because somebody moves out, fix the unit, raise the rent. Somebody moves out, fix the unit, raise the rent. Fix the unit, raise the rent. Now it brings in more money. I could sell the property, make a bunch of money, or I could just keep it and keep collecting, $20,000 a month. Does that make sense?
Yes. Did you calculate all of this when you initially did? That's crazy good.
It is, but also I'd been doing the game for 3 or 4 years by this point, and nobody told me how to do this. I shouldn't say that. Everybody I spend the time with teaches me something all the time. But when you're in the game and you do a couple of deals, you start getting permission to do other things. You go, okay, well, I don't need the 7,500. What is my long-term game with this deal? What if I just treat this differently than I treat everything else? So again, it's looking at deals differently. Everybody, all my friends, this is back when I made my first YouTube video. It was one of my first 5 YouTube videos. I broke this deal down. Okay. Is there a way to make more money without raising rent to the tenant? No. That's where the money comes from. It's where the value comes from. It only comes from raising rent. It comes from improving their livability and attracting a higher quality tenant. Does that make sense? Can you do this with short-term rentals? Yes, of course you can. How many people in Subto right now have bought properties, Subto seller finance, that you have as Airbnbs? Give me a yes in the comments. I know Tumanowski's in here. I went to one in Rhode Island of his a couple of weeks ago. Okay, there you go. Jordan Wittenberg, good to see you, brother. Philip Warwick, good to see you. So there you go. Of course you can do this with short-term rental. This is why literally every other thing to learn is dumb. It's a waste. If you're learning anything but creative finance, it's dumb, because creative finance allows you to do everything. What people do is they'll go learn Airbnb, and they'll learn all these things about Airbnb, how to value an Airbnb, how to design an Airbnb, how to manage an Airbnb. And then it's like, okay, well, where does the deal come from? Well, here's where the deal comes from. Go to the MLS and pay 30% down and get a good down payment and get a good credit. And that's how you're going to buy your first rental. F that. Are you kidding? You're joking. People do that still? Like they're barbarians? Who's managing the RV park? Amazing guy. His name's Jimmy. Jimmy manages this, and let's see, he sends me a report all the time. Let's look at this. I mean, I call him Jimmy. Jimmy Gilmore. There you go. Yuma visit. Look at this is what's so cool. Check this out. He says, Pace, now that I understand how to buy assets creatively, the only limit now seems to be my time, and blah, 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 blah. In case you need a meetup space, here's my spot. Anyway, he's awesome. He went and bought he joined Subto, and he learned how to do creative finance deals. And then he bought an RV park himself, and then he bought a laundromat himself. Wow. He's freaking awesome. And he's one of my favorites. Check this out. Nope. Heidi and Jimmy, frontage road. Okay, check this out. This is why Jimmy's one of my favorite.
Jimmy Gill.
He's one of my favorite property managers because he will send me, guys, oh man, I'm giving away so much game today. Check this out. This is Jimmy, and he'll just go to my properties.
Gilmore for Gilmore Real Estate.
Everything. Countertops are stone, probably granite. Cabinets, good quality. We got in here. This is laundry room.
So he'll go to all these properties for us, and he'll go and manage and then send me YouTube videos every single week talking about, oh, look at this one, the Carne Asada squatters.
Oh, there's like 10.
You know what, guys? We should give him some love. He's freaking awesome. Will you guys give him some love and go make a comment on this and just say, Pace says you're the best. Will you guys do that for me? I'll give you guys the link. He's freaking great. Go give him some love, please. Just make a comment on his YouTube and be like, hey, dude, Pace says you're the best. So Jimmy Gilmore is his name. Gilmore Property Management in Yuma, Arizona.
There's like.
He manages I have two mobile home parks that he manages in Yuma. And then I have a couple of single family properties down there as well. And he just manages all that stuff. I have nothing to do with any of them. Okay, cool. Justin Haugen says, hey, Pace, my wife and I know of a seller finance apartment complex in Texas, 143 units, 90% occupancy. Would love to chat with you about it. Cool. Guys, if you're in the Subto community, you know my email, you know how to reach out to me. I'd love to do deals with you. And you also have access to my team to underwrite and look at your deals all the time. Okay. Pace, how much do I pay him, please? I don't know, 8% property management, probably. I think is probably what he charges, 8%. The RV parks here are in really rough condition. Yeah, usually that's why they call it poor man's multifamily. RV parks, what do you do for an RV park is you're renting the dirt. That's what I do for a living. I rent the dirt. I make all my money on renting the dirt. Okay. Are we going to talk about goal setting for the next year? Elaine, not today, no. Pace says you're the best, Jimmy Gilmore. Next trip. Terry, you got to go type that on his YouTube, Terry. Good to see you, Terry. Okay, cool. Now, that deal can be structured. Like this is the thing is that everybody else says, oh, it's really hard to find a deal. It's really hard to find a deal. No, it's hard to find a deal if you're doing cash because a cash purchase requires your own money. And if you don't have your own money, it requires you to go out and get a loan from a bank. And when you get a loan from the bank, that requires a down payment, which requires credit and taxes and tax returns and W-2 income and all of these other things. That's the hard, creative finance is for a beginner. I don't know how people do traditional real estate as a beginner. Think about it. You got to go to a bank. You got to go get qualified. You got to put 30% down. You've got to have seasoned funds. You got to have a good W-2 that covers all of your expenses. Like, what in the heck? That's for beginners? That's for beginners. Traditional real estate, going and getting loans is for you guys think that that's for beginners? Holy moly. Okay. Cool. Equity share. I get some of the coolest emails from community members that are like, let's do a deal together. I'll give you equity. Let's structure this deal. Fund this deal for me. Okay, cool. Awesome. Now, we went through a zero down sub-2 deal, a PML sub-2 deal. Ooh, you guys want to hear a seller that paid me upfront for a sub-2 deal? You guys want to hear that story? That's a good one. Who's been with me the whole day? Who's been with me for almost 11 hours? My gosh. My word. Okay, this one's a great story. It's property I bought The story is great. I got this deal from a Subto member named Dylan Good. Dylan Good, feeling good. I don't know how many people remember those old Zooms I used to do. Dylan Good would come in all the time. Now he doesn't come into the Zooms as much because he's helping so many people do deals, but Dylan Good, feeling good. Okay. Yep. There you go. He's awesome. Nathaniel Keene said he left and came back. He's so good. Okay. So he is a West Virginia guy. Yes. Shout out to West Virginia. Okay. Open that food and start eating. Gotcha is like, Pace, don't starve to death. Okay, cool. So here's a story with Whispering Pines. I still get a check from this every single month. Let's break this down. Xavier Jones. Let's see. Xavier. What's that called? Venmo. Okay, so he Venmos me every month, which is awesome. Let's do this. I'm going to pull this up so you guys can see it. It's freaking crazy. Xavier, there you go. Okay, cool. So he pays me every month. This started in October 29th, 2020. He pays me every month. This is the first month he paid me. We pulled this up for you guys. He pays me every month and has been since October 2020. He pays me $147.05 every month. Okay. Xavier Ailman. Now, why does Xavier pay me? Well, let's go through the bunnies. We're going to talk about bunnies again. Some of this is going to be redundant, but it also kind of just shows you where deals come from. Not every deal is, let's see, great info. Thank you, Melinda. Appreciate it. Bunnies. So bunnies are, okay, let's go to, I got to find the address. I got to pull this up. It's Whispering Grove, but I don't know. I don't remember the address. Can you tell my team manages this stuff and I don't? Okay, 971 Whispering Grove. I think we're about to sell this now. We've owned it now for 5 years or coming on 5 years, which is about usually my seasoning time. Usually 5 years is about all the time you need to get a deal to like really become valuable and then sell it and roll it into something else. Okay, this is a really weird one. Okay, so let's see. I bought it for, this is great. I love this business. Gosh dang it. You forget the addresses to houses you own that you got for free. Okay, check it out. It sold in 2020. Let's see, July. Let's see, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I bought it right here for $288 and $79. Why such a random dollar amount, guys? Why would I have bought it for such a random dollar amount? Well, check it out. He bought it literally in January. He bought it for $282 with a VA loan. He got like a 2.8% interest. And then he tried to sell it for more and he couldn't. Why? Okay, his name is Xavier Ailman. Here's the deal. This is the story of the deal. So I'm on a Zoom, Subto Family Night. We do 1 or 2 of these 5-hour Zooms every week just with me. And then we have another 20 or 30 Zooms a week on top of that with other members talking about different topics and helping each other out. But one night, Dylan Good comes in. He goes, all right, I'm struggling, Pace. I haven't gotten a deal in a couple of weeks. I want to get another deal. I'm struggling. And I said, Dylan, you're not doing the work, man. You're not allowed to say you haven't done a deal. You have to say you haven't done the work. You aren't doing the work. He goes, no, I am doing the deal. I am doing the work. And I said, no, you're not doing the work. If you were doing the work, you'd have deals. That's it. That's all there is to it. You're not doing the work. He goes, fine. What should I do? And I go after long days on market. Okay. So today you would use Deal Sauce. You would go to on market, go to dealsauce.io, go to Deal Sauce and get Deal Sauce. You go to long days on market and you find agents that are having a hard time selling houses. You look at the low equity, right? So pull the list of low equity, pull the list of agents. Very simple. Grant Parker says, I haven't done the work either. No problem. It's good to admit that. It's a good feeling. Get on a no one left behind team. Get on a team for January. Get on the no one left behind challenge. Get on a team. Get on a team. Get on a team. Okay. So I tell Dylan, I said, if you don't bring me a lead to talk to, I should find the recording of this. Somebody could, she needs to find the recording of this. This is in the Subto vault. And they say, and Dylan's, I go, Dylan, I'm going to kick you out of doing any Zoom with me for 6 months until you bring me a lead to talk to. And he's like, oh my gosh. 2 days later, Sean D says, Pace, what if we don't know the next steps and procedures to explain sellers after we get their interest on their owner finance? So Sean, work with a Subto member. Get on a team with a Subto member. That will help you, okay? Yeah, I was going to say he got one the next day. He got one within like 2 days or 3 days. And he brings me this seller named Xavier Ailman, who just fired his real estate agent and says, I can't sell the house. I don't have equity. And the agent told me I have to write a check for 20 grand to get rid of the house. I was like, okay, well, I can save you some money. Why don't you just pay me 5 grand and I'll take the house off your hands? He's like, pay you 5 grand? I go, yeah, you pay the closing costs. I'm also going to pay Dylan 5 grand. So if you pay me $5,000, you pay me the closing costs and you pay Dylan $5,000, I'll take the house off your hands. He goes, I don't have that kind of money. I go, okay, well, I'll accept payments. I'll seller finance your payment to me in order for me to take over your Subto deal. Think about what we just did here. I seller financed his payment to me to take his house over for free. He's been paying me $147 a month for the last nearly 4+ years. He's almost done paying it. Okay. He paid the closing costs and he paid Dylan 10 grand out of his pocket. So Dylan got his 5 grand, closing costs got paid 5 grand. He owes me 5 grand and he's just about done paying it, $147 every single month. Now, what did I do with the property? What I did with the property is I put it up for Airbnb. For the people that are like, okay, what would you do with the property? How do you make money? That property is in a cute little gated community. Man, that's awesome. That property's gone up literally 50% in value in the last, it's gone up 10% per year. That's freaking awesome. I could probably sell that house for like $370 or $475. It's time to sell that thing. Sell that. Wow, that's great. Okay, Rachel says, do you put that debt that he owes every month into a contract and take collateral until it's paid off? Yes. So Rachel, great question. Really, really great question. How is it that you're the only Rachel out of 958 people, by the way? That's crazy. What's up, Rachel? How you doing?
I'm well, thanks, Pace.
That's weird. Only one Rachel.
Well, there you go. I guess it has to happen sometime. Being unique. Yeah, just wondering what you have to put in place so that he knows that that debt is not going to go away and he can't just walk away when he wants to.
Great question, but let's point out a couple of things. I have a great answer for you. It's very simple. It's 2 words, but I want to tell you one thing.
Sure.
What if he stops paying me?
I mean, you're not that much worse off. You know, you've got the asset anyway. I get it. I just wondered if there's anything that he
your question is a great question, and I do want to answer it. It's a phenomenal answer. I want to just make sure everybody hears Rachel's question, which is, well, if the guy owes you money, how do you protect yourself? I'll give you a good answer. But it's only 5 grand, first and foremost. I know 5 grand seems like a lot to most people, but like when you're playing the game of real estate, 5 grand's like a drop in the bucket, right? It's like, it's not that big of a deal. So when I was structuring this deal, I actually structured this deal on a live Zoom with the Subto community. This is 4 years ago in the summer of 2020, 4.5 years ago. And when I'm on a Zoom with the community and I'm structuring deals, which is something I stopped doing on YouTube years and years ago because people will call the seller and go around your back when you do stuff on YouTube. It kind of sucks. Anyway, everybody's like, you're going to get this guy to pay Dylan's fee and you're going to get this guy to pay the closing costs. And I was like, I kind of was feeling like a little bit of bravado. And I was like, watch me get him pay me $5,000. I wasn't even planning on getting him to pay me $5,000. I just kind of did it as like a last ditch effort. Like, yeah, you know, Xavier, I was thinking I might just walk away from the deal. I really need to make some money up front on this thing. And he's like, I don't have the money. I go, no problem. So the answer is, okay, Rachel, the answer is a promissory note and a personal guarantee. So I had him sign a personal guarantee that I can trace around anything. I can attach it to a car. I can attach it to his next house. I can go after his W-2, right? My personal guarantee, I can go garnish his wages. Now, would I ever do that? No, not over $5,000. Like if it was $15,000, it might be worth my time, but like $5,000, he's already, at this point, I know that's not your question, but at this point, he's already paid me 4,000 some odd dollars, right? So it would be a waste of my time at this point. But when he made, let's say 5 of those payments to me and I had $500-600 made, I'd be like, dude, I'm freaking scored. I got a free house. He paid the closing costs. The house is making me $1,500 every month in cash flow. Obviously the property, you know, has gone up $180,000 since I bought the thing. I've got tax benefits on it. The mortgage is paid down considerably. It's a really low interest rate. So if he screwed me, he screwed me. But the answer is I set myself up with a promissory note and a personal guarantee he signed that I can go and garnish his wages or take money from him for the rest of my life. But I would, obviously you would probably not do that. I wouldn't do that either.
If it was more and there was more, you know, more to lose, I hear you. You know, you have to figure out where the point of no return is for, or you know, how best to utilize your time. And if it's only a little bit of money, then you'd probably let it slide. But if it was more, for whatever reason, would you bother to even ascertain whether or not he's got any assets or no?
Oh, like bigger? Yeah. Oh, you want to hear it? I'll tell you the next deal. I'll explain that whole thing. I got a big deal that I just closed literally today. Check it out. I was waiting to tell you guys this story today. I was going to make sure Kelly got the deal done. I think Kelly she's my transaction coordinator. She got the deal done. Let's see what she says. I have not looked at my phone. I've got people blowing me up, people trying to get deals done. Let's see here. Kelly. She said, just watch your inbox for DocuSign. Okay, cool. So I got a deal. You want to see me sign a deal today? Oh, never mind. It's not in my inbox yet. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have, it's not in my deal box now, but hopefully I'll sign a deal with you guys today. I'll tell you the story. The seller's already signed, so I'm good to like tell you guys the address. You guys don't mind me sitting here sifting through my email, do you? Okay, cool. So, all right. So Rachel, before I move on to that deal, do you have any other questions about this particular deal? Was this a cool deal?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get cooler than 0% interest for starters, but yeah, I mean, look, everything you give us, Pace, is value. So, and I think when you're in the real estate game, it's every day is a learning day. So there's always something you can pull from it. So definitely, I just wonder where that
protection.
Yeah, where the protection is and how you know, kind of fussy you get about checking all of those things. But you know, I hear you. If it's effectively somebody giving you a property, then why would you go to all of that? It's just that I'm in exactly that situation now with a deal I'm working on. So I wanted to understand the seller hasn't got any money to pay the next monthly
personal guarantee. I would do a personal guarantee. I have somebody that is a friend of mine, Rachel, that owes me $390,000. Wow. And he's owed me this money for 3 years. I finally got to a point where I was like, dude, I gave you a loan on a handshake. I'm stupid. I break, even like in my Gator portion of our community, I teach a lot of really great, unbelievable things, but even I break rules sometimes. And I broke that rule and I deserve to get burned. And that rule is always have security, always protect yourself. And I didn't, because I trusted him. That the other rule is don't trust anybody, even my grandma. Don't trust anybody. But so what I did, Rachel, is I had this loan. Is a really stupid thing that I did. I gave him, he bought a house to flip, 290 grand. I loaned him all 290,000. By the way, if you guys ever need money for flips, email me. I'll be your private money lender. I will lend money to you. PaceJMorby@me.com or money@PaceMorby.com. I will get you taken care of. Okay, so what ends up happening is he buys this property for 290. He needs a renovation of 100. So total loan of 390, right? I'm dumb, Rachel. This is a Pace not in the too distant past. This is like 36 months ago. And so I wire him all $390,000 to title, and I let title give him all $100,000 in cash up front. So he had the house paid off. At least I have that as security. And then he takes the 100 grand and goes and buys an RV with it and sells his personal house and starts traveling the country like on my 100 grand.
Wow. Ouch.
Okay. Now he's like, that's not where the 100 grand, that's not where my RV came from. That's not this, that, and the other. It's, it's not what you think. Okay, sure, it's not. So make payments to me. Go do like this guy has not lifted a finger on this project. For 3 years, it's been sitting there. I paid it off, obviously cash. He's never made a payment to me, no interest, no nothing. He now, with interest and everything included, he owes me like 540 grand, right? Okay, that kind of sucks. So what I did is I said, look, dude, and this is where I have an advantage that other people don't. Dan Ellsworth says, can you repeat those 2 website addresses for you to lend to us? It's my email address, and it's pacejmorby@me.com. That's my personal email. If you are a Subto community member, I will do deals with you. If you're not a Subto community member, I will only lend money to you. Okay. Scott, great question. He says, Scott says, where's the, so pacejmorby@me.com or money@pacemorby.com, money@pacemorby.com, and tell me what you need. I'll help you with business buying. I'll be your lender on anything. Okay. So, the deed is actually in my name. We actually took the deed. So, but that's the problem is I don't want to be responsible for the freaking house. That's annoying. Like that sucks. I loaned you the money. Now the house has been sitting there for 3 years, and now welcome to being a lender, right? Being a lender in that position can kind of suck. So 3 years have gone by. He's my so-called friend, sends me all these long voice memos. Please don't tell people my name. And I wouldn't like go out there and air his laundry. But I do have an advantage that he's afraid of my brand, right? I can pack a Zoom at 1,000 people that people are afraid to leave because I provide enough value that people are like, I don't want to leave. I'll lose my spot, right? Type of thing. I could bring up his name right now and hurt his whole entire business, but that doesn't benefit me or him really at the end of the day. But it was enough to make him fearful to sign a personal guarantee, not only in his name, but also his wife's name that was bankruptcy proof, meaning he could go file bankruptcy and that personal guarantee stayed in his name. He cannot bankrupt it.
Is that always the case with personal guarantees?
No.
Right.
Okay. So what ends up happening is he signs it, but he didn't want his wife to sign it, which means what, Rachel?
I guess he doesn't believe it's going to.
His thought was like, oh, easy. I will do a personal guarantee, but my wife won't. So she can go get new loans and new credit and new this, that, and the other. And I'm like, bro, that ain't happening. We're getting both you and your wife's name. So I got both their names. Luckily, I just got this agreement maybe 2 months ago. He's supposed to make his first $1,000 payment to me tomorrow.
and we'll see if that actually works out.
Hmm.
I made a lot of stupid mistakes, and it's usually when I trust people when I lend money.
Yeah.
That's when I don't make mistakes on real estate. Real estate's pretty easy to overcome. Yes, guys, I'll be in second lien position, third lien positions. I'll be in whatever lien position. I do not care. I understand how to look at the deal. Okay. So the only time I've lost in real estate is when I've loaned money and I trusted somebody and I did not document and protect myself. It's the only time. And it was always me breaking my own rules. And same thing with Gators. When Gators lose money, it's because they break the rules. And I tell them, like, take responsibility. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Crystal says, me too. I loaned and I trusted somebody. They broke the rules. If you break the rules, you deserve to get burned, period. In fact, I won't say their names, but they're in a side chat. I have somebody and it's not even always like deceptive stuff. Like there's people in the side chat that gave loans to this guy that was buying a lot of properties, and he was paying them, building credibility, doing what he was saying he was doing. And he got more money from him, or for him. And then he got brain cancer.
Oh.
And all bets are off.
Hmm.
So again, when you're doing, we call this Gator 3.0. It's Gator 3.0 strategy, private money lending. When you're doing private money lending, there's 1,000 rules you got to follow. Yeah, Tracy Koh says, I'm one of them. Yeah, sucks. Now what they're doing is they're going back and taking his properties back, but it's a journey, right? And you don't want those kind of lessons, but they are valuable, although you don't want them. Okay. Okay. So I've got a really great deal. Some people have already heard this story, but I want to break this deal down just for you, Rachel. Okay. We have closed the loop on the Las Vegas deal. Everybody, no more Las Vegas conversation. We're over with the Las Vegas conversation on, Whispering Grove. We understood the seller paid me. By the way, there's people in Subto that have done way more crazy deals than me. Okay. Like Adam Husseini has a seller that's paying him $1,000 a month right now and has been for like 2 years. I'm like, the most I've ever gotten a seller to pay me is $150 a month. You got a seller pay you $1,000 a month for like the last 2 years. Freaking unbelievable. So when we release this ebook, we'll give you a whole bunch of other examples in the ebook with other members in the community that are doing a lot of deals that are specifically tied to these types of structures. But here's a really good one. I call this the BLO, the blow strategy, BLO strategy. Okay, what does BLO stand for? It's an acronym that means buy and then do a lease option. Okay, I bought the property, do a lease option. Do you lend real estate for development? Yes, I do, JD. Okay, so here's how this works. I actually have the address. I have never seen what this house looks like, by the way. Today's the first day I'm going to see what this looks like. This is what's crazy. I never looked up the address when I did this deal. I never looked at a spreadsheet when I did this deal. Pace, can you do a new deal right in front of us? I do that in the Subto community. I would never do that on YouTube anymore. I've been screwed over by doing that on YouTube. There's a limit on what I can give away to like people not inside my community that are not vetted. There's just a limit. It sucks. I used to make live seller calls. People called the seller behind my back. It's freaking horrible. And then I had a seller one time. It's one of my best deals in my portfolio. The seller still closed with us, but it was super embarrassing. I was on the phone with a seller and I pulled up my address and I'm, teaching all the things. And what ended up happening is the seller goes, "Do you have me on YouTube right now?"
Caught out.
I'm like, no. And I'm like shutting my laptop. No, what are you talking about? He's like, somebody just sent me a text message and said, "You don't know me, but some guy that you're on the phone with right now is live streaming you on YouTube." I'm like, no more. You people in the free Facebook group and you people on YouTube, there's limits. Yeah, it's probably Carlton. Yes, was that his name? Carlton? I forget. Okay, so let's check that. This is a really, really fun deal. I did this deal in the October No One Left Behind Challenge. Okay, so in our Subto community, for the last 5 years, we've done all sorts of really cool challenges. We've done the 18-minute challenge where we tell people how to do this business. And no, it wasn't 18 minutes, it was 17-minute challenge. We teach people how to do this business in 17 minutes or less every day. That was a fun challenge. We did that in December of 2023. 300 plus people got their first deal. I was 18. Nick knows better than I do. Freaking awesome. That challenge was so fun, dude. Okay. And it was we had such a blast doing that one. We've done door knocking challenges. We've done driving for deals challenges. We've done texting challenges. We've done all sorts of fun things. But this year I amplified the challenge to like the coolest degree. I thought, let's leave no one behind. Like, let's make sure everybody gets a deal inside of our community. Let's take our success rate in Subto to 100%. Okay. Not 80+%. Let's go to 100%. Good to see you, Lucky Singh. Lucky Singh's been in Subto for nearly 5 years. Good to see you, brother. So I go, all right, I'm going to craft something really cool. So for those of you guys that are like, I don't know what No One Left Behind challenge is, I'm going to tell you so I can tell you the story about this deal. It's one of my favorite deals I did in 2024. Okay. So the No One Left Behind challenge is where us as a community in Subto, what we do is we put a team of closers together. So here's a closer. I obviously am the closer for my team. We then put somebody who generates the lead, somebody who's experienced. We call them rainmakers. Then we put a coach, like somebody who helps the newbies, which you'll understand that in just a second. And then we put 10 newbies on a team. Okay, so these 10 newbies are on our team. And what they're doing is they do a very, very simple task, which helps them overcome so much. It's so cool. So the newbies, here's what happens. The person that generates the leads, they are generating leads through agent outreach. So they're sending out offers to hundreds and hundreds of agents. And those agents reply back to our rainmaker and says, yeah, I'm interested in this offer. Everybody understand so far I'm not losing anybody? So the newbies haven't done anything yet. Literally nothing. Other than the other thing they're doing is they're watching the leads being generated live, like in their face. Like, oh my gosh, they're doing the leads. This is amazing. Oh my gosh, I'm learning so much. Then what happens is the newbies are teed up by our rainmaker and our coach. And all the newbies do is they take the inbound emails, these emails that we get from these agents right here, and they set an appointment for me, the closer, to close the deals. That's all they do. Like literally all the newbies have to do for 5 days, 6 days in order to get a deal is just set appointments for me. Okay. Or set appointments for the other 150 closers because there's 150 teams. So in the last 4 months, we've helped like Miguel's awesome closer. Good to see you, brother. Christy was on my team. Actually, Christy Frazier right here in the side chat. You guys see her name. You should text her, become friends with her. She's a newer member of Subto. She says, one of the best experience I've ever had. She was on my team in the October challenge, which is where we got this deal I'm about to break down for you. Okay. So in the No One Left Behind challenge, I am the closer on my team, obviously, but we have 150 other teams and everybody's goal is to generate leads and then tee up. When's the next one? Actually, the last day to sign up for or get your spot in the January challenge is today. Today is the last day to sign up. It's December 31st. The last day to sign up for the January 19th challenge, I think is when it starts. It takes about 2-3 weeks. How many people are going to be in the the January challenge? Give me a yes. Oscar says, how do we sign up? You have to be in Subto. I'm sorry. It's a Subto only challenge. If you're not in Subto, you miss out on it. I'm sorry. Okay, so check this out. This is what the No One Left Behind challenge is. My team is in person at my house. I'd probably say another 40 or 50 of the teams nationwide are also in person, but there's a lot of them are virtual as well. They're doing it on Zoom. They're getting together every day. We have 29 countries that get involved in this as well. People are doing these deals in America from all over the world, which is so cool. We got a Canadian team. We got a South America team. We got a Mexico team. We've got an Israel team. Insanely cool. Okay. Yeah. Tammy Sampson says, I'm still following up from leads I got in November and December. Okay. Miguel says, I was on Pace's team in November. It changed my entire perspective. We had a lot of fun. That was freaking awesome. So my team goes in person and at my house, like in my home studio, not in Montana. I'll be back in Arizona by that time. Okay. So that's the No One Left Behind Challenge. So this is a really interesting deal. Do we re-sign up? Yes, Birdie. I would love, Birdie, are you a closer or you go a coach? What are you doing, Birdie? I love Birdie. She's one of my good friends. Oh, she's the coach. That makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. She's like Ingrid Hernandez, like so freaking awesome. No, Scott Clark, this is for sub-2 only. Sub-2 only. Sub-2 only. Gators fund a lot of the deals that we do. So the Gators participate, but they participate by funding the deals. Like we had a Gator funded the deal I'm about to tell you about. So that's how Gators get involved. They're not involved on the teams. They just get involved on the funding. Okay, cool. Makes sense, everybody? Everybody understands what the No One Left Behind Challenge is? Can you be sub-2 and Gator? Yes. Most people will probably start with sub-2 and then they'll add Gator as like a cherry on top later. It's basically like another, it's like getting started and then going and getting an extra degree or getting a second, what would you call that? A second major. It's like getting a second major, if that makes sense. Still room for the No One Left Behind Challenge. Today's the last day to join, sadly. How can I join sub-2? I don't know. That's a good question. Somebody in the side chat will have a link for you. I don't know. Okay, great question, Barbara. How many hours a day for the No One Left Behind Challenge? So our team is, what we do is we start Sunday on the 19th, and we'll start 3 hours just getting all the teams settled, everybody going together, connecting with each other, communicating, all that kind of stuff. We've got amazing tech that allows us to now communicate on an easier level. And then Monday through Saturday, so 6 days straight, it's 3 hours in the afternoon. Most teams are working less than an hour together. My team works for 3 hours because my team's got to be the one that like entertains and is the main Zoom that everybody tunes into for instruction and all that kind of stuff. But we helped about 3,000 people get their first deal in the last 4 months, which is it's insane. Like honestly, freaking insane. So will there be a No One Left Behind in February? I don't know. No One Left Behind is like a small part of what we do in sub-2. I don't know. I know that I'm running it in January. That's what I know. I don't know if I'll be doing it in February. It might be the last one of the year, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. I've got like SquadUp summits coming up in March. I've got a lot to prepare for. We might do something different. We might do it again. I don't know. We'll see what happens. It takes a lot. It takes a lot out of me. Nick Munoz, I can't wait for SquadUp Summit. Dude, we got freaking David Goggins, Jordan Peterson for you Canadians that like Jordan Peterson. We got Cody Sanchez. We got unbelievable people coming to SquadUp Summit. What if somebody starts as a Gator and then joins sub-2? A lot of people do that. Okay, cool. Let's stay on topic. So during the No One Left Behind Challenge, what happens is one of my newbies, I don't remember who it was. It could have been Christy, but I can't remember who it was. But it was one of the newbies set an appointment for me, and I was talking to an agent. And I teach people in the challenge, it's never about the house you're calling about. It's when you're talking to agents, it's always about the relationship with the agent. Okay. So with the real estate agent, I get a real estate agent. I'm going to color her red because she was really mad at me. She was really rude, which is very rare. Most of the time, you don't get agents that are too rude or mean. They're pretty cool. And I love diffusing them. I love all that stuff. So let's make this green. So one of my green newbies, the greenies, set an appointment for me to talk to this lady. I think her name was Susan, but don't quote me on that. Somebody will go back and watch the recordings and you'll see it's Susie or something. I don't know, something else. Susan is representing a house that we saw and a seller that we saw. She immediately was like, this is not a deal for you. Don't bother us. I was like, okay, cool. My reply to her was, by the way, I'm about to tell you how I got this deal. It's a phenomenal deal, such a fun structure, but you have to understand where these deals come from. Okay. So what ends up happening is she's rude to me. I diffused the situation and I said, hey, Susan, you got two smart people on the phone right now. Why don't you and I figure out how we can make money? Like, forget about that house. Let's figure out how you and I can make money together. You're a professional. I'm a professional. What do you say? Let's make some money together. And she says, well, okay, but if it's not about this house, how would we make money? I said, well, here's how we do it, Susan. I also do lending. I help people out of foreclosure. Have you ever had a seller that's in foreclosure that doesn't want to sell their house? And so you can't list the property because they don't want to sell the house, but they're in foreclosure and they still need help. She's like, oh my gosh, yeah, you do that? And I go, yes, I will do that stuff all the time. It's called the BLO strategy. She's like, what's the BLO strategy? I go, don't worry about it. Okay. And I go, if you have somebody, let me know. She goes, I do have somebody. And so she introduces me to a guy named Tim. I don't know what it is, but I attract a lot of Tims. I get a lot of Tim sellers. It just is what it is. So a couple of months prior, she's talking to a guy named Tim. Now, Rachel, do I have your permission to try and razzle your brain a little bit?
Always, Pace.
Okay, let's see if I'm going to try and lose you. If I don't lose you, then you're just one smart cookie, okay? So Tim spoke to Susan at one point about his house in a city called Lake Havasu, Arizona. Okay. And he says, I'm thinking about selling, but I'm not quite sure. I don't know. This is my dream home. I never want to leave this house, but I'm getting foreclosed on. Now, here's an interesting one. Rachel, I'm going to test you. Okay. Why would Tim be in foreclosure if he was not behind on any payments?
Any payments, including taxes and that sort of thing as well?
Literally not behind on anything. Not behind on anything. Not behind on HOA, not behind on liens, taxes, insurance, nothing. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Why? Sonia Fisher, I love this. She's saying, how is that possible?
I agree. How is that possible?
Bunnies, guys. Bunnies. No spreadsheet's going to tell you this. This is why this is so freaking important. So freaking important. Divorce is not the answer, because why would the divorce force him into foreclosure? He's literally being foreclosed on by the lender. He's not behind on payments. He's caught up to speed. HOA's caught up to speed. No liens, no taxes, zero, nothing.
Can they do that if it's in negative equity? I mean,
No.
Why would they? It doesn't make sense to foreclose on a property. I don't know.
Hey, this is what is so interesting. Susan, the agent, that they don't care. These agents, I love them. I want to do business with them. I want to make money with them, but they don't care. They're not like getting the information. So I get on the phone with Tim and I said, Tim, what the heck is going on? Why are you in foreclosure? You're not behind on stuff. He's like, yeah, I make good money. By the way, I do these types of deals all the time. This was just a really fun deal because I did it live for my No One Left Behind team. My No One Left Behind team, this deal, I will make about 150 grand on this deal, and everybody on my team will get a net, like all my newbies will get a check for like 8 grand just on this one deal. Everybody on my team. Freaking awesome. Such a fun deal because I did it live in front of all these, newbies. Here's what happened. So he's like, I make really good money. The problem is I file 0 on my taxes. I'm a business owner and I can't get a loan. I'm like, what does getting a loan have to do with anything? Like, you're getting foreclosed on your existing loan. Like, why? What's going on? He says, great question. I bought this house from a seller, and that seller gave me seller finance.
Oh, right.
This is why a spreadsheet will never tell you anything, guys. Delete all of the spreadsheet bullcrap and all the addictions to spreadsheet. Get rid of all of them. Seller finance, he had a 3-year balloon, which means he had 3 years to get a new loan to pay off this seller. Now, he bought this house for $350 from the seller. Seller gave him 3 years to pay it up. And what happens? How many people have kids in here? Rachel, you have kids?
No.
Okay. You have friends that have kids?
Yep. And nieces and nephews too.
Okay, you got nieces and nephews. Okay, so when you see those kids, you blink your eyes and they get 10 years old. You're like, what the heck? Right?
Yes.
Okay, so how many people in here feel like your kids grew up 16 years in 14 days? All right. The reason I say that is because think about how fast 3 years goes by. Did Tim, who bought this property on seller finance, did he go get qualified for a loan to refinance the guy? Did he go fix his credit? Did he file his taxes? Did he get more money? Did he put money away? What did this guy do in those 3 years, or did he do nothing?
So I guess, well, he didn't. I mean, he just carried on paying, but the due on sale clause was called, was it?
No, due on sale clause is only called, okay, the
if
due on
there's
sale,
debt.
that is only, due on sale clause is only called if Tim sold the property and did not pay off the loan. Due on sale clause is primarily used in subject to.
So he bought it from a seller, and the seller there was seller finance in place, so no official lender. It was just seller finance.
Well, I mean, he is an official lender, but I get what you're saying.
Yes, true.
It wasn't like a bank. It wasn't an institution.
A bank. Yes, it wasn't an institution.
But he had the same loan documents as any other lender, right? He had a promissory note, deed of trust. He had all the legal documents like anybody else.
Yeah.
But he's an individual. Okay, great. So that individual, that seller, gave Tim 3-year loan to refinance him. He goes, yeah, I'll give you 3 years, but I'm in a retirement home. I don't want to wait really long. Tim's not a creative finance genius. So he's like, sure, whatever. Give me 3 years. I don't like 3-year balloons. I'll do 5. I'll do a 7, whatever. Okay. Hey, Pace, do you think I would get the due on sale clause called on me if I paid the loan with my account details for 1 month before I set up my servicing company? No. Guys, I've seen 10 due on sale clauses in my entire life. And we in Subto will show you exactly how to overcome the due on sale clause. Okay. Tyrone says, I wonder why he had an agent. He didn't have an agent. Pay attention, my friends. The agent, I called the agent about a completely unrelated house. The agent was rude to me, but I'm not a loser. And I don't let somebody's stuff hurt my feelings. So I said to Susan, Susan, if I'm not going to buy the house you're currently representing and what I called you about, okay, then why don't you and I figure out how to make money together? She said, well, how else are we going to make money? Remember this part right here? And she said, oh, I know this guy named Tim. He wanted me to list his house in Lake Havasu, but I told him no because he ended up not wanting to sell it because it's his dream home and he wants to figure out how to keep the house. I was like, give me that lead right now, Susan. I need that lead. I need it right now. I literally was like desperate for that lead because I knew exactly how to solve this guy's problem. It's the blow method. BLO. Invented by yours truly. Kelly Humbarger did all the, look, she's right in the side chat. Shout out to Kelly Humbarger. Her and I were voice memoing back and forth. She did all the paperwork. Brand new transaction coordinator, brand new to my team, just moved into her own Subto deal, just got another JV check for $8,500, and she's on my team doing my transaction coordination on this deal. It is a fire deal. Did you send me the deal, Kelly? Is it in my DocuSign? Or are you still working on it? She says not yet. Okay. I'd like to sign it here today live. I don't know if that's possible. Oh, he missed some initials. Okay, got it. Typical guy. Love it. Okay, so check this out. So do we all remember where this lead came from, everybody? Give me a yes. Okay, cool. So now I start talking to Tim and I understand his situation. So I said, Tim, why don't you just ask your seller for like a 3-month extension and see if he'll do a 3-month extension? Because he gave him a 3-year balloon. That 3 years came due. What do you think Tim did? Do you think Tim did anything about his 3-year loan? No, literally did nothing. Right? So I'm like, okay, so why don't you ask him for a 3-month extension? He says, I already did ask for a 3-month extension and he gave it to me. I was like, oh crap. And you still couldn't get the deal done? He's like, oh my gosh, I was so close. Now, Rachel, this is where it ties into your question previously on a previous deal. Okay. Tim has 3 houses in Seattle that are paid off free and clear that he's trying to sell to get enough money to pay this off. Tim also has a boat that's like $180,000 boat called Double Cross. $180,000 boat. He's like, I will give you liens, security. I will give you all the things. Help me. What will you give me a hard money loan? I go, no, I won't give you a hard money loan. I will not give you a hard money loan. And still wasn't able to get a loan with so much collateral. Yeah. The bank, does bank give you a loan because you have collateral? No, they give you a bank loan when you have tax returns and you have all these other things. Okay.
So couldn't he have just, instead of selling those properties, if he owned them free and clear, couldn't he have just put contracts, sold them on seller finance or done a creative deal to get the
How would
cash?
how would he have gotten cash out of those creative deals?
Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to.
Right. It would have been a no, right?
Yeah.
So he's trying to sell those properties.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I said, okay, Tim. Now here's the thing. I do a lot of these deals. I've got another really good deal that we'll break down for you guys in a little bit. We did this one during the same challenge, literally the same week, same challenge. We only made 18 grand on this other one, but this deal that we did with Tim was a much larger deal. Not all deals are $150,000 profit deals, obviously. But how did I make the money on this deal? So I went to Tim. I said, all right, sorry, that's my Montana outside. Tim, why wouldn't the seller, and as I'm asking the question, I figure out my answer. I said, why would the seller not just give you another 3 months? Like, it costs money to foreclose. Why does he want to go do that? Like, give you a couple, 3 months. He's like, bro, because he found out that the house he sold to me for $350 is now worth $650,000. Do you guys understand how bunnies are everything in this business? Like, there's the bunny right there. The seller's now motivated to foreclose on him fast. So he's like, I want that spread here. I want that house back. Okay. So he's like, he won't give me any more time. Bunnies, all this stuff, bunnies. Like, you understand the story. Forget about the freaking spreadsheet. Get to the story, right? So I go, Tim, I got a good one for you. I got a way, and I do this for you. I do this for people all the time. I go, Tim, I'm like the creative genius here. I'm obsessed with creatively finding out solutions for people. This is your forever home, right? He's like, yeah. Kelly, you've talked to him probably 100 times. I've talked to him twice. Kelly talks to him a lot. I told Kelly, I go, hey, I'm taking my flight lessons to like get my pilot's license. I go, why don't we take the guy who's teaching me and we'll fly over there? Cause it's like a 5-hour drive, but like, why don't we take a 45-minute flight, go land, go talk to the guy who was him and become friends with him. Cause he could be a private money lender. Right. Okay, cool. So what ends up happening is I say, Tim, I got a creative solution. It sounds like you really want to stay in this house. You do not want to sell. You don't want to refinance right now because you can't. You claim zero on your taxes. You got to fix some things, whatever, right? You need some time. He goes, yes. I go, cool. If you give me your houses as collateral, your boat as collateral, I'll buy the house from you. I always pause, right, when I tell a seller this kind of stuff. I'll buy the house from you, Tim, and then I'll give you a lease option to buy it back from me. BLO, buy it, lease option it out. BLO, the blow method. I'll buy it, and then I'll lease option it back to you. Okay? So he's like, wait, what? How does that work? I go, here's how it'll work. I'll go pay off your $350. Okay. He's like, okay, so you just got cash laying around? I go, no, I'll go get a loan. And what's going to happen, Tim, is you're going to pay the payment on my loan. That's what you're going to be your lease payment. It's going to be the lease payment on my loan. So I went and got a loan for $350. Tim has a lease with me, and his lease payment covers my loan payments. We went to myinvestorloan.com is where I got the loan for this. They gave me the money, and Tim now has a lease with me. So I said, Tim, I want to make about $130,000 to $150,000 on this deal. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for me. He's like, done, let's do it. So I said, I will resell this property to you for $500,000. Our actual purchase contract, I believe, that Kelly sent over to me is $498 something is what he's actually buying it to us from. But he's also, Rachel, so he'll have to buy the house from me. He has 6 months to buy it back from me. And in order to start that 6 months, he has to pay me a $20,000 upfront success fee.
Which doesn't come off the debt, the debt at all, does it? It's an
It does
additional.
not.
Nice.
It does not. So we made, Kelly, he hasn't paid that 20 grand yet, has he? I think she's waiting for the contract to be signed, then he wires the 20 grand over. Has he paid that, Kelly, or no? I don't know. Other people touch okay, waiting for signatures. Got it. Okay, cool. So he's about to sign this $20,000. Now, what else is he responsible for paying for? Well, Kelly's not free, right? John's like, how do you even come up with this stuff? You just have fun. I get inspired with other people in the community. Like, I learn things from other people in the community. We collaborate, we do deals. I come up with crazy ideas. Other people come up with crazy ideas. It's freaking awesome. Okay. So this was a fun one. I came up with it on the spot. I've done this. I've done deals like this before, and I do random stuff very similar to this. Okay. So here's what our deal is. So again, $350 is what I bought it for. That's our purchase price. Plus I have my TC fee, right? He's going to pay for the TC fee. That's Kelly. Even though Kelly's salary on my team, we still charge for that. Then we had Sean St. Clair. He's our Subto attorney. He's the attorney for Subto. So I had his fee. Then we had closing costs and some like miscellaneous whatever. Tim is his name. I keep wanting to call him Eric, but his name is Tim. He had to pay for all of these things. Plus he had to pay $20,000, which he'll wire probably this week. Plus he has to buy the property back from us at $498. Yeah, Leroy's like, Tim's gonna feed the whole family. Was $350 the original full balloon payment? Actually, no, I think we found out. So here's what happened. This is what's crazy and why I keep going back to the spreadsheet thing. So when I talked to Tim originally on the phone, it was during the No One Left Behind challenge. Oh, dude, happy about this. He's freaking, Kelly, you tell everybody, you've been talking to him. We saved his house. Lord, I love these questions. People are like, how does he qualify for the new loan? I'll answer in a couple of seconds. Kelly, how happy is he about this deal? Is he upset? He said, look, he says, I am so grateful. We saved his ass.
But anyway, Pace, you've the 498 is still less than it sounds like the current value is. So he's still ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every deal I've ever done has always been a win-win-win all the time. Okay. Silver Truckers LLC. I says, I need help. I need to have somebody work on Subto deals with me. Find somebody in Subto that's doing Subto deals. Somebody that's trained, that's in part of our culture. Find somebody in your area. Is this in AZ? Yeah, actually, yeah. Texas does allow you to do lease options. You do auto-renewing lease options every 3 months is how you get around a lot of the Texas laws. I think we have like 3 or 4 auto-renewing lease options that go every 3 months. Your problem with lease options in Texas is the length of time. So there you go. Who is in NorCal? Would love to help. Oh man, I just had the coolest freaking NorCal meetup. Pace, if I'm one day late on my sub two, I don't know, dude. That's a question for somebody else. Okay, so let's go back to the structure. Hey, Silver Truckers, my brother. I don't know your name. I wish I did, but you're posting the same thing quite a bit. Can you please, my friend, not post so frequently? Please, 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 please. I don't mind that you post, just don't do it so much that it just bogs down the whole chat. Okay. Rodney Clayson says, Pace, I don't know how you can teach this long, but I'm thankful that you do. Does it look like I'm working? I love this business. I love helping people. I love helping people solve problems. I love making money in the process. I love my kids get to watch me help people and live a life of abundance. It is the coolest freaking thing ever. And then think about being on my team. I love having like Kelly Humbarger. I love lifting people up. I love watching people become who they're meant to be. I love all of that stuff. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's the greatest freaking thing ever. I do not feel like I'm working at all. I wish I had more time in the day. My number thing is always trying to be more efficient with my time. Anyway. Okay. So the 498, you are correct, Rachel, because the house is actually worth 650. Now, here's what I found out after we sent him a contract. We found out he did not owe 350. We found out, I believe, Kelly, will you correct me on this? What was the amount of money he owes the seller? Oh, 367. Okay, so he owed more money than what we thought. And that happens all the time. So like people will waste their time on spreadsheets just to find out that all their numbers were wrong, because you should start the contract, open escrow, start figuring things out. That's the process. So late fees, trustee fees. She said it was going to auction. Cool, 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 cool. Love it. So he ended up owing 367. Our contract to him is 498. So what is that price? That's $131,000 difference. That's cool. Plus the $20,000. So it's 151. So we'll make probably a minimum of 151 on this deal is what it looks like. I don't know. We'll see how it all pans out. Okay. How does he make the payment? Well, for those of you guys that join late, Tim makes $250,000 a year. Homeboy does not have a money problem. Okay. He has a disorganization problem. And the problem is everybody in this business that's new will go, why would Tim let himself be in this situation? Guys, he's not you. You're not him. You can't criticize when people ask why would somebody let themselves, guys, you're asking a question from a position of you. Stop that. Stop that, stop that, stop that. Rule number one, creative finance, commandment number one. Commandment number one is don't put your brain in the seller's head. Don't assume they're going to make the same decisions you are. Okay. Pace, I want to know if I can get a loan because I want to build a townhouse. Yes. Send an email to money@pacemorby.com. There you go. Sarah, yes, we have probably 1,000 people that live in New Jersey. People ask, is there anybody in Chicago? Yes, the leading foreclosure expert in the country is our Subto leader in Chicago, Nita Patel. We have hundreds of people in Chicago. Guys, there's not a zip code in the country that we don't have successful people. Literally, you will not find one place. I'm in Montana, middle of nowhere, Montana, and I've got 80 Subto members in this valley. Okay. Is Nita Patel in the chat? No, she's definitely not in the chat today. Pansy's also, good to see you, Pansy. Pansy's awesome. Pansy's also in Subto. She's in Chicago. Okay. Hey, Mario, everybody that's going to ask, is there a Subto member in your individual city? What do we think the answer is? Can we just put that to rest? No more. What about my city? The answer is yes. Well, what about Bismarck, North Dakota? Yes. What about Fargo, North Dakota? Yes. Chris Neer made $600,000 in Subto last year, and he's in freaking Fargo, North Dakota. The answer is yes. There's not a single city that, yes, we have people in 29 countries, guys. No more of this question, please. Okay. Okay, so somebody just asked me, it's, let's see, says, can you tell us about your worst deal? I talk about those all the time. Nobody watches those. It's never a real estate deal. It's always a lending deal. Just FYI. Somebody just asked this question. Will you talk about your worst deal? Yeah, the worst deals are always the deals I said no to. Okay, tell us about your worst deals. Luis Roman. Send me non-private messages, brother, please. Jonathan Duarte, no private messages. Re-say your statement in the comments, please. Somebody can help you, I promise. Okay, cool. So I think we'll make 151, but Rachel, here's how we're structuring this deal. He has, from the day we close escrow, he has a 6-month lease, okay? And he has an option to buy the property, separate contract, right? He has a lease and an option. These are two completely separate contracts, okay? His option states that if he cannot execute his option within 6 months, we will extend his option 6 more months for $25,000 more as long as he continues to make the monthly payment, right? Remember the monthly payment we have. So so another 6 months, 25 grand. Okay. Another 6 months, 25 grand. So Rachel, here's how I protect myself on this particular deal. Kelly, will you, the seller hasn't signed the final contract, so I don't want to put the address on the side, but I want to sign the deal today, hopefully with you guys. That'd be great. Okay. So Rachel, how do I protect myself on this particular deal? I can't just keep extending for 25,000, right? Because there's a limit on what the house is worth. So let's figure out what that number is real quick. If the house is worth, let's say 650, and the average cost to sell a house in America is $65,000, right? That's commissioned agents, commission this, title, escrow, appraisal, all the people, right? Cool. So I already know my limit just for me to resell the property is, what is that? $585,000 max is what I can be into the deal. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay, well, let's take out eviction cost, 20 grand, and like a couple months of payments. Let's take out $20,000 for like miscellaneous repairs and clean up the property to go and relist it, that kind of stuff, right? Okay, so I'd say 545. $545,000 is the max I want to be into this deal. Otherwise, I'm now chiseling into my profit. Make sense?
Yep.
Cool. I'm protected, but it's not like all the way between 500 where he's buying it from us and 650 is all profit. In fact, like 100 grand of that is not. So really, I can only he's buying it from us at, oh, this is great. You want to hear one of the best parts about this deal is check this out. So my max that I want to be into this deal is 545, or is it? I'm going to throw a wrench into this structure here in a second. So as I'm talking to the seller, I find out from Tim that I go, well, why should I trust you, Tim? You could run off and cause all sorts of issues. He's like, well, I do have a bonus coming to me. I have a big check coming to me in March for $80,000. And I said, all right, perfect. I want all of that $80,000 when it comes to you in March as a down payment towards your loan to me, or like you paying the loan. He's like, well, how about I give you 40 in March because I still need to use the other 40 to like get ready to fix all my credit to get the loan. I was like, done, easy. So that means in March, okay, he owes me $498. Everybody following me on this? He owes me $498 right now. He's already paid me $20 at this point, so I'm good on the $20. Still owes me $498. He's going to come in and give us another $40,000 that goes towards the purchase price. So he will technically only have to go get a loan to buy me out at $458 in March. Does that make sense? Does any of the payment go to principal? No, this is all interest. So 458. So now what it means is I can add another 25,000 on 6 months. I can add another $25,000 for another 6 months. I can add another $25,000 for 6 months. And I can add another, what is that? $17,000 is my final extension. So I can add all of that to my potential price before I hit my maximum amount of money of 550. So we have the potential, worst case scenario, we have the potential if he needs another 6 months, another 6 months, another 6 months, and another, let's say 3 or 4 months, we have the potential of taking our 151 profit upwards to 200 and let's just say $40,000 on one deal. Remarkable. Okay, so Barbara, you must have missed the part where I said I'm going to have a cap. Remember, if the house is worth 650, Barbara, I've got to sell that property to get my money back. That means I'm going to pay a commission agent, appraisal. Did you miss that part, Barbara? She might not have been here for that. Oh, she was here. Barbara, do you remember me going through this part right here, or did you miss this part? My cap where I want to be on this deal, okay, is 545, meaning I want to be all into this deal $545,000. Cool. So then I reversed into this by saying, okay, well, he owes me 498. He's going to pay me 40 grand down towards the 498, owing me 458. That's going to happen in March from his bonus that he's getting from his business. Every 6 month extension. Now, will he do all these 6 months extensions? I don't know. And people, I'll almost go, I look at it and I go, I don't really care. Like there's 3 or 4 potential outcomes here. Let's look at all of them. Outcome number 1, crazy. Yeah, Kestrel says, check your spreadsheet. Every part of your spreadsheet would have been destroyed on this deal, would have wasted all your time. Okay, cool. So he says, well, I just need 6 months. No, you don't. You need more than that. He's trying to convince me. Okay, Bo says, Bo wants this house? He wants to move in the house? Bo wants to move in the house? Bo's my portfolio manager, Kelly's saying. I wonder why Bo lives in Miami. Why would he live in Lake Havasu? Oh, he wants to flip it. Yeah, because okay, got it. Okay, so let's go through best possible scenario. He refinances, everything goes well. We make $151,000. That's best possible, like safest, fastest money I could make. Worst case scenario, we extend, he stops making payments. Do I foreclose on him? Rachel?
Well, I mean, I guess you could. But,
no.
But why would you want to?
I'm not foreclosing. Why?
Well, the loan is in your name. If you've taken out a loan to buy it, but you've bought it with cash.
You got it?
Yeah.
So I own the house. What does that make him? Is he the owner or is he the tenant?
He's the tenant.
What happens when the tenant stops paying?
Well, oh, I see. He's on a lease option. So
yeah, so I would evict him.
He just goes. So he goes. You don't need to foreclose.
I don't need to foreclose.
Yeah, right.
We turn around, put some money into the house, put it back on the market for $650 and sell it. So Bo, my portfolio manager, is like, I hope he tries to screw us. We'll make way more money. So the way we structured this deal, we could make worst case scenario, we make $250,000. Best case scenario, that's the weirdest thing. Think about this. It's the opposite. Best case scenario, we make 151. Worst case scenario, we make 250.
Either way, it's a pretty good outcome, isn't it?
Right, and that's how most of these deals are structured. The next deal I'll explain to you is a very similar structure, but I didn't buy the house. We did. It's a very interesting structure. It's a Subto. It's basically this, but Subto. Okay, so everybody's winning in the deal. Tim is ecstatic. He's written me multiple emails like, dude, I just want to say thank you so much. Nobody was willing to help me. I'm like, that's what I make my money on. I just wait for everybody else to screw up and not be creative. I come in, look like the savior, and I make the most amount of money.
You've taken all of the other assets as collateral as well, right? So you've taken his other properties, and I think you said he had a boat.
We didn't. I don't think my team did anything with the boat. I
Okay.
told him in my first conversation, I was like, "Oh, I want that boat." I think my wife would be more attracted to me if I had a boat. That's what all men think. So I don't know. Tonight is our 15-year. The night I first kissed my wife was tonight, 15 years ago. So
Oh, bless.
yeah, I need a boat to commemorate that. So this guy's like, "Hey, my boat's worth this." I'm like, "Dude, your boat's, you think it's worth 180. It's probably worth 100,000 or something." But I also don't want your boat, and I don't want the headache that comes with your boat. Like, screw all of that. So I just said, well, we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll take the boat as collateral. But my team was like, Bo, my portfolio manager, is like, we don't need the boat. Like, there's so much collateral here. We don't need to waste our time with the boat. He could go sell the boat, drive it to whatever. He could sell it cash to somebody across the border, and he could get cash, and we would have no recourse. So, like, let's focus on just making sure the deal works. So, cross collateralization, right? This is why this deal became the next deal we talked about, because you brought up, well, how do you protect yourself?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And there you go. You protect yourself that way. Now, sadly, I've done loans for people that I was not that smart. And I trusted people. And the problem is, if you give people permission to screw you, chances are, in their mind, Rachel, you already know this, I'm sure you've done nice things for people and somehow they turn it around on you in your life, right?
Often.
Right. And what's that? I don't know if they have, where are you from? Australia, New Zealand?
I'm from Australia, but live in California.
Okay, cool. So the old saying is, no good deed goes unpunished.
Oh,
right?
yes. Oh, yes.
So when you do something nice for somebody or incredible for somebody, what they do is they turn around and spin it around on you. And what is amazing is that when you get proper paperwork, they have appreciation because you set the boundary. But when you don't have proper paperwork, paperwork is the blockade of entitlement. It is the thing that blocks all entitlement, was paperwork and documentation. But when you don't have proper paperwork, you didn't use a TC, what happens is somehow, some way, they feel a certain way about you. One of my good friends owes me $390,000, like I told you, and I trusted him. My team, Molly told me 2 years ago, she goes, do not give this guy a loan. He will not pay you back. I go, no, I know, I trust him. Okay. Every dollar I've ever earned, every dollar I've ever been burned by started with me saying, I trust him. And it was always a white guy, just so you know. I'm teasing, guys. It's all the guys. It's never been a woman, by the way. Justin Bozak, that's good to see you, bro. I haven't seen you in a while. Justin Bozak says, trust is expensive. That is very true. Larry Parsons, I feel bad. He's a white boy. He's a white boy like me. I kind of get away. I look a little bit olive. I look like I could tell people I'm Greek or something, but I'm definitely a white boy. Okay. So there's a good structure. I haven't given you guys the address on that. That's a deal we actually contracted in October. But why is it that October, November, here we are in December, even though we've been in contract, I've already bought the house from him. I own the house to this day. I stopped the foreclosure in November. Why are we still screwing around with contracts? Kelly's telling us. Why is that happening? The reason being is because the seller, Tim, told us certain things that were not entirely accurate, and we had to go on fact-finding missions. Did he lie to us? No, he just didn't know. So we had to go on fact-finding missions. I didn't do any of this. My TC did all of this. They're freaking amazing. That's why you should always have a TC. And she went on the fact-finding missions, and we've gone back and forth and adjusted things to make everything work. And it's taken a little bit of time. Now, for the people on my No One Left Behind team, Steve says, what does someone's skin color have anything to do with this podcast? Steve, have you ever been to a comedy show? Bro, just let people say some jokes, bro. Just let people say some jokes. I'm a white dude. I can joke about Mormons. I'm a Mormon. I'm a white dude. I can joke about white boys. Just relax. Here's what I'll tell you something. People learn a lot better when they're entertained. My job is actually partly to entertain. Would you guys not agree with that? Does everybody agree with if I get you to laugh and you get into the story, it actually sticks a little bit better? Okay. If you guys are offended, then go back to watching your political news and your football games that people fighting and feuding over each other, because that seems to be perfectly fine. But when a white boy makes a white boy joke, it's the end of the world. Chill and just laugh. Okay. Okay, Rachel, any questions about this deal?
Not about that deal, no.
Okay. Anybody have a question about this deal before I move on? Because if you're going to ask me, Mindset Diplomat, if you have a question that's unrelated to this deal, I'm going to karate chop you so hard. What you got? Mindset Diplomat, you raise your hand. Okay, well, never mind. Diane Tai Tran. Diane, what's up? How you doing?
Hello.
Hi.
Why are you calling on me?
You raised your hand.
Oh, I did? I think
Guys,
I must have accidentally done that.
This is why I don't call on you guys when you raise your hands. I'm going to karate chop somebody today. Come on.
Not me.
You're all good. Don't worry about it. Okay, so this next deal is another deal we did during that same challenge. I wanted to break down that deal. That's a really fun one. Let me mute everybody. Okay, Rachel, thanks for hanging out with me. That was fun. Sonia, thanks for hanging out with me so much today. Barbara, do you have a question or are you just accidentally raising your hand? Barbara, what's up? How you doing?
Yes, I just want to confirm. Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you. You sounds like you're in a long hallway, but I think I can make out your words.
I have a better idea. Hold on, I'll put you on. Okay.
You hear me better?
Oh my gosh, so much better. Yeah, that's so good. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah, so I had a ancillary speaker there. Okay, so just so I understand, I thought you could just keep racking up $25,000 payments. That sounded great, but was it that you wanted to be able to then stop the payments and then sell the house for the $650 to get the gain? Is that why you stopped reserving it for him?
Okay, so there's a point where here, let's do that again. That's a great question. Thank you, Barbara. I love a good question. I love stupid questions too. This is definitely not a stupid question. I really do love stupid questions. The questions I don't love are the ones that are like, we've been here for like 12 hours and somebody asks a question about something we've already covered, but that's hard to make people hang out with us for 12 hours and like memorize everything. That's hard, right? Okay, so Barbara, let's look at this from a spreadsheet standpoint, not a spreadsheet, but a whiteboard standpoint. If I have to take over the house, I can sell the property for $650 max, right? That's the value of the property max. You following me here?
Yes.
Cool. So if I sell the property for $650, do I receive $650 after it sells?
Might have to pay an agent fee and closing costs, maybe one agent.
I will pay all the agents. I'm not one of those people that tries to cheap out on agents. I pay the thing, but the thing that I want to cover, and you missed this part, I'm going to cover it again.
Oh no, I've been here the whole time. I didn't get it. I
think you might not have gotten this one. It's fine. Yeah. So it will cost me $65,000 to sell the property.
Yes.
Why? Because of what you just said. I've got one agent, two agents. I've got an appraisal, inspection, escrow officer, all the things, right? I got all the things to pay to sell that property. So these are just my costs to sell the property. That's it. Cool. So what am I left over with? I'm left over with $585,000 that I would potentially receive. Does this make sense?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So let's keep going. I just want to make sure we're here before I go any deeper. So 585 is the maximum amount of money I could receive from this house, but I'm going to assume that it's going to cost me about 20 grand to evict him and a couple of payments, and it's going to cost $20,000 to paint and clean up the carpet and make sure the house is ready. Mostly the house is already ready, but you just never know. Maybe he's pissed off and he does something just out of spite. So I'm putting 40 grand to the side for that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so technically the most amount of money I can get out of this property is 545. Are you with me so far?
Yes, although that's why I keep thinking, why wouldn't you just keep taking the 25 and just banking it? And it seems like a good idea.
It does seem like a decent idea, but what's better is making sure that's fake money. What you're talking about is fake money, which means if I just keep extending 25,000, 25,000, 25,000, and I inch into that buffer zone between 545 and 650, right? That buffer zone we just created. If I start inching into that, then I have a diminishing return if he ends up screwing me. Does that make sense?
Yes, so I must not understand. It must be coming off of his balance with you then or something. He's not truly paying you then because you're not receiving the cash then. Sounds like it wouldn't eat into your margin.
Oh, great. Okay, I see where you are. This is so great. Thank you for, you're thinking he's literally going to give me a $25,000 check to extend.
Yes.
No, it would be added to the balance.
Oh, okay. Now I understand.
Gosh, great. Thank you. I was wondering, I'm like, what am I doing now? What am I doing to not educate properly? But you know what? Somebody else, if you had that question, somebody else in here had that question too.
Okay.
Does that, and I honestly,
that makes sense.
I did not say it adds to the purchase price. I said, he's going to pay me a $25,000 extension.
I was like, ka-ching. Yes. 25.
Yeah, great. Yeah. He wouldn't give me 25 grand. Although I could do that. Now, this is kind of the fun thing, Barbara. I could just go to Tim and go, hey man, we're hitting my danger zone. If you want me to extend going forward, you need to just give me 25 grand. I could definitely do that. But the way we've structured that so far is that we're just going to add 25 grand to the purchase price. But honestly, if we hit that buffer, I just go, oh, dude, easy. Tim, give me 25 grand in cash. I will extend. Give me 20, and I'll just keep doing that. The problem is, let's say you're one of the new students on my No One Left Behind team, right? You would probably want me to not extend. Why?
Well, I mean, the idea is if you could get him out, you're not getting, I was thinking because you get the 650. It's not 650 though. It's five something or 485, whatever you're saying. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I wouldn't extend it.
Why would my team want me to not extend that deal and make more money? When you're brand new, you care more about getting a check for $14 than you would wait for a year to get $14,000. It's the weirdest thing, but I get it because I was there too.
Yeah.
I think mostly like people getting their first deal, I'll tell you honestly, is more, guys, what do you think? Is your first deal a paradigm shift or is it, I really care about the money? I can tell you 99% of the time it's like, I want the paradigm shift. I want to know that I can do this. And so what happened is this milestone of like people's first check on my team in October, every time I extend 6 more months, I'm also pushing off their paradigm shift an extra 6 months.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Make sense?
Yeah, but if you weren't on the No One Left Behind, it would be better.
Dude, I'd let this thing cook for 20 years. I'd let this homeboy pay me 25 grand every 6 months.
Okay. Then we're on the same page. You see what I see. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we are on the same page. The difference is I have a team of newbies that just joined Subto that I'm like, I want to get you guys paid.
Okay.
Great question.
I get it.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all the questions. Even when you think they're silly questions, I promise you somebody else has the same question. So great job. Mindset Diplomat. What's up? I wish people would use their real name so I could call you. Unless your name is Mindset Diplomat, which means your parents are freaking awesome. Mindset Diplomat. What's up? Every time I go to you, your screen goes completely dark. Katya said, how long did you negotiate with that previous owner? 4 minutes. That deal literally took me 4 minutes to structure. And I did it live on a phone call. There we are. I can hear you now. You said,
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Check, check.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Is that better?
Yeah, it's better. What's up? How you doing?
All right, cool, man. Cool. Well, thanks for getting up, taking my call. Super awesome community. I'm doing all right, man. I could be doing better. So I've been in here for a couple years, haven't done my first deal yet. And the past couple months have just been hell, you know, and I'm not going to get into all the details, but point in case, I have my neighbor who's trying to sell his home. He just purchased another home. He's trying to sell it for $400K. And his motivation is that he just purchased another home about a mile away. He's 93 years old, and he has a note essentially on the current property until it's paid up. The property that he just moved in, he has to pay that off. It's like $200,000. And he wants to walk away with another $250,000. I sat with him today for about an hour and a half. I got all the documents regarding the roof that was done, regarding the free and clear balance, everything that I need from him. Complete transparency, really cool guy. He's willing to seller finance though. But before I go into that, the property I think is kind of overpriced. I'm not seeing on the area that match the $400K price, especially with an ARV. So I think it would be best for a buy and hold investor. This would be my first deal in this area. And so frankly, it'd be my first deal ever. And single family wise. And so, you know, I want to help this guy out, but also, you know, my employer got purchased a couple months ago. I got fired and I've been driving Uber. A deer ran in my car last month and I've just been, it's been hell. So anybody that could help me get this deal, you know, I'm not asking for a handout. I'm asking for support and like to get this deal done. My mentor told me I always ask for what you need. So I am complete with that. Thank you.
Okay. A couple of things. When somebody says they haven't gotten a deal yet, they need to say, I haven't done the work yet. It's physically impossible. Now, here's how I know. Here's how I know, because you're going to say otherwise.
Correct.
Here's how I know. Your neighbor is your best lead. Guys, if your neighbor, your family member, your coworker is your best lead, that means you have not been generating leads. So, Mindset Diplomat, can you tell everybody what your actual name is, please?
Yeah, Denver.
Like okay, Denver. City. Thank you. That's a great name, by the way. Denver.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so you've got a
seller. My first name is D, last name. Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, sorry, you have a really, really big delay. So I'm going to pause after I say everything so you can catch up. So here's my question. This house is currently vacant. And what do you think somebody could do with it? And final question is, what could they bring in rent?
Great question. So the property is currently got a month-to-month renter in there. Met her today. She's a sweetheart. Few options are she would be willing to do cash for keys. Option one. Option two. I mean, she right now rents are $1,250. They could be $2,500. And so what was the third question? You said, is it currently occupied? What are rents? And then what are income? And there was another question.
No, that was it. So that house is the one that the seller that's 93 years old, he wants to sell that property and he's willing to sell it on seller finance. Is that correct?
He is correct.
Okay. And what is the structure in which he would want to do the seller finance deal?
He's willing to do, so he wants 425. He's willing to do 200,000. He has a few options. So he's willing to do $200,000 down. And then the remaining 250, like a balloon over 6 months to a year. Second option is 20% down or 30% down with a year to pay off the rest. The first option that I gave you was what we spoke about before Christmas, but we sat down for a good while today. And as we continue to build rapport, he's open to doing these options, but he's like, his thing is he wants to know the person that's purchasing the property. Oh, and that's what you asked me. You asked me what could be done with the property. The property, in my opinion, is better because at that price, again, for me, I could be completely wrong. Everyone does underwriting differently, but from what I've seen, it would work better as a buy and hold, especially in this area. I live right down the street. So hopefully that answers your question.
Okay. So the way that he's wanting the deal is obviously not a deal. I could go put no money down and buy a better deal, probably. The biggest challenge is when you're working a seller that is down the road from you, you know them, it's your person, like you ran into them. That is how the lead became the lead. Guys, remember what we talked about. Bunnies, 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 bunnies. What is this guy's bunnies? What is his pain point? Why does he want to sell? What's his motivation? Where's his pain? Tell me about his pain. Don't tell me he wants to sell and he wants to pay off a debt. That is not an emotional pain. What is the thing that's going on that is compelling him to be motivated besides just paying off a debt?
Yeah. So someone asked in the chat. Yeah. So he is 93 and he wants to live closer to his son, right? He just purchased another house a mile away to be closer to his son. That's really like the emotion behind it. He's like, I don't want to be a renter. He also said, he's like, I don't want to be a renter anymore. He's like, I don't want to be, or excuse me, I don't want to be a landlord anymore. I'm getting old, and he just wants to kind of just chill out. So he's kind of over it.
Okay. So if I gave him the $200,000 down, what would he do with that money?
He would use that money to go and pay off the property he just moved into. He literally told me today, so he did a 6-month balloon on the new property. He said he just paid the guy the first check today for like $940. It's like the balance on that property that he owes is $188,000 or something. So the money that he makes from this deal, from selling this property, he will then go pay off the new property that he lives in free and clear. Because the property that, also keep in mind, the property that I'm talking about, the subject property, is also free and clear. There's no mortgage on it.
Okay, so here's what I would do in this deal. This is me personally. Take my advice for whatever you think it's worth. What I would do is I would tell the seller, hey, I'm definitely not a good fit at the purchase price you're wanting right now. And the terms you're asking for are worse than bank terms. Like I could just go buy any property I want anywhere in the country with 50% down and a 1 year loan. That's not a good structure. So how about this? If you can't sell the property to anybody else, I will check in with you every couple of weeks leading up to your deadline of the house that you are currently trying to pay off. This is a cash deal. Okay. Why is this a cash deal?
Correct.
It's a cash deal. It's not this is not a creative finance deal. This is a cash deal because the guy has an impending situation in 6 months that he needs the cash for. And what's going to happen is in 6 months, this 93-year-old man's not going to have the money, nor will he have sold this to anybody else, and he's going to run out of time. The number one way that you can make money on this deal is you wait until he needs the cash almost immediately. You just check in with him once a week. Did you sell the house yet? Hey, did you sell the house yet? Hey, did you sell the house yet? And you do that 15 times, you're going to buy this house cash, and you're going to get it at a discounted rate of probably $200,000, and you'll probably sell it and make $15,000 on an assignment. Who doesn't agree with this? Give me an agree in the side chat if you agree with this. If the seller did not have a short time frame on the purchase of the current house he lives in, I would structure the deal differently. I would offer creative finance, but I would say, why don't I make a payment to you on this asset that I'm buying from you that will make the payment on the new asset? That's
what I suggested. Yeah.
But he has a balloon.
That's what I suggested. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, so yeah, he just had, so let me re-explain it. Make sure I'm being clear. So like, the property that he's moving out of, right? That he's currently he's moving out of into the new property with his son, mile away, his son and everything like that. They purchased it. That property, he's like, he is saying I'm in no rush, but he's like, I need to get rid of it, if that makes sense. He's got the money. He's also a broker. This is not a guy that's like, he's written book, like he knows what he's doing. And so I think that's another thing that makes it difficult, because he's like, bottom line, I want 400,000. But I will say there are comps in the area that are selling ARV for like 500, 475, because it's not like it needs a ton of rehab. He just put a new roof on there. It does need new electric, new HVAC. So I say you put $30,000 into it at 400, 425, you're in at 450. That's why I think it'd be better for a hold than a fix and flip. So, but here's the other thing. I also
you wouldn't make
know
a dollar on the
area
fix and flip
pretty fast. It's not going to be there in 6 months. I can definitely assure you that. I mean, this is Atlanta, Georgia. Properties don't sit for that long in Atlanta, for sure.
So, Denver.
Pace.
Watch this. You have a thing called one-itis. Have you ever heard me talk about one-itis?
No, tell me more.
Okay, one-itis means you have one lead and you have one focus on one lead, and you're, instead of just like, if you just go to Deal Sauce, you could find 1,000 deals in Atlanta, Georgia right now that have actual pain. Okay. Let's go to Atlanta, Georgia. Let's just type in Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta, Georgia, delinquent tax. Let's go low equity, upside down. Let's go zombie property or vacant. Oops, my bad. Okay. There are 64,000 opportunities that are vacant, zombie properties, low equity, or otherwise in Atlanta, Georgia. Why should you be spending time on this seller?
Yeah. So, I mean, my reasoning behind it is like, I have another business that I'm focusing on in a position. Yeah. It's like, because, I remember 90 days ago, I was employed at a real estate company, so this is like all I do want to keep in mind. Timeline is very important. My focus has been elsewhere. And so I need to get out of my current situation. That's kind of why this has been my only focus. Like, I'm not here, like some other guys maybe banging the phone 4 or 5 hours a day, like shout out to them. But this is something I'm like, I want to make this work. And if it doesn't work, then I'm going to move on to continue doing what I was doing, which is like helping myself get out of this situation. So that's why I'm only focused on this right now. Like less is more for me right now. And that's why I'm like, oh, well, opportunity landed there. It's a FSBO sign outside. Why not? So that's kind of like where the one-itis is coming from. I just have blinders on. I want to get this one deal done so I can get out of my current situation. I'm living at a good friend's house, due to all the things that has happened in the past 90 days. But my time with him is up in February, and so that's kind of the backstory, if you will.
Okay. Here's an easier way to get out of the situation you're in. This guy is a curmudgeon. Do you know what a curmudgeon is?
Yes. You're funny.
Okay, I've never talked to the guy, but I already know he's probably really nice, but he's also very strong-willed. He's going to tell you, well, I'm not in pain. I'm not in desperate. I'm this. I don't need the money. Da, 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 da. I could just sell the house myself. Blah, blah, blah. He's probably said all of those things, correct?
Correct.
It's almost like he's a stereotype that I've talked to maybe 1,000 times.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I literally left the meeting with him and I came into this group and you were doing this live. I didn't even know you were doing this today. I was like, I'm going to post this deal in this group and here you are. So that's why I'm here.
I love it. Okay, cool. Here's what I would do. You want to make quick dollars. You want to get involved in leads that are actually people going through real pain. First off, don't waste your time with a curmudgeon. It doesn't mean the deal won't get done. Here's the weird thing, okay? All my men out here, this is a good analogy for all you dudes out here. You guys ever like a girl so long, have a crush on a girl so long that you decide, all right, she doesn't like me, she's not into me. And the second you go away from her and you start liking another girl, that girl comes back around? Anybody ever have that situation happen to you? Okay, John Watkins says, yeah, that's how I got my wife. Okay, look at all these guys right here. What you're dealing with right now is exactly this. You got the hot chick, the guy who knows he's the hot chick. I wrote a book. I'm a broker. Been doing this business for a long time. Blah 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 blah. The more you chase him, the more he enjoys that attention. Go find other leads. Here's the ironic thing about this deal. The way you get this deal done is not focus on this deal. The way you get the hot chick is to not date the hot chick.
This is true.
Okay, so that's ambiguous. That's like, okay, well, don't focus on the thing. So what should I do instead? Denver, did you say you're in sub 2?
I am in sub 2, the group, yeah. A Facebook group, if that's what that means. But,
no, that is a free Facebook group. That is not sub 2. That's a free Facebook group.
Yeah, that's where I found this. Yeah.
Okay, so that is not sub 2. That is my free Facebook group that we just give like general help to. Okay. Do you know how many people we have in Atlanta, Georgia? In actual sub 2?
A ton.
Okay, 600 people. Some of the biggest investors in the country would absolutely hire you as an acquisition person. You could work for their company for 2 hours, 3 hours a day and actually work real hot leads that they're using and generating using Deal Sauce or something else. You don't have to be working these types of leads, okay? Here's what I would do. I'm going to be in Atlanta, Georgia on January 8th, so in 8 days. Come and meet me. Go to whereispace.com. You'll see exactly where I'll be. Come and meet me, and I'll introduce you to a bunch of people in sub 2 you can go get hired by and be on their team. Are you looking at whereispace.com?
I'm here for it. Whereispace.com. Got you. Okay.
Okay, you'll see where I'm going in Atlanta.
Yep, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, come and meet me there, shake my hand, and I'll introduce you to people in Atlanta, Georgia you can go work for that actually know how to generate leads. I don't know who your mentor is, but they're obviously not teaching you how to generate leads. Okay, Denver, great. This is a great lesson for everybody, dude. I appreciate you coming up here. Freaking great lesson. Come and see me in Atlanta, Georgia. Guys, what did we learn from this? What did we learn from this? Number one, go get leads from people who are actually motivated.